But so you didn't get a clear yes or no. Because at the time, Dory's whole mind was on Qin Yao, so she herself wasn't sure how she'd fainted. I might have fainted from fear, but I also feel like maybe I didn't. I'm not really sure. Normally, anyone in that situation would assume they fainted from fear. Dory thought so at first too. But she always felt like it wasn't just fear, but that some other force had made her pass out, though she had no proof. At the time, she hadn't noticed anything, so she could only assume she'd fainted from fright. When you woke up, did you see her or that beast? So you wasn't trying to make Dolly relive that painful memory on purpose. The reason she kept asking was because the character Qin Yao felt strangely familiar to her. It was the same kind of familiarity she felt with Mike, but since she didn't know much about Qin Yao yet, she couldn't be sure if she was the one who would become so fearsome in the future. No, I didn't see anything when I woke up. When she came to, everything she had was gone, probably stolen by the person who'd grabbed her earlier. Other than that, there was nothing around. No bodies, human or animal. Only the bloodstains on the ground showed that something terrible had happened there. If you didn't see anything, maybe your sister Qin Yao is still okay. If this were the real world, so you would think that even if there was no body, the person was probably gone, given the huge difference in strength. As for why there was no body, maybe the beast dragged it away. But this wasn't the real world, anything could happen here. Plus, so you remembered that in the later stages of the game, there was a female character named Qin Yao who appeared. Her story was very similar to the one Dolly described. She too was separated from her family because of a beast. Although most NPCs in this world weren't connected, most didn't mean all. There were still a few NPCs with ties to each other. For example, Mike's beloved was a high-level seamstress that players could sometimes recruit in the later stages. So you didn't know if she'd have a chance to meet that gentle woman here, but if she did, she'd definitely recruit her, not just to make up for a certain regret, but also to have someone who could keep that mischievous guy in check. Before meeting her, Mike's heart was all about cooking, everything else came second. But after she appeared, she became his number one. Back to Dolly's story. So you knew there was a powerful woman named Qin Yao, but Dolly didn't know that, so she naturally thought Siyu was just trying to comfort her. Maybe. Dolly didn't argue with Siyu about it. There was no need. Besides, she knew Siyu meant well. So you could tell Dolly didn't really believe her, but she didn't explain further. After all, even she wasn't sure if the two Kinyos were the same person. But even if they were, it wouldn't matter, because the Qin Yao she knew wasn't a recruitable NPC. In fact, she was opposed to Suyu, or rather, to all the human lords like her. To be honest, I'd really like to believe you, but we both know it's unlikely. Dolly said this with a smile, but anyone looking at her would know it wasn't a real smile. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you're actually a lot like Sister Qin Yao. She didn't mean in appearance, but in a certain special quality. Just as she'd always felt protected and cared for by Qin Yao growing up, she now felt a similar, inexplicable sense of security around Siyu. That was also why her affection for Siyu grew so quickly. Let's not think about this anymore. Get some rest. You too, my lady. I feel much better now that I've talked about it. Sorry for worrying you. It was an unpleasant night. Even though Siyu knew she was different from them, she still couldn't see them as just NPCs, neither before nor now. After all, she herself was just a string of data now. There was really no difference between her and them. So after hearing the story, Siyu couldn't help but feel affected. But she quickly pulled herself together and went back to her room to rest. A night passed. The 7th day dawned in the digital world, and there were less than 3 days left before the dark creatures attacked. The first thing Siyu did that morning was gather a large amount of materials and head to the mine with Lake and Doya. Normally, she would have brought both Lyle and Lake, but since Doya's arm had mostly healed, she wanted to check out the place where monsters spawned. There weren't many people in the territory, so there was no need for all 4 of them to go. Someone had to stay and watch the house. Plus, Siyu calculated that it had been almost 2.5 days since the relay station was built. The merchant should be arriving today or tomorrow. To avoid missing the merchant and losing the chance to trade, Dolly and Lyle stayed behind to keep watch and greet any guests. Led by Lake, Siu and Doya stopped about 20 meters from the stone gate. After more than a day, the area around the stone gate was now crawling with ghostly skeletons. Siu could see at least 20 of them, not to mention the ones hiding in the nooks and crannies. Ghostly skeletons were aggressive monsters, so to avoid alerting them, the three of them only dared to stop this far away. My lady, that's the stone gate we told you about. Just like you said, it really does spawn ghostly skeletons. Looking at the dense, flickering skeletons ahead, Lake felt a chill run down his spine. He pulled his gloves from his pocket, ready to fight at any moment. Although their goal today was just to help Siu fence off the stone gate, the skeletons were clustered around it like loyal gatekeepers. They'd have to defeat them all before they could do anything about the gate. But there were only 3 of them, and Siu herself couldn't fight. With just Lake and Doya, it would be 2 against 20, each of them would have to take on 10. That was impossible. What's more, Doya didn't have a proper weapon yet. Unarmed, she couldn't make use of her range as an excellent archer, so her combat ability was basically the same as Suyu's. So, if they wanted to efficiently eliminate these ghostly skeletons without paying too high a price, at the very least, without suffering any casualties, right? If they didn't want anyone to get hurt, they'd need a solid plan. Lake, go check over there. After surveying the area, Siu already had a rough plan in mind for taking down these ghostly skeletons. She called Lake over, gave him a few instructions, and he left at once. Then, Siu took out a backpack full of materials and began setting things up. As she worked, she kept glancing up to observe her surroundings. During this time, Doya stood at a distance, not too close, not too far, so she could keep an eye on Siu's actions without getting in the way. After about 10 minutes, Lake returned. By then, Siu had already surrounded their current position with wooden fences and walls. My lord, it's exactly as you said. There's a black, square stone right behind that stone door. Lake hurried back to Suyu and reported his findings, then started asking about her next steps and what the stone was for. That stone doesn't have a name, but it's quite useful. It can seal the stone door for a while. The reason it has no name is that different monster spawners have different corresponding stones. Actually, monster spawners don't always take the form of stone doors. Sometimes it's a pit, a wooden door, a ladder, a pond. The sealing item for a stone door is a stone. Other spawners have different sealing items. For example, a locked door might require a key, a ladder-type spawner might need a rope, and so on. Not every spawner has a sealing item, but if it does, it will always spawn somewhere nearby. Although sealing items can seal a spawner, which sounds impressive, there's a major drawback. Sealing doesn't stop the spawner from generating monsters. It just traps them inside, preventing them from coming out. But when the seal is lifted, all the monsters generated during the sealed period will be released at once. So, in many cases, even if there's a sealing item available, people often choose not to use it. Because if only a few monsters come out at a time, they're easier to handle and can be picked off one by one. But if a huge horde is released all at once, the difficulty skyrockets. Take now, for example, it hasn't been that long, and there are already over 20 monsters here. If they sealed the spawner for several days, wouldn't they have to face 100 ghostly skeletons when the seal is broken? However, since Siu had Lake look for the sealing item, it meant she intended to seal the spawner for a while. Even though the spawner would become much more dangerous when the seal was lifted, no one would knowingly walk into such a situation without making preparations. Normally, after sealing a spawner, people would either set up a lot of offensive or defensive structures nearby, or use the time to build up their strength until they're ready to deal with the spawner. Siu didn't want to choose, she planned to do both. She would build structures here and also accumulate fighting power. When the seal broke, that would be the day the spawner was destroyed. Her greatest confidence came from Mech. If Siu weren't sure she could recruit Mech, knowing full well how strong he was, she wouldn't dare. Even if hundreds of ghostly skeletons appeared at once in the future, he could handle them all with ease. But the immediate problem was to deal with the ghostly skeletons already present. If they couldn't even handle these, what was the point of sealing the spawner? After learning about the sealing item, Siu placed the last 2 arrow towers she needed to build in suitable spots, then turned to Doya. Wanna try? Siyu's meaning was clear. She wanted Duoya to operate the arrow tower. Although using an arrow tower was different from shooting a bow, the attack methods were similar enough. Since Duoya was already an excellent archer, with the potential to become a master marksman, handling the arrow tower should be no problem. Duoya didn't waste words. She immediately took control of one of the arrow towers. Once manually operated, the arrow tower could not only be aimed and fired by a person, but more importantly, it could benefit from the operator's attribute bonuses. The more compatible the operator's attributes were with the structure, the higher the bonus and the greater the damage. Duoya was an archer, so her compatibility with the arrow tower was self-evident. Plus, Siyu hadn't built a basic arrow tower this time, but an intermediate one. The intermediate arrow tower required plank x5, stone brick x5, rope x10. The main difference between intermediate and basic arrow towers was the damage bonus. A basic arrow tower had a base attack of 5, while an intermediate one had a base attack of 20, a full 4 times higher. With the stone arrow's built-in 10 attack, a single shot from the tower would deal 30 damage. And with Duoya's own bonuses, Siyu saw that the tower's attack had reached 45, 10 plus 20 plus 15. In other words, Duoya's presence added another 15 attack points to the tower. The ghostly skeletons had 10 defense, so each shot dealt 35 damage. With 100 HP each, Duoya only needed to fire the intermediate arrow tower 3 times to kill one. But that wasn't enough. After all, 2 hands can't beat many. Over 20 ghostly skeletons couldn't be handled just by killing one every 3 shots. That's why Siyu built a second intermediate arrow tower, this one for herself. Although she had no combat attributes and couldn't add any bonuses, as long as she hit a ghostly skeleton, she could still deal 20, 10 plus 20-10, damage, meaning 5 shots to kill one. It wasn't as fast as Duoya, but every kill helped. While Duoya was testing out the arrow tower, Siyu had already assigned Lake his task. Since the 2 of them would be manning the arrow towers, the job of luring monsters naturally fell to Lake. Unlike last time, this time the ghostly skeletons had all spawned from the spawner, so they were packed tightly together. Disturbing one could set them all off. They were like dominoes. If Lake disturbed even one of them, the remaining 20 or so would all target him, toppling toward him one after another. If he couldn't escape in time, just a few hits from each of those 20-odd ghostly skeletons would be enough to finish him off. After all, ghostly skeletons had a decent attack power, 20 points each. Although Lake was equipped with some gear, sheer numbers would overwhelm him. Having equipment just meant he wouldn't die instantly, not that he wouldn't die at all. Take this. If you find you can't outrun them, drink it right away. Don't try to save it, your life is more important than anything else. As she spoke, Siyu handed Lake the beginner agility potion she'd been keeping for emergencies. Seeing Lake's curious look as he held the potion, Siyu briefly explained, "It'll boost your speed for 5 minutes. Beginner agility potion. Ingredients: wind millet grass 1, green heart herb 5, water container. Type: potion. Quality: green. Effect: plus 100 movement speed. Duration: 5 minutes. Description: the main ingredient of the beginner agility potion is wind millet grass. When consumed, it can temporarily unlock the body's potential, greatly increasing movement speed. Due to the strength of its effects, do not use consecutively. After each use, you must wait about 1 hour for the remaining effects to wear off. Translation: 1 hour cooldown. If you use it again before the effects have fully worn off, you do so at your own risk." So, what does a 100-point movement speed boost actually mean? Here, a normal person's walking speed is about 300, running is anywhere from 500 to 800, and only those with special talents or skills might reach 900. If you can hit 1,000, that's fast enough to dodge attacks from some high-level non-human creatures. So, a 100-point speed boost is actually quite significant. As long as nothing unexpected happens, if Lake drinks it in time, he'll definitely make it back safely. As for the potion's ingredients, Siyu had previously mentioned wind millet grass. She kept one stalk as a seed and used the other 3 to make just this one bottle of agility potion. Green heart herb, on the other hand, is a special plant with no medicinal effects of its own, but it can enhance the properties of other herbs. Not just agility potions, strength potions, healing potions, mana potions, and so on all can use green heart herb to boost their effects and reduce the amount of main ingredients needed. Otherwise, the basic recipe for a beginner agility potion would have been wind millet grass 3, water, container. But thanks to green heart herb's special properties, C was able to substitute it for some of the wind millet grass in the recipe. Understood, my lord. Don't worry. Lake carefully took the potion. To make sure he could use it quickly, he didn't even put it in his pocket, he just held it tightly in his hand. With Lake's task settled, Siyu turned to Duoya. How's it going? Duoya, already at the top of the arrow tower, nodded at Siyu, then demonstrated her skill by shooting an arrow that pierced 3 falling leaves in a row. Lake, who had been about to leave, saw this and couldn't help but blurt out an uncultured exclamation. Lake, that's badass. Siyu, did the system accidentally mix in some other data templates during import? Although Lake had always admired Duoya's skills because of the black-striped tiger incident, he'd never truly witnessed her abilities firsthand, so his admiration wasn't all that deep. But with that arrow, not only did Siyu see that Duoya could handle the arrow tower perfectly, Lake also got a real sense of her strength, which boosted his confidence for the task ahead. After watching Duoya's display, Lake didn't waste any time. Clutching the potion, he dashed behind the stone gate, then led a group of ghostly skeletons around the area 3 times. This was the monster pulling technique Siyu had taught him. Normally, to pull monsters, you'd just rush in to get their attention and then lead them back. That works, but the problem is it draws all the monsters at once, making them too densely packed and putting a lot of pressure on Siyu and Duoya. It's best to take them out one by one, not scatter your attacks all over the place. But if the monsters are too tightly packed, even the best aim can't prevent certain situations, for example, monsters crowding together and accidentally shielding each other. Even with Duoya's archery skills, she couldn't avoid that. But if you circle the area a few times with the ghostly skeletons in tow, their numbers will naturally thin out due to various factors. There are many reasons for this: differences in movement speed, environmental obstacles, or even the monsters tripping over each other and knocking their companions down. The goal is simple: to break up the dense mob into smaller, more manageable groups. It sounds easy, but it's actually quite difficult, especially since ghostly skeletons come with a physical stealth buff. Lake had to be extra careful when pulling them and planning his escape route. Otherwise, if he tripped over a ghostly skeleton lying in wait, he'd be done for. Luckily, nothing went wrong. After about 3 laps, Lake managed to bring 5 or 6 scattered ghostly skeletons to the front of the arrow tower. To avoid friendly fire, Siyu didn't attack, but Duoya was different. She was confident enough to strike first, targeting one of the ghostly skeletons. Although Lake was the initial aggro target, the hatred generated by an attack is always greater, so the skeleton Duoya hit naturally broke off from chasing Lake and started attacking the sturdy wooden barricade Siyu had set up, trying to break through and reach the arrow tower and its occupant. For her second shot, Duoya didn't aim at the skeleton attacking the barricade, but instead targeted the remaining ones still chasing Lake. Just like before, her attack drew their aggro, luring them all to the barricade. Before the group of ghost skeletons could be lured over, Siyu had already taken down the first one. This was a tactic she and Duoya had agreed on beforehand. Duoya, with her superior archery, would attack the ghost skeletons behind Lake to draw them over, and then Siyu would finish them off. This way, Lake wouldn't be chased for too long and exhaust himself, and Siyu could attack without worrying about accidentally hurting him or wasting her own damage output. Once the first wave of ghost skeletons was dealt with, Lake would bring over the second wave, and so on until the 5th wave was finally lured to the arrow tower and taken out by Duoya and Siyu working together. Only then did things finally settle down. The moment the last ghost skeleton fell, Lake collapsed onto the ground without a care for his image, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Siyu knew exactly how exhausted he was. After all, he'd been running at full speed for over 10 minutes. What's more, he not only had to run, but also stay alert to his surroundings at all times to avoid getting ambushed. No normal person could handle that much exertion, and Lake was just a regular person too. He wouldn't have lasted if not for the agility potion Siyu had given him. Otherwise, he would have been down after 7 or 8 minutes. Knowing how tired he was, Siyu didn't disturb his rest. She just had Doya bring him some food and water to help him recover, while she herself headed straight for the stone gate and picked up the black stone. She circled the stone gate, feeling around carefully, and finally placed the black stone into a barely noticeable groove in the gate. The moment the black stone was set in place, Siyu received a notification that the stone gate could be sealed. Do you want to seal the ghost stone gate? Kind reminder, while the ghost stone gate is sealed, ghost skeletons will continue to spawn, but at a 30% reduced rate. Any ghost skeletons spawned during this period will be trapped inside the gate and unable to leave. Once the seal is lifted, all ghost skeletons generated during the seal will escape from the gate. Just as she expected. Siyu's eyes flickered, then she pressed the black stone down firmly, making her choice with action. Ghost stone gate has been sealed. Seal duration: 120 hours. With the gate successfully sealed, Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked around, checking if there was anything else of value nearby. But no matter how hard she looked, all she saw were flowers, grass, and trees, nothing else of any real worth. Siyu wasn't disappointed, though she hadn't expected much to begin with. After returning to the area near the arrow tower, she started picking up the loot dropped by the ghost skeletons. Obtained copper coin X35. Obtained copper coin X17. Obtained unknown bone X6. Obtained scale powder X43. The ghost skeletons mainly dropped 3 things. First, copper coins, no need to explain their use. The other 2 were unknown bones and scale powder. The unknown bones looked just like regular bones. Their main use was to be processed into bone meal, which is one of the ingredients for growth fertilizer. Growth fertilizer, as the name suggests, is used on crops to reduce their growth time. The higher the grade of the crop, the less effective the fertilizer becomes, and each plant can only be fertilized a limited number of times, usually 5. Besides making bone meal for fertilizer, bones had other uses too. They could be crafted into bone spikes, weapons, bone clubs, weapons, or even some rather creepy decorations like skull vases, skull ornaments, or skull tables. As for the other material, scale powder, it was a white powder that dissolved in water, a common alchemy ingredient. Speaking of alchemy, it's worth mentioning how it differs from potion making. The biggest and most obvious difference is the raw materials. Potion making uses herbs as ingredients, and the process is delicate. Every step must be precise, or the potion could fail. At best, it just won't work. At worst, a healing potion could turn into deadly poison. Alchemy, on the other hand, uses all sorts of materials. Besides scale powder, anything could be used: berries, herbs, ores, animal skins, teeth, all kinds of odds and ends. Alchemy is all about experimentation. There are only materials you can't get, not things you can't make. That's no joke. Of course, just because you can throw things together doesn't mean you'll get anything useful. Without the right recipe, who knows what you'll end up with. Siyu, however, knew an alchemy recipe involving scale powder. Using it as the main ingredient, along with a few other materials of similar properties, she could make a transparent solution. Applying this solution to the body would coat it in a thin film, making the user nearly as invisible as a ghost skeleton. A common concealment, not true invisibility, item. After cleaning up all the loot, Siyu took out the remaining materials from her backpack and began setting up more defenses, preparing for when the seal would break in 5 days. By then, she'd probably have recruited Mike and would bring him along to deal with the ghost skeletons. But that was just the plan. Plans rarely keep up with changes, and Siyu had altered her plans plenty of times before due to unexpected events. So she had to be prepared. While Siyu was busy setting up defenses, Lake, now rested, came over to ask if she needed anything. Seeing her shake her head, he headed off to the mine to continue digging. Although he hadn't brought a pickaxe this time, Siu had already built a wooden chest at the usual mining spot. It was stocked with everything Lake needed: pickaxe, whetstone, basic healing potions, and enough food for 2 or 3 days. There was even a wooden cart parked there for transporting stone. Once Lake left, only Suyu and Doya remained in the area. After Lake left, Doya glanced around and felt there was nothing else for her to do. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should say goodbye to Suyu before heading back to her territory. If it were before, she definitely wouldn't have gone back so early. She would have taken her weapon and wandered around the area, looking for any prey. But now she hadn't recovered yet, and she didn't have her weapon, so hunting was out of the question. Whether it was just a coincidence or not, just as Doya approached Siu to say goodbye, Siu suddenly stopped what she was doing and said she wanted to take Doya somewhere. Doya was momentarily surprised, but she agreed right away. Because of her injury and recovery, she was probably the most idle person in the whole base. She had nothing to do all day. Although no one minded, she herself was starting to get restless from boredom. Since she had nothing else to do, she might as well go. She trusted that Siu wouldn't harm her. So, after finishing up the last thing she was working on, Siu led Doya back the way they came. But before they reached the territory, about halfway there, Siu took her off in another direction. After walking for about 10 more minutes, Siu stopped. Doya looked around but didn't notice anything unusual, so she stopped as well. Lord, what is it? Facing Doya's puzzled gaze, Siu remained calm. She pointed to a few nearby trees and said, "This one is a willow." Then she pointed to another. "This is red maple." As Siu spoke, Doya's gaze followed the direction of her finger. "These are all good materials for making bows. Pick whichever one you like." As she'd said before, when it comes to weapons, what matters most is how well they suit you, especially for someone as specialized as Doya. This spot had been discovered by Lyle by chance while he was chopping wood. He knew Siu needed wood for making bows, so he told her about it. Siu then decided to bring Doya here to pick out her own materials. At first, Doya didn't quite get it, but when Siu introduced the first type of tree, she understood her intention. After all, as an archer, she couldn't not know which woods were suitable for making bows. She looked at the trees and gave a universal answer. "Any of them will do." Suyu. Any of them, whatever words that sound easygoing, but in reality are the hardest to deal with. Noticing Suyu's slightly odd expression, Doya paused and explained, "It's mainly because none of these are my favorite materials. So to me, it doesn't really matter which one I use." That made sense. Wood might all look similar, but in reality, weapons made from different types of wood can be quite different. Some woods feel better in the hand, some are lighter or heavier, some are more flexible and can bend further. If you translate these differences into attributes, some woods make bows with higher accuracy, feel, draw. Some make bows with higher base attack, power, heavy bows. Some have faster attack speed, light bows, and some shoot farther, flexibility, long bows. And so on. Doya preferred light bows, since she was agile and quick, and her physical abilities made light bows the natural choice for her. If you want a light bow, Siu frowned slightly, then relaxed. The best wood for a light bow is purple cedar. It's rare, but not impossible to find. If we come across some in the future, we'll collect it and make you a proper bow. As for now, even if these woods weren't ideal, something was better than nothing. It was better for Doya to use a bow than any other weapon. Siu took a bronze axe from her backpack and collected some of each type of wood suitable for bow making. Obtained willow wood X15. Obtained red maple X13. Obtained cloud oak X16. Making a bow required 6 pieces of the corresponding wood, so after gathering about 2 sets of each, Siu stopped. "Let's go back." With that, Suyu and Doya returned to the territory. "Sister Yun, look over there. Is that a small territory?" In the forest, a man seemed to spot something. He hurried excitedly to the person ahead, pointing in a direction as he spoke. The woman called Sister Yun looked where he pointed, pausing slightly. She glanced back at the group behind her, then decisively gave an order. "We've had a long, tiring journey. Although we've gained a lot, there's no need to push ourselves so hard. Since everyone's tired, let's rest at that territory for a while." As soon as she said this, the group, who really were exhausted, immediately perked up. They started praising Sister Yun's wisdom as they gathered their things and made their way toward the territory. This was a small merchant caravan, with only about a dozen people, but they carried more goods than other caravans twice their size. That was why Sister Yun said they'd had a fruitful trip. They'd been lucky. This was only their second time running this trade route, and like before, they'd only brought a cartload of local specialties to test the waters. But it just so happened that the place they went to had recently suffered a disaster, and the goods they brought were exactly what the locals desperately needed. So, the result was obvious. They made a huge profit. They'd traded things of little value for a large amount of valuable goods. Fruitful didn't even begin to describe their gains. But with so much cargo and so few people, it would be hard to protect everything. Even though this was only their third time trading, they weren't fools. At the trading post, they'd already sensed a lot of unfriendly eyes on them. The others didn't know their strength and, having just suffered a disaster, were in a weakened state, so they didn't dare act rashly. Sister Yun didn't give them a chance to find out more either. After the deal, she pretended to accept their invitation to stay, but actually kept everyone on alert, packed up their goods, and slipped away in the night. You could say that this journey has been all about braving the elements, eating on the go, sleeping under the stars. Despite their considerable wealth, there simply weren't any places to restock along the way, so everyone ended up looking bedraggled and dusty. But then again, this was the path they chose for themselves. They'd left in a hurry, worried they wouldn't be able to protect their goods, so how could they possibly take the crowded, well-traveled main roads? That's why, when they suddenly spotted a territory up ahead, their delight was genuine and not at all exaggerated. They truly were overjoyed at the prospect of finally getting a proper rest. But just as everyone was celebrating the thought of a comfortable place to stay, they caught a glimpse of the territory's true face. In an instant, the joy on everyone's faces was replaced by disappointment. This must be a newly established, small territory, right? Even though Siyu had spent an entire day renovating the place 2 days ago, she was limited by the materials at hand. No matter how skilled she was, there was no way she could turn a pile of stones into something grand and luxurious. So when the small caravan saw the neat, but still rather crude stone walls and gate, it was impossible for them not to feel let down. Still, none of them really minded. After all, out here in the wilderness, just having a territory to offer them a place to rest was already a stroke of luck. How much more could they really expect? No matter how poor the conditions, this was still a territory protected by the heart fire of the city. That was a huge step up from sleeping in tents every night and having to post guards in shifts. Actually, having things this basic is a good thing for us, Sister Yun said, her words clearly carrying a deeper meaning. Those who understood her immediately felt their disappointment melt away, replaced by a sense of relief. Sister Yun is right, someone agreed. Others, not quite catching on, tugged at their companion's sleeves, quietly seeking an explanation. One of them sighed at the confusion on their faces, then lowered his voice and explained, "There are pros and cons to good conditions, and pros and cons to bad ones. A new territory like this means there aren't many people, and their fighting strength is weak. Of course, we wouldn't do anything bad, but it pays to be cautious." In other words, while the conditions here were poor, the territory posed little threat to them. They didn't have to worry about anyone getting greedy over their goods, and even if someone did, they wouldn't be much trouble to handle. The few who hadn't understood now saw the light, and their feelings shifted to relief, just like the others. While they were discussing this, Sister Yun had already gone up to knock on the stone gate by herself. A moment later, the gate opened, revealing a young, delicate-looking woman, Dolly, who had been left behind to watch the house. Dolly glanced at the group and quickly guessed who they were. After all, she'd once been part of a caravan herself and knew all the telltale signs. Plus, before leaving, Siyu had mentioned that a caravan or some lone merchants might be arriving soon. Although Dolly didn't know how Siyu could have known that, it didn't affect her trust in her lady lord. "You are Even though she'd already figured out their identity and could guess their purpose from their appearance, Dolly still put on a wary and slightly confused expression. Don't be fooled by how obedient and harmless she seemed around Siyu. She'd taken part in plenty of caravan trades, met all sorts of people, and heard her share of strange stories. She was hardly some naive little flower. Her previous misfortune had just been a matter of bad luck and a foolish teammate. Otherwise, things would never have turned out that way. Seeing that the gatekeeper was such a young woman, Sister Yun's gaze and tone softened. Sorry to bother you. We're a caravan passing through. We're willing to pay something in exchange for a few days' shelter and a chance to rest, Sister Yun said, then waited quietly for Dolly's reply. She could tell that this young woman wasn't the type to be difficult, so unless something unexpected happened, she didn't think her request would be refused. Of course, not refusing didn't necessarily mean agreeing, but everything could be negotiated. They weren't expecting to stay for free, they'd pay for their lodging. This was a small territory that probably lacked everything, while they were fully stocked and had plenty to offer. There was no way they couldn't afford a place to stay. Hearing Sister Yun's words, Dolly hesitated for a moment, then turned around and said something to someone inside. A young man soon came over to take her place. This was Lyle, who had also been left behind to watch the house. If you just want to rest, we can let you in. But as for staying overnight, Lyle trailed off, not finishing his sentence. Sister Yun found this a bit odd but said nothing, assuming they just wanted more compensation. She gestured to the people behind her. One of them quickly pulled something from their chest and hurried over. Since Dolly had stepped aside, she couldn't see what it was, but Lyle immediately recognized it as a high-quality piece of fabric. Judging by the amount, it was enough to make at least 3 sets of clothing, top and bottom. As for the attributes, that would depend on the other materials and the maker's skill. At Sister Yun's signal, the person holding the fabric tried to hand it to Lyle, but he quickly waved it away and didn't accept. Lyle frowned slightly, unsure how to address her. My surname is Yunli. I'm the leader of this caravan, Sister Yun. Yunli introduced herself simply, then waited to see what Lyle would say next. If it was just about wanting more payment, Yunli thought he was being a bit too coy, so there must be another reason for his reluctance. Captain Yun, you misunderstand. That's not what we meant. We're just residents of this territory. We don't have the authority to let you stay, Lyle explained, and Yunli suddenly understood. No wonder she'd felt like something was off. If this were a big city, it wouldn't matter, city gates wide open, people coming and going as they pleased, so naturally there'd be no issue. But this was just a small territory, clearly not open to outsiders yet. Of course, they couldn't come and go as freely as in a big city. And as for whether they could stay the night, that was something only the lord of the territory could decide once they returned. No matter how many nice things she said or how many gifts she offered, it would only put these two in a difficult position. After all, they were just residents. They couldn't make decisions for the territory. Once Yunli understood, Lal continued, Our lord had some business outside, but he'll be back before noon at the latest. Hearing this, Yunli responded accordingly. I misunderstood. In that case, we'll just rest here for a while. As for staying the night, we'll discuss it again once your lord returns. Lal nodded slightly, then he and Dolly opened the stone gate to the territory. Yunli signaled to her group to enter in an orderly fashion, carrying their belongings without making any unnecessary moves. She even had the person who'd just taken out some cloth put it back, reminding everyone not to do anything extra. And so, Lyle and Dolly led them into the way station. This way station, like the tavern, didn't just have its special function, its basic facilities were all in place as well. For example, a tavern sells food and drink, while a way station is like an inn, providing temporary lodging for guests. The way station wasn't large. The first floor was a dining area, and the upper floors were for lodging. There were 2 more floors above the first. The second floor had 8 double rooms, 2 on each side, and 4 in the middle row. The third floor had 10 single rooms, 3 on each side, and 4 in the middle. So, in total, there were 18 rooms, able to accommodate 26 people. It wasn't a lot, but since the caravan wasn't that big, it was more than enough for their dozen or so people. Like the tavern, the way station could be expanded later. But in the early stages, its special function was used more than its basic facilities, so whether it was expanded or not didn't really matter. "This is our way station," Lal said. "As you can see, we're just a small territory, so things are rather simple." Though he spoke of their humble conditions, there wasn't a hint of embarrassment on his face. He could say his territory was simple, and everyone knew he was just stating a fact, not being self-deprecating. But they, as guests, couldn't show any hint of disdain. "We're just borrowing a place to stay, how could we mind?" Yunli replied, her expression unchanged, showing not the slightest trace of dislike. They'd slept in tents out in the wilderness before. How could they possibly complain about having a roof over their heads? Besides, from what she could see, though the territory was small, the buildings were neatly arranged, the ground was clean and level, and the roads had all the basic amenities, lighting, benches, flower beds, and so on. Aside from the limited number of buildings, it wasn't much different from some small towns. To have an environment like this was already beyond Yunli's expectations. She'd even worried there might not be anywhere to stay inside the territory, and that they'd have to pitch tents anyway. But thankfully, things weren't as bad as she'd feared. "We'll just rest here for a while then. There are 16 of us, but we have a lot of stuff. If we wanted to rent out the whole way station, how much would it cost?" Even though there were only 16 people, they had a lot of luggage, enough big and small chests to fill 6 or 7 rooms. The important small items could be kept on them, but the larger things couldn't. But they couldn't leave their things outside the territory, nor could they just pile them up on the road, so they'd have to store them in the way station. From the earlier conversation, Yunli had gathered that aside from the Lord and the residents, there were no other outsiders in the territory. That meant they could have the whole way station to themselves. So she decided to just rent out the whole place. Lal thought for a moment, then replied, "We never expected outsiders to visit, so these buildings aren't open for business, and there's no set price. This is something we'll have to discuss with the Lord when he returns." Yunli didn't press the issue, instead urging her people to get organized and rest while they could, in case the Lord refused to let them stay overnight. At least they'd have had a day's rest. Seeing that they were settling in, Lal realized that as an outsider, his presence would only make them uncomfortable. After a few polite words with Yunli, he prepared to leave. "I'm Lyle, and the one who opened the gate earlier was Dolly. We live in the house across from the way station. If you need anything, just come find us." "Thank you for your help," Yunli replied. Lal nodded to them, then left the way station. After leaving, Lal saw Dolly waiting outside. "They seem like a well-behaved group," he said, taking a couple of steps forward and briefly recounting what had happened, sharing his impression. Dolly nodded. She clearly agreed. After all, she'd seen her share of wild caravans, but this was the first time she'd encountered such a harmonious small group. "That's right, actually, the atmosphere in many small caravans wasn't very good. Ironically, the big caravans with hundreds or even thousands of people, often thought to be full of trouble, actually had much better internal environments. Small caravans had fewer people, but everyone was there for money. The fewer the people, the less complete the rules and profit sharing, so disputes over money were more likely, hence the bad atmosphere. Big caravans were different, more people, clear divisions of labor, everyone with their own job. Each person had their own role, and profits were distributed according to the work done. Even if someone envied another for earning more, it was because that person had worked harder. In situations like this, most people would simply feel envious. But if someone were to feel jealous, that kind of person would quickly be ostracized from the caravan's social circle, and before long, they'd be kicked out altogether. After all, any leader with a brain wouldn't allow a pest like that, someone who could poison the atmosphere, to remain and affect others, disrupting the harmony of the whole caravan. After listening to Dory's thoughts and explanations, Lal gained a deeper understanding of the caravan and found himself admiring the woman he'd just been speaking with. "So, this small caravan is doing well, probably because it's well managed and the profits are distributed fairly?" Dory nodded, confirming his words and adding, besides profit sharing, there's also the outcome of this trip's trade. If the trading journey didn't go well, there wouldn't be any profits to share at all. Everyone would have worked for nothing, and the mood would naturally be sour. I see. In short, it all comes down to Captain Yun's abilities. Lal summed it up in a single sentence. Why is the profit distribution fair? Because the captain manages things well and arranges everything properly. Why do the trades go smoothly and end with good results? Because the captain is capable, able to negotiate for more and walk away with gains. Although not every caravan is run solely by its captain, that's usually the case and certainly true for this one. Otherwise, the others wouldn't follow Captain Yun's orders so willingly. That's right, Dory replied, a faint look of envy in her eyes as she recalled that woman. After all, being able to lead a caravan and trade everywhere had once been her dream. Otherwise, she wouldn't have loved tagging along with caravans so much. But after what happened with Qin Yao, that dream had faded. Maybe it was because she'd opened up to Suyu just yesterday, finally letting out what she'd bottled up for so long. Dory felt much lighter now. Even though thinking about it still affected her, it wasn't as bad as before. After that, Dory headed to the tailor's shop to continue her work. After all, her repair skill still hadn't leveled up. Her top priority now was to level up her skill as soon as possible so she could help the Lord repair a certain item. That item referred to the damaged fire demon armor Suyu had found in the fire demon lord's treasure chest. Although the armor was currently gray quality, the ability to repair items depended on their original quality. In other words, as a beginner repairer, Dory could only fix items up to green quality. With great luck, special materials, or certain buffs, she might manage blue quality or higher. But the fire demon armor, in its original state, was blue quality. With Dory busy, Lal didn't idle either. He went down to the creek, picked up a hoe, and started turning the soil. He'd just seen this new task posted on the bounty board that morning. It looked like the Lord wanted to open up new farmland, so the task was to till the earth. Lal didn't think too much about the reason. He just accepted the task and got to work. As for chopping wood, the Lord had mentioned that the wood stores were more than full. There were over 1,000 units in the warehouse, taking up more than a dozen slots. Even if he chopped more, there'd be nowhere to put it. Given that, Lal decided to take it easy and do some other work for a change, and get in a bit of combat training at the same time. Combat skills, like life skills, gained proficiency through repeated practice. But while life skills could be leveled up just by crafting as long as you had materials, like Dory at the tailor's, combatants couldn't always go out looking for monsters to fight. Not only would that be dangerous, but there just weren't that many monsters or creatures to hunt. Still, not having opponents didn't mean they couldn't improve their combat skills. They could still practice their moves to gain proficiency, though progress was slower and there was a cap. But it was better than nothing. So, after Lyle finished tilling a row of land and turning in the task, he took out the Fong dagger Suyu had given him and began practicing his moves on a tree. Who knows how much time passed before the stone gate of the territory creaked open. Suyu and Doya had returned. Wait, was there someone else with them? Lal stopped what he was doing and hurried over to Suyu. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a young girl, her face showing anger and unease as Doya restrained her. He only glanced at her before turning his attention away. Then, Lal recounted everything about Yunli and the caravan, as well as the impressions and opinions he and Dory had formed about them. Just like Dory said, this caravan may be small, but their profits are definitely substantial. My lord, this is a great opportunity. Lal especially emphasized how much cargo they'd brought, enough to fill 5 or 6 rooms, and his tone was tinged with excitement. It really was a great opportunity. The more goods the caravan had, the more they could trade for. If they managed to get something valuable, the territory's development would only accelerate. I understand. Thank you, both you and Dory, for your hard work. Suyu glanced at the inn, then pointed to the girl Doya was holding and continued, they're probably still resting, so let's not disturb them for now. I'll take this young lady to the tavern for a chat. If Captain Yoon or anyone else from the caravan wakes up, please bring them over. You're too kind, my lord. I'll keep watch here. Lal had trained enough for the day. He'd nearly maxed out his daily proficiency gain and could save the rest for later. As Lyle finished speaking, the girl in Doya's grasp glared, then looked at Siu in disbelief. Are you the lord here? When the girl said this, she even forgot to struggle. Even so, Doya didn't loosen her grip on the girl. She had no choice. This little girl was simply too slippery. If Siu hadn't used her construction skills earlier, they probably wouldn't have been able to catch this little trickster at all. In fact, when they first caught her, Doya almost let her go because she felt sorry for her. Who could blame her? The way the girl looked, all pitiful and in pain, was just too convincing, so Doya couldn't help but loosen her hold. If Siu hadn't arrived in time, the girl would have probably escaped again. This little liar. I'm going to the tavern first then. By the way, where's Dolly? Faced with the girl's question, Siu didn't respond and simply chose to ignore her. When the girl saw she was being ignored, she puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. With her baby face, she actually looked rather cute. But at the moment, no one had the time to care, so no one noticed the scene. She's at the tailor's, said she needs to keep repairing and upgrading some things. All right, got it. You go get some rest. With that, Siu glanced back at Doya, then led the girl into the tavern together. Once inside the tavern, Siu told Doya to let go of Bugua. That's right, the girl they'd caught was none other than Bugua, the second NPC Siu had recruited at the tavern. As for why she'd been caught by Siu and Doya, that story started about an hour earlier. 1 hour ago. Siu had just finished gathering wood for making bows and arrows, and was preparing to return to the territory with Doya. On the way back, Doya said she wanted to check out the long-tailed crocodiles, the same creatures Siu had mentioned before, and wanted her help dealing with. The reason they needed to be dealt with was because Siu had spotted some important resources in the area guarded by the long-tailed crocodiles. The crocodiles acted as guardians of those resources, like some kind of beast protectors. Siu didn't know why Doya suddenly wanted to go there, but since it wasn't far, she took her along. When they arrived at the crocodiles' location, Doya said she could take them all out right now as long as she had a bow. So Siu had a few options. 1. She could handcraft a bow and arrows for Doya to use, but the success rate for handmade ones was too low. Another option was to set up a workbench on the spot and craft the bow and arrows there. The third option was to return to the territory, use the workbench there to make the weapons, and then come back to deal with the crocodiles. After confirming with Doya that she could take care of the crocodiles right away, Siu didn't hesitate. She set up a workbench on the spot and started crafting. Following Doya's suggestion, Siu chose red maple wood for the bow. The materials needed were red maple wood X6, advanced string X3. The wood could be substituted with any other type in the same quantity, and advanced string was crafted the same way as cloth scraps. 5 string equals 1 advanced string, or cloth scrap. Cloth scraps could be further combined into cloth and fine cloth, but advanced string couldn't be upgraded any further. Once the red maple bow was finished, Doya weighed it in her hands, then skillfully took the stone arrows Siu handed her, knocked them, and aimed at the nearest long-tailed crocodile. Long-tailed crocodile. HP 250/250. Attack 30/50, tail attack range +1. Defense 15. Just looking at those stats, it was clear how tough these crocodiles were. But no matter how tough they were, their strong territorial instincts meant they couldn't even get along with their own kind, so there were only 4 long-tailed crocodiles here. Most likely, these 4 were a family, otherwise, they'd never coexist so peacefully. With so few of them, Doya felt that each long-tailed crocodile, which was almost as strong as 2 ghost skeletons, was actually easier to handle than 8 ghost skeletons. The bow made from red maple was a heavy bow, so its base attack was higher. A bow with a base attack of 20 gained an extra 5 points thanks to the red maple wood, and the chances for armor piercing and critical hits went up from 1% to 1.5%. The damage calculation for bows and arrows was similar to that of arrow towers, base bow damage plus base arrow damage plus user's attribute bonuses. The advantage of bows and arrows, though, was that attack speed depended mostly on the user, while arrow towers were limited by their own reload speed. So, in terms of attack speed, using a bow directly was superior. Bows and arrows were also more affected by the user's attributes than arrow towers. That didn't mean arrow towers were worse, though. They had greater range, assisted aiming, and some defensive durability. In short, there was no absolute good or bad, only what was suitable. After Siyu finished the red maple bow and handed it to Duoya, she watched as Duoya immediately took out 3 arrows, knocked them all at once, and aimed at the nearest long-tailed crocodile. 45. 45. 90. Critical hit. With just that one attack, Duoya dealt 180 damage in one go, instantly reducing the crocodile's HP to a third. With only 70 HP left out of 250, 2 more arrows would finish it off. But before Duoya could attack again, the wounded crocodile and the others naturally weren't just going to stand there and take it. The attacked crocodile charged at Duoya first. By then, Siyu, who had no combat ability, had already retreated to a safe distance, giving Duoya plenty of space to fight. The long-tailed crocodile had a decent attack range, but it was a classic short-legged croc. Crocodiles aren't exactly slow, but those short legs meant it couldn't even outrun a normal person, let alone Duoya, who specialized in agility as an archer. Dodging the crocodile's attacks while shooting back was no big deal for someone who could go toe-to-toe with a black-striped tiger. So Siyu just stood by and watched Duoya show off against 3 crocodiles. Why 3? Because before the first crocodile could even get close, it had already turned into a pile of loot on the ground. After playing a game of hide-and-seek with the remaining 3 long-tailed crocodiles, not a single one was left alive. All of them had turned into loot scattered across the ground. After that, Siyu didn't rush to collect the loot. Instead, she took Duoya and headed into the pool where the long-tailed crocodiles lived. Because what Siyu needed was right there. Let's set aside what treasures they found after going in. The point is, when they came back out, they discovered that much of the loot from the crocodiles had vanished. Especially the money, not a single copper coin remained. You have to understand, while the corpse of the fire demon leader had a time limit and would disappear after a while, these loot drops were different. They wouldn't just vanish for no reason, unless someone else had taken them. Originally, Siyu thought there weren't many people around, so it was fine to leave the loot there and collect it later. The most important thing was to quickly retrieve the item guarded by the crocodiles. But she never expected that, in this deserted wilderness, someone would actually pass by at just the right moment and steal their spoils. And that person was none other than Bugua, the girl Siyu and Duoya had brought to the tavern. Back to the present. After being released, Bugua's first instinct was to try and leave. But if they were outside, maybe she could have gotten away. Here, though, on Suyu's turf, how could she possibly let Bugua escape? So, in the end, Bugua didn't even make it to the tavern door. Maybe Siyu and Duoya had already guessed this would happen, so neither of them tried to stop her. What are you going to do to me? Realizing her efforts were useless, Bugua pouted, then turned around and put on a pitiful, aggrieved expression, hoping to win some sympathy from the two in front of her. If Siyu hadn't already known she was a little trickster, and if Duoya didn't know she was the one who'd stolen the loot, they might really have been fooled by this pitiful act. After all, Bugua's appearance was still very deceiving. Her adoptive grandmother had died when she was only 12. She'd been wandering for over 2 years since then, which meant she wasn't even 15 yet. Not even 15. In a normal society, she wouldn't even be in high school yet. So even if they knew she'd stolen from them, there was no way they'd do anything too harsh to a kid her age. Still, even if they wouldn't hurt her, Siyu was determined to make her hand over everything she'd taken. Pretending won't work on me. I'm not buying it. Faced with Bugua's pitiful look, Siyu's expression didn't waver in the slightest. She knew Bugua's story, and she knew the kid was genuinely pitiful, but that didn't mean she'd let her off for stealing from them. Besides, she was hoping to recruit her. Originally, Siyu had hoped that once Bugua arrived in the territory, she could win her over with sincerity. But since their first encounter had gone so badly, if she just let Bugwa go now, the girl would simply run off, recruitment would be out of the question. So Siu had to think of another way, but that was easier said than done. Though she sighed inwardly and felt conflicted, none of it showed on her face. She looked up at Bugwa, who, since Suyu's last remark, had changed expressions faster than flipping a page, pitiful and aggrieved one moment, now wary and cold the next. Since you already know, I won't pretend anymore. With that, Bugwa steeled herself and opened her small cloth bag. She moved so fast that the other two didn't even see what was inside before she pulled out a handful of copper coins and some other items, placing them all on the table. Once everything was out, she quickly closed the bag again. I admit I took the stuff, but can you really blame me? In a place like that, who'd have thought the loot belonged to someone? Siu had been examining the items, but when she heard this, she glanced up, picked up one of the things, and looked at Bugwa with a half-smile. You said it yourself, in a place like that, how could there possibly be ownerless loot? Bugwa was at a loss for words, staring at the item in Suyu's hand, unable to reply for a long moment. Of course, she knew the loot belonged to someone. After all, how could a pile of loot just appear in the middle of nowhere? Someone must have killed the monsters and just hadn't picked up the drops yet. Well, there was another possibility, wild beasts fighting each other to the death, but that clearly didn't fit this situation, since Duoya used a bow and arrow. And what Siu had picked up was a stone arrowhead. If Siu hadn't even picked up the loot, how could she have had time to retrieve her arrows? In other words, besides the crocodile loot, there were arrows all over the ground. If there were arrows, it meant people had been there. What, did the beasts suddenly learn to use bows and arrows? Having her, I didn't know, excuse exposed, Bugwa just gave up, slumping in defeat and not bothering to explain further. She realized that, although this female lord didn't plan to let her off, she didn't seem intent on harming her either. So, whatever happened, she'd just accept it. Siu finished checking the loot, said something to Duoya, and then Duoya left the tavern, making sure to close the door behind her. Once Duoya was gone, Siu's gaze fell on Bugwa. Feeling Siu's eyes on her, Bugwa kept her head down, lips pressed tight, clutching her bag even tighter. She shouldn't be able to tell, right? Because Bugwa kept her head down, she didn't see what Siu was doing. She only knew the woman who'd caught her had left, and now it was just her and the female lord. Just as her curiosity was about to get the better of her, and she was about to look up to see what Siu was plotting, a hand suddenly appeared in her field of vision, palm up. What are you doing? Bugwa's eyes darted nervously as she looked up, meeting Siu's gaze. She hadn't even noticed when Siu had gotten so close. Startled, Bugwa hugged her little bag and jumped back a few steps, tense as a frightened young animal. Nothing. I just want you to hand over everything you took. Siu watched her expression, then looked at the bag she was clutching tightly. It was you who stole something, don't act like I'm the one bullying you, okay? There was a hint of helplessness in Siu's tone. All she could say was, Little Liar really lived up to her name. No wonder the system had tagged her as a little liar. At first, Siu thought that when Bugwa realized her attempt at playing weak hadn't worked, she'd hand over everything she'd taken just to protect herself. And throughout the whole process, Siu hadn't noticed anything off in her demeanor, at least, nothing that raised any red flags. But just to be safe, Siu double-checked all the loot. Once she finished counting everything, Siu realized that Bugwa had still been putting on an act. Not only had she hidden something and not handed it over, but what she'd hidden was actually the most valuable item among all the loot. This particular item wasn't even a guaranteed drop, but before leaving, Siu had glanced at the items on the ground and vaguely remembered seeing it, though she hadn't been sure if her eyes had deceived her. Originally, when she reached out and asked Bugwa to hand over the items, it was just a test. But now, combined with Bugwa's behavior, Siyu's uncertainty had turned into absolute certainty. No matter how skilled Bugwa was, she was still just a teenager. She might have been able to lie and put on a perfect act at first, but in the end, Siyu still managed to trick her into revealing herself. I admit I took something, but I've already handed everything over, Bugwa said, hesitating for a few seconds before replying with feigned confidence. Seeing that Bugua refused to admit it, Siyu took 2 steps closer. Bugua immediately shrank back. This time, it wasn't an act, just a pure, instinctive reaction. I may not have picked up the items myself, but I know exactly what was there. You know better than I do whether you took a round, emerald green bead. That emerald green bead was actually a beast core, a rare material with an extremely low drop rate. Beast cores had many uses. They could be used to make potions, for alchemy, to craft weapons and equipment, or as enchanting materials. The stronger the beast, the lower the drop rate of its core, but the better its effects. What Bugua had taken was the long-tailed crocodile's beast core. The long-tailed crocodile was a formidable beast, so its core was at least of green quality, possibly even blue. From Suyu's memory, even a white-quality beast core was worth several, even dozens of gold coins. Green ones went for 100 gold, and anything above green was priceless, rare, and impossible to find on the market. When Bugua realized Siyu really knew she'd hidden something, her face instantly went pale. Given the situation, her best option was to hand over the beast core. If she did, things would probably end there, after all. If Siyu really wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't bother with all this talk. Even if Bugua had no combat ability, Siyu could easily handle a child, and she still had weapons in her backpack. But Bugua didn't hand over the beast core. Siyu frowned, but instead of acting, she asked, "Do you know what a beast core is?" Bugua was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. "What do you need money for?" As soon as she finished the first question, Siyu followed up with another that seemed completely unrelated. It seemed unrelated, but when Bugua heard it, her eyes widened and she stared straight at Siyu. How did you know I needed money?" As soon as Bugua said it, she regretted it, but it was too late to take it back. She could only stand there, dumbfounded. How did she know? She guessed, of course. After all, beast cores had only 2 uses, to sell for money or to craft something. Bugua clearly didn't have the skills to craft anything herself. If she wanted something made, she'd have to hire someone, and that cost money. Especially since beast cores were high-level materials, she'd need someone with advanced skills, which would be even more expensive. Most likely, Bugua only recognized the beast core, but didn't really understand it, so she had no idea what it could be used for. If she truly understood beast cores, she wouldn't have just tossed it into her bag so casually. After all, beast cores weren't just useful to humans, beasts could also consume them to grow stronger. Their allure was on par with that white ermine. Of course, Siyu wasn't about to say all that out loud. "What do you need the money for?" Siyu didn't answer Bugua's question, but pressed her own. When Bugua still didn't seem willing to answer, Siyu added, "You know what the situation is. If I wanted to use force, I wouldn't bother with all this talking." Bugua knew Siyu was right, but she still pressed her lips together and stayed silent, lowering her head so her messy hair covered her eyes, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Siyu said, "If you cooperate and answer my questions, maybe we can work something out." She'd long expected Bugua would be hard to recruit, but when actually faced with such a difficult NPC, Siyu was more than capable of handling it. After all, she'd met plenty of weird and troublesome NPCs before. In terms of being difficult, Bugua didn't even crack the top 10. The fact that she was just a child put her at a huge disadvantage. Maybe Siyu's words got through to her, because Bugua's head gave a little shake, and then she slowly looked up. "I need the money to pay the church, for a soul burial." "The church, soul burial?" Siyu silently repeated those words and roughly understood Bugua's goal. At the same time, Bugua continued, "I once saw someone take out a beast core by accident. They said it was really valuable." Since she'd only learned about it by chance, Bugua didn't know about the dangers of beast cores. She just knew they were worth a lot. She hadn't planned to hunt beasts for their cores to sell. She knew her own limits. She hadn't given the beast core much thought. It was just that today she happened to pass by where the long-tailed crocodile was and saw Duoya and Siyu fighting it. In fact, she knew perfectly well the loot belonged to someone else. She'd watched Duoya kill it from start to finish. But because Siyu was focused on Duoya, and Duoya was focused on the crocodile, Plus Bugwa had hidden herself well, neither of them noticed her. What happened next? Well, you already know. Basically, after Bugwa saw the two of them head behind the pond and waited a while without seeing them come out, she decided to check if there was anything valuable among all the stuff scattered on the ground. And wouldn't you know it, she actually found a beast core. Here you go. As Bugwa gave a brief summary of what happened, she reluctantly took out a green, bead-like object from her bag. This was the beast core. As she was taking it out, whether because her hands were unsteady, or she was too nervous, or maybe her legs had gone numb from standing too long, she moved a bit and the bag slipped from her grasp and fell straight to the ground. No! Bugwa scrambled to catch the bag, but in her panic, the beast core slipped out too, landing on the ground with a crisp sound, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Siu had been about to take the beast core, but seeing this, she chose instead to help Bugwa catch the bag. The sudden drop startled Bugwa so much that sweat broke out on her forehead. When she saw Siu reach out and catch it, she barely managed to blurt out a quick "thank you" before snatching the bag back from Siu's hands. Siu wasn't upset at all. Instead, she bent down to look for the beast core that had just fallen. When she finally found the beast core in a corner and turned around, she saw Bugwa let out a sigh of relief and start organizing her bag. Maybe she'd been really frightened, because Bugwa's hands were shaking as she tried to close the bag, and she struggled for quite a while without managing to pack it up again. Because of this, Siu could clearly see what was inside. It was a grayish-white ceramic jar. Combining this with what Bugwa had just said, Siu guessed that it probably contained the ashes of the old woman who had taken her in. A ceramic jar like that would break easily if dropped, and it also carried a special meaning. No wonder Bugwa had been so nervous just now. The soul burial Bugwa had mentioned was actually a kind of ritual often performed by the church. Supposedly, holding this ceremony would allow the deceased to rest in peace and be reborn into a good family in their next life. Although Bugwa was a little con artist, if she could have survived without stealing or cheating, would she really have become the compulsive liar she was now? Just the fact that she was willing to care for the old woman who took her in, carrying this ceramic jar with her for 2 years, and was even now trying to scrape together money to have the church perform the soul burial for the old woman. Bugwa's character was already far better than most kids her age. Once Bugwa had finally packed up her things, she stood up with the bundle in her arms and looked quietly at Siu. Maybe because Siu had just helped save the ceramic jar, Bugwa wasn't exactly close to her, but she was definitely much more grateful and friendly now. This time I really didn't lie to you. I've already given you everything I took. Bugwa's eyes were a little red, not from crying, but from the panic just now. Looking at her small, thin frame clutching such a big bundle, and her slightly red eyes, so you couldn't help but feel that this kid was genuinely a bit pitiful. Because she was just so real. I believe you. To say, I believe you, to someone who's used to lying, Siu only said it because she knew Bugwa really hadn't lied this time, and Bugwa knew it too, but hearing those words still made her feel a little strange inside. Bugwa hugged her bundle tighter, pushed down her emotions, and continued, "So, can I go now?" She had arranged with the priest to hold the soul burial for Granny in 3 days, but she had to scrape together enough money in those 3 days, or the priest wouldn't help her. And now 2 days had already passed. Tomorrow was the last day. It had been hard enough for her to save up money in the first place, and even though she'd gotten better at talking her way through things, it wasn't exactly a reliable method, so she still hadn't managed to save enough. She'd been genuinely happy when she found the beast core. She didn't know exactly how much it was worth, but the person who'd given it to her before had said that with one of these, you could buy a house in a small town. So it had to be valuable, at least enough to cover the cost of the ritual. But now, not only had her efforts been wasted, she'd also spent so much time here. In short, Bugwa didn't want to stay any longer. Siu didn't know her plans, but she definitely didn't want Bugwa to leave. That's why she was even harder to recruit than Mike. With her heart set on leaving, it was almost impossible to get her to stay. Unless Siu could find her weak spot, like how Duoya needed the dragon bone tattoo. Siu quickly ran through her recent conversation with Bugwa in her mind, and as if she'd thought of something, Her gaze swept over Bugua's bundle once more. "You can leave if you want, but first you have to help me with something, as compensation for stealing from me." Right now, Bugua's mind was completely occupied with how to quickly scrape together the rest of the money for the soul burial, so it hadn't even occurred to her that Siyu might not let her go. Because time was running out, Bugua's state of mind had changed. With her nerves frayed, she couldn't put on a good act, and even her lies lost their usual polish. "Not now, I need to save money. The priest said I have to pay him by tomorrow." Bugua was worried Siyu wouldn't let her go if she didn't believe her, so she very seriously promised Siyu that she'd definitely come back later. Bugua liked to lie, but in some things she kept her word. At least Siyu knew she was probably telling the truth this time. But even if she wasn't lying, someone else was. "As far as I know, the soul burial ritual is performed by the bishop. Ordinary priests don't have the authority, let alone the ability." The ritual itself was real, but whether it could really achieve the legendary effect, Siyu wasn't sure. But she remembered now Bugua had said it was just an ordinary priest who agreed to help her. And just as Siyu said, only the bishop had the right and ability to perform this ritual. In other words, Siyu was telling Bugua that she'd been tricked. How could an ordinary priest have the authority to make decisions for the bishop? Most likely, the priest saw that Bugua was just a gullible kid and decided to take advantage of her desire to hold a soul burial for her granny to scam her out of her money. As for whether he could actually trick them, that didn't matter. After all, he hadn't lost anything. If he managed to pull it off, great. If not, there was nothing to lose. It was just a business with no capital at stake. If he really did manage to get some money out of it, he could always just make up some ritual for Buku and call it a day. She didn't know anything anyway, nor did she have any idea what the ritual was supposed to look like. Besides, even if he didn't bother to make anything up, there was nothing Buku could do to him. It was just like how she'd been helpless when the tavern owner owed her money. No one would choose to believe a stray child. They'd always trust the church's priest instead. Buku's hands trembled slightly as she clutched her bundle. It was hard to tell if she believed him or not. Seeing this, Siyu didn't try to persuade her any further. "How much more money do you need?" Buku hesitated at Siyu's sudden question, but after a moment, she gave a number. He said he wanted 1 gold coin. "I've already saved up half in the past 2 days." She'd managed to save 50 silver coins in just 2 days? Siyu was a little surprised, and at the same time, gained a clearer understanding of Buku's abilities. Leaving aside whether her methods of saving money were proper, at least her skills in this area were impressive. To put it in perspective, a person living comfortably for a year would only spend about 2 gold coins at most, and the Lyle brothers, after a whole day's work, would only earn a few dozen copper coins. So this priest really was heartless. Not only was he scamming a child, he was asking for so much. "Help me with something as compensation for stealing from us. But if you do a good enough job, I'll pay you. The better you do, the more you'll earn." There's no upper limit. Siyu didn't try to persuade Buku to stay, but she wasn't about to waste a chance to make use of her. After all, she had a level 95 trading talent, and her skill was already at the beginner's bottleneck. It would be a waste not to use it. The merchant caravan had just arrived, so Siyu could have Buku handle the trade with them, and then split some of the profit with her based on the results. Letting Buku get tricked again wasn't ideal for her, but only by letting her realize she'd been deceived would she consider staying. Otherwise, Siyu could tell that, while Buku already had seeds of doubt in her heart, she hadn't truly come to trust her yet. Buku hesitated. She had a bit of goodwill towards Siyu after what had just happened, but not enough to trust her. Still, she needed money. Desperately needed money. And she knew there was no way she could earn enough by tomorrow. Her desire to leave was just a last-ditch struggle. Unless she got lucky and found another beast core, but that was clearly impossible. "What do you want me to do?" Buku looked at Siyu, still wary, but clearly less determined to leave. Siyu smiled at her, then began to explain. "Captain Yoon, our lord has returned and is waiting for you in the tavern," Lal said as soon as he saw the door of the inn open. Yunli nodded slightly. "Please ask your lord to wait just a moment longer." With that, Yunli stepped back into the inn. Less than 2 minutes later, she came out again. Lal couldn't tell if she was carrying anything new or had left something behind, nor could he guess why she'd gone in. Please lead the way. Yunli didn't mind Lyle's curious gaze. She hadn't brought anyone else with her. She intended to meet Siu alone. So Lyle led Yunli across to the tavern. The tavern door was closed. Lyle knocked, and when he heard Siu's voice, he pushed the door open. Yunli entered and saw a young woman and a skinny girl who looked to be only in her early teens. The girl was sitting at the bar, in front of her a plate of fragrant berry-roasted meat, nearly finished, and a cup of sweet and sour berry juice, almost empty. Yunli looked away and, at Suyu's invitation, sat down across from her. Hello, Captain Yun. I'm Siu, Lord of Sunset Territory. I've already heard from Lyle about your situation. You're hoping to stay here for a few days. Yunli was a little taken aback by how direct Siu was. No small talk, just straight to the point. After a few seconds, she nodded. Yes, we'd like to rest here for a few days, Lord Siu. Of course, we're not freeloaders. The cost of lodging is negotiable. If you need anything and we have it, we can discuss that as well. Since Siu wasn't beating around the bush, Yunli didn't either. She took out a small box she'd brought from her room and placed it on the table. This is a specialty we picked up while passing through another territory a few days ago. Please accept it as a gift, and forgive us for staying at your inn without permission. As she spoke, Yunli opened the box, turning it towards Siu. Inside was a delicate porcelain vase. Blue-patterned porcelain vase. Category: trade item. Quality: green. Description: a decorative trade item of certain value. Can be used as an ornament to increase a building's comfort or sold to merchants for money. Though it looked like a vase, it was essentially a gift of money to Siu. Siu accepted it without hesitation. The other party wanted to use this chance to build goodwill and persuade her to let them stay. She was just going along with it. Well, the inn is empty anyway. Since Captain Yun wants to rent it, let's go by your standard and rates. Yunli's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. She'd thought she'd have to negotiate for a while. But thinking about it, it made sense. From the way Lord Siu spoke, she clearly wasn't one for beating around the bush. This was just the kind of decision she'd make. Since Siu had agreed to the standard price, without raising it or adding extra conditions, Yunli was happy to accept. And her impression of Siu improved even more. Thank you very much, Lord Siu. With that, Yunli began to calculate the price. At 20 copper coins per night for a double room and 15 copper coins per night for a single room. What does Lord Siu think? Siu recalled the prices at inns she'd seen before and nodded. 8 double rooms, that's 160 copper coins. 10 single rooms, that's 150 copper coins. Altogether, that came to 310 copper coins per day. It might seem a bit low, but in reality, Siu was still making a profit. After all, her inn was far from fully equipped. While it could operate normally, unless someone had nowhere else to stay, most people wouldn't choose it. The conditions were really lacking. No cook, no dining area, no staff, and no facilities for bathing. Aside from a bed and a roof to keep out the wind and rain, there really wasn't much else to offer. Yet the price Yunli suggested was on par with a mid-tier inn in a small city. If it were a bottom-tier inn, even a double room wouldn't go for 15 copper coins, 10 at most. But there was nothing to argue about. Yunli's group was the party in need, so it was only natural for the price to be higher. Just like in those tourist spots on mountaintops, prices for a bottle of water could be worlds apart depending on whether you bought it at the top or the bottom. Let's call it 300 copper coins. Captain Yun, you can stay as many days as you like. There were still travelers and visitors who might arrive at the territory at any time, and if they showed up while Yunli's group was still here, they'd leave right away for lack of accommodation. But that was fine. At worst, Siu could just vacate a resident's house for them. As long as there was somewhere to stay and the guest was willing, that was enough. The difference between travelers and merchants was that one came to spend money and the other to trade. Other than that, their refresh mechanisms were pretty much the same. Thank you, Lord Siu. Yunli didn't stand on ceremony. She took 9 silver coins from her purse. We'd like to stay for 3 days to start. If we leave early, there's no need to refund the money. If we need to stay longer, we'll trouble you again then. Basically, no refunds for leaving early, and if they stayed longer, they'd pay extra so you couldn't lose out. Alright. So you accepted the 9 silver coins and moved on to a more important topic. Since they were a merchant caravan, the most important thing was, of course, trading. So you glanced at Bu Guo, who had finished eating, and said to Yunli, Captain Yun, as you can see, this territory is still in its early stages and needs a lot of supplies to develop. Yunli immediately understood and continued, we don't have a huge selection, but Lord Su is welcome to take a look. If you need anything, we can offer you a favorable price. Whether it would actually be a bargain was another matter, but at least it sounded good. With that, Yunli led Su to where they stored their goods. On the way, she noticed the little girl who'd been eating earlier was following them. She didn't know why, but since Su said nothing and the girl was just a child, Yunli didn't mind. Once inside the inn, Yunli brought Su to a room on the 3rd floor. These are some specialty products we've collected from various territories along the way. Lord Su, please take a look. Yunli had everyone open up their luggage so Su could browse. Since these were local specialties, they weren't particularly valuable or rare, so the merchants didn't mind showing them openly. Here, Su saw a large quantity of basic materials and some special goods, quite a few of which were exactly what she needed. Looks like Captain Yun's trip was quite fruitful. Su had only heard from Lyle that the caravan had a lot of goods, but without seeing it for herself, she hadn't known what a lot really meant. Now that she saw it, Su had to admit, they really did have a lot. So much that she realized this wasn't the kind of inventory a caravan of just a dozen people could normally manage. No wonder they'd chosen to take the remote forest route. They were probably worried about treasures inviting trouble and being targeted by unfriendly forces. At Suyu's comment, Yunli smiled. It was just luck. The places we visited happened to be hit by a natural disaster. So that was it, a natural disaster. No wonder there was so much stuff. A territory struck by disaster would see its prices collapse unless the Lord had prepared in advance. For a while after, the local economy would be in shambles. Su pondered for a moment. Instead of picking out goods right away, she asked another question. Captain Yun, do you accept bartering? Su certainly had money to buy things. She still had 2 gold coins on her, and with the 9 silver coins Yunli had just given her, she had over a dozen silver coins as well. She could buy things outright, but Suyu had a better bargaining chip, the extra fong daggers she'd made earlier. Money was universal and always useful, so she'd rather not spend it if she didn't have to. The fong daggers, on the other hand, were of little use to her now, best to trade them away. When Yunli heard the words barter, she couldn't help but frown slightly. In the past, she would have agreed. Merchants had many ways to trade, and with skillful negotiation, bartering could even be more profitable. After all, money was a fixed unit. A copper coin was always a copper coin, you couldn't sell it for 2. But the value of bartered goods wasn't fixed. How much you got depended on your own abilities. But this time was different. They already had too much stuff. If possible, Yunli would much rather convert it all to money. Goods were hard to carry, but money was easy. Still, Siyu was the lord here, and they were staying on her land. She had to show some respect and couldn't refuse outright. Barter is certainly possible, but as you can see, we already have a lot of goods. We can't accept just anything. Yunli was worried Siyu would try to trade a bunch of odds and ends. Those might be profitable, but they were bulky and troublesome. Don't worry, Captain Yun. I won't waste your time with trivial items that have no real trade value. Why don't you take a look first? Siyu took the Fong dagger out of her backpack and displayed it in front of Yunli. After all, this was a blue-quality weapon, and Yunli, as the leader of a trade caravan, had a discerning eye. She could naturally tell that this Fong dagger was extraordinary and quite valuable. Lord Su, may I take a look at this dagger? This time, it wasn't Yunli who spoke, but a middle-aged man who had been standing slightly behind her. Although Su didn't know who he was, she could guess from experience that he was likely the caravan's negotiator. A negotiator, as the name suggests, is a professional skilled in bargaining, able to secure better deals for their side during transactions. A caravan leader isn't necessarily a negotiator, but every caravan needs one, otherwise, they'd just be at the mercy of others. Please. Siyu handed the Fong dagger over without hesitation. Meanwhile, while no one was paying attention, Bugua, who had been standing behind Siyu, quietly moved to her side. Bugua recalled what Siyu had told her earlier, straightened up, and focused her bright black eyes on the middle-aged man, carefully observing his expression. After about a minute, the man returned the dagger and whispered a few words to Yunli. This Fong dagger is of good quality. Lord Siyu, what price do you have in mind? Yunli was pleasantly surprised after hearing the man's assessment. Although she knew the dagger was excellent, she couldn't praise it too much out loud. After all, complimenting the other party's goods only gave them room to raise the price. She'd just be digging a hole for herself. So Yunli only said it was not bad. But while she said not bad, she was actually very satisfied with the dagger. She had thought this was just a small territory, and even if they had something decent to offer, it wouldn't be anything remarkable. Who would have thought Lord Siyu would present a dagger made from wild boar tusks right off the bat? And the craftsmanship was superb. Since the item was good, Yunli definitely didn't want to miss out. You have to know, among all tradable goods, equipment and weapons are the easiest to price and the most desirable. Even if they can't sell them, they can use them themselves. Strengthening their own forces is, in a way, increasing their trading power. What's more, as luck would have it, one of their caravan members happened to use daggers. In other words, as long as Suyu's asking price wasn't outrageous, even if it was a bit above their expectations, Yunli would still buy it. Captain Yun, I'm sure you can tell the quality of this dagger, so I won't go into details. As for the price, Siyu paused, as if considering 20 gold coins or the equivalent in other goods or materials. 20 gold coins was actually a high price. Although the dagger was blue quality, its blade was only made of copper due to material limitations, which restricted its attributes and thus its price. Its true value lay in two aspects: the wild boar tusk blade and the sharp prefix. But in business, prices only go down from the opening offer, so starting a bit high was normal. Yunli wasn't surprised by Suyu's quote. It was high, but not unreasonably so. There was still room to negotiate. Yunli didn't reply directly. Instead, she glanced at the middle-aged man, who stepped forward and smiled at Siyu. Lord Siyu, that's a bit much. If the blade were iron, the price would be fair, but it's only copper. How about 13 gold coins? He slashed a third off the price with one sentence. Siyu glanced at him but didn't respond. What's wrong with a copper blade? This dagger is enchanted. How can an enchanted weapon be priced the same as an ordinary one? Bugua suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone except Siyu. They had already wondered why Lord Siyu had a child with her. Now it seemed, could this child be her negotiator? The middle-aged man's carefully prepared arguments were thrown off by Bugua's age. It wasn't that he looked down on her, but she was just so young. Although Bugua was almost 15, not exactly a child but not quite grown, years of wandering and malnutrition had left her so thin that she could easily pass for 10. No wonder the man was so surprised. Little girl, you might not know this, but while enchanted weapons are valuable, not all of them are worth much. The man didn't understand why their negotiator was a kid, but since Lord Siyu didn't object, he could only go along and talk to Bugua. Bugua blinked. His words went in one ear and out the other. Sure, some enchanted weapons aren't worth much, but ours is valuable, she said, not letting him interrupt. This enchantment increases the dagger's sharpness by nearly half. How can that compare to other enchantments? Half? The man was stunned, caught off guard by Bugua's claim. But he was a professional. Even though he couldn't believe he'd almost been convinced by a child, he quickly composed himself. Little girl, don't exaggerate. I've seen plenty of enchanted weapons. At most, this dagger is worth 13 gold coins. Bugua pouted, looking a bit helpless. Uncle, maybe you have seen a lot of enchanted weapons, but as you said, there are many kinds. Have you seen one like ours? You might not get it just by looking. Why don't you try it out? You'll see if I'm telling the truth." As she spoke, Bugua took the Fong dagger from Suyu and handed it to the man. Actually, Bugua really hit the nail on the head. This middle-aged man had indeed seen quite a few enchanted weapons before, but this was the first time he'd ever seen one with a sharpness enchantment. That's why he'd been so uncertain just now about whether Bugua was telling the truth or not. Now that Bugua was letting them try it out, the middle-aged man thought for a moment, then beckoned someone over. "You give it a try." While the other person was testing the weapon, Bugua's mouth didn't stop for a second. She just kept chattering away. "When I was in Glacier City, I went to the black market with my companions. They didn't have a weapon exactly like this, but there was a big iron broadsword with a sharpness enchantment. A whole crowd was bidding on it, and the price got up to 50 gold coins, but the stall owner still wouldn't sell." Even though the middle-aged man knew Bugua was probably making this up, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of justification. Like, if I buy this dagger for 20 gold coins, maybe I'm not getting ripped off after all? As soon as that thought popped up, the middle-aged man was startled. He pinched himself hard to snap out of Bugua's persuasive spell. But Bugua didn't care whether he was listening or not, or what he was doing. Whether he listened was his business. Her job was just to keep talking as hard as she could. In the end, that broadsword sold for 63 gold coins. Sure, it was an iron broadsword, but both the blade and the body were iron. "Our dagger here, the body is copper, but the blade is made from a wild boar's tusk. Iron can't compare to a wild boar's tusk. These days, just a wild boar's tusk alone goes for over 10 gold coins on the market. And this is a finished enchanted tusk weapon. 13 gold coins, is that a fair price? Can 3 gold coins even cover the labor to make this dagger? Do you think you could get such a good enchantment for just 3 gold coins?" Middle-aged man. Yunli. Damn, why does this sound more and more convincing the more I listen? Seeing the little girl getting more and more enthusiastic, the middle-aged man was starting to feel dizzy. But the last bit of his rationality kept him from being completely taken in, even though he was already half convinced. Siyu saw that he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to interrupt, so she reached out and patted Bugua on the shoulder. "Bugua." Siyu called her name. Bugua paused. She still had a lot more to say, but she stopped and decisively shut her mouth. Finally, with a chance to speak, the middle-aged man was just about to open his mouth when the person who'd gone to test the dagger came back, looking not only excited, but almost thrilled. Uncle Fong. The tester's name was Tong Lin. He was the one in the caravan who liked using daggers, and the one who'd called out Uncle Fong. Since daggers were his specialty, Tong Lin was overjoyed as soon as he got his hands on this one. When he actually started testing it, he was even more surprised by how sharp it was. He played with the tusk dagger, growing more and more reluctant to let it go. If it weren't for the fact that his rational mind reminded him the dagger wasn't theirs yet, he probably would have just slipped it into his pocket and walked off with it. He came back with the dagger, his excitement and longing obvious in his voice. And the Uncle Fong he called out to was, of course, the middle-aged man. Uncle Fong had a bad feeling as soon as he heard Tong Lin call him Uncle Fong, this dagger. Tong Lin. Tong Lin was just about to share his thoughts on the dagger, but Uncle Fong cut him off before he could finish his sentence. Tong Lin froze, then seemed to realize something and immediately put on a calm, collected expression, but it was a little too late. "Looks like this young man is pretty satisfied with the dagger," Siyu said with a smile. Tong Lin wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to deny it, but couldn't bring himself to lie, so he could only squeeze out 2 words. "It's okay, actually, I'm not satisfied. Really not satisfied. Uncle Fong, you might as well have kept your mouth shut." Thanks to Tong Lin's help and Bugua's special persuasive skills, after some back and forth, the final selling price for the tusk dagger was 17 gold coins and 30 silver coins. At the start, Siyu had told Bugua that her target price was 15 gold coins. Anything above that, Bugua would get a cut as a bonus. When Bugua heard the final price, she was clearly delighted. The smile never left her face after the deal was done. Afterward, Siyu and Bugua went on a shopping spree through the caravan's goods. The first batch they bought was seeds. So you bought a lot of seeds, wheat and rice, as well as potato and corn seeds. There were 10 bags of wheat seeds at 20 copper coins each, 5 bags of rice seeds at the same price, and 3 bags each of potato and corn seeds at 30 copper coins per bag. After some haggling, Bugwa managed to get the total price for seeds down from 480 copper coins to 433. Bugwa was a bit dissatisfied with this result. After all, not only could she earn money by selling Suyu's goods at a higher price, she could also get a cut by helping Suyu buy things at a lower price. But Bugwa wasn't discouraged. She just doubled down and started negotiating the price for the second batch of goods. The second batch was basic materials. Suyu mainly bought cotton and some ready-made cloth, as well as a few miscellaneous materials. Cotton was priced at 1 silver coin for a bundle of 50 tufts, and Suyu bought 17 bundles in total. She'd wanted to round it up to 20, but the seller only had 17 in stock, so she bought them all. Besides cotton, Suyu also bought a batch of soft cloth. Soft cloth was made from cotton, similar to fiber-based cloth, and the recipes were almost the same. The difference was that cotton-based soft cloth was softer and more comfortable, making it suitable for underwear or bedding. Fiber-based linen cloth could be used in the early stages when there wasn't enough cotton, but once conditions improved, it was mostly used for decorations, curtains, tablecloths, daily items, and so on. Linen's advantage was that it was easy to get in the early stages. The forest was full of fiber plants, and anyone willing to collect them could gather plenty. Cotton was different. Although you could occasionally find cotton plants in the forest, there really weren't that many. There was only a tiny bit of cotton, nowhere near enough to make anything. If she wanted to have enough cotton to use, she'd have to grow it herself. The caravan had even less soft cloth than cotton, but the price was much higher. After all, it took 10 bundles of cotton to make 1 cotton thread, 5 cotton threads to make 1 piece of soft cloth, and 5 pieces of soft cloth to make 1 bolt of soft cloth, the same amount as synthesized fiber fabric. In other words, it took 250 bundles, 5 sets, of cotton to make a single bolt of soft cloth. At a price of 60 silver coins for a set of soft cloth, 10 bolts, Suyu once again emptied out the merchant's stock, buying a set and a half of soft cloth. Buying finished goods was always more expensive. If you calculated the cost of soft cloth based on the price of cotton, the base cost would be 50 silver coins, with the extra 10 silver coins essentially being the processing fee. But in reality, if the merchant had enough stock, Suyu would definitely choose to buy cotton. After all, processing just meant spending a bit more time at the workbench, and it really wasn't worth paying those extra 10 silver coins. But since the merchant didn't have enough cotton, Suyu had to settle for second best. Anyway, there was still Bugwa to haggle for her. To make money, she'd definitely work even harder. 17 sets of cotton plus 1.5 sets of soft cloth would have cost 107 silver coins at the original price, but thanks to Bugwa's efforts, Suyu managed to bargain it down to about 90 silver coins. Proportionally, the price after haggling for seeds was about a 10% discount, while the price difference for the cotton and soft cloth was about a 15% discount. And since the total price was higher, bargaining was even harder this time, so Bugwa's success really made Suyu reevaluate her trading skills. Besides cotton and soft cloth, Suyu also bought some other materials, like iron ore, feathers, sand, animal hides, charcoal, and so on. In short, if Suyu thought she might use it, she didn't let it go. Even though there were a lot of types, there wasn't much of each, and most of them weren't worth much, so buying this whole pile only cost Suyu 39 silver coins in total. The pricier ones were the iron ore and animal hides. Iron ore was 1 silver coin each. They only had 7, so Suyu bought all 7, for a total of 7 silver coins. As for animal hides, the quality varied, so they were priced at 50 copper coins for a whole hide and 20 copper coins for a damaged one. There were 15 whole hides and 23 damaged ones, and Suyu bought them all, spending 12 silver coins and 10 copper coins. Maybe because she'd bargained so hard before, the merchant was very firm on the price for these odds and ends. No matter how Bugwa tried, Uncle Fong wouldn't budge from 39 silver coins. Siyu knew she'd already gotten plenty of bargains and didn't want to push her luck, so she patted Bugwa's little head, drooping in disappointment at her failed haggling, and paid the 39 silver coins. The third batch of purchases, the last batch, was much larger and more complicated. There were monster drops, tools, and all sorts of other things. The caravan's monster drops included, but weren't limited to, the unidentified bones, ghost skeleton, Siyu had gotten before, scale powder, ghost skeleton, beast fangs, long-tailed crocodile, and so on. Monster drops weren't cheap, so even though Siyu wanted them and had enough money to buy, she didn't want to waste money. She only picked out materials she could use right now. As for things she didn't urgently need, she could always collect them later. There were actually quite a few materials she thought she could use. For example, the bones she planned to use as raw material for fertilizer to speed up seed growth. Yunli's people counted and found there were 17 bones in total, and Siyu bought them all. There were also beast fangs, which were one of the materials needed to make intermediate traps. Now that Duoya had recovered, as a hunter she could use bows and traps to catch more prey. The caravan happened to have a set of beast fangs, 50 pieces, and Siyu bought the whole lot. As for scale powder, Siyu didn't buy any, since it wasn't useful to her at the moment and would just be a waste of money. But even though she didn't buy scale powder, she did buy some other things, like eagle eyes, slime, poison sacks, clay, unidentified flowers and herbs, and so on. Of note were a material called eagle eye and a blue flower. Eagle eye, as the name suggests, is dropped by eagle-type beasts or monsters and can be used to make an item called a far-seeing lens. Basically, it's a telescope. And the blue flower was called Star Night Flower. Star Night Flower is a special flower that only blooms at midnight, and its characteristics are quite similar to the sunset flower. So you didn't buy the Star Night Flower just to tell time at midnight, but to craft the clock of the sunset continent. That's right, the sunset continent actually has a clock-like item that can tell time, and its raw materials include 5 kinds of flowers, the sunset flower and star night flower among them. Besides the yellow sunset flower and blue star night flower, the other 3 are the red jutang flower, white frost orchid, and purple lien dai flower. These flowers aren't particularly rare, but they do take some effort to collect. Being able to make a clock as soon as possible was still important to Siyu. These monster drops cost Siyu a total of 83 silver coins, already the result of Bugwa's bargaining, otherwise it would have been 91 silver coins. As for tools, Siyu bought 2 fishing rods and a portable copper lantern. The fishing rods were 5 silver coins each, and the lantern was 2 silver coins, for a total of 12 silver coins. Finally, Siyu also bought some skill learning manuals from Yunli. Learning manuals aren't skill books. They don't let NPCs instantly gain skills. They're more like textbooks, providing the conditions for learning a skill. After a period of study, an NPC has a chance to learn the relevant skill. Once they succeed, they start at apprentice level, and as they get more proficient, the skill upgrades to beginner and appears on the NPC's info panel. Siyu mainly bought sewing and carpentry manuals, one for Duoli, the other for Lyle. As for other manuals, Siyu picked out a few based on her needs. Skill learning manuals weren't exactly cheap, but not too expensive either. Siyu bought a total of 5 skill manuals, each costing 10 silver coins, so that was 50 silver coins spent right away. Aside from sewing and carpentry, the other 3 manuals were for fishing, melee combat, and basic defense. Up to now, Siyu had bought everything she needed and could buy. Seeds cost about 4 silver coins, cotton and soft cloth 90 silver, beast hides and feathers 39 silver, monster drops 83 silver, tools 12 silver, and the 5 skill manuals 45 silver. Bugwa bargained 5 silver off the price. Altogether, she'd spent a total of 273 silver coins. Since Yunli and the others hadn't yet paid her for the daggers she sold, so you didn't need to pay anything herself. In fact, not only did she not need to pay, Yunli actually owed her 14 gold coins and 57 silver coins. After getting the money, Siyu called Lyle over to help move the goods. When Lyle came, he happened to bring Lake with him, who had just finished mining stone. Looking at the piles of materials, Law was glad he'd had the foresight not to come empty-handed. He'd brought the wooden cart along. Even so, with the cart, they still had to make 3 trips to move everything. It wasn't that the quantities were huge, but there were just too many different kinds of items. The cart only had 10 slots and couldn't fit everything at once. While they were moving things, Uncle Fong kept staring at Bugua. Bugua wasn't intimidated at all and stared right back, like 2 stubborn kids having a contest. Lord Su, this little girl is really something. So young and already so sharp-tongued. Who knows how many merchants will fail to make a perfect deal in your territory in the future. Uncle Fong felt a bit embarrassed to keep staring at Bugua, so after a while, he looked away and sighed. Su smiled and shook her head slightly. You misunderstand, Bugua isn't a resident of Sunset Territory. She's not from your territory? Uncle Fong was surprised and a little delighted. He glanced at Bugua, then at Suyu, not quite understanding their relationship, but he didn't doubt Suyu's words. After all, Suyu had no reason to lie. Whether Bugua was a local or not didn't affect the deals that had already been made. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Suyu bringing in outside help to assist with bargaining. Trading isn't a competition. There are no rules saying only your own people can help you haggle. But now that he knew Bugua wasn't a resident of Sunset Territory, an idea popped into Uncle Feng's mind. He turned to look at Yunli, only to find Yunli was looking at him too. Their eyes met, and both instantly understood what the other was thinking. Since Bugua isn't one of Lord Su's people, I suppose you wouldn't mind if I tried to poach her? Yunli smiled. Though he sounded like he was joking, there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Su replied casually, Bugua isn't from my territory. She's free to go wherever she likes. How could you call that poaching? She wasn't actually worried about Yunli stealing Bugua away, because she knew Bugua wouldn't go with him, at least not right now. After all, she still had unfinished business with that priest. And if the priest's matter was settled, Bugua would be even less likely to go with Yunli. After being tricked twice already, there's no way she'd trust a stranger so easily a 3rd time. Here are 50 silver coins as a reward for helping sell the daggers. Ignoring Bugua's stunned expression, Su shoved the already prepared pouch of coins into her hand. Before Bugua could react, Su handed her a second, smaller pouch. The first pouch was the reward for selling the daggers. The second was for helping haggle down the prices while shopping. After giving both pouches to Bugua, Su patted her on the head and left the post station, leaving the space to those who wanted to poach talent and the one about to be poached. Since she'd left the post station, Su didn't know what happened inside. In any case, she hadn't gone far when, before she could even instruct Lyle and the others on where to put the materials, she saw a small figure dash out of the post station. After leaving, Bugua had originally planned to head straight back to the city where the priest was, but after hesitating, she came over to Suyu, apologized, and said goodbye. Whether it was to leave a good impression or for some other reason, when Bugua came to say goodbye, Su casually took a piece of berry-roasted meat from her warehouse and handed it to her. But Bugua didn't accept it. Thank you. The 3 silver coins and those coppers you gave me are more than enough for plenty of food. I'm leaving now. The 3 silver coins were the amount in the second pouch Suyu had given her. To avoid the silver being too conspicuous, Suyu had added some copper coins to the pouch. 20 or 30 at most, but enough to buy snacks along the way. Take care. And what I said before still stands, you're always welcome back anytime. Bugua didn't reply. She just hugged her bundle tightly and left the territory at a run. Her departure happened to be seen by Dolly, who was coming out of the sewing shop. Dolly was curious about the little girl, but she had more important things to discuss with Suyu. Miss Lord, my sewing skill has reached the beginner level. Suyu turned to look at her, and her already good mood from recent gains got even better at Dolly's news. However, after sharing the good news, Dolly looked a bit down. Although her sewing skill had reached beginner level, her repair skill was still stuck at the beginner bottleneck. Unfortunately, my repair skill still hasn't improved. Skill improvement was never something that could be achieved overnight. Actually, I'm even happier that you improved your sewing skill today. Suyu wasn't just trying to comfort her. Of course, if Dolly had improved her repair skill, that would have been great, but for Suyu, the only immediate benefit would be repairing the fire demon armor. There were still a few days before the dark creatures attacked. Even if the attack started and Dolly hadn't leveled up, it wouldn't be a problem, Suyu had plenty of alternatives. But upgrading her sewing skills didn't just mean Dolly had gained a new ability, it also meant she could now craft many sewing recipes she hadn't been able to make before. And it just so happened that Suyu had recently bought a large batch of materials suitable for sewing, like cotton, soft cloth, animal hides, and so on. Since your sewing skill has leveled up, I'll leave all these materials for you to handle, Suyu said, pointing at the piles of fabric and cotton scattered on the ground. Dolly had never refused anything Suyu asked of her, so she immediately crouched down, inspecting the materials as she asked what Suyu wanted her to make with them. What do you want to make? Though it might take me a few more days to get started. I just leveled up, so I'm still not very skilled yet. If I use such good materials right away, I might waste them. Let me practice for a couple of days first before using this batch. Dolly stroked the soft cloth, the excellent texture making her reluctant to let go. If you're not confident, you can practice with burlap first, Suyu said. She hadn't intended for Dolly to use the good materials right away anyway. She'd bought this batch of cotton and cloth mainly to make pillows, quilts, and everyday clothing. And then I should practice with burlap first. Huh? What's this? Dolly looked at the booklet that had been shoved into her hands, momentarily stunned. But when she saw the big characters on the cover, Basic Sewing Study Manual, she realized what it was. She'd seen similar manuals before, though not for sewing, but for repairers. I originally bought this for you to learn sewing skills. Now that you've already leveled up, it's not as useful, but if you run into any problems while making things, it might still help. Although she'd leveled up, Dolly hadn't done so through the system's learning process, so she was bound to have missed some details. So, while the manual wasn't hugely useful, it could still help a bit. Since she'd already handed out the sewing manual, Suyu also gave the carpentry manual to Lyle, and then handed the basic defense manual to Lake. Combat skills and life skills are different. Learning life skills depends heavily on talent, but while talent is important for combat skills too, hard work matters even more. And not all skills require talent. For example, defense skills don't. So the basic defense skill manual is a universal skill that anyone can learn. There's no such thing as not being able to learn it, only not wanting to, or not putting in the effort. Unfortunately, the merchant caravan only had one copy of the basic defense manual, or Suyu would have bought more. Lake, you learn it first. Once you're done, pass it to Lyle and then finally to Doya. The reason Doya was last was because she was a ranged fighter and generally less likely to be attacked. But just because she was rarely attacked didn't mean she shouldn't learn it. The more you know, the better. It just wasn't as urgent. Lyle and Lake, being melee fighters, needed to learn it first. Got it. I'll learn the skill as soon as possible, Lyle and Lake said, almost in unison. With everything distributed, Suyu started dealing with the remaining materials and prepared for another round of construction. Before handling the materials, Suyu decided to expand the territory's warehouse space. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't be enough room for all this stuff. There were two ways to increase warehouse space: build another warehouse or upgrade the existing one. Both took time, so Suyu quickly made a few wooden chests to store things temporarily. Unlike before, this time Suyu placed the chests inside residential house 4. Actually, a warehouse didn't have to be a purpose-built building. You could also turn an empty room into a warehouse by filling it with chests. In a way, that counted as a warehouse too. However, this kind of warehouse wasn't recognized by the system. It was a workaround players used by exploiting the game's mechanics. Although you couldn't upgrade it, you could fit quite a few chests in a normal building, so even without upgrades, the storage capacity wasn't less than a real warehouse. But this method was only good for the early stages. Later on, you'd still need proper warehouses. Too many chests made it hard to find things, you couldn't keep food fresh, and the stacking limit didn't change. So items took up even more space. So you cleared out all the basic furniture from residential house 4 and arranged the chests in a U-shape. Except for the corners, which were left empty so the chests could be opened. She managed to fit 10 chests in total. With each chest holding 20 slots, that made 200 slots altogether. At the same time, Siyu built Warehouse 2 behind Warehouse 1 and also built residential houses 5 and 6 next to House 4. With these 3 buildings finished, half of Suyu's stockpile of wood was instantly gone. She still had plenty of stone, though, since Lake had just brought back a batch, more than enough for her needs. By the way, I set up a lumberyard near where you're mining stone. If you chop any wood, you can store it there, Siyu said, suddenly remembering, and turned to tell the 2 brothers. Lal acknowledged and also told Siyu that he'd finished turning over all the soil in the fields. Hearing this, Siyu immediately pulled out a pile of wooden fences and gates from the workbench. These were all materials for building basic farmland. To build basic farmland, she also needed a large amount of ash. Each plot of basic farmland required 20 ash. She wanted to build 6 more plots, to make a total of 10 including the 4 she already had, so she needed 120 ash. But she only had 19 ash leftovers from the last time she built farmland. She didn't even have enough for 1 plot, let alone 6. It looked like she was short by a lot, but ash was actually a very easy material to get. So you went over to the central fire and opened its information panel. On the second page, labeled Scrap Heap, she found a huge pile of ash and charcoal. The central fire, at its core, was just a fire burning, so it was perfectly normal to have ash and charcoal left over after burning. All the waste produced from burning is automatically collected here. The waste pile has space for 10 slots. You can't manually put items in, it only stores the residue left after burning. Once it's full, any extra residue is automatically destroyed by the system. So, if you want charcoal or ash, you have to collect it in time. Obtained charcoal X187. Obtained ash X598. Since Siyu hadn't cleared out the waste before, when she checked this time, nearly 5 days and nights worth of burned residue had completely filled the waste pile. The charcoal, stack limit 50, took up 4 slots, while the ash, stack limit 100, filled the remaining 6. With all this ash, Siyu immediately finished placing the remaining 6 basic farmland plots. Building basic farmland takes 2 hours, which means in a while, Siyu would be able to plant crops on all 6 plots. While waiting for the farmland to finish, Siyu used about 5 planks to build another matchbox. Building a matchbox doesn't require any construction time. Or rather, it's so short, just a dozen seconds or so, that a bare-bones house quickly appeared on her territory. Here, a matchbox isn't literally a box for matches, but a plain, square building with no decorations. The name Matchbox is something players came up with in the construction list. Its real name is Custom Empty House. Not only does the custom empty house have no exterior decorations, but the inside is just as bare, like an unfinished apartment, completely empty. The size of the custom empty house is up to you. The more materials you invest, the bigger the space, and the longer it takes to build. But even if you build an empty house as big as a stadium, it only takes a few minutes at most. So you built this custom empty house for a similar reason as the previous residential house for, except the former was used as a warehouse and this one would be a workshop. While the custom empty house has many advantages, short build time, low material cost. It also has a clear drawback. When your territory has custom empty houses, prosperity decreases. The more custom empty houses you build and the more space they take up, the more prosperity drops. And the decrease isn't a fixed value, it increases linearly. For example, building one custom empty house might lower prosperity by 10 points, but building 2 of the same size could lower it by 30, and 3 could drop it by 80 or even 100. That's why Siyu hadn't built any before. She needed to upgrade her territory and couldn't afford the prosperity loss. But now it didn't matter as much. She was still eager to upgrade, but even after building a custom empty house, her territory's prosperity was still above 50, enough to upgrade to a large camp. What she lacked now wasn't prosperity, but population. After the custom empty house was built, Siyu opened the territory info panel. Sure enough, prosperity had dropped by 5 points. She'd had nearly 60, and now there were only 54 left. But Suyu had expected this, so she wasn't surprised. As long as it didn't drop below 50 and affect upgrades, it was fine. After checking the info, Suyu took out her hammer and recycled all the workbenches near the territory's heart fire, instantly freeing up a lot of space. She moved these workbenches into the custom empty house, the basic workbench on the left, the furnace on the other side. Since wooden chests can't be recycled, Suyu built a few more inside the matchbox to store raw materials and workbench outputs. Once everything was set up, Suyu brought out the materials she'd bought earlier. The cotton and soft cloth had already been sent to the tailor shop. She kept only a small reserve here. The animal hides were the same, mostly stored at Dolly's tailor shop. As for feathers and ore, Suyu used the feathers to make balanced arrows. Balanced arrows are basically arrows with added fletching. The original arrows had no fletching. While usable, their balance was much worse. Feathers came in stacks of 51. Suyu bought about 2.5 stacks, and since one feather could make 2 balanced arrows, she had enough materials for about 250 balanced arrows. She used 2 stacks of feathers to make stone balanced arrows, leaving half a stack for later. She planned to use those to make copper balanced arrows. Once the first batch of stone balanced arrows was done, Suyu put down her tools and checked their stats. Stone balanced arrow consumes wood x2, stone x1, feather x5, can craft 10 to 12 arrows. Type, weapon. Quality, common. Stats, attack, 10, armor penetration, 6%, attack range, +1, accuracy, +1%. Description, stone arrows with fletching. Can be used as ammo for bows or arrow towers. Has greater range, faster attack speed, and higher armor penetration than ordinary arrows. Improved balance increases accuracy. The original stone arrows, without fletching, only had attack, 10, armor penetration, 5%, but just by adding fletching, the stats improved noticeably. Naturally, Suyu intended to give all these balanced arrows to Duoya, since she was the territory's only archer. After handing the arrows to Duoya, Suyu also gave her some animal teeth for making intermediate traps. With these supplies, Duoya took her red maple bow, which Suyu had made for her earlier, and left the territory for some rehabilitation training in the forest. Since she'd bought so many things, Suyu didn't go out at all today. But she didn't feel bored. Building a few structures or crafting some items made the time fly by. She barely had a moment to spare. After finishing the balanced arrows, she went right back to processing materials, smelting sand into glass, making quill pens from charcoal and feathers, smelting iron ore into ingots. Once the materials were finished, it was time to continue developing the territory. Although the territory had already been renovated once yesterday, just as Yunli had commented about Sunset Territory, there were still far too many buildings missing. Suyu planned to gradually fill in these gaps, but building up a territory isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. It's like creating a work of art. You can only finish a part each day, and only after days and months of steady effort will you finally achieve a perfect result. Today, in addition to the previous ones, Suyu planned to construct 3 more buildings: the Lord's Manor, the training ground, and a well. The Lord's Manor had been mentioned before. It wasn't just a residence for the Lord, it also had other special functions. For example, she could issue announcements, adjust taxes, and modify territory policies from the manor. Without it, Suyu wouldn't be able to perform any of these administrative actions. Building the Lord's Manor required quite a few materials, but after several days of stockpiling, Suyu had finally gathered enough. 10 planks, 10 stone slabs, 10 marble bricks, 20 glass panes, and 10 pieces of fabric or soft cloth. These were the required materials. Since soft cloth was more precious, Suyu naturally chose to use synthetic fiber fabric for the construction. As for glass, the synthesis path was 1 sand equals 1 glass shard, 3 glass shards equals 1 glass pane, so 20 glass panes actually meant 60 units of sand. Although the caravan didn't have much sand, they did have at least 60 units. Suyu used this batch to fire the glass shards, then combine them at the workbench into glass panes. As for the planks, stone slabs, and marble bricks, There wasn't much to say. These were familiar materials she'd used many times before. She had a good stockpile of each, so she didn't even need to synthesize them and could just use the finished products directly. Consume plank x10, stone slab x10, marble brick x10, glass x20, fabric x10 to build the Lord's Manor. Building Lord's Manor. Estimated time, 12 hours. 12 hours, that meant it would be finished around midnight tonight. So you place the Lord's Manor at the end of the main road running through the center of the territory. In other words, the territory gate, the central fire, and the Lord's Manor formed a straight line. After placing the Lord's Manor, you began preparing materials for the next building. The next building was the training ground, which, as the name suggests, was for training the NPC's combat abilities. The training ground had targets, dummies, and sandbags, allowing combat personnel to practice their skills to their heart's content. While it was possible to train skills without a training ground, practicing inside one provided bonuses. Faster speed, higher efficiency, less time required, and it even increased the daily cap on skill proficiency gained from non-combat practice. The materials for the training ground were similar to other buildings, a certain number of planks, stone bricks, and marble bricks. Consume plank x5, stone brick x10, marble brick x5 to build the training ground. Building training ground. Estimated time, 300 minutes. So you place the training ground behind the tavern, near the city gate. The previously built empty house was placed behind the tailor shop, close to both the tailor and the warehouse, making it convenient for accessing materials, a pretty suitable location. The third building, and the last one you plan to construct for now, was the well. The purpose of the well was obvious, to make it easier to fetch water. The key point here was that water from the well was safe to drink directly, even without boiling, and wouldn't cause any negative status effects. On top of that, the well's water was renewable and refreshed quickly. Wild water sources were different. While they did refresh, the rate was extremely slow and they could be affected by disasters like drought, drying up, or acid rain, pollution. Building next to a water source was partly for convenience, but that was only in the early stages when resources for a well weren't available. Once the conditions were met, it was always best to build a well as soon as possible. The materials for building a well were a bit unusual. While other buildings mainly required wood and stone, the well needed tools, specifically 2 tools, a pickaxe and a shovel. Moreover, wells could be upgraded. Upgrading increased both the maximum water capacity and the refresh rate. Upgrades also required pickaxes and shovels, plus a few other materials. The difference was that a level 1 well required stone pickaxes and shovels, while a level 2 well needed copper versions. So you happened to have some old stone pickaxes and shovels in her warehouse, so she took them out. According to her plan, she was going to dig 2 wells for now. Well 1 would be placed near the farmland for irrigation, and well 2 would be next to the training ground, behind residential house 1, for the daily use of the territory's residents. Consume stone pickaxe x2, stone shovel x1, stone x10 to build a well. Building well. Estimated time, 120 minutes. After a few hours of rest, Yunli and the rest of the caravan were feeling refreshed. While their spirits were restored, their bodies were facing a new problem, one related to food. After such a long rest, everyone was getting hungry, but few people were actually eating. It wasn't because they didn't have any food. On the contrary, they'd stockpiled a fair amount. The problem was, all they had left were dry, tough grain biscuits. These biscuits were cheap and filling, but they tasted awful, had a bad texture, and if you ate too quickly, they could even get stuck in your throat. Previously, they had no choice. There hadn't been any territories or cities along the way where they could resupply. But now that they'd finally arrived at a territory, there was no way they wanted to keep gnawing on those biscuits. "Captain, did the Lord here say if they're selling any food?" someone asked, rubbing their loudly growling stomach. Looking at the rock-hard biscuit in their hand, their appetite instantly vanished. Yunli felt much the same. Looking at the dry rations, she had no appetite either. She wasn't some pampered young lady, but it had been a long time since she'd had it this rough. If they truly had no other options, that would be one thing. But now, they had both money and supplies, and had even managed to secure a territory as their base. There was really no need to keep forcing themselves to eat such unpalatable food. Looking at everyone's gloomy faces, she sighed softly. I'll go ask, but don't get your hopes up too much. After all, while this was technically a territory, its conditions were plain for all to see. Even if they couldn't buy any decent food, it wouldn't be surprising. As Yunli walked away, one of the caravan members also let out a sigh. Sigh, if only we'd bought more food back when we were at the second territory. But someone quickly replied, who could have known? Didn't we already bring plenty of food when we set out? It was true, they had brought plenty of food at the start. But when they passed through a territory struck by both locusts and drought, they decisively traded away most of their supplies. That was also why they'd made such a huge profit this trip. In a territory hit by two natural disasters at once, food prices soared sky-high. Anything edible could fetch a fortune. For example, the flatbread they were eating now would only cost 2 or 3 copper coins back in their own town. But in that disaster-stricken territory, a single piece was snatched up for 7 or 8, even over 10 silver coins. And that's not even counting the other food they had: bread, roast meat, dried fruit. They'd only spent a few dozen silver coins on food before setting out, but before they'd even sold any other goods, just the food alone had already earned them dozens of gold coins. Let me ask you, if a loaf of bread could sell for 25 silver coins, would you keep it for yourself or sell it? Of course I'd sell it. Well, I'm just saying. With money, you can buy anything you want to eat, right? Whenever they wanted a good meal, they could have won. But opportunities like this to make a killing were once in a lifetime. They couldn't let it slip by. The fact that they'd managed to hold on to some flatbread for themselves was already pretty impressive. Besides, if they hadn't made such a big profit, they wouldn't have been able to afford that dagger. Before this trip, all their possessions combined weren't even worth 10 gold coins. Still, while making money was great, it also put them in danger. If it hadn't been for their clever and decisive leader, who knows what kind of trouble they'd be in now. Actually, it's my fault. If I hadn't let something slip, everyone wouldn't be so on edge. One of them spoke up guiltily as the topic came up. In fact, they'd visited 2 territories on this trip, one recently hit by disaster, and the other a normal one. They'd made a fortune in the first, and when they reached the second, they started trading as usual. They sold off all their goods, then used the gold coins they'd earned to buy up local specialties and other items at low prices. Maybe it was because this was their first time doing such big business, and they lacked experience, but they completely forgot to keep a low profile, so their activities were noticed by quite a few people. Within just 2 days of arriving, someone came snooping around. Caught off guard, one of them accidentally let something slip. Not only did he reveal that they'd made a lot of money, but also that their caravan only had a dozen or so people, with less than 10 fighters. Rich and with little fighting power, a caravan like that was a fat sheep in the eyes of some. The person fishing for information was skilled, but the one who let it slip wasn't stupid either. As soon as he realized what he'd done, he immediately reported it to their leader, Yunli, who decisively ordered everyone to stop all trading and leave with their goods that very night. Of course, the one who let it slip was responsible. If not for him, they could have stayed a few more days and stocked up on more supplies. But no one really blamed him. After all, while he was at fault, everyone shared some of the blame. It wasn't just him who'd been too conspicuous. This experience had taught them a valuable lesson. As long as they didn't repeat the same mistake, it would be fine. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's think about what we'll do if Sister Yun can't buy any food. While the caravan members were anxiously hoping Yunli could buy some food, she had already found Siu near the farmland. By now, all 6 new plots had been built. With the fields ready, Siu was preparing to plant the second batch of crops. Of these, wheat and rice both had a 10-day growth cycle, while corn and potatoes took 7 and 5 days, respectively. According to her plan, she would use fields 5 and 6 for wheat. After planting all 10 packets of wheat seeds, only 2 packets remained. Field 7 was for rice. After using 5 packets, only 1 was left. Field 8 would be split in half. One side for potatoes, the other for corn, using 2 packets of each and leaving 1 packet of each remaining. Although this wouldn't trigger Harmony Eye, there was no helping it. She only had 3 packets of potato and corn seeds each, but it took 4 packets to fill a field. As for fields 9 and 10, Sue decided to plant cotton in both. Red grass was important too, but its growth cycle was too long, 7 days. Plus, basic healing potions made from it were rather weak. With the debuff of potion resistance, you couldn't use them indefinitely, so while it was necessary to keep some in reserve, there was no need to stockpile too much. The batch of red grass planted a few days ago alongside berries and cotton would yield about 30 to 40 plants, which was plenty. After planting all the seeds, Sue checked on the first 4 fields. Fields 1 and 2 had red berries, which had already been harvested once yesterday afternoon. There were 8 berry bushes in total across the 2 fields, and each bush could yield 30 to 50 berries. After harvesting the berries yesterday, Sue got an exact figure from Dolly. These 8 berry bushes yielded about 3.5 stacks of berries in total. Note, the 3.5 stacks here doesn't refer to the backpack stacking limit, but the warehouse stacking limit. In other words, yesterday's batch of berries amounted to a full 350 berries. Normally, the yield wouldn't be this high, but thanks to the Harmony Eye buff, this harvest turned out pretty well. Even if you don't use them for cooking and just eat them directly, with each berry restoring 6 hunger points, those 350 berries add up to over 2,000 hunger points. So right now, there's really no shortage of food in the territory. As a die-hard infrastructure and farming fanatic, Sue would never let herself starve to death. That would be way too embarrassing. As for the cotton and red grass planted in fields 3 and 4, thanks to Dolly's careful tending, they're growing nicely too. Although it's the first time planting them, so the illustrated guide hasn't been unlocked and there's no growth countdown, Sue estimates from experience that the cotton should be ready to harvest around noon tomorrow, while the red grass will take a bit longer, but should be ready by the morning after. And the day after tomorrow will be the 9th day in the digitized world, just in time to harvest before the dark creatures attack. You could say, everything is going according to plan. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Sue is 99% confident she can handle the dark creatures' assault smoothly. But life is unpredictable. While nothing went wrong with the dark creatures, another matter brought to light some information that gave Sue quite a shock. Just as Sue finished planting a patch of wheat, she heard Yunli calling her. She paused her work and turned to look at Yunli. "Lord Sue, do you have any food for sale here?" After making her request, Yunli briefly explained what had happened to their caravan, leaving out some details about the caravan itself. But now, Sue basically understood what had happened on their journey. "We do have food. The tavern is selling some right now, though it's mostly berry and meat dishes, so the selection is a bit limited. If you don't mind, Captain Yun, you can go take a look." As for the issue of the tavern not having an NPC to handle payments. Originally, Dolly was supposed to temporarily fill in as the tavern NPC, but she's busy with the tailor shop and has a lot on her plate, so to avoid wasting her time, the tavern is still running without an NPC manager. But that's not a problem. Yunli just needs to buy what she wants and pay Sue directly. Sue wasn't worried about Yunli trying to dine and dash. She didn't know exactly how much the caravan had made, but since they could fork over a dozen gold coins without batting an eye, they surely wouldn't haggle over a few silver coins for food. Besides, this was Suyu's territory. They wouldn't risk wandering the forest again just to save a bit on food. "I don't mind. Anything's better than gnawing on dry biscuits." Yunli's eyes lit up at the mention of meat and berries. Since they were right by the fields, she could see the berry bushes growing in fields 1 and 2 and recognized them as a tasty variety. Even without meat, buying some berries as a treat would be nice, but now that there was meat too, that was even better. After learning that the tavern had food, Yunli said a quick word to Suyu and got ready to head over. But just as she was about to leave, Suyu called out to her. "Wait a moment, Captain Yun. I have a few questions I'd like to ask." "Of course, Lord Su." Although Yunli was eager to buy food, she patiently stopped when she heard Suyu's request. It's like this. Just now, I heard you mention that the first territory you visited had just experienced 2 calamities. Could you tell me exactly which 2? When Suyu heard double calamity earlier, her heart skipped a beat. Because double calamities don't just happen in system territories, player-built territories can encounter them too. The odds are low, but Suyu wanted to know the details. Locust plague and drought. Yunli answered without hesitation, since it wasn't sensitive information. But after she spoke, she could clearly see Lord Su's brows knit tightly together. Do you remember roughly how far that territory is from here, from Sunset Territory? Normally, during calamities, the Sunset Continent is divided into many regions. Territories in the same region either experience exactly the same calamities or ones of opposite nature. If Sunset Territory and that double calamity territory are in the same region, then after this month's mild season ends, there's a high chance Sunset Territory will also face a double calamity. The possible calamities here include locust plague, drought, flood, acid rain, and a special event called Forest Revel. Of these, flood and acid rain are the opposites of drought. One means no water. The others mean water is abundant, sometimes excessively so. As for the locust plague, its counterpart is Forest Revel, a bizarre state where the entire forest enters a very strange condition. In short, Suyu really hoped her territory wasn't in the same region as that double calamity territory. But even if they were, it's hard to estimate the distance, but from the second territory to here, it took us about. Hearing Yunli's answer, Suyu nearly blacked out on the spot. So, they really are in the same region. Even though measuring by travel time isn't precise, if even a journey of 10 days or half a month, without rest, is still within the same region, the answer is obvious. Not to mention, Yunli's group must have traveled with breaks, not non-stop, so the distance is even shorter. Lord Su, are you alright? Maybe Suyu's frustration was too obvious, but Yunli couldn't help asking softly, a little confused. Suyu forced a smile, not wanting to talk, but seeing Yunli's concern, she pulled herself together and shook her head. I'm fine. Go ahead and buy your food, Captain Yun. Yunli, alright. Although Suyu really didn't look fine at all, Yunli didn't press further. Of course, the most important thing was that she still remembered there was a bunch of hungry, wailing mouths waiting for her back at the courier station. She couldn't afford to waste any more time here. After Yunli left, Suyu glanced at the half-planted field, sighed, and then finished planting the rest. Although the double disasters had hit Suyu hard, she was someone who'd weathered many storms. By the time she'd finished planting, she'd already adjusted her mindset. So, what if it's a double disaster? It's not that hard. As long as you prepare in advance, no disaster is insurmountable. While comforting herself, Suyu began planning her next steps in her mind. Originally, she'd wanted to scout the surrounding terrain to figure out what kind of disaster would strike in a month. But now it seemed unnecessary. Double disasters had no distinguishing features. Still, she needed to map the area. In fact, because it was a double disaster, she needed to speed up her exploration. Only by uncovering the entire map could she know where resources were and gather what she needed as quickly as possible. After receiving the money Yunli sent for buying food, Suyu locked herself in the tool shed with the items she'd retrieved from behind the long-tailed crocodile's pond. Long-tailed crocodile plus pond, this was a classic loot farming spot. A loot farming spot is basically a place where treasure chests spawn in the wild, also known as nature's gifts. The long-tailed crocodile was the guardian beast of this chest. The items that could spawn in this chest were all sorts of things. It was pure luck. But no one would pass up the chance to open it. Even if the odds were low, just one rare material or item could be a huge windfall. Especially in the early stages, any resource could significantly accelerate the development of her territory. But these chests weren't easy to get. You had to defeat the guardian beast, and even then, the chest wasn't something you could just open. Because the chests that spawned at these loot spots were locked. Normally, you needed a key crafted by a blacksmith or a special universal key obtained through rare means. If you didn't have a key, your only option was to pick the lock. Lockpicking was a bit unusual, but perhaps to satisfy players' mischievous tendencies, the game developers had deliberately added and even refined the lockpicking mechanic. In other words, locked chests could indeed be opened this way. It wasn't a bug discovered by players. But this method had a major drawback. If you failed at any step, the chest would self-destruct and all your efforts would be wasted. With no blacksmiths or keys in her territory, Siyu naturally had to pick the lock. After an entire afternoon's effort, Siyu finally managed to open the first lock. Yes, the first lock, meaning there was a second one inside. When Siyu saw that the chest contained another, smaller locked chest, like a Russian nesting doll, her feelings were complicated. If she'd known it was a nesting chest, she wouldn't have bothered. She'd rather have spent the time exploring. But since she'd already gotten this far, there was no way she'd give up. As annoying as nesting chests were, at least they meant the contents were valuable, not just junk. What she wanted most was a recruitment card or some other item that could help her recruit NPCs. The odds were slim, but hope was hope. The first lock had been slow but relatively smooth. The second was different. Siyu pressed her lips together, brows tightly furrowed, clearly facing a tough challenge. Why did they even change this stupid thing? After another near failure, Siyu decided to take a break, lest she accidentally destroy the chest. She shook out her sore hands, cramped from holding the same position for so long, her resentment toward this data-driven world practically overflowing. The lockpicking process was basically manipulating the tool to move the lock pin out of its groove. Previously, all the locks followed a few fixed templates. Once you mastered them, picking was easy. Some people had even made a lockpicking simulator to practice. Siyu had used that simulator, maxing out her lockpicking skills in real life. But the grooves in this second lock were totally different from any she'd seen before, not one of the old templates. So she had to experiment, little by little, trying to ease the pin out of the groove. This wasn't a simulator, there were no do-overs. Siyu had to be extremely careful, inching the pin along bit by bit. Who knew how much time passed? After her break, Siyu continued picking. She finally managed to move the pin to just a hair's breadth from the exit. One more nudge, and the chest would open. But just then, she heard a loud bang. At the same time, her hand slipped, and the pin struck the edge of the groove. Lockpicking failed. Siyu, damn it. A kind of plant. She didn't have time to wonder what caused the bang. The first thing she did was look down at the chest, only to find it gone. Because she'd failed, the chest had vanished. Honestly, if the Lord player could learn combat skills, Siyu's greatest wish would be to boost her strength and destroy this world that seemed so intent on targeting her. Never mind the little setbacks, ever since she founded her territory, nothing had gone smoothly. First the monster cages, then the double disaster, and now, out of nowhere, some explosion-like noise had ruined her lockpicking, making all those long-tailed crocodiles she'd killed a total waste. After all, she'd gone through all that for the chest. The beast cores were just a bonus, but nowhere near as valuable as the chest. The loud bang didn't just destroy the treasure chest Siyu was about to open, it also startled everyone else in the territory. Duoya wasn't in the territory and still hadn't returned, so she had no idea what had happened and was still out hunting in the forest. Dolly had been repairing the things Siyu had deliberately broken earlier, hoping to improve her repair skills. But the sudden explosion made the wooden cup she was working on, already almost healed, shatter in her hands, leaving her completely dumbfounded. This was the first time in her life that not only had she failed to repair something, but she'd actually managed to blow it to pieces so badly that there was no way to put it back together. Even though Dolly knew it wasn't her fault and that she'd been affected by something outside, she was still in a bad mood, just like Siyu. As for the brothers Lyle and Lake, they were both practicing their skills near the territory. One was working on his carpentry by carving wooden figures, while the other was training his defense skills. After the explosion, Lyle nearly cut his finger with his carving knife, and Lake stumbled and almost fell flat on his face. Then there were the merchants at the inn. Since the inn was right next to the territory wall, basically at the edge of the territory, they heard the noise even more clearly and loudly than Siyu and the others. A group of them had just finished eating and were chatting happily when the sudden bang scared several people so badly they fell right off their chairs. Yunli frowned and led a few people out to check what was going on, only to run into Suyu and Lyle, who were also heading out to investigate. They exchanged glances and nodded to each other, then, with unspoken agreement, all headed toward the main gate. Whether it was coincidence or not, as soon as Lyle pushed open the gate, a fireball shot straight toward him. He didn't have time to dodge, but luckily someone next to him pulled him out of the way, so the fireball missed him. Otherwise, judging by the direction of the attack, even though this was a digital world and he wouldn't be disfigured or seriously injured, he'd definitely have lost a lot of HP. While everyone else was still wondering what was happening outside and why there were fireballs, so you already knew who was behind all this. A fireball? Who else could pull that off but a fire mage? And when it came to fire mages, besides the ones you had just recruited, Mike, who else could it be? Since it was almost certainly Mike outside, so you also figured out what had caused the commotion. Among fire spells, there's one called Explosion. It always makes a huge racket when cast. Even if it wasn't Explosion, it had to be some other high-level spell capable of making that kind of noise. There are quite a few such spells, but they're all advanced magic. Ordinary mages can't learn them. But since Mike hadn't officially joined the territory yet, his power hadn't been restricted, which meant he was still a high-level mage. For someone like Mike, casting this kind of spell was no problem at all. There's probably a fire mage fighting outside. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire, you'd all better stay put for now. So you said this to everyone, then turned to Lyle. You stay here and keep watch. I'm going to grab something. If anyone wants to come in, let them, but make sure you ask what's going on outside first. Yes, my lord, Lyle nodded, then stood guard behind the now-closed stone gate. Yunli and her group wanted to go out and take a look, but they weren't reckless. After Suyu's warning, their curiosity faded. You two stay here, the rest of you go back. Yunli picked 2 people with combat skills to stay and help Lyle guard the gate. Even though she had nothing to do with this territory, they were staying here for now, so she was willing to lend a hand where she could. But if things got out of hand, she wasn't about to play the hero. Leaving these 2 behind wasn't just to help, it was also to keep tabs on the situation. If anything went wrong, they'd report to her, and she could make plans accordingly. What kind of creature could go toe-to-toe with a fire mage of this caliber? And could this fire mage actually win against whatever it was? Yunli felt uneasy. She hoped nothing bad would happen, but wishing alone wouldn't solve anything. Not knowing what was really going on, she instinctively hoped the fire mage would win. After all, the mage was human, and unless he was one of those rare extremists, he probably wouldn't attack them. But as for the creature fighting the mage, who knew what it might do? While Yunli anxiously returned to the inn and told the others what had happened, Siyu was already rummaging through a chest and found what she needed, a high-level cooking skill book. As mentioned before, Mike had a borderline obsessive passion for cooking. When Siyu recruited NPCs, she'd always find their weaknesses or preferences and use those to win them over. Since Mike loved cooking, she'd just give him a high-level cooking skill book. With this book, Mike wouldn't become completely loyal to the territory or blindly follow Suyu's orders, but combined with a few promises, like providing ingredients and a kitchen for him to cook in, persuading him to join shouldn't be hard. As for getting him to actually listen after that, Siyu would have to work on raising his favor and loyalty herself. Of course, even without the skill book, Siyu had other ways to tempt Mike to stay. It would just cost more. For example, she could let him use up a ton of ingredients and put up with his experimental cooking from time to time. The problem was, she couldn't let her annoyance show. In other areas it was fine, but if she showed any displeasure about his cooking, his favorability would drop. Not by much, just a point or 2, and it would bounce back in a few days, but it was still annoying. And as annoying as he was also incredibly useful. That's why Mike was one of those NPCs Siyu both loved and hated. All in all, Siyu suddenly felt rather glad that she'd managed to get her hands on this advanced cooking skill book. In her previous save file, she'd actually considered giving Mike a cooking skill book as well, but at that time Mike had already reached his skill limit, and every single one of his skills was maxed out. She couldn't bear to use an item to erase any of those powerful combat skills just to let him learn a cooking skill that was neither here nor there and would never reach max level anyway. Plus, she'd only recruited Mike when her territory was already fairly prosperous, so she wasn't worried about him wasting ingredients. She wasn't short on supplies. But now, things were different. Mike had just arrived, so he definitely didn't have many skills yet. Teaching him cooking wouldn't be a problem. So you tossed the skill book into her inventory, then walked out of Residential House 4. But just as she stepped out the door, she seemed to sense something dart past her feet with a whoosh. Before she could react and figure out what had just happened, she saw Lyle rushing over to her, looking anxious. "My lord, are you all right?" Siu shook her head, about to turn around and see what exactly had just shot past her, when suddenly, boom, the main gate of the territory was blown open. Suyu. Her eyelid twitched. Looking up, she saw a middle-aged man in a tattered mage's robe, someone who looked vaguely familiar, storming into the territory with an imposing air. "Where's that little black bug? Get out here, you. Stealing my food and then complaining about it. Just you wait, I'll roast you into a steak and show you what real gourmet food tastes like. If you've got the guts to say my cooking is bad, then you've got the guts to come out and face me. What are you hiding for?" Suyu. Well, even though Suyu didn't know exactly what had happened, based on her understanding of Mike and the information in his words, she could more or less guess the situation. The little black bug Mike mentioned was probably the creature he'd just fought, and the fight had started because the little black bug said Mike's cooking was bad. Yeah, that made sense. Mike wasn't angry because the little black bug stole his food, but because it said his cooking tasted awful. Maybe other people wouldn't understand Mike's logic, but Suyu did. Well, actually, she didn't really understand it either, but she knew that's just how Mike's mind worked. But regardless, that was no excuse for Mike to go smashing up her territory. Lyle. Suyu pointed behind her at Residential House 4. Something just ran in there. See if you can catch it. If you can't, that's fine, your safety comes first. Just block it inside and don't let it escape. Lyle hesitated, a rare thing, as he usually followed Suyu's orders without question, because there was still a very dangerous person here. Suyu could see the worry in his eyes, but she didn't have time to explain. She just indicated that she'd be fine, then walked toward Mike. Her confidence didn't come from the skill book, but from the system's protection. Any NPC recruited from the tavern, no matter how eccentric their behavior, would have an extremely low desire to attack the person who recruited them. Unless someone deliberately provoked them, they would never attack unprompted. Of course, it was possible that the data-driven world could delete this bit of programming, but even if it did, Mike wasn't a violent person. His aggression was only directed at those who mocked his cooking or disrupted him while he was cooking, or at other creatures. Under normal circumstances, he would never harm the innocent. So Suyu was unlikely to be in any danger unless she lost her mind and started mocking his cooking like that little black bug. Lal didn't know any of this, so naturally he was worried. But when he saw Suyu safely walk up to Mike, he hesitated, then chose to follow her instructions and went into Residential House 4 to look for the thing she'd mentioned that had slipped inside. Meanwhile, Suyu had already reached Mike. Although Mike was angry about his cooking being insulted, most of his rage had already been vented in the earlier fight. The reason he'd blown open the gate and rushed in now was simply an instinctive reaction to chase the little black bug. He didn't actually have any grudge or ill will toward the territory itself. So when he saw Suyu, his attitude wasn't exactly friendly, but he wasn't as furious as before either. Suyu knew Mike's temperament well. She wasn't sure if he was exactly the same as before, but his current attitude said it all. He didn't attack Suyu, but he didn't apologize either. Consider this your compensation for the damage to your territory. Where's your lord? Tell them to come out. Some stinking creature ran into your territory. I'm going to drag it out. Mike tossed Suyu a gold coin, sounding a bit annoyed, his eyes darting around as if searching for the little black bug that had insulted his cooking. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony. She put the gold coin straight into her backpack. Seeing this, Mike frowned, about to say something, but Siyu spoke first. I'm the Lord here. I accept your compensation. If you want to look for that so-called stinker in my territory, I won't stop you, but you can't make a mess, and you absolutely can't. Siyu pointed at the blasted stone gate. Randomly destroy buildings in my territory. Mike had thought she was just someone trying to pocket the gold coin, but she'd actually said she was the Lord. He found it a little odd, but didn't say much. Whoever the Lord was, it didn't matter to him. This wasn't his territory anyway. What mattered most right now was finding the guy who dared say his cooking was bad. I'm just here to find that stinker. As long as your territory doesn't shelter it, I won't cause any trouble. With that, Mike snorted, glanced around at the territory, and after seeing how simple and sparse the place was, quickly got a basic sense of it. It was a small territory, but that was fine. Fewer buildings, smaller area, easier to search. Just as he was about to go check each building, Siyu suddenly called out to him. I just saw a black shadow dart into that house. Why not check there first? As she finished speaking, Siyu pointed in the direction of residential house 4. Hearing her words, Mike paused for a moment, but didn't give a clear response. Instead, he simply strode straight toward the place Siyu had indicated. To him, it didn't matter where he checked first. He was a high-level mage, absolutely confident in his own strength, so he wasn't afraid of Siyu plotting against him. In any case, today he was determined to dig 3 feet into the ground if he had to. He was going to find that black bug that dared to mock him. Siyu followed behind. When the two of them arrived in front of residential house 4, Siyu happened to see Lal pushing the door open and coming out of the room. My lord, the thing inside looks like a black snake, but it's really fast. I couldn't catch it. Lake looked apologetic, a bit helpless and frustrated. In fact, he'd almost caught the little black snake several times just now, but the snake was extremely clever, often making fake moves to mislead Lake's judgment, causing him to lunge in the wrong direction while the snake darted off in the opposite way. That's no ordinary black snake. It's normal that you couldn't catch it. Mike glanced at Lyle. Although he was just stating the truth and didn't mean to mock, his words still made people feel uncomfortable. But Mike clearly didn't care what others thought. After all, as a high-level mage, he could do as he pleased. With absolute power, nothing else really mattered. After saying that, Mike ignored the two of them. Now that he knew the black snake was inside, he pushed open the door to residential house 4 and went in. My lord, this gentleman is. Although Mike's words just now weren't pleasant, Lal didn't take it to heart, nor did he feel upset because of them. After all, the other party was a powerful mage, not someone he could afford to offend. Besides, Mike was just telling the truth. The black snake was indeed formidable, and his own skills weren't much to speak of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so flustered trying to catch a snake. What Lyle cared about most now was what exactly this mage wanted, and whether he might pose any threat to the territory. Siyu saw his concern and explained what had just happened, even showing him the gold coin Mike had given her. This mage just wants to settle a personal matter. He's not the type to attack people at random. You don't need to worry so much. Seeing the gold coin in Siyu's hand, Lal reluctantly accepted that this mage might actually be a relatively kind one. After all, from everything he'd heard, mages were all proud and arrogant. If it had been a more arrogant mage in this situation, they'd just have to consider themselves unlucky. Compensation would be out of the question. If the mage didn't take advantage of them, that would already be merciful. This mage might seem ill-tempered, but he was reasonable and even generous. Not that Lyle had any choice but to believe it. So after Lyle was about to ask Siyu if there was anything they needed to do after Mike caught the snake, but before he could finish, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Then, something suddenly whipped hard against his calf. It hurt a lot. While it wasn't enough to cause real injury, Law was sure that if he rolled up his pant leg, there'd be a big bruise where he'd been struck. But he didn't have time to worry about that, because he saw the black snake shoot out like lightning. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but he thought the snake paused in front of Siyu, then darted straight to her side, trying to climb up her leg. "Get back here, you little pest!" came the furious shout of the mage from behind. Before Lao could help Siyu catch the snake, He saw his lord bend down with a calm expression and simply pick up the little black snake. That's right. She just picked it up. Lyle, my lord is amazing. He wasn't exactly afraid of snakes, but catching a cold-blooded animal like this usually required some mental preparation, especially since this black snake was clearly no ordinary creature. What if it bit her? What if it was venomous? But none of those what-ifs mattered now, because after Siyu picked up the snake, she noticed something odd. The snake didn't struggle at all, nor did it try to attack her. Siyu had only grabbed it so casually because she recognized it wasn't poisonous, but now it seemed this snake wasn't just harmless, it might actually be a bit dim-witted? Had Mike hit it silly? It didn't even know to struggle? The moment Siyu locked eyes with the black snake, she frowned. Then she heard the snake speak. You lousy cook. Your food is disgusting and you won't even let people say so. If your cooking is so good, why don't you eat it yourself? Don't you have any censored idea whether it's good or not? Saying it's bad is already being polite. Who knows how long I was puking in the trees after eating that garbage you made. I almost died from your cooking. Even if I turn into roast meat today, I'm not letting you be the one to cook me. If I become roast snake, I refuse to be some charred, disgusting snake meat. Suyu. Lyle. Siyu wasn't surprised to hear the snake talk. This world was full of strange things, and she couldn't judge it by the standards of her previous, ordinary life. But after hearing the snake's mocking tirade, even though she didn't know it, Siyu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for it. Wow. Just wow. Even a data snake can talk back like this these days? Honestly, the first two lines weren't so bad, but that last one. Even if I die and get roasted, I won't let you cook me, because your cooking sucks, was a precision strike. To be honest, if Siyu were Mike, she wouldn't be able to swallow that insult either. And as it happened, even though she wasn't Mike, Mike himself clearly couldn't take it. He charged out of the room, pulled out his magic staff, and glared menacingly at Suyu, or rather, the snake in her hand. No doubt, if he weren't worried about accidentally hurting Suyu, he'd have blasted the snake with a fire spell right then and there. My lord, hand it over to me and this matter will be settled, Mike said, doing his best to calm himself. Siyu didn't hesitate at all. She stepped forward, dragging the black snake with her, ready to hand it over to Mike. Although she admitted that everything the black snake said was true, that didn't affect her decision to side with Mike. It wasn't just because she wanted to recruit Mike. More importantly, she really couldn't afford to offend him right now. Even though Mike definitely wouldn't attack her at the moment, if she showed even the slightest intention of speaking up for the snake, things would get complicated. Besides, Siyu had no interest in lowering Mike's initial favorability or loyalty toward her and her territory just to save a snake. The black snake seemed to sense her intentions. It had been limp and lifeless, but suddenly began to struggle desperately. As it thrashed, some wounds on its body, which had been barely noticeable and seemed to be healing, split open again, fresh blood dripping out. I can die, but I want this human to kill me. If I'm going to be roasted, I want her to do it. Suyu. Siyu was stunned for a moment, glancing at the black snake in confusion. She didn't understand why this suddenly had anything to do with her. Mike sneered, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to use this chance to escape, don't you?" The black snake rolled its eyes, literally rolled them, and Siyu saw it with her own eyes. Oh, please. As if I could run away. I just want to die at this human's hands. At least she can cook, so my meat won't go to waste. I'm 100-year-old snake spirit, after all. If you waste my meat, I'll die with regrets. There was so much to unpack in the snake's words that Siyu didn't even know where to start. But right now, her main concern was the same as Mike's. We know each other? You two know each other? The black snake snorted, sounding rather imposing, but its next words carried a hint of grievance. How could we not know each other? I gave you those stones. And that boar. Siyu froze, then suddenly realized what was going on. So this black snake was the mysterious creature who had traded her stones for roasted berries and later tossed her a wild boar? But Siyu looked at the snake in her hand. It wasn't even as thick or as long as her arm. She just couldn't connect it to the mysterious creature that had caused such a commotion before, wiping out stone monsters and killing a wild boar. Sensing Suyu's doubtful gaze, the black snake instantly bristled, well, not literally, since it had no fur. Its scales stood on end, clearly agitated by her skepticism. What's with that look? If I weren't so badly injured, would I be like this? In a way, the black snake was actually pretty good at reading the situation. It hadn't expected this mage, Mike, to care so much about cooking skills. Previously, it had kept mocking him because it figured it wouldn't survive anyway. If it was going to die, it might as well go out cursing. But now things seemed to be taking a turn, so it wisely stopped provoking Mike. So you didn't know what the snake was thinking, but she did start to feel a bit more inclined to keep it alive. As long as it didn't affect Mike's favorability, of course. Between the black snake and Mike was definitely the higher priority. The only reason she wanted to keep the snake was because of a certain respawn mechanic. The respawn mechanism for creatures like the black snake was similar to that of mines. Each area had a limited number of resource points, which included not only minerals, but also biological resources. If the black snake really was the mysterious creature, then it was actually a boss beast, a special resource. Killing one would yield a lot of loot, and, judging by her previous experience with the fire demon boss, maybe even a treasure chest. But these creatures weren't easy to deal with. The only reason the black snake was in such bad shape was because it had fought another boss beast and both sides were badly wounded. Then it tangled with Mike and ended up like this. If the black snake had been at full health, Mike might not have been able to beat it. At best, it would have been a draw, and the snake might even have had a slight edge. The odds would have been about 60-40, with the snake at 60. A creature that even a high-level mage couldn't easily defeat, that said a lot about the snake's combat power. The respawn mechanic for boss beasts was, each area had a fixed number of them. As long as one lived, it remained the boss of the area. Only if it died would a new boss beast spawn to take its place. The black snake wasn't exactly friendly to her, but at least it was neutral. Having a neutral boss beast around was much better than having a new, aggressive one that might attack humans on sight. So you weighed the pros and cons, then handed the black snake to Mike. At the same time, she spoke up. Mage, I am the lord of this territory. I'd like to invite you to join us. Before Mike could respond, Siyu continued, I know, given the current state of the territory, it's impossible to expect a high-level mage like you to join. But I might have something you want. Mike took the black snake. He'd planned to leave the territory and deal with the snake elsewhere, but after hearing Suyu's words, he turned to her, signaling her to go on. He didn't think Suyu's invitation was naive. He'd heard countless such invitations before and was used to it. In the past, he would have ignored such offers and left straight away. But maybe it was the black snake's comment about the Lord's cooking that got to him, so Mike was willing to stay and listen. Maybe you could call it a soft spot for good cooks. You seem to enjoy cooking? I happen to have a book about it. As she spoke, Siyu took out a high-level cooking skill book. She held it with the back facing Mike, so he couldn't see the title, but he could guess what it was. In his eyes, this book was nothing more than a cookbook, a secret recipe, or some sort of culinary manual. Is this a family heirloom recipe? Or a secret cooking manual? Mech waved his hand impatiently as he spoke. I've got plenty of things like that. If that's all you have to offer, it's not enough to interest me. In fact, plenty didn't even begin to describe Mech's collection of cookbooks. After all, as a high-level mage, anything he wanted would be delivered to him by people eager to curry favor. They would do anything to build a connection, hoping Mech would help them out. Mech knew exactly what their motives were, so he never accepted anything for free. If someone brought him something he was interested in, he would buy it at a price above market value. He was willing to collect these things, but he didn't want to owe anyone favors for them, let alone sell himself to a territory over such things. It's not a recipe, and it's not a manual. This is a cooking skill book. So you flipped the book over, showing Mech the bold title, Advanced Cooking Skill Book. Mech was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reached out, trying to snatch the book from Suyu's hands. Suyu had expected Mech to get excited, but she hadn't thought he'd get this worked up. Still, she let go, allowing him to take the skill book, while stopping Lyle from intervening. Mech turned the skill book over and over in his hands, examining it closely. Once he was sure it was genuine and not some disguised book, he clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. Name your price. I'll buy this skill book. Mek wanted the advanced cooking skill book badly, but he still had his own calculations. After all, Siu had made it clear that she wanted to use this book to recruit him, but Mek was trying to buy it with money instead. Although Siu was short on cash, Mek himself was far more valuable to her than money. Recruiting a mage of his caliber at this point in time, especially knowing his limitless potential, was an opportunity money couldn't buy. I'm not selling this book. I'm only using it for recruitment. Siu shook her head, rejecting Mek's attempt to buy the advanced cooking skill book. Even though the book was now in his hands, since he'd snatched it from Suyu, its ownership still belonged to her. In other words, Mek couldn't learn from it unless Siu agreed to give it to him. That's why Siu dared to bring out the skill book in the first place. She knew Mek would probably try to grab it, but she also knew he couldn't use it without her consent. Hearing Suyu's firm response, Mek frowned. If it's not money you want, name anything else. I can agree to anything. Mek really didn't want to join a territory. To him, joining a territory meant restrictions, and it would interfere with his pursuit of culinary excellence. He was a man determined to seek out the world's finest cuisine and apprentice himself to the god of cooking. Siu stared at him for a few seconds. She didn't say anything, but her meaning was clear. She wanted him to stay and join the territory. If this is too difficult for you, then forget it. Please return the advanced cooking skill book to me, and I'll find someone else who's willing to stay for it. The tactic was old-fashioned, but it didn't matter if it was new or not as long as it worked. At this point, Mek's face was twisted in agony. Not just his face, even his heart felt twisted with indecision. Fine. I'll join the territory, but I'll only stay for 2 years. After that, I'm leaving. Mek thought long and hard before finally coming up with a compromise. He could join the territory, but there was no way he'd be trapped in this small place forever. 2 years wasn't too long or too short. For the sake of the advanced cooking skill book, he'd cooperate and follow all her reasonable arrangements. Mek had even thought, if Siu didn't agree, he could extend it to 3 years. If she still didn't agree, then he would. Mek looked at the skill book in his hands, his conflicted heart aching. If 3 years wasn't enough, then 5 years would be his limit. If she still refused, then even if it broke his heart to give up the skill book, he would just walk away. But things didn't go quite as Mek had imagined. If you let it go today, you only need to stay for 1 year. Siu pointed at the black snake that Mek had instinctively tossed to the ground when he grabbed the skill book. Mek was stunned. He never expected the Lord to voluntarily reduce the term by a year just for a snake. Honestly, Mek didn't really care about killing the snake or not. The black snake's taunts were annoying, but it wasn't like he had to kill it. Besides, now that he had the advanced cooking skill book, no, you don't, becoming the god of cooking was only a matter of time. On the path to culinary greatness, there would always be obstacles and doubters. He didn't need to worry about it. Whether to kill the snake for revenge or stay an extra year wasn't a hard choice for Mek. But he was a little worried Siu might regret it. Are you sure? Mek looked at Siu suspiciously, worried she might have some other scheme. Siu nodded. Let the black snake go, and you only need to stay in the territory for 1 year. After that, you're free to stay or leave as you wish. At that moment, Mek didn't notice that Siu had said free to stay or leave, not leave after a year. She said it because she was confident that after a year in the territory, Mek would have no intention of leaving. And even if he did leave, it wouldn't matter. By then, the territory wouldn't be lacking a high-level mage. But as for Mek, he never imagined, nor could he believe, that there would come a day when he'd actually want to stay. Yet, that's exactly what happened a year later. But that's a story for another time. Alright, it's a deal. You can handle the black snake yourself. With that, Mek found a corner, squatted down, and started reading the skill book, not caring at all about maintaining the dignity of a high-level mage. At the same time, as Mek spoke, a familiar system notification sounded in Suyu's ear. Advanced Fire Mage Domino Mek has applied to join your territory. Please check and process the application promptly. Siu quickly reviewed Mek's information and then agreed to let him join. As soon as she agreed, Mek seemed to sense something. He stood there in a daze for a few seconds, then quickly reverted to his usual impatient self. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I want to learn skills. All right. Go ahead and learn. Siu handed him the advanced cooking skill book, letting him read and learn as he pleased. Meanwhile, she bent down and picked up the black snake again. Why did you save me? Wouldn't it be better to let that guy guard your home for another year? The black snake felt conflicted. No one wants to die, and it was no exception. It had already resigned itself to death, only to find itself suddenly saved by a human who looked completely powerless. And the price for saving it. Although the black snake didn't like mech, it knew very well what a high-level mage meant in the human world. Because it understood, it couldn't quite figure out why this human would do such a thing. But Siu had no intention of explaining. She simply brought the snake to her workshop. She set the black snake aside, took 2 items from a wooden box, and placed them on her workbench. Do you want to use cloth scraps 3 and 100 flower herb 1 to craft bandages 3? Crafting. Bandages 3. Estimated time, 300 seconds. Bandages, much like basic healing potions, are among the most common and frequently used medicines in the early stages and can be used to restore health. The difference is that the 100 flower herb used in bandages can only be applied externally, so it can't replace red herb in making basic healing potions. Also, bandages only work if there are external wounds. If there are none, they won't restore health. So, while the two are similar, the differences are quite clear. During the 5-minute crafting time, Siu took out some bark-based paper and a feather pen she'd made earlier, then started writing and sketching on the paper. The black snake didn't know what she was doing, but didn't bother to ask. In just a few minutes, Siu had filled the paper with writing. She couldn't help it, so much had happened today that she needed to take some time to organize her thoughts. Double disasters, the treasure chest exploded, and she'd only just sealed the monster spawn cage. Today was just one disaster after another. Nothing but bad luck. Siu took a deep breath, then began reviewing the notes she'd written, checking if anything needed to be revised or added. First, she'd sealed the monster spawn cage this morning. The seal would last 5 days, so on the 12th day of the datafied world, she'd have to bring people over in advance to prepare. At a rate of about 25 ghost skeletons spawning per day, 5 days would mean 125 of them. Fortunately, after sealing, the spawn rate drops by 30%, so in reality, she'd be facing about 90 ghost skeletons after 5 days. That's about a third less than before, but it's still a lot. Still, now she'd recruited mech. Duoya was also a skilled fighter, and Lyle and Lake weren't bad either. Currently, her territory had 5 people including herself, and 4 of them were combat capable. With this setup, as long as nothing unexpected happened, dealing with the monster spawn cage shouldn't be a big problem. Second, regarding the dark creature's attack on the 10th day, it was now day 7, so she had less than 3 days to prepare. The dark creatures would attack in 2 waves, one at dawn on the 10th day and another late at night on the same day. If the attack mechanism was the same as before, each wave should have about 10 to 20 dark creatures, with at least 1 elite among them. But as before, since her combat power was sufficient, it shouldn't be too hard to handle. Third, the double disasters. Now, the possible types of disasters had been narrowed down to locust plague, drought, flood, acid rain, and one more, forest frenzy. There were 3 possible combinations of these disasters. 1. Locust plague and drought. 2. Forest frenzy and flood. 3. Forest frenzy and acid rain. If Siu could choose, she'd definitely prefer the first combination, because it's the only one she could fully prepare for in advance. Locust plagues aren't that scary, she had ways to deal with them. Drought just meant a lack of water, but the well would still replenish, just more slowly and in smaller amounts, so water could be stockpiled in advance. Drought wasn't a big deal. Floods and acid rain weren't too hard to handle either. Just prepare for water blocking and drainage for floods, and have anti-corrosion materials ready for acid rain. The hardest to deal with was forest frenzy. Forest frenzy meant the entire forest would enter a hyperactive state, with plants mutating rapidly and becoming extremely active. This activity is hard to explain, but basically, The plants would initiate friendly or unfriendly interactions with humans. Besides plants, animals would also become frenzied. Even the most docile creatures would become overly enthusiastic, not to mention those already aggressive. And Suyu's territory was in the forest. If forest frenzy was triggered, all outdoor activities would be severely hampered, maybe even impossible, for the duration of the event. The only good news was that Suyu knew about the double disaster in advance, and she also knew it would happen on day 31. Fourth, the timed quest. This quest was automatically accepted when the territory leveled up, which happened on the night of day 5. The quest duration was 5 days, so the deadline was the same day as the dark creature's attack. Those were the most important points. The rest were mostly things you needed to prepare, the order in which buildings needed to be constructed, and materials to collect. After finishing her notes, the bandages she'd started crafting were done. She picked up the bandages, grabbed the snake with one hand and the bandages with the other, and, without much care, wrapped them haphazardly around the black snake. As long as the system registered them as used, it didn't matter how she applied them. Because she didn't put much care into it, the snake, which was already a long, slender creature, ended up looking like a white mummy after Suyu wrapped it up. The black snake had a bad feeling the moment it saw Suyu pull out the bandages, but it was too badly injured to move. Any movement risked reopening its barely healed wounds. Besides, it trusted that Suyu wouldn't harm it, so it simply let her wrap it up like a mummy. There were 3 bandages in total. Suyu used 2. When she was about to use the third, the system notified her that the target was no longer bleeding, so she just stuffed the last bandage into her backpack, planning to toss it into the crate in Residential House 4 later. Heal up on your own. I've left you some food. Once you're better, hurry up and leave. If that mage comes after you again, I won't step in next time. With that, Suyu put down some food and left the tool shed, leaving the door slightly ajar. She didn't bother worrying about how the snake, now wrapped up from head to tail, was supposed to eat or free itself. That wasn't her problem. If a mighty forest boss couldn't even deal with a few bandages, it might as well starve. She'd already done more than enough. As for why she didn't just kill the black snake for a big reward, she'd already explained. Compared to the reward, it was more important not to let a new, potentially even more dangerous creature respawn here. Besides, the snake might look half dead, but Suyu had no idea what its true condition was. She'd even tried using her detection skill to check its stats, but all she saw was a long string of S. She couldn't even see its HP, let alone its attack or defense stats. It might not be a match for Mike, but that didn't mean she could easily take it down herself. If she wasn't quick enough and it managed to bite her, she'd probably lose most of her HP, or even end up in a near-death state. For now, building a friendly relationship with the black snake was clearly the most beneficial choice. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. On the afternoon of the 8th day, Suyu returned to her territory and finally met the last NPC she'd recruited, Yusin. Unlike recruiting Bugua and Mike, recruiting Yusin was incredibly easy, so easy that easy didn't even begin to describe it. If the difficulty of recruiting someone was usually a 1, then recruiting Yusin was a 0. When Yusin arrived at the territory, Suyu wasn't even there. She'd taken Lake to the mine to have him dig for copper ore and marble. When she got back, she found a young man had appeared in the territory. That young man was Yusin. Somehow, Yusin already knew Suyu was the Lord, so he immediately asked to join the territory. Before this, Suyu hadn't spoken a single word to him. Their very first conversation was him asking to join. If Suyu hadn't checked his stats and seen that both his favorability and loyalty were normal, she would have suspected something was off. After all, it was rare for an NPC to be so eager to sell themselves. But since Yusin seemed perfectly normal and she needed to recruit him anyway, Suyu simply agreed. After joining, Yusin was assigned to live in Residential House 5. Currently, the residential assignments in the territory were as follows. Residential House 1, Duo Lee, Duoya. Residential House 2, Lyle, Lake. Residential House 3, Mike. Residential House 4, used as a warehouse. Residential House 5, Yusin. As for Suyu, she moved straight into the Lord's mansion as soon as it was built. Even though Mike's level had been suppressed to beginner, he was still a high-level mage, so Siu gave him a bit of respect and assigned him a private room. To further increase his favorability, Siu even converted the extra space into a small kitchen and gave Mike access to all the ingredients in the territory. At first, Mike was dissatisfied with the basic conditions, but the moment he saw the kitchen, all his complaints vanished. When Siu told him he could use any ingredients from the warehouse without restriction, he immediately gave her a whopping 10 favorability points. Honestly, this guy might be a bit useless and playful, but as long as you cater to his interests, he's pretty easy to please. In the past, Siu would never have dared to give him access to the warehouse, but now that he was a chef with advanced cooking skills, she wasn't worried. Mike's cooking might not be great, but as long as the system's programming was solid, it was fine. With a willing, enthusiastic employee working for free, Siu finally had one less burden. She no longer had to cook for herself. Besides giving Mike access to ingredients, Siu also put him in charge of the tavern, which was currently just a place to sell food. Mike had no objections to being the tavern owner. In fact, every time he sold food for the first 3 times, he gave Siu an extra point of favorability. 3 sales, 3 points. She wasn't sure if this had triggered some special hobby of his, but as long as favorability went up, it was a good thing. As Siu enjoyed the roast meat Mike had made, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. She never thought she'd live to see the day she could safely eat Mike's cooking. In the past, Mike's dark cuisine wasn't just unpalatable, it could actually reduce your HP, and in severe cases, even inflict a bleeding debuff. As a Lord player, Siu couldn't level up, and without special items, her HP would always be stuck at 100. That meant just a couple bites of Mike's old cooking could be fatal. So even though Mike used to force people to taste test his food, he never dared mess with Siu, not just because he was afraid she'd dismantle his kitchen and confiscate his treasures, but also because he didn't want to lose his sugar daddy, who let him waste so many ingredients. There was Siu, happily munching on roast meat, while Mike watched her eat with growing satisfaction. After all, this was the first time in his life he'd seen someone willingly eat his food, and even pay for it. "Boss, I'll have 2 servings of berry roast," someone called out to Mike, waving and handing over 10 copper coins. This man was a member of the caravan. Not just him, other caravan members were also trickling into the tavern. They each took out their money and told Mike what food they wanted. "All right, here's what you ordered." Mike took their money with a cheerful smile and handed out everything they'd asked for an order. "Thank you, boss. Your food is really delicious," said caravan member A, grinning as he took his roasted meat. He wasn't just flattering Mike. Yesterday afternoon, Mike had just finished studying a skill book and was assigned by Siu to run the tavern. So, the food they'd eaten yesterday was already made by Mike himself, not the soulless dishes churned out by Chung Xinhua. Maybe it was the bonus from his advanced cooking skill, but Mike's food really did taste better than what Chung Xinhua made. Mike loved cooking, loved watching others eat his food, and loved it even more when people genuinely praised his cooking. Just because of that one sentence from caravan member A, Mike's affection for him shot up. If the tavern didn't belong to Siu, and if Siu hadn't provided the ingredients, Mike probably would have given this guy a free meal on the spot. "As long as you like it." "There's more if you want." Mike suppressed his inner joy, his whole being radiating happiness. Even though he'd only been in this territory for less than a day, the joy he'd felt in that short time was more than he'd experienced in decades. Caravan member A was sincere in his praise, but seeing Mike so happy made him feel a bit odd. He actually knew that this seemingly simple, honest middle-aged man was the very same high-level mage who'd caused that huge explosion yesterday. Which raised a question: why would a high-level mage be so delighted just because someone complimented his cooking? Caravan member A couldn't understand it, but he was too embarrassed and too afraid to ask. After all, no matter how approachable he seemed now, the man was still a high-level mage. If he accidentally said something that hit a sore spot, it could end badly. Actually, it wasn't just caravan member A who found it strange, the other caravan members did too. But like him, they only dared to sneak glances at Mike's expression and didn't dare ask anything. So, in this slightly awkward atmosphere, Everyone finished their lunch. Lord Su. Before they left, caravan member A approached Suyu. We'll be leaving the territory tomorrow morning. The captain asked me to let you know. Afraid Suyu might misunderstand, caravan member A quickly added, normally, the captain would tell you herself, but she has something urgent to handle today and isn't in the territory, so she asked me to inform you in advance. Yunli really did have urgent business. When she was about to leave the territory, Siyu and Lake had gone to the mine and weren't around. Plus, she couldn't guarantee she'd be back tonight, so she asked another caravan member to pass on the message. Siyu nodded to show she understood, and after caravan member A finished speaking, he left with the others. Actually, Yunli leaving tomorrow was within Siyu's expectations, because the day after tomorrow would be the 10th day, the time when the dark creatures would attack. It could be seen as some mysterious force prompting Yunli to decide to leave, allowing the caravan to perfectly avoid the dark creature's attack, which was now less than 24 hours away. After finishing her meal, Siyu also left the tavern. Before leaving, she glanced back at Mike and saw he was still busy experimenting with new dishes. After a moment's thought, Siyu decided not to stop him. After all, with advanced cooking skills, no matter how strange the food turned out, it probably wouldn't be inedible. After leaving the tavern, Siyu headed to check on the farmland. Yusin had just arrived. Although he had planting skills and the perfect match trait, Siyu still wanted to check on the fields herself, since Yusin's eagerness to work for free still struck her as a bit odd. When she got to the fields, she saw Yusin just putting away his bucket. As he set the bucket down, Yusin looked up and saw Siyu across from him. Lord, I finished tending to the crops here. They're all growing well. As he spoke, Siyu looked over the 10 plots herself. Just as he said, the 9 fields were indeed in good shape. As for why it was 9 fields. By the way, Lord, the cotton in this plot just matured. I've harvested it and put it here for now. Yusin pointed to the cotton on the ground, then continued, now that the cotton's been harvested, this plot is empty. What would you like to plant next? Plant cotton again. Did you get any cotton seeds from the harvest? Unlike wild plants, domesticated, field-grown. Crops yield both produce and seeds when mature, so there's no need to process the plant further to get seeds. For cyclical plants like berry bushes, seeds drop on the final harvest. Hearing Suyu's instructions, Yusin nodded and pulled out 7 or 8 packets of cotton seeds from under the pile of cotton. Don't change the other crops for now. After harvesting, just replant the same thing as before, Siyu said, satisfied with the current planting arrangement. Since she didn't have any new seeds, she wasn't planning to change anything yet. All right, understood, Yusin replied obediently. If you want to earn some money after planting, you can check the bounty board to see if there are any suitable tasks for you. Yusin gave a shy smile, then hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something but was holding back. Siyu was about to leave, but seeing his expression, she paused. Is there a problem? Siyu asked, opening Yusin's info panel. Aside from a slight increase in loyalty and favorability, all his stats were exactly the same as when she recruited him that morning. Yusin nodded, looking a bit embarrassed, almost like a bashful bride. Siyu even thought she saw a faint blush on his face. After confirming she wasn't seeing things, Siyu was left completely bewildered. Siyu, what? What just happened? Did I miss some major plot development? Just as Siyu was starting to feel a bit lost, Yusin finally spoke up. Lord, I wanted to ask you, within the territory, is there someone with short hair, really skilled with a bow? Yusin had only gotten halfway through his question, but Siyu already guessed who he was talking about. Short hair, uses a bow, who else could it be but Duoya? So, could it be that Yusin likes Duoya, and that's why he's so eager to stay in the territory? Siyu didn't know, didn't really understand, and as a child, she found this plot twist a bit unusual and hadn't quite processed it yet. After hearing Yusin's words, Siyu, who was just over 200 months old, had a rather complicated expression. You must be talking about Duoya. She is indeed one of the people in the territory. Yusin's eyes lit up, and he quickly thanked Siyu. The more he acted like this, the more convinced Siyu became that her guess was right. There aren't any rules against that in the territory, but I hope this won't affect your work here. Siu wasn't Duoya, and she couldn't see how much affection one NPC had for another, nor did she really care about NPC romances. Even though, as the Lord, she technically had the authority, she wasn't about to make decisions for NPCs about their love lives. But while she supported their freedom to fall in love, she didn't want it to affect the NPC's loyalty to the territory. In other words, office romance? Okay, let it affect your work? No. Some people might think Siu is overthinking it. What's the big deal if NPCs fall in love? It wouldn't have any real impact. But only Siu knew that, in the past, when players tried to force NPC couples together, it led to decreased affection, lower loyalty, and sometimes even NPCs leaving the territory. There were even cases where an NPC, unable to get what they wanted, ended up blowing up the territory. It might sound bizarre, but in a game with maxed-out realism and freedom, anything was possible. Of course, these situations were rare and only happened if you really pushed your luck. And as for the territory explosion incident, it was later debunked. The truth was that an NPC had mistaken fake explosives for a gift and given them to their crush, and, well, both NPCs were fine in the end, since the explosives were fake, just for show, no real power, but when your attempt to woo someone almost blows them up, it's obvious things aren't going to work out. After that player posted about it on the forum, the story got twisted into shocking. NPC blows up territory after being rejected. After hearing Siu's words, Yusin nodded, then spoke seriously, as if making a promise. I understand, my lord. Don't worry. I'm not. All right, no need to explain. As long as you know what you're doing. Siu didn't care for these kinds of promises, especially since it had nothing to do with her. Yusin didn't need to make any guarantees to her, unless he was promising to devote himself to the territory's development in the future. But as things stood, if Yusin really was here for Duoya, he didn't seem like the type to cause trouble, so Siu wasn't particularly worried. All right, get back to work. Good luck, kid, I have high hopes for you. Siu didn't specify what she meant by that, and after saying it, she left. Siu headed to the warehouse, because she'd just seen Lake pushing a wooden cart back. Lake's return meant he'd probably finished mining marble and copper ore. After Warehouse 2 was built, Siu had switched the bounty board's linked storage from a wooden box to Warehouse 2. So she went to Warehouse 2 to collect the marble and copper ore, then took the materials to the workshop to finish the items she hadn't been able to make yesterday due to a lack of materials. Siu had 2 things to craft, copper-balanced arrows and her own backpack upgrade. The recipe for copper-balanced arrows was wood 2, copper ingot 1, feathers 5. It was the same as the stone-balanced arrow recipe, just swapping stone for copper. The materials and output were the same, each batch produced 10 to 12 arrows. Siu had half a batch left from before, which was 25 feathers, so she used wood 10, copper ingot 5, feathers 25 to make 50 to 60 copper-balanced arrows. After putting the materials on the workbench, Siu started preparing the materials for the backpack upgrade. The initial backpack was level 0, with only 5 slots. She'd previously used string and bark to upgrade it to level 1, doubling its space from 5 to 10 slots. Upgrading to level 2 was different. It required a lot more materials, advanced string, cloth or soft fabric, some copper ingots, and beast teeth. The reason for so many materials was that backpack space had a huge impact on game progress, so each upgrade required materials worth several times more than the previous level. Siu had always wanted to go exploring, but hadn't taken action. Partly because she needed to build up the territory, with the dark creature's attack looming, but also because of the backpack's limitations. The backpack was too small to carry much, so Siu felt that even if she went exploring, she wouldn't be able to bring much back, which made her reluctant to go. She took out the required materials and opened her backpack. Consume advanced string 10, cloth 5, copper ingot 2, beast teeth 5 to upgrade backpack to level 2. As before, when upgrading the backpack interface closed automatically. When Siu opened it again, the space had doubled from 10 to 20 slots. Excluding level 0, the backpack had 10 levels in total. Each level increased the number of slots, and starting from level 3 or 5, each upgrade also brought other changes. For example, at level 3, the stacking limit increased to 100. Except for special items like tools, weapons, and equipment, all other materials could be stacked up to 100 per slot. And since a level 3 backpack had 50 slots, it was basically like carrying a level 1 warehouse with you. A level 5 backpack had 100 slots, with the same stacking limit of 100, but it also unlocked a feature called auto-absorb, which, as the name suggests, worked like a magnet to automatically pick up dropped items within a certain range. This feature could be toggled on and off, and you could even filter which types of items would be auto-picked up. If the level 5 backpack is already this impressive, then the level 6 backpack is truly extraordinary. A level 6 backpack has 200 slots, but more importantly, it comes with a feature that almost every player at the time desperately wanted. Any food stored inside the backpack would enter a preserved state. It would never spoil or rot as long as it wasn't taken out. In fact, it wasn't just food. With the exception of certain special items, anything prone to rotting or going bad could be kept fresh forever in the backpack. Although these backpack features sound amazing, according to some in-game statistics C once saw, only 2% of all players ever managed to upgrade their backpack to level 4. For level 5, it was just 0.4%, and as for level 6, fewer than 10 players ever reached it. As for level 7, not a single player had ever achieved it. Back then, Siu only upgraded her backpack to level 6 before giving up on further upgrades. Even though she had the resources to buy the materials needed for a level 7 upgrade, the cost simply wasn't worth the benefit. Besides, 200 slots at level 6 were already more than enough for her, so she didn't bother going any further. By the mid to late stages of the game, most Lord players rarely left their territories, so backpacks became less and less important, making further upgrades unnecessary. Since she never upgraded beyond that, Siu had no idea what special effects a level 7 backpack might have. And she wasn't alone. None of the other players she knew had any plans to upgrade their backpacks either. So aside from rumors, there was zero information about level 7 backpacks, and the game company never released any official data on them. With the backpack upgraded and the copper-balanced arrows crafted, 55 arrows in total, which was about average, Siu stored the arrows in her backpack, since Duoya wasn't in the territory at the moment. She'd give them to her when she returned. Today, Siu had assigned Lake to mine copper ore and marble. She used some of the copper ore for making arrows and upgrading her backpack, and stored the rest in the warehouse for other uses. As for the marble, she needed it for construction. She wanted to finish all the basic infrastructure in her territory before the first dark creature attack. The first dark creature attack wasn't just there to increase the game's difficulty. Once a territory successfully survived its first attack, whether on day 10 or 15, it would gain a huge amount of reputation for fending off the dark creatures and becoming famous. And the player would also have the option to open their territory to outsiders. This is what Yunli was referring to earlier when she mentioned that Sunset Territory wasn't open to the public. The difference between an open and a closed territory is kind of like the difference between a shop that's open for business and one that's closed. Once a territory is open, the number of visiting travelers and wanderers increases, more merchant caravans and traders will stop by, and population growth speeds up. So you needed to finish building all the essential structures in her territory before the dark creature attack. That way, when travelers or merchant caravans arrived, if they enjoyed their stay, her territory's reputation would increase. The more satisfied they were when they left, the more reputation she'd gain and word of mouth would spread. With their recommendations, even more people would come to the territory, creating a positive feedback loop. The essential buildings she referred to could be summed up as food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. First up, clothing. Siu already had a tailor shop, and Dolly had successfully leveled up her tailoring skill. Although it was still at the beginner level and she couldn't make anything too fancy, she could handle everyday items like clothes and bedding. Next, food, places to buy and eat food. For food, Siu already had a tavern and a diligent, passionate owner chef, so there wasn't much to worry about. The only issue was that the menu was a bit limited, since the only ingredients available were meat and berries. But Suyu had already planted wheat, rice, potatoes, and corn. With Yuzin around, once these crops were harvested, the menu would expand. Things like bread, corn pancakes, rice, crispy rice, baked potatoes, potato cakes, roasted corn. It was just a matter of time. Then came shelter. This mainly referred to residential houses and inns, both places where people could stay. Shelter was actually even more important than the previous two. After all, you couldn't expect visitors to just sleep on the ground, could you? To provide accommodations, Siu used an inn card she'd previously obtained to build an inn in front of Warehouse 1. She also planned to build a row of residential houses alongside the training grounds, bringing the total up to 10. Since wood was needed for other things, this was just a plan for now. She only used a building card to construct the inn for free. An inn could house many people, while a residential house could only hold 2. With an inn, there'd be enough space for everyone unless a large merchant caravan like Yunli's needed to stay over. Residential houses were generally for permanent residents, while outsiders usually stayed at the inn. Of course, if someone really wanted to stay in a house, they could as long as they paid extra. Finally, transportation referred to roads and vehicles like carts and wagons. Siu was already working on building roads, both inside and just outside her territory. As for carts and wagons, the relevant building was a mount shop, but having a shop was useless without anything to sell. Horses and donkeys had to be purchased from specialized animal trading caravans. Since only one caravan had visited so far, it was unlikely another would show up anytime soon, and even if one did, it might not be selling animals. So for now, all Siu needed to do was improve the roads. With food, clothing, shelter, and transportation taken care of, Siu looked through the building list for other common shops. For example, a tool shop selling axes, shovels, pickaxes, fishing rods, and other tools, a weapon shop for all kinds of weapons, and an armor shop for various types of armor, and so on. The construction materials for this type of shop are all the same: composite wood planks, composite stone slabs, and marble tiles. Composite wood planks are synthesized from regular wood planks. 5 wood planks make one composite wood plank, which means 60 units of wood are needed for one composite wood plank. Similarly, composite stone slabs are made from regular stone slabs. 3 stone slabs make one composite stone slab, or in other words, 48 units of stone for one composite stone slab. Whether it's a tool shop, weapon shop, or armor shop, all of these shops originally start as a blacksmith shop. Once upgraded, the blacksmith shop can be converted into a tool shop, weapon shop, armor shop, or other types of stores. Before upgrading, the blacksmith shop can sell all items produced by the blacksmith. The purpose of upgrading is to categorize these products. When items are sold in the shop that matches their category, they fetch a higher price, customers are more satisfied, and the shop gains its own reputation, which helps attract more people to the territory. For example, a stone axe might sell for 25 copper coins at the blacksmith shop, but if sold at the tool shop, it could go for 35 copper coins. The same goes for other items. Selling them in the corresponding shop increases their price. Other buildings similar to the blacksmith shop include the craftsman's workshop and the tailor shop. Both can be upgraded to specialize in selling a certain type of product. But since it's still early days, there's no need to split things up so finely, and Siu doesn't have enough materials to build and upgrade so many buildings anyway. For now, she plans to build just one blacksmith shop, one craftsman's workshop, and one tailor shop. With these 3 shops, plus a tavern and a way station, the territory's basic commercial facilities will be complete. Consume 5 composite wood planks, 5 composite stone slabs, and 5 marble tiles to build a blacksmith shop. Construction in progress. Blacksmith shop. Estimated time: 300 minutes. Consume 5 composite wood planks, 5 composite stone slabs, and 5 marble tiles to build a craftsman's workshop. Construction in progress. Craftsman's workshop. Estimated time: 300 minutes. The blacksmith shop, craftsman's workshop, and tailor shop are all being built in the same row. The craftsman's workshop is next to the tailor shop, and the blacksmith shop is right beside it. After picking the locations, the construction countdowns began. Siyu also took the opportunity to organize the remaining materials and tally up the quantities. Thanks to the lumber mill, Lal no longer has to haul logs back and forth. The lumber mill not only transports wood but also serves as a sheltered rest spot, so Lyle's wood gathering efficiency has increased by a full 50%. Whereas before, chopping 700 or 800 units of wood a day was exhausting, now gathering 1100 or 1200 a day is easy. Currently, the warehouse in the territory holds over 2,000 units of wood, though there's less stone, just over 700 units. Besides wood and stone, there are also plenty of other materials, like rope. Since fiber takes up too much space, Siyu has turned it all into rope, so there are only about 300 ropes left in storage. There used to be more rope, but Dory, who was in charge of collecting it, has now been assigned to the tailor shop, so no one is gathering fiber anymore. As a result, the rope supply is only going down, not up. Even so, after several days of use, there are still over 300 ropes left, which shows just how hard Dory worked before. But now that the territory is growing cotton, 3 whole fields of it, cotton can be used as a substitute for fiber, so whether or not anyone collects fiber isn't that important anymore. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Siyu was about to finish inventorying the warehouse, there was a sudden knock at the workshop door. Before she could open it, she heard Dory's voice outside. "Miss Lord, that little girl you and Doya brought back before, she's come back again." As Dory spoke, the door in front of her was already opening. "Is it Bugwa?" Dory nodded. "Yes," she said, "her name is Bugwa." "Oh." And besides her, there are a few travelers and a wanderer outside the territory. They'd like to stay here for a while. A wanderer? Siyu was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected a wanderer to show up at this time. But then again, the territory is short on people, and with a timed quest hanging over her, Siyu was more than happy to welcome wanderers. In fact, she wished more would come. Yes, just one wanderer, and about 3 or 4 travelers. I didn't get a good look. Right now, Lake is greeting them. As Dory spoke, she led Siyu to the tavern. Lake had spent the whole morning mining stone and was exhausted, so instead of heading back out after turning in his quest, he decided to rest in the territory. Coincidentally, the training ground had just been completed, so after lunch, he wanted to check it out and maybe get some practice in. But on his way there, he saw a few people lingering at the territory's gate. Out of curiosity, and for the territory's safety, Lake went over to ask about their situation. That's how he learned they wanted to stay for a few days. Just then, Dory happened to pass by, so Lake called her over to inform Siyu, while he took the newcomers to the tavern. "This is a new territory, isn't it?" Traveler A said, taking a big bite of roast meat and sighing with satisfaction. "I never expected such a small place to have such amazing food. This roast is incredible, better than anything I've had at the big city taverns. The best part was, not only was it delicious, it was cheap too." He remembered paying over 20 copper coins for a piece of roast meat before, but here it was only 10. Supposedly, the chef here has intermediate cooking skills, which is why the price is so high, but honestly, this chef is way better. Half the price, better flavor, and a generous portion. Traveler A, a true foodie, was instantly won over by this meal. Lake just smiled and said nothing. He didn't need to say anything. Mike, the chef, had already started chatting with Traveler A as soon as he was praised, leaving Lake with no chance to get a word in. As for Traveler B, Traveler C, and the Wanderer, those 3 were much quieter. After paying, they simply ate their food in silence. Oh right, there was also a little girl named Bugwa. She didn't order any grilled meat, just a cup of berry juice. Then she hugged her bundle and sat quietly in the corner of the tavern, sipping her drink in tiny mouthfuls. She looked so calm and composed that she hardly seemed like a child at all. Meanwhile, Mike and Traveler A were getting along better and better as they talked. If Lake didn't know this was their first meeting, he would have thought they were long-lost brothers or something. How had their conversation gotten so friendly that they were now slinging their arms around each other's shoulders? Weren't mages supposed to be proud, arrogant, and aloof? Lake tugged at the corner of his mouth, then turned his attention to the other two travelers and the Wanderer. These three all seemed like the quiet type, or at least not the kind to chat with strangers. So no matter how lively Mike and Traveler A's conversation got, they barely reacted, just focusing on eating until… What's that? Fire magic? The tavern owner is actually a fire mage. Am I seeing things? That really looks like magic. Lake himself had just taken out the food he'd bought earlier and was about to take a bite of grilled meat when he heard a series of exclamations erupt around him. And the content of those exclamations gave him a strange suspicion. He looked up and sure enough, Mike, who had been chatting just a moment ago, was now back at the stove. One hand conjured flames out of thin air, which he used to roast a huge chunk of beast meat. As the fire wrapped around the meat, the grill sizzled, and golden drops of hot oil slid down the marbled surface, finally dripping into the pan and pooling into a little golden puddle. It wasn't just a visual spectacle. The unique aroma of roasting meat filled everyone's noses. Even though the meat in their hands and the meat Mike was cooking were made from the same ingredients and prepared in the same way, somehow the piece in Mike's hands just seemed more delicious. Watching Mike use his mage abilities to show off his cooking skills, Lake was at first stunned. But after the shock wore off, the lofty, mysterious image he'd always had of mages came crashing down. All he saw now was a middle-aged man using fire magic just to grill meat, so down-to-earth it was almost comical. And it wasn't just Lake. The other three, who had barely spoken or moved, all stared with their mouths agape when they saw Mike using fire magic to show off his cooking. What Mike didn't know was that, thanks to his impressive culinary skills, he'd successfully led these newcomers into a major misconception, that all fire mages are naturally gifted cooks, and exceptionally good ones at that. Boss, you're a mage? Traveler A stammered, feeling so dizzy he nearly fainted. Especially when Mike nodded in confirmation, Traveler A's eyes rolled back. He didn't actually faint, but it was a close call. Mages held a special status in this world. After all, less than 1% of the continent's population had any magical talent at all, and talent alone wasn't enough to become a mage. Of those with talent, only half ever succeeded in becoming mages, making them even rarer and more prestigious. At that thought, Traveler A suddenly realized something. Damn, he was amazing. He'd actually been slinging his arm around a mage. He could brag about this for the rest of his life. Of course, Traveler A didn't know that Mike was actually a high-level mage. Although he was currently only at the beginner level, as soon as he left, or withdrew from, the territory and was no longer restricted by the territory's level cap, he would be a high-level mage. If just meeting a mage was this exciting, imagine how Traveler A would react if he knew he'd just been buddy-buddy with a high-level mage. He'd probably faint from excitement. But before they learned Mike's true identity, they first met the lord of the territory. Greetings, my lord, including the Wanderer. All three travelers asked if they could stay here for a few days. They weren't sure exactly how long, but they were definitely interested in a territory where a fire mage worked as a chef. Since in one was occupied by Yunli's merchant caravan, and in two had been built instantly using a construction card, so it was ready immediately, the newcomers could move straight into in two. This will be your accommodation, arranged by the Lord, Lake said, leading the four, now full, guests into the empty in two and giving them a brief introduction. The prices were set the same as Yunli's. A single room cost 15 copper coins, while a double room was 10 copper coins per person. The double rooms were furnished for two, so they were a bit smaller overall. If you wanted more comfort, a single room was the way to go. Traveler A, I'll take a single room. Traveler C, hearing this, made the same request. After a brief discussion, Traveler B and the Wanderer decided to share a double room. Lake collected their payment and led them upstairs. While Lake was settling the four guests, C made her way to the little corner of the tavern and sat down across from Bugua. You were right, Bugua said, sensing someone approach. She looked up and saw it was Suyu, then muttered this out-of-nowhere remark in a gloomy tone. Suyu didn't know exactly what Bugua had gone through after leaving yesterday, but she could guess that Bugua was referring to her earlier words. That priest is a liar. Bugwa took a big gulp of berry juice, so fast she almost choked. Honestly, if Bugwa weren't just a child, and if Siu didn't know she was only drinking juice, her whole demeanor in this setting would have made her look like a jaded adult drowning her sorrows. He's a liar, a big fat liar. Bugwa slammed her wooden cup down on the table, the loud thud drawing Mike's attention. Mike glanced at Siu, then at Bugwa. If he were a normal person, he might have been interested in the gossip, but clearly, Mike was not normal. He just curled his lip, shifted his posture, and went back to grilling meat. To him, even magic wasn't as interesting as cooking, let alone gossip. Siu didn't notice Mike's actions at all, because her gaze had been fixed on Bugwa the entire time. It was only when she saw Bugwa place her bundle on the table that Siu finally shifted her attention to it. Bugwa slowly unwrapped the bundle, and then, one handful after another, she took out silver coins from the small parcel. The coins piled up on the table, forming a small silver mountain. Siu didn't know exactly how many coins there were, but she was certain there were far more than 100, definitely more than 103. Where did you get all these coins? Siu figured that if she didn't speak up, Bugwa probably wouldn't either, so she just picked a random topic to break the silence. Bugwa paused as she took out the last few coins, then said, "Don't worry, this money is clean. It's not stolen, not robbed, and not swindled." As she spoke, she pushed the pile of coins towards Siu. The coins made a pleasant clinking sound as they slid across the table somehow. The sound of money was never grating. As she pushed the coins, the pile was so large that the coin on top wobbled and rolled down the little silver hill. But just as it was about to fall off the table, a hand caught it and put it back in place. "I want to buy a piece of land here to bury someone," Bugwa said calmly, showing none of the gloominess she'd had before. Since she was buying land, it was obvious why Bugwa had brought out all this money. This was what she intended to use for the purchase. "If it's not enough, I'll owe you the rest and pay it back later." Honestly, Bugwa herself didn't know exactly how much money she had. People had just stuffed coins into her hands, and she'd accepted whatever they gave without counting. Since they'd given it willingly, she hadn't stolen, robbed, or tricked anyone. She didn't feel guilty about taking it. That said, Bugwa had assumed that buying a burial plot in a small territory like Suyu's would be cheap. But when she saw Siu fall silent, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. If she'd known, she would have asked for more money. She instinctively thought Suyu's silence meant the money wasn't enough. If it really wasn't enough, Bugwa had no idea how she'd earn more. After all, aside from her knack for trickery, she didn't have any other skills. But she didn't want to use ill-gotten money to buy a burial plot. As for why it had been okay to steal or swindle for the soul-burying ritual before, maybe Bugwa felt that the ritual would cleanse the sins attached to the money. Well, is it enough or not? Just give me a straight answer. Bugwa grew anxious at Suyu's continued silence. She bit her lip, not wanting to drag things out any longer. Meanwhile, Siu had just snapped back to reality. She hadn't been silent on purpose. She'd just received a notification about someone applying to join the territory and had gotten distracted. Now that she'd dealt with it, Siu recalled what Bugwa had said and asked, "You want to bury someone? What about yourself?" Siu didn't really care whether someone was buried in her territory or not. Eventually, as the territory developed, they'd need to build a cemetery anyway. Even though it wasn't time to build one yet, planning ahead wouldn't hurt. But more than the cemetery's location, Siu cared about Bugwa's intentions. She definitely wanted Bugwa to stay, not just because of the time-limited quest, but because Bugwa's abilities made her a very valuable NPC. Bugwa lowered her head and stayed silent for a long time. Maybe she'd never even considered the question. All she'd thought about was burying this person properly. As for herself, she didn't care. After wandering for so many years, what was the worst that could happen? Starve to death? How about this? I'll take the money and you stay and join the territory. I'll arrange a place for you to live. There happened to be a vacant resident house, number 6, which Bugwa could have all to herself. I'll give you a 2-person house for just yourself, and this money will count as payment for the house. You can put the person you want to bury in the other room, and that way you can visit her every day. The resident houses were basically 2-bedroom apartments, so both occupants would have their own space. With Bugwa living alone, she'd only need one room, and the other could be used for whatever she wanted. It might seem like a waste of space, but Siu wasn't losing out. In fact, she was making a killing. With all these silver coins, she could build a small luxury villa, let alone buy a house. Are you serious? Bugwa looked at her suspiciously. Maybe she'd been tricked too many times, and suspicion had become second nature. Even though she knew Siu had no reason to deceive her, after all, she'd already handed over the money willingly. Siu didn't bother to answer. Instead, she took action. She swept the coins off the table and, without hesitation, grabbed Bugwa's hand and led her straight to Resident House 6. This is the place. Siu pushed open the door to Resident House 6 and led Bugwa inside. No one had ever lived here, so it was completely empty and dusty. But Bugwa didn't mind. She'd spent most of her life wandering, staying wherever she could. Just having a roof over her head was already a luxury. With a place like this, Bugwa could definitely live quite happily on her own. After showing her around, Bugwa stopped and turned back to confirm, "You said this place is for me. You can't take it back." It's yours," Siu replied, eager for her to stay. "If you need anything, go to the tailor shop across the street and ask for Sister Dolly." Siu had barely taken a few steps before she turned back, took 5 silver coins from her bag, and handed them to Bugwa. "For meals, go to the tavern. If you run out of money and want to work, check the bounty board. There are plenty of tasks, maybe something that suits you." With that, Siu left, not forgetting to close the door behind her. As the door clicked shut, Siu received another application notification. "Wanderer Bugwa has requested to join Sunset Territory. Do you accept? Current population, 9/13. Just one more person to go." Siu double-checked the population count, then got ready to check out the person who'd suddenly applied to join the territory while she was chatting with Bugwa. This person was the only wanderer among the 4. His name was UAI. Although wanderers generally have a high chance of joining a territory, as long as you don't give them a terrible impression, they rarely refuse. It was still a bit odd for someone to join so abruptly, before anything had even happened. Unless, of course, he was another Yusin with a hidden agenda, but otherwise, it didn't really make sense. As luck would have it, Siu was just wondering where he was, and after making half a round of the territory, she spotted someone lurking rather suspiciously at the entrance of the tavern. "Lord!" UAI was startled when a shadow fell across him, and when he turned to see Siu, he jumped again. Seeing how jumpy he was, Siu asked what he was doing there, while at the same time opening up UAI's personal info panel. UAI. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 69. Affection, 32. Talent, magic, 55. Skills, none. Trait, mediocre, no distinguishing features. Description: a wanderer with a certain degree of magical talent, but nothing particularly special. Siu had already glanced at his info when he applied to join, but since Bugwa was there at the time, she'd only skimmed it. Now that she looked more closely, she realized there wasn't much to see compared to the others. UAI's information was really sparse. Still, even with so little info, Siu could guess why he was here. "Why are you squatting here? You can just go inside, you know." Siu's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for Mike inside to hear. Mike, who had finally stopped what he was doing, played with a small flame in his hand, then looked up at the 2 people near the door. "Oh, you're still here." Mike had noticed someone lurking outside for a while, but since the guy didn't seem to mean any harm and wasn't bothering him, Mike hadn't cared about being watched. Of course, he also knew this was Suyu's territory. Even if he didn't like being spied on, he had to give Siu some face and couldn't just act out. But now that Siu had caught the guy, even Mike couldn't just pretend he hadn't seen anything. "No, UAI stammered, looking awkward. He hadn't really done anything wrong, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd committed some terrible crime. He wanted to leave, but with Suyu and Mike both watching him, he couldn't just walk away. After hesitating for a while, he finally blurted out his reason. I just wanted to see the boss's magic." As he spoke, he glanced at Mike out of the corner of his eye, trying to gauge his reaction. His cautious little movements made it clear he was worried Mike would be annoyed or disgusted by his request, but Mike didn't react at all, as if he wasn't the one being spied on. Do you want to learn magic? Or are you just curious about it? So you could see his info panel, and with his magic talent, it wasn't hard to guess that AI most likely wanted to learn magic. Even though his talent was low, as mentioned before, people with any magical talent at all were rare on the continent. So even a low talent put him ahead of 99% of people. I want to learn magic. Since he'd already been caught spying and had basically told the truth, there was no point in lying now. Might as well be honest, rather than leave a bad impression on the mage and the lord, though given his sneaky behavior, he figured their impression of him wasn't great anyway. If it were anyone else, so you might have just nodded and left, but UAI was different. He had magical talent, and he was now one of her people. Even though their current combat strength was enough to handle the upcoming dark creature attack, so you still wanted more fighters in the territory. After all, there was another monster cage to deal with in a few days, and the dark creature attacks were a recurring event. They'd only get stronger and more numerous each time. Mike. Hearing Sue call him, Mike curled his lip, clearly reluctant. He'd already given up magic for cooking. Why would he waste his precious cooking time teaching someone else magic? No way. Unless. Just help me test his attributes. I have something that can let him change class to mage, so you don't have to worry about teaching him the basics. All you need to do is show him how to use magic and teach him a few simple beginner spells. If he learns quickly, I'll get you a brand new set of cookware. So you knew Mike's temperament well, so as she asked for his help, she dangled a reward he couldn't refuse. Ingredients, cookware, recipes, cooking manuals, these were all irresistible to Mike. Deal. Sure enough, as soon as Mike heard Suyu's promise, he rushed out of the tavern and grabbed UAI's hand. UAI was startled yet again. If he hadn't just overheard Mike and Suyu's conversation, he would have thought the mage was about to attack him. Since this was his first time interacting with a mage, the thing he dreamed of, UAI was so nervous that his hands were shaking, especially the one Mike had grabbed, trembling like he had Parkinson's. Mike glanced at him and, thinking of the promised reward, resisted the urge to curse. He forced what he thought was a gentle smile, though it came out a bit twisted. Calm down, don't be nervous. I'm just checking your elemental affinity. Because he was so nervous, the magic elements inside UAI were extremely active, so active, in fact, that they were practically chaotic. They were like a bunch of bouncy, energetic balls flying everywhere, making it impossible for Mech to detect what types and how many elements there were. Of course, there was actually a much simpler and more direct way for him to calm UA down, just knock him out. If someone's unconscious, they can't be nervous and the elements would naturally stop bouncing around. But Mech obviously couldn't do that, so all he could do was patiently wait for UA to calm down. Originally, UA was still in a nervous state, but this time it wasn't because he was meeting a mage. Instead, it was because he knew he was about to become a mage himself. A wish he'd had for so many years was finally about to come true. No matter who it was, their emotions would be all over the place. Seeing that Mech was about to lose his temper, Siu sighed and tried to distract Yue with another topic. So, why did you join the territory? Was it just because you saw he was a mage? Yue was taken aback, then actually started thinking about it and quickly answered, that was part of it, but I was already looking for a suitable territory to join. But it's really hard to get into a major territory. If you want to join a powerful one, you have to pay a hefty application fee up front, and on top of that, the cost of living in those places is sky-high. With all those factors, Yue never expected he'd be able to join one of the big territories. He knew he wasn't qualified. Since he couldn't go to a major territory, Yue decided to look for a small or medium-sized one to settle in. Small territories might be lacking in resources and opportunities, but they also need people, so usually they don't charge any application fees. Plus, it's easier to put down roots in a small territory. If you have some ability and contribute to the territory's development, you might even be able to land an official position once the place grows. This brings up the difference between wanderers and travelers. The biggest distinction between these two types of NPCs is whether or not they belong to a territory. Put simply, travelers already have a territory they belong to, while wanderers haven't joined any territory at all. Wanderers are rootless, drifting from place to place, which is why they're the ones who might join a territory. Travelers, on the other hand, generally won't join a new territory since they already have a home. Unless something unusual happens, they won't leave their original territory. Thanks to Suyu's question, Yue relaxed a bit. While the magic elements in his body quieted down, Mek seized the moment to use his own energy to check Yue's body. As he examined him, Mek muttered under his breath, "If only we had an elemental stone, this would be so much easier." Elemental stones are special items that can detect what elements are present in a person's body. If you use an elemental stone, it doesn't matter when or where, so long as the person is alive and not deliberately hiding it, you can always tell what their primary element is. But if a mage is using their own energy to check someone else, the person being checked has to be calm. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Mek frowned, rolled his eyes, and said with obvious annoyance, "TCH, turns out he's water element." Mek was already a bit impatient from all the time Yue had wasted, and now, after all that, it turned out Yue's primary element was water. Mek himself was a fire element mage. Even if he didn't want to be biased, fire and water just don't mix. It's no wonder he was so annoyed. So you could guess why Mek was so displeased, but Yue didn't know. He thought the mage was just annoyed because he'd wasted time earlier. What element he is doesn't matter. Don't tell me you can't teach him. Siyu raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of challenge. Siyu's goading wasn't particularly subtle, but it worked on Mek anyway. He knew she was doing it on purpose, but for the sake of the new kitchenware, he decided to let it slide. Mek snorted, sounding a bit proud. "I am a high mage after all. Teaching a beginner who's just getting started shouldn't be a problem, right? As long as you can teach him, that's fine." Siyu nodded, then turned to Yue. "You should follow him and learn the basics of magic." "I'll study hard." "Please don't worry, Lord." As soon as he realized he'd get a chance to learn magic, Yue immediately promised loudly. Only after he finished did he realize he'd interrupted Siyu, so he quickly apologized and scratched his head awkwardly. "Please go on, Lord." Siyu understood how excited he was, so she didn't mind the interruption. She took out the magic runebook she'd prepared for directly changing classes to mage. "If you can become a mage on your own through study, that's best. If not, I have something here that can help you change classes, but I won't give it to you for free. You'll have to earn it with your own contributions and money." Magic runebooks aren't expensive, but if she could save one, that would be ideal. If not, it was fine to use it. After all, water mages are a bit special compared to other types. Since they already had a fire mage, using the first runebook to make a water mage was actually a good choice. The territory contribution Siyu mentioned refers to a numerical value earned by completing tasks she assigns. Right now, the tasks are all simple and contribution points are special. They can't be handed out freely, or the value would collapse. So for now, Siyu hasn't released any contribution tasks, and there's currently no way to earn them. But soon, there will be. Yue went off with Mek to learn about magic, while Siyu found a place to sit and opened up all the NPC info panels to compare and review them. NPCs like Yue, who don't have high talent, skills, or a backstory, are considered ordinary NPCs. Meanwhile, those like Dolly Doya, who have high talent in a certain field, at least one basic skill, and a more complete backstory, are special NPCs. Aside from the data differences, there's not much distinction between the two types. The only real difference is that ordinary NPCs have lower AI, while special NPCs have higher AI. Up until now, Siyu felt that these NPCs were no different from real people. Their realism far surpassed anything she'd experienced in previous games. If she didn't know for sure that this was a digital world, Siyu would have thought they were all actual humans. It was precisely because of this high degree of realism that she couldn't treat them like she did in other games, as if they were just a string of disposable data, unimportant and meaningless if they died. Although her previous game also claimed to be 90% realistic as a full-dive VR game, 90% is still not 100%. But this digital world was different, so you could directly confirm that it was 99.99% realistic. As for why it wasn't 100%, well, unless none of this was actually data, so you would always define them as 99.99%, or even 99.99999% real, but never truly 100%. Speaking of which, the brothers Lyle and Lake were a bit odd, so you couldn't quite figure out what kind of NPCs they were. After all, even though they didn't have backstories, they had skills and talents, and their talents weren't any lower than those of special NPCs. Lake's skill level had even reached a bottleneck. From any angle, they should be considered special NPCs. So you felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. After pondering for a while and getting nowhere, she simply gave up. Maybe this was just another adjustment the digital world made based on actual circumstances. There was no need for her to waste time thinking about it. After that, Siyu took her supplies and went to explore the area directly south of her territory. She spent almost the entire afternoon exploring, finally uncovering the area. The part of the map that had been shrouded in thick fog now revealed its true appearance. The southern part of the territory seemed to be near the coast, because Siyu saw quite a bit of scattered sand on the ground here, the kind of sand that only appeared near underground water holes or coastal areas. Sand could be collected to make glass, but there was too little of it, and it was mixed with dirt, making it hard to separate. So she couldn't collect any of the sand. However, she had previously bought a lot of sand from the merchant caravan. Besides using it to make glass for construction, it could also be used to make glass bottles. Glass bottles were the most common containers for storing various potions. Siyu's potions had originally been stored in wooden cups, but many potions weren't suitable for that, as the wood would weaken their effects and even cause potions that normally wouldn't spoil to go bad after a while. But if the potions were stored in glass bottles, this problem wouldn't occur. So this is actually a coastline? There might be other monsters here. Siyu frowned and decided not to go any further. Even though she really wanted to see if there were any other resources at the coast, for safety's sake, she gave up on advancing. Glancing at her backpack, which still had plenty of space, Siyu didn't go forward, but she did take the opportunity to gather a lot of other materials nearby. Besides sand, areas near the coast could also have some special creatures, both animals and plants. Obtained sea star grass times 46. Obtained sand snail times 57. Obtained vine hemp greens times 75. Obtained green silky threads times 100. Obtained clay times 135. Looking at her now full backpack, and then spotting a crab nest not far away, Siyu sighed with a hint of regret. It just goes to show that for a hoarder player like her, who loves to stockpile and collect everything, no backpack is ever big enough. Good thing she'd upgraded her backpack before coming out, or she would have been able to carry even less, and she'd be even more heartbroken. Seeing the sky grow darker, Siyu made a mental note to come back and raid that crab nest next time, then headed back to her territory. The first thing she did upon returning was to take out all the ingredients from her backpack and hand them over to Mike. When Mike saw the pile of wild grass and the heap of snail-like things that looked like rocks, his brows furrowed so tightly they almost twisted into a knot. If Siyu hadn't told him these were all ingredients, and excellent ones at that, Mike would have thrown out what he considered a pile of garbage without hesitation. "You're sure this stuff is edible?" Mike asked, picking up a sand snail about the size of a ping-pong ball and eyeing its pitch-black shell with distaste. He really couldn't imagine what part of it could possibly be eaten. "It's edible. I have recipes, just follow them." Other than the size, sand snails were basically the same as the snails she'd eaten before. The best thing about sand snails was their thin shells and abundant meat. The flesh was thick, springy, and delicious. They didn't require any special prep and could be cooked directly. Unlike before, you didn't have to worry about sand if you didn't clean them thoroughly. Here's the recipe for sand snails. Besides the sand snails, Siyu also gave him recipes for sea star grass, vine hemp greens, and green silky threads. Sea star grass was similar to kelp, but a bit different. It could be served cold or used in soup. Vine hemp greens were a wild vegetable with a very refreshing taste. They didn't need fancy cooking, just a simple stir-fry was delicious. Green silky threads were also a kind of vegetable, named for their emerald color and thread-like shape. They were cooked much like vine hemp greens, just stir-fry them. Following C's recipes, Mike, still a bit skeptical, first made a batch of braised sand snails. The seasonings for the braised sand snails were ones Cu had specially bought from the merchant caravan for Mike. If you used the workbench to make food, you didn't need seasonings, the food would still taste great. But if an NPC cooked by hand, no matter how high their skill level, they couldn't make bland ingredients taste amazing out of thin air. Cu had bought plenty of seasonings, enough to last a long time, so Mike was quite happy cooking, since he had all the ingredients he could want. Braised sand snails. Category: food. Quality: white. Effect: restores 15 hunger points. Description: fragrant and savory. The snail meat is plump and springy, a truly delicious dish. This actually looks pretty good, Mike said, looking at the braised sand snails he'd just made. Though his face was calm, he couldn't hide the pride in his voice. So you didn't even have to guess what he was thinking. Mike was definitely feeling smug about his cooking skills. After all, it was only because he was so good that he could turn a pile of rock-like things into such a tasty dish. In truth, Yusin wasn't even sure if what he felt for Duoya was really that kind of liking. But after all, she had saved his life, twice, in fact, so it was only natural that she held a special place in his heart. After getting a general sense of the situation, Siu cleared her throat to remind them of her presence. Before the two could say anything, she handed Yusin the batch of basic growth fertilizer she'd prepared earlier. This is basic growth fertilizer. You've farmed before, so you should know what this is. I'll leave these with you. With that, Siu didn't give them a chance to react and headed straight to the tavern to get dinner. Maybe because it was dinner time, the tavern was bustling. Dolly, the Lyle brothers, Bugua, and you were all there, and the members of the merchant caravan had also come for their last meal. Here, last, meant they'd be leaving Sunset Territory early the next morning, so there'd be no chance for a second dinner here, unless they returned someday, but who could say if that would ever happen? The once-empty tavern was now packed, to the point that there weren't enough tables and chairs to go around. Fortunately, Siu had prepared for this and brought out several brand new sets from the storeroom. Braised sand snails? Starweed meat soup? What are these? Merchant A stared in surprise at several new wooden boards hanging on the wall. These were Mike's handiwork. The boards were about the size and thickness of a smartphone, each with a hole and string for hanging, listing the names and prices of the tavern's dishes. They were hung on the stone needle wall, serving as the menu. Actually, Mike had put up these boards ever since he became the tavern's manager, so what surprised everyone wasn't the boards themselves, but the increased number and the new dishes listed. Originally, there were 11 boards, divided into 3 categories based on ingredients. The first type used only berries, roasted berries, berry juice, dried berries. The second type used only meat, small roast, large roast, meat soup, small jerky, large jerky. The third type combined berries and meat, berry roast, deluxe roast, berry meat soup. Siu herself didn't think it was necessary to be so detailed, but Mike liked it that way, so she let him be. She couldn't be bothered to argue with his stubbornness over such trivial matters. There had been 11 boards, but now there were 5 more, meaning 5 new dishes: braised sand snails, starweed meat soup, cold starweed salad, stir-fried vine hemp greens, and stir-fried green silks. For now, the price was set at 1 copper coin equals 10 hunger points. The previous rate of 1 copper equals 20 hunger points only applied to territory residents. For outsiders, the price was doubled. Of course, this was just a temporary pricing scheme. Once the territory opened up, such a blatant price difference wouldn't be possible. Otherwise, if residents couldn't resist the temptation to buy food for outsiders and make a profit, it could become a serious problem. Hearing Merchant A's question, Mike pointed to the freshly cooked new dishes and explained, "These are all new ingredients the Lord found this afternoon. There isn't much of each, so if you want to try them, you'd better order quickly." Mike wasn't exaggerating about the limited quantities. There were only 3 servings of braised sand snails left. though the other 4 dishes still had plenty of ingredients. Whether it was trust in Mike as a mage or faith in his cooking over the past 2 days, everyone was eager to give face and at least try one of the new dishes. Braised sand snails, being the most limited, sold out first. Most people figured they'd just try something else if they missed out, but when the aroma of the braised sand snails wafted through the tavern, regret was inevitable. Of the 3 servings, Dolly snagged one, and when Bugwa came in right after, Dolly called her over to eat together. Bugwa was a bit reluctant, not because she disliked Dolly. In fact, she had a good impression of her. When Siu had told Bugwa to collect clothes and bedding from Dolly, Dolly had even helped carry them to Bugwa's house, worried she couldn't manage alone. Bugwa's reluctance was just because she was used to being alone and wasn't comfortable socializing with strangers, but in the end, Dolly managed to pull her over. The other 2 servings went to a traveler and a merchant, respectively. The rest could only swallow their saliva at the mouth-watering aroma. Fortunately, with Yu's help, everyone's other orders soon arrived, so at least they had something to eat and didn't have to just watch others enjoy their food. Thanks to the braised sand snails' stellar performance, everyone's expectations for the other 4 new dishes rose as well. A few people who'd planned to just get some roast meat decided to splurge and order more dishes after some hesitation. For a while, the tavern was filled with a chorus of praise. Mike basked in the compliments, tossing coins into the cash box as he secretly stir-fried the leftover sand snails, too little for a full serving for himself. But the aroma was so strong that his sneaky act was quickly discovered by the others. Still, everyone was busy eating, and since Mike was a mage, they just shot him a few glances and let it go. In this cheerful atmosphere, Siu enjoyed her dinner. After dinner, Siu went to the bounty board to adjust some of the mission details. As for territory tasks, although Siu had told everyone to pick according to their own situation, they developed a basic sense of teamwork. They generally avoided taking the same missions as others. With so few people, division of labor was essential to ensure no resource ran short. If everyone did the same task and gathered the same materials, other supplies would quickly run out, which was unacceptable. The current arrangement was working well. Lyle chopped wood. Only when there was too much wood and nowhere to store it would he consider other tasks. Lake's main job is mining stone, including marble and ore. He's similar to Lyle in that they only switch to gathering other resources when their primary stockpiles are overflowing. Doya is in charge of hunting and gathering meat. Since food is consumed daily, and with more and more people settling in the territory, there's never a surplus of food that can't be finished. Dolly, while working hard to upgrade her repair skills, also uses materials to craft items Siu needs. After she finishes making each item, Siu pays her a fee for her work. As for the 3 people who were just recruited, including the new wanderer with some magical talent, they now each have their own roles as well. Mek is self-explanatory, a volunteer chef and part-time tavern owner, full of enthusiasm and happy to work for free. In less than 2 days as the tavern owner, he's already shown an almost fanatical passion for the job. Yusin is responsible for the farmland. After the 10th day, when the territory officially opens, Siu will have him start experimenting with cultivating new plant seeds. For now, his main focus is still on growing the usual crops. Bugwa is too young to do heavy labor like chopping wood or mining, and she knows her own limits, so she doesn't push herself. For now, she's responsible for gathering lighter resources in the forest, such as fibers, twigs, stones, and berries, things that are easy to collect. Although these jobs don't pay much, they're enough for her to earn her meals and even save a little. For a child with Bugwa's unique background, this kind of life is a perfect fit, and she herself is very satisfied with the current pace. Of course, these are just Bugwa's side jobs. Her greatest strength can't be put to use on a daily basis. After all, merchants and caravans don't come by all the time, but whenever they do, and she manages to negotiate a few deals, the rewards Siu gives her are enough to last someone else a long time. So, not only will Bugwa never have to worry about money in the future, she might even become one of the wealthiest people in the territory. The saying, "one big deal can feed you for 3 years," fits her perfectly. The last one is UAI, who is currently being roped in by Mech to taste test dishes and help out, serving food, washing dishes, etc. In between helping Mech, he occasionally studies some magic, mainly when Mech is in the mood to teach, and in his spare time, he also takes on tasks like chopping wood or mining stone and sandstone. The tasks on the bounty board are still the same as before, with no changes. After adjusting the rewards and quantities for the old tasks, Siu also added a few new ones. Collect sand, repeatable. Posted by Lord. Objective, submit sand, 0 out of 10. Reward, 1 copper coin. Tools, copper shovel, rental fee, 2 copper coins, deposit, 30 copper coins. Collect clay, repeatable. Posted by Lord. Objective, submit clay, 0/10. Reward, 1 copper coin. Tools, copper shovel, rental fee, 2 copper coins, deposit, 30 copper coins. Collect ingredients 1, repeatable. Posted by Lord. Objective, submit stargrass/vine hemp/green silks, 0/5. Reward, 1 copper coin. Tools, none. Collect ingredients 2, repeatable. Posted by Lord. Objective, submit sand snails, 0/10. Reward, 1 copper coin. Tools, none. The first 2 tasks are for gathering building materials. At the start, the only building materials are wood, stone, and marble, but as construction upgrades progress, more materials will be needed. In addition to frequent use of advanced wood, composite planks, and advanced stone, composite slabs, sand will be needed for glassmaking, and clay for firing tiles and bricks. The latter 2 tasks are for gathering food ingredients. For the first ingredient task, you only need a total of 5 of any combination of the 3 items to complete it. It's not necessary to collect 5 of each. The second ingredient task is straightforward. 10 sand snails can be exchanged for 1 copper coin. All 4 of these tasks require going to locations Siu just explored this afternoon, so she made several copies of her newly mapped areas and posted them on the bulletin board. On the morning of the 9th day, Yunli, who had been absent all night, appeared before Siu. Thank you, Lord Siu, for your hospitality these past few days. We'll be leaving soon due to some matters. Although Yunli had already had someone from the caravan inform Siu, she still came to say goodbye in person. To show her gratitude, Yunli also brought a box as a gift for Siu. Lord Siu, please take a look inside. Siu hadn't planned to open the box immediately, since that would be a bit impolite, but since Yunli insisted, she didn't hesitate. Upon seeing what was inside, Siu was pleasantly surprised. In return, she decided to reciprocate. She took out 2 items from her own backpack. The first was a willow longbow, and the second was some jerky and dried berries, foods that are easy to store. This is a longbow made from willow wood, with a bowstring crafted from the sinew of a black-striped tiger. Originally, this willow bow was meant for Doya, since her previous red maple bow had a rather ordinary string. At the time, Siu only used that material because she didn't want to make another trip back to the territory. After returning from defeating the long-tailed crocodile, Siu found time to make the longbow Doya needed. She had used a heavy bow against the long-tailed crocodile because there was no need for kiting. Attack power was more important than range in that case, so there was less risk of wasting stats. But generally, in the absence of a light bow, Doya prefers a longbow for its range. Just like with Lyle's dagger, before making this bow, Siu prepared 3 pieces of refined magic ore. As for why not more, it's hard to explain. Enchantments don't get more likely with more attempts. 3 tries. If you get it, great. If not, that's just how it is. But while Siu's luck isn't great in other areas, she seems to have good fortune with enchanting. On her second attempt, she managed to make an enchanted willow bow, so she stopped there. After all, there's plenty of wood and magic ore to be found, but beast sinew is limited. The beast tendons here were collected when she dismantled the black-striped tiger. She only managed to gather 10 tendons in total, so these things aren't exactly cheap. The best use for fangs is to make daggers, which is why Siu used both of them up. But beast tendons are different. Their uses go beyond just making bows, and even then, they're only for longbows, not the light bows that Doya prefers. Black-striped tiger tendons? Although Yunli didn't know what a black-striped tiger looked like, it was enough for her to know these were tiger tendons. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. This willow longbow is a bit too valuable. While it definitely wasn't as expensive as an enchanted dagger, the right buyer would still be willing to pay several gold coins for it. Even at the lowest, it wouldn't go for less than a gold coin. But what she was offering in return was just a few small gifts, not even worth a single gold coin, and their total value didn't even add up to 10 silver coins. These jerky and dried fruits, I really do like them and need them. Although she felt awkward accepting the willow longbow, the food itself wasn't worth much, and they really did need it. After all, they still had a long way to go before reaching their final destination, their home. The food she'd bought at the tavern before wasn't exactly a small amount, but most of it had a short shelf life. As for jerky and dried fruit, which last much longer, Sue hadn't made much since it wasn't cost-effective, so Yunli hadn't been able to buy much either. With a dozen or so people, the roasted meat and berries would last only a few days at most. Once they finished those, they'd be stuck eating those dry, tasteless biscuits. Captain Yoon, you should just accept this bow. So you wouldn't just give away something so valuable for no reason. She obviously had another motive. Actually, I do have a favor to ask. I want to post a regional bounty, but as you know, small territories have no reputation, so no one responds to their bounties. I was hoping you could help spread the word about my territory. By responding to the bounty, she meant people would see the bounty and be willing to take on the task. Right now, there are very few ways to increase reputation. If she relied only on timed quests, who knows how long it would take. But if non-residents could help promote the territory, its reputation would grow much faster. Of course, much faster doesn't mean gaining hundreds or thousands of points a day. That's impossible. But if things go well, even a few points of reputation increase per day would be great. Especially since Yunli was part of a merchant caravan. Caravans travel everywhere, so their promotional reach is even greater. Promote your territory? Lord Su, how exactly do you want me to do that? Yunli knew about regional bounties. After all, she had friends in bounty groups who'd told her about the requirements for accepting bounties. The first and most important rule was, the territory or individual posting the bounty must have a certain level of reputation, or we absolutely won't accept it. Otherwise, there's a high chance of wasting a trip or even running into danger. But when it comes to promotion, you can't just go up to everyone you meet and start raving about some territory, urging them to check it out. That's not real promotion. Promotion needs a strategy. At the very least, the territory should have something worth promoting, something that attracts people. Hearing Yunli say this, Siu knew she'd probably agree. After all, it wasn't a difficult task. To be blunt, even if Yunli agreed but didn't actually do it, Siu would have no way of knowing. She didn't have any way to monitor Yunli's actions. Tomorrow, a wave of dark creatures will attack the territory. 5 minutes later, after delivering her gifts and accepting the willow longbow and food from Suyu, Yunli led her caravan away from Sunset Territory. Once Yunli had left, Siu sorted the items she'd received. The box contained a mix of things, but all of them were quite good in Siyu's eyes: a few packets of seeds, some pieces of associated ore, and several small cylindrical objects about the size of a pinky knuckle. There weren't many items and they were a bit random, but in terms of value, they were probably worth a few silver coins. After checking, Siyu found there were 4 packets of seeds, but only 3 types. The first was snakevine grass seeds, the second was kudin seeds, and the third was silver dewgrass seeds. There were 2 packets of silver dewgrass and 1 packet each of the other 2. Snakevine grass is a poisonous plant that can be used to make poison in an alchemy furnace. As for what the poison can be used for, that's pretty broad, limited only by your imagination. The most common uses are coating weapons to poison enemies or poisoning bait in traps to catch prey. The second, kudin, is an herb. Like snakevine grass, it's also toxic, but there's another herb that can neutralize kudin's poison, turning it into a powerful medicine. Whether it's made into poison or medicine depends on your needs. The third, silver dewgrass, is special. It's not an herb or a crop, and it's non-toxic and tasteless, can be eaten directly. Its main effect is to remove the heat stroke debuff and grant a cool anti-heat stroke buff. Among the many natural disasters, extreme heat is one of them. Silver dew grass is an important resource for resisting this disaster. Although encountering extreme heat is probably something for much later, having these resources in advance is definitely a good thing, saves you from scrambling to collect them later. Aside from these three plants, the pieces of associated ore, which look almost indistinguishable from regular stones, can be used to craft equipment materials later. But since there aren't any craftsmen who can work with ore right now, so you just put them away for now. As for those little cylindrical objects, they were quite interesting. Their name was Ultra Mini Bombs. Though called bombs, they're basically like poppers. Attack power is basically 0. Their main use is to make a loud bang when thrown, attracting or scaring off creatures, especially timid ones. Looking at these little poppers, so you couldn't help but think of the monster spawner she'd have to deal with in a couple of days. If she could use them to gather up the ghostly skeletons. She placed the microbomb in a box with commonly used items, planning to see if she could use it to make some kind of trap after tomorrow's dark creature's attack, which would make it easier for her to deal with the monster spawner later. After the merchant caravan left, the territory felt much quieter. But thanks to the increased population and the fact that the 3 travelers hadn't left yet, it was still livelier than before the merchants had arrived. So you looked at the population count, now showing 9, and thought about the timed quests countdown, which had just over 30 hours left. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. In the last 30-some hours, only a few travelers and a wanderer had shown up. She'd already checked. The events for recruiting travelers and wanderers had both disappeared. That meant it was pretty much impossible to recruit any more wanderers to boost her population. Originally, Sue hadn't wanted to use this method, but she had no choice. It wasn't her fault she'd been unlucky and hadn't gotten another wanderer yesterday. Thinking about all this, Sue went to the tavern to find Mike. Mike was annoyed at being interrupted while cooking, but when he saw Sue's troubled expression, he swallowed the words he'd almost blurted out and instead asked, "What's wrong?" "I need your help with something." Since breakfast was over, Mike was the only one in the tavern. Normally, you would be here helping out, but Mike had just told him he wanted to experiment with new dishes and not to get in the way, so you had gone off to take a job from the bounty board. "So, what do you need?" Under normal circumstances, Mike wouldn't refuse a request from Suyu. After all, he'd joined the territory partly to act as a bodyguard and partly to repay a favor. Over the past few days, Mike had come to deeply appreciate just how powerful that advanced cooking skill book was. His opinion of Suyu, the lord who'd given it to him, had only grown more favorable. Especially since Suyu treated him well, providing ingredients, a kitchen, everything he needed, and she didn't bother him with every little thing. But something was clearly off about Suyu's expression. Mike was sure that whatever she wanted his help with this time, it wouldn't be simple. And he was right, Suyu's request was indeed out of the ordinary. "You remember those 3 travelers who just arrived in the territory, right?" Mike nodded, then guessed, "You want to do something to them?" He couldn't think of any other reason Suyu would bring this up. But if that was the case, he didn't understand why. The travelers didn't seem special. Rob them? They didn't look like they had much money. Something else? Mike figured Suyu's eyes weren't that bad. Sort of. "I want one of them to join the territory, but since they're travelers, I'll have to use some special means to get them to stay." Since she'd come to Mike, those special means were either using force or leveraging Mike's identity as a mage to tempt them. But the latter wasn't likely to work. Not everyone was like you. Just because people admired mages didn't mean they'd change their minds for one. So the simplest way was the more violent one: use force to solve the problem, join the territory, or die. The reason she chose Mike for this was simple. His identity was more intimidating than anyone else's, and the others really weren't suited for this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, Mike didn't have much of a moral compass, not in a bad way. He might not agree with Suyu's approach, but he probably wouldn't refuse, and he wouldn't feel any guilt about it. If it were Duoya or Lyle, they probably wouldn't refuse either. Their goodwill towards Suyu was high enough, but they'd definitely feel conflicted inside. That's it. Mike had expected something much more serious, but it turned out she just wanted him to threaten one of the 3 travelers into joining the territory. It wasn't a hard task, though Mike didn't quite understand. "Yeah, that's it. Not too hard, right?" Mike replied, "It's not hard, but have you thought about whether they'll do anything bad to the territory after being threatened into joining? In other words, aren't you worried about their loyalty?" There was a clear difference between joining a territory willingly and being forced to join. The former usually meant higher loyalty and goodwill, while with the latter, if either stat wasn't 0, you should count yourself lucky. Yes, those stats could go negative, though that almost never happened among territory residents. After all, if loyalty dropped below 30, there was a chance they'd leave. Below 10, almost any NPC would choose to leave unless they wanted to stay for revenge. I'm not worried. They just need to join before tomorrow. The day after, they can leave. If they try anything, I'll just kill them. So you said this coldly, and Mike's opinion of her changed dramatically. He'd wondered how long such a young girl could hold on to a territory, but now. All right, leave it to me. Honestly, Mike didn't see anything wrong with Suyu's matter-of-fact talk about killing. On Sunset Continent, strength was everything, whether it was technical skill or combat power. As he'd said before, no one took bounties from small territories because many were set up as traps. People would lure others in, then rob and kill them. It was wrong, sure, but no one found it strange. It happened all the time. Besides, Mike himself had killed before, though never without reason. Once, someone found out he was a mid-level fire mage. He hadn't advanced to high level yet and came to ask for a favor, bringing gifts. When Mike refused, the man got angry and tried to ambush him that night, even using a killing move. Maybe he overestimated himself or underestimated a mid-level mage's combat power, but either way, they didn't stand a chance against Mike. When it came to people who wanted to harm him, Mech would never let them go out of the kindness of his heart. He was petty and held grudges. Their fate was obvious. Of course, what happened to Mech was clearly different from what Suyu was asking now. After all, these 3 travelers hadn't provoked Suyu, yet they were about to get caught up in trouble. But Mech didn't care. As far as he was concerned, he'd just been switched to another territory. No one had tried to rob or kill him, so it wasn't a big deal. Any one of the 3 will do, right? They all come for lunch around noon, so I'll just pick one unlucky soul then. Mech couldn't be bothered to go out and look for them, so he'd just wait for the 3 to show up on their own. As for which traveler he'd threaten, that would depend on their luck. Whoever came first, or whichever one Mech took a liking to, that's who he'd choose. Oh, and one more thing. Tomorrow is the Dark Creatures attack day for this territory. If nothing unexpected happens, one wave should come at dawn, and another late at night. I'll help with tomorrow's dark creature attack, but my magic is limited right now, so don't expect me to handle all of them for you. Mech glanced at Suyu, then went back to tinkering with whatever he was working on. Suyu naturally knew Mech's current situation. She even knew better than Mech himself, since she could see all his data and stats. After leaving the task of forcing people to join the territory to Mech and informing him about the Dark Creatures attack, Suyu took a walk around the territory to make sure all the defensive and offensive buildings were properly set up. Then, she quietly waited for time to pass while carving something in her hands. By mid-afternoon, Suyu had already piled up over 30 wooden carvings beside her. Just as she tossed another freshly carved piece to her feet, Suyu received 2 notifications requesting to join the territory. Wanderer Wang Yi requests to join the territory. Approve? Wanderer Wang Er requests to join the territory. Approve? Suyu? Suyu. When she saw the 2 messages, Suyu was momentarily stunned, then realized Mech must have already succeeded in threatening these 2 travelers. Both Wang Yi and Wang Er originally had their own territories, so to join another, they first had to leave their previous one. That's why the application said Wanderer Wang Yi and Wanderer Wang Er instead of Traveler Wang Yi and Traveler Wang Er. The word traveler would never appear on this interface. If it were the old Suyu, she would have thought these names were perfunctory, simple, and blunt, and she'd probably have made a snarky comment. But now, seeing these two notifications, Siu simply breathed a sigh of relief, because she was about to complete a rather troublesome timed quest. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the requirements for upgrading to Advanced Camp. Upgrade now? Yes, / no? Siu had thought this upgrade would be forced, just like before, but to her surprise, she actually had a choice this time. After a moment of surprise, she decisively chose no. Although the timed quest was urgent, there was still some time left. Upgrading the territory too early would complete the quest ahead of schedule, but it would also increase the difficulty of the Dark Creature's attack event. The difficulty of Dark Creature attacks was mainly affected by 3 factors: the number of attacks, the number of days, and the territory's level. The first 2 factors were out of her control. She couldn't turn back time or delete system data to change the number of attacks. The only thing she could control was the 3rd factor. Back when she played this game, the setting was that territory upgrades could always be manually controlled. They wouldn't auto-upgrade. So she'd always deliberately hold off on upgrading unless it was necessary. Not just her, other Lord players did the same. Originally, Siu thought territory upgrades were automatic, and the timing of this quest was quite coincidental, landing right on the day of the Dark Creature's attack. If she wanted the territory to be judged as a mid-level camp instead of an advanced camp during the attack, she'd have to time the upgrade between the first wave of Dark Creatures and the quest deadline. That was tricky, especially since her method of recruiting people was through threats, which was highly unstable. The other party could withdraw their application at any time. To avoid failing the quest and causing other problems in the territory, Siu simply decided to have Mech persuade those people to join today, and she'd approve their applications immediately. That was the safest approach. As for what would happen if these 2 left the territory today, that wasn't possible. In real life, as long as you had the ability, you could join or leave any territory at will. But this was a data world. Both joining and leaving a territory had a cooldown period. Since they'd just left their previous territory, if they wanted to leave Sunset Territory now, they'd have to wait 24 hours. That's why Siu said if they wanted to leave the day after tomorrow, they could do as they pleased. She'd be upgrading the territory and submitting the quest tomorrow anyway. Once upgraded, the territory wouldn't be downgraded even if prosperity or population dropped below the original requirements. Siu stood up, brushed the wood shavings off her hands and clothes, and headed to the tavern to check in on the 2 new members of her territory. Although the reason they joined was a bit unusual, they'd have to meet eventually, so she might as well go see how things were now. When she arrived at the tavern, Siu saw 2 stiff-looking men sitting behind the bar. She'd thought that, as the Lord who'd forced them to join, they'd probably give her some dirty looks. But to her surprise, when the 2 looked up and saw her, their eyes actually showed a glimmer of hope, as if they'd just seen their savior. All those negative emotions she'd imagined seeing on their faces were nowhere to be found. Suyu? Honestly, Siu was really curious about what these 2 had gone through. What exactly had Mech done to them? Even if he was a mage, surely after being forced to join a territory, people would still have at least some resentment. They should be thanking you. Even people with the strongest nerves couldn't possibly stay so calm in this situation. They'd just been threatened, yet they still acted like it was no big deal. The Lord is here. Since there were others present, Mech respectfully called out to Lord Suyu. Hearing Mech's voice, Wang Yi and Wang Er both jumped in surprise for some reason, then hurriedly greeted Suyu. Wang Yi, greetings, my lord. Wang Er, greetings, my lord. Suyu was silent for a moment, then opened up the information panels for the 2 of them. Ignoring the other details, what Siu cared about most right now were their loyalty and favorability stats. What kind of numbers would lead to this kind of behavior? Wang Yi. Loyalty, 35. Favorability, 8. Wang Er. Loyalty, 41. Favorability, 5. Although these numbers were obviously much lower than those of the previous people, as mentioned before, for people who were forced to join the territory, you couldn't expect high favorability. As long as their loyalty was above 0, that was already pretty good. In other words, both of them had loyalty above 30, practically sky high. What did you say to them? Or did you do something to them? Siyu felt something was off, so she walked over to Mek and lowered her voice to ask. She just wanted to know what exactly was going on with these two right now. Although Siyu didn't really care whether these two stayed or left, nor did she need to know much about them, the current situation was clearly beyond her expectations. She needed to know what had happened so she could keep everything under control. Faced with Suyu's question, Mek just shrugged. Unlike her, he didn't lower his voice, but spoke at a normal volume that everyone present could hear. Isn't it what you said? There's going to be a dark creature attack tomorrow. Siyu knew it couldn't be that simple, so she stayed quiet and listened to Mek continue. During a dark creature attack, non-territory members will be kicked out. So to save their lives, they join the territory. Isn't that perfectly normal? As for why they didn't just leave, well, there just wasn't enough time. The merchant caravan left early this morning before dawn. But now it was already afternoon. If they left now, it would soon be dark, and everyone knew how dangerous the forest was at night. Besides, tomorrow actually meant the early hours of the next morning, right after midnight. If they couldn't leave the territory before then, they'd basically be doomed, because by that time, the dark creatures attacking Sunset Territory would also attack anyone on the roads. Exactly, the boss is right. Thank you, Lord, for letting us temporarily join the territory and enjoy the protection of the Heartfire. Mek raised an eyebrow, then imitated Siyu's earlier manner, lowering his voice and saying, I did pretty well this time, didn't I? Look, they're even thanking you. Siyu's eyelid twitched, but she ignored Mek's words. Facing the two men's gratitude, she nodded and replied, as fellow humans, it's only right to help each other. If you have other matters to attend to, you're free to go. However, even as she said this, Siyu knew it was all a lie. Mek was actually lying, and she simply went along with the story he'd made up, not exposing him. After all, they were on the same side. Mek only did this because she'd arranged it. She'd have to be crazy to call him out. The lie was this. During a dark creature attack, non-territory members wouldn't actually be kicked out. They could still take shelter inside the territory. But whether it was because these two really didn't know that, or they were just easy to fool, or maybe their NPC AI was just too low, or perhaps Mek had done something else to them. In any case, they believed Mek's story. After believing Mek, the two of them left their original territory and joined Sunset Territory. For them, joining Sunset Territory was just a temporary measure to save their skins. Mek had told them that after the dark creature attack was over, they could leave anytime. After hearing this, Wang Yi and Wang Er, who already thought there was no reason for a mage to lie to them, believed Mek completely, without a shred of doubt. So, even though they didn't want to leave their original territory, they did it anyway to survive. As for whether the other traveler had also joined the territory, they were curious, but didn't want to bother Siyu and Mek about it. After all, other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with them. You did well. Now that the matter was perfectly resolved, Siyu could finally relax. Given Mek's good performance this time, Siyu directly gifted him a batch of kitchenware. Things like a kiln as an oven substitute, a grill for barbecuing, ceramic stew pots for soups, a chopping board. These not only enriched the tavern's kitchen supplies, but also made Mek's future cooking much more convenient. You had to know, he'd only had a single stove and a copper pot before. Other than roasting meat with his own fire magic, everything else had to be cooked in that one pot. While that worked, for a cooking fanatic, collecting all kinds of kitchenware was a unique hobby. Plus, Siyu had given him a bunch of ceramic tableware yesterday. For a moment, Mek felt that Siyu was the best lord ever. That's more like it. If you get more stuff like this in the future, make sure I'm the first to get it. Mek happily admired his new kitchenware, then ignored Siyu and busied himself with his new toys. Siyu wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like the 9th day was passing even faster than the previous 8. She'd just left the tavern and looked up to see that the once blue sky was now covered with a misty gray. Siyu opened the territory information panel, and when she saw a new line of text that had appeared at some point, her expression changed noticeably. Sunset Territory. Lord Siyu. Territory level, medium camp, can be upgraded to advanced camp when population reaches 10 and prosperity reaches 50. Territory prosperity, 69. Territory reputation, 13. Territory population, 11/13. Territory aura, none. Territory events. A dark force seems to have drawn near the territory. They covet the bright flames they so despise, intending to destroy them under the cover of night and plunge the world into endless darkness. Perhaps they will fail, but they will never give up. The plants are restless, the beasts are agitated, and the entire forest is shrouded in a strange, gloomy atmosphere. Every night, a mysterious energy radiates from the top of a tall tower, and the area under its influence seems to be affected in some way. Could this be the forest ruins? See, you frowned, staring at the second territory event for a long time before coming to a conclusion. The first one was obvious. It was a warning and hint about the dark creatures' attack the following day. Have drawn near the territory meant they would arrive soon. Despise the flame/destroy the flame indicated their ultimate goal was to destroy the heartfire at the center of the city. Under the cover of night hinted that their attack would come at night. As for the last part, perhaps they will fail, but they will never give up. This not only implied that the dark creatures would attack twice. If they failed the first time, they would come again, but also suggested that this event wasn't a one-off, but a recurring cycle. Having analyzed the first event, you turn to the second. This strange, entirely new territory event, you suspected, was related to a structure called the forest ruins. She was only guessing because the previous descriptions of the forest ruins hadn't been like this, but that wasn't important for now. The so-called forest ruins were actually similar to monster spawners, a randomly generated structure in the wild. While monster spawners produced monsters, the forest ruins represented guardianship and treasure. Guardianship meant that within the area covered by the ruins' energy, no resources could be gathered, whether chopping trees, mining, fishing, collecting berries, or gathering fiber. All these activities were forbidden. But forbidden here didn't mean you weren't allowed to do them. It meant you simply couldn't. You'd find that trees could never be felled, rocks could never be mined, berries couldn't be picked from bushes, and fish would never bite. If you wanted to lift this effect, you'd have to destroy the ruins. This brings up the second feature of the forest ruins treasure. Destroying the forest ruins was similar to destroying a monster spawner. You had to enter a dungeon and fulfill certain conditions to destroy it. The difference was, there weren't many monsters inside the forest ruins, sometimes none at all. The real challenge lay in the oppressive darkness, twisted labyrinths, and countless traps and mechanisms. Amid all this danger, the forest ruins also contained countless treasures and treasures. The former were genuine, with a chance of finding valuable items. The latter were actually part of the ruins' traps and mechanisms. Since this event had appeared, it meant the ruins must have spawned somewhere not far from the territory. Otherwise, it wouldn't affect the territory, and the event wouldn't have triggered. So you opened her map, circled a few likely locations where the forest ruins might have appeared with her quill, then put the map away. Although destroying the forest ruins was important, the dark creatures' attack tomorrow and the unlocking of the monster spawner on day 12 were even more pressing. At most, she'd scout those locations on day 11 to pinpoint the ruins, but actually dealing with them would have to wait until after the monster spawner was taken care of. After all, there was already a monster spawner at the mines, and there was no way the ruins would spawn in the same place. As long as the ruins didn't appear at the mines and didn't interfere with their stone gathering, it didn't really matter to see where they spawned. So what if she couldn't gather resources there? At worst, she just wouldn't chop trees in that area. It's not like the whole forest would run out of trees, right? Even so you couldn't shake the feeling that this world was much harder than the previous game. From the very start, the time limit forced them to establish their territory within 3 days, ensuring they'd face a dark creature attack the next day, so you had already noticed this. If, at the time, she could explain it as the system trying to weed out lazy players, everything that had happened since made it clear that wasn't the case. She'd never encountered, nor heard of, a situation where a monster spawner, ruins, and a double disaster all appeared in the same region, let alone by day 9. If day 9 was already this fraught with danger, so you could hardly imagine what day 19, day 29, or even day 99 would be like. Sensing the world's difficulty was ramping up in strange ways, and worried that tomorrow's dark creature attack might be even tougher than what she'd experienced before, so you built 4 more basic arrow towers near the territory for extra defense. She also dismantled the basic arrow towers flanking the main gate and rebuilt them as intermediate arrow towers. With more towers, she crafted a batch of stone arrows and loaded each tower's ammo box. Not only that, she took out the mini-bombs she'd prepared for the monster spawner and put them in her backpack so she could use them in case of emergencies. While doing all this, Siu checked the tool shed. The black snake that had been resting in the corner that morning was now gone, and all the food she'd left for it had disappeared as well. She searched the shed to confirm the snake had left, then closed the door and moved on. While Siu was busy, Dory, who hadn't left the territory, grew increasingly anxious watching her hustle about. She knew the dark creatures would attack tomorrow, so you had written a notice and posted it on the bulletin board first thing in the morning. Not just Dory, but everyone in the territory knew. When Siu finally stopped to rest, Dory pursed her lips, hugged the item she'd made, and ran over to Siu. "Miss Lord, look at this." Dolly picked up a piece of fiery red scale armor from her hands, gave it a shake, and then showed it to Siu from every angle, inside and out. Siu had been absorbed in arranging the territory's defenses, but when she saw the somewhat familiar-looking garment, she seemed to guess what it was. "Is this the Flame Demon armor?" To be fair, the original Flame Demon armor had been in such a terrible state that Siu really couldn't connect that pile of tattered red rags from before with the now complete, crystal clear, and glossy scale armor in front of her. "Yes, Miss Lord, take a look." Dolly looked quite pleased, because not only had she helped Siu with another task by repairing the armor, but it also meant her repair skill had reached the intermediate level. Siu took the Flame Demon armor and examined it, then fetched the matching Flame Demon leggings from the storage, handing both items to Dolly. "Put them on, let me see." Siu wanted Dolly to wear them to check the set bonus of the Flame Demon set. As the Lord, she couldn't equip high-level gear herself. While the Flame Demon set wasn't exactly high-level, it was still a set. No matter the level, she couldn't equip any set items. Dolly didn't know why Siu wanted her to put on the outfit, but she nodded obediently and put it on right away. Flame Demon armor, equipped. Type, equipment. Quality, blue. Durability, 100/100. Attributes, defense, 20, resistance, 2%, fire resistance, 5%. Description, a complete set of Flame Demon armor, offering strong defense and additional fire damage resistance. When equipped together with the Flame Demon leggings, set bonuses are activated. Detected, character has equipped Flame Demon set, 2 out of 2. Set bonuses activated. Flame Demon set, February 2nd. Attribute 1, passive fire resistance plus 5%. Attribute 2, passive 10% chance to inflict additional fire damage on attack. Fire damage lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 1% of the target's current HP as fire damage per second. Attribute 3, passive when the wearer's fire resistance reaches 50%, the chance to trigger Attribute 2 doubles, 20%. 20% chance to trigger fire damage, Siu muttered to herself, a hint of excitement in her voice. She'd already been surprised by the first 2 attributes, but when she saw the third, it felt like she'd just been hit by a stroke of luck. She immediately opened Dolly's detailed stats panel and found the Elemental Resistances section. Among all the resistances, she located fire resistance, 18%. Flame Demon armor gives 5%, Flame Demon leggings 3%, set bonus 1 gives 5%, and most people are born with 5 to 10% innate elemental resistance. Dolly's innate fire resistance was probably 5%, bringing the total to 18%. So, reaching the 50% required for Attribute 3 was actually quite difficult. But the territory had a Fire Mage mech. Fire mages naturally have high fire resistance, as it's determined by the elemental content in the human body. A genius like Mech would have at least 15% fire resistance. With this set, his fire resistance would be at least 28%. But that was still only halfway there. There are many ways to increase fire resistance. Besides equipment, you can take resistance potions, learn relevant passive skills, or use certain resistance-boosting abilities. For example, the Fire Mage's Magic Shield. Magic Shield not only blocks some magic damage, but also doubles the target's corresponding magic resistance. Fire Mage's Shields double fire resistance, Water Mage's Shields double water resistance, and so on. So Mech's 28% fire resistance would become 56% with Magic Shield, just enough for Attribute 3. After a brief moment of excitement, Sue suddenly thought of something and sighed. Dolly, who had been happy, was taken aback by the sudden sigh and quickly asked with concern, "Miss Lord, is there something wrong with this equipment?" "No, it's great." It really was great, just that there wasn't anyone suitable for it. Even after all those calculations, Mech could technically trigger Attribute 3, but he wasn't suited for this gear. To be precise, mages weren't suited for this kind of equipment. Mages' main attack method is casting spells. While their attacks are powerful, long-ranged, and wide area, their fatal flaw is the casting time. In other words, their attack speed is slow. If Mech were a high-level mage, that would be different. But as a beginner mage, even with his deep understanding of magic, his casting speed couldn't be much faster than other beginner mages. And since Attribute 2 triggers on attack, regardless of probability, the faster your attack speed, the better this set works. Weapons with high attack speed are usually bows, daggers, and short swords. Take Doya, for example. She can attack twice per second, but can't trigger Attribute 3. Compare that to Mech, who can only attack once every 3 seconds with magic, but can trigger Attribute 3. Statistically, Doya has a higher chance of triggering Attribute 2. And Doya's abilities go beyond that. Even when kiting a long-tailed crocodile and attacking at the same time, she could still shoot 2 arrows per second. If she focused solely on attacking, her speed would be even higher. And if she had a light bow to boost her speed. Sue took back the Flame Demon set from Dolly. After a moment's thought, she decided to give it to Doya. Lyle was also skilled with daggers, but as a melee fighter, he'd waste time dodging attacks, reducing his output. To maximize the set's attributes, an archer was the best choice. Sometimes, it's not about how many attributes you can trigger, but about making the right choice for the situation. Late at night, a faintly glowing blue flower quietly bloomed. Under the firelight, its soft petals sparkled like starlight. It should have been a beautiful moment, but everyone in Sunset Territory was on edge. Even the NPCs, who couldn't see the information panels, could sense that something was off in the air. For a brief moment, it felt as if their very breath had stopped. When they snapped back to their senses, they immediately noticed a strange, repulsive stench filling the air. Mech was clearly more familiar and sensitive to this odor than the others. The instant he detected it, he frowned, stood up from the bench, and made his way to the tall tower Sue had finished building that afternoon. There were only 3 such towers near the city gates. The 2 on either side were for Mech and Doya to use during battle, while the third, set a bit farther away, was reserved by Sue for herself to observe the fight. As for Lyle and Lake, they wouldn't be fighting the dark creatures for now. If they wanted to join the battle, they'd have to go outside, but as always, the night was far too dangerous without the protection of the city's hard fire. Only if Doya and Mech, along with the nearby intermediate arrow towers, couldn't hold the line, would they consider opening the stone gate to let the dark creatures inside the territory, so Lyle and Lake could help deal with or relieve some of the pressure from the attack. "They're here." Doya seemed to sense something as well. She, too, climbed up onto one of the towers, just like Mech. "Do either of you know how to use an arrow tower? Or have any experience with bows?" Sue asked Lyle and Lake, who, though clearly nervous, seemed a bit bored with nothing to do. Lyle and Lake shook their heads. No. That was within Sue's expectations. If they had such skills, it would have shown up on their information panels. Still, Siu pointed to two of the intermediate arrow towers and said, "It's fine if you don't. If you want, you can give it a try." Their technique might not be great, but as long as they didn't have negative talents related to archery, like Mech, who not only lacked any cooking talent, but actually had a negative one, even basic participation could boost the arrow tower's combat effectiveness. Even if they just stood on the towers and did nothing, their presence would still provide some attribute bonuses to the towers. "We'll give it a try." Lyle and Lake each climbed up onto the arrow towers Siu had indicated. Once everyone was in position, the darkness outside seemed to grow even more oppressive, as if something unnatural was lurking within it. Standing atop her observation tower, Siu could clearly see that the area outside the city looked like a pot of boiling oil. Though it was pitch black, she could somehow make out strange shapes churning in the darkness. Suddenly, a blob of black sludge slammed into the stone wall. Siu frowned, but before she could say anything, Mech immediately cast a spell, wrapping the black sludge in magic and burning it to ashes. "These are the dark creatures. Be careful, everyone." Indeed, that blob of black sludge was a dark creature. Dark creatures had no fixed form. They looked like lumps of black modeling clay, or perhaps slimes. Call them what you will, these things were the dark creatures, the enemies they would face tonight. They could change shape at will, only molding themselves into a more defined form when they needed to attack or defend. Since they were still in their slime state, they couldn't attack yet. But this wasn't a turn-based game. If they didn't attack, Siu would simply activate the arrow tower's auto-attack, targeting the nearest slime. Dark Remnant. HP, 300 of 300. Attack, 50. Defense, 10. Dark Remnant was the name for these dark creatures in their slime form. Before they shifted into a specific shape, they had high attack, low defense, and moderate HP. As two arrows struck the nearest Dark Remnant, two large -20s floated up from above it. Its HP dropped from 300 to 260. Even before Siu attacked, Mech, irritated from staying up late, had already begun chanting a fire spell that could deal area damage. He just wanted to get rid of these black things as quickly as possible and go back to sleep. Flame rain. As soon as the chant ended, a cluster of fiery red flames appeared, hovering above the area outside the city where the dark creatures were most densely gathered. Before the creatures could react, the flames rained down like a storm. Illuminated by the fire, everyone could clearly see the road outside was covered in blobs of black sludge. Siu quickly counted. She could see about 17 or 18 of these black masses, meaning there were at least that many dark remnants in this wave. As for whether there were more hidden elsewhere, she couldn't be sure for now. As she finished counting, the searing flames fell onto the black sludge, igniting it like a barrel of oil. The sludge exploded, splattering sticky, disgusting black goo everywhere. Hiss! Grr! Though the flame rain was impressive, Mech was still only a novice mage and couldn't unleash its full power. After the spell, the dark creatures had only lost about 1/10 of their HP. But that was already impressive. 10% meant 30 HP, and at least 7 or 8 creatures were hit, so the flame rain had dealt over 200 points of damage. This was exactly why Siu insisted on having a mage. Area of effect spells were just too powerful. As the fire burned the black sludge and the ground, the dark creatures outside let out wails and roars, some mournful, some furious. The sounds pierced the night, sending chills down everyone's spines. Siu was fine. She'd seen this kind of thing many times and wasn't fazed in the slightest. She could even eat a bowl of rice with a straight face while watching. Mech also had strong nerves. In fact, the more disgusting he found these things, the faster he chanted, eager to burn them all to ashes. The others weren't doing as well. Doya, Lyle, and Lake, though none of them were exactly sheltered, had never seen dark creatures in person before. For a moment, they struggled to stomach the sight of the sticky, nauseating mess. The first to react was Doya. After all, she was used to killing animals and had seen plenty of bloody, violent scenes. She simply equated this to her previous hunting experiences, adjusted her mindset, and quickly regained her composure. Focus on the ones that are already bleeding. This wasn't just because the wounded dark creatures were easier to finish off. It was also because, when the flames landed on them, it was as if they were being ignited. What was once pitch black and invisible was now lit up by these burning dark creatures, making them stand out like the brightest stars in the night sky. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Doya skillfully picked up the enchanted willow bow that Siyu had prepared for her. She started with a double shot, then quickly fired a third arrow. After all, this bow was made from the tendons of a black-striped tiger beast and was enchanted for attack power, so its damage was an impressive 55 points. Doya's own stats weren't bad either, especially since she specialized in archery. With this bow, her attack stat reached 70 points. As a result, after just 3 arrows, the dark creature that had only lost 1/10 of its health was now down to just 1/10 remaining. Whoosh! Another arrow, and Doya scored her first kill, also the very first kill of this wave of dark creature attacks. Seeing how easily she took down a dark creature, Lyle and Lake, who were a bit less accustomed to such scenes, quickly snapped out of their daze. They took a deep breath and began operating the arrow towers, targeting the already wounded dark creatures. By the end of the first round of attacks, Doya had successfully killed 5 dark creatures, while Lyle and Lake together had taken down about 6. Mac, on the other hand, hadn't gotten any kills yet. He was mainly using area attacks, which dealt less damage and were slower, so it was hard for him to land the finishing blow. Of course, he didn't really care about getting kills anyway. Hold your fire. Siyu quickly called out when she saw the dark creatures, illuminated by the flames, suddenly start to writhe and surge like molten lava. The dark creatures were now entering the transformation phase. In this phase, they were nearly invincible. Unless there was a huge difference in power, any attacks now would be pointless. Mac had already stopped, and the other 3 halted as soon as they heard Siyu's warning. To help everyone see what was happening outside, Mac thoughtfully tossed out a few small fireballs. By the light of the fireballs, everyone could clearly see the dark creatures they had killed, now just piles of mush on the ground, suddenly begin to change rapidly. It was as if someone was molding clay. The creatures gradually took on various new forms. Among these forms, everyone could recognize some familiar faces. For example, some dark creatures transformed into ghostly skeletons, others into long-tailed crocodiles, and still others into fire demon monsters. Long-tailed crocodile remains. HP 150/150. Attack 50. Defense 10. Fire demon remains. HP 150/150. Attack 50. Defense 10. These transformed dark creatures not only gained attack abilities, but their attack methods and stats were largely based on the template of the creature they mimicked. This also meant that their previous kills were reset, since the dead dark creatures had now revived in a new form. Of course, this revival wasn't unlimited, otherwise, dark creatures would be invincible and would have conquered the world by now. Besides, this was only the first wave of dark creature attacks, so the difficulty couldn't be that high. Dark creatures only gain attack and defense abilities after transforming, and only then can they actually be killed. In their original, pure remains form, their HP could be depleted, but they wouldn't die. Instead, they'd just gather together and then transform into killable monsters. After transformation, their attack stays the same, but their HP and defense are halved. This is because the transformation was forced. If it had been voluntary, their stats would remain unchanged. In other words, it was still worthwhile to kill the untransformed dark remains, since it made them weaker once they became combat ready. The only bad news was that, while Siyu had originally seen only a dozen or so dark creatures, there were now clearly over 20, maybe even 30. This was definitely different from before. It seemed her suspicions were correct. This data-driven world was much harder than the previous game. Previously, the first wave of dark creature attacks usually numbered only 10 to 20. But Siyu didn't have time to dwell on this. After scanning the area below, she immediately gave orders. Focus on the long-tailed crocodiles first. As she spoke, she began operating several arrow towers herself, targeting the dark creatures that had transformed into long-tailed crocodiles. Although they looked like long-tailed crocodiles, These creatures were like shoddy mud sculptures, no green scales, no skin, no eyes or mouth. At Suyu's command, Doya quickly switched targets to the long-tailed crocodile remains and fired 3 arrows in quick succession, each piercing the tail and limbs of the same creature. Lyle and Lake weren't archery specialists, so they were a bit slower. By the time they managed to aim an arrow tower at a dark creature, Doya had already finished off one and was moving on to the next. Still, even though they were slower, their aim with the arrow towers was pretty good. Almost every arrow hit a dark creature. Of course, whether it was the one they'd aimed for didn't really matter as long as they didn't waste any damage. As they continued taking down dark creatures, Siu kept a close watch in the darkness. She needed to quickly identify any elite monsters among this wave. The regular mobs were easy enough to handle, their attacks were weak and they were just stat monsters. But elites were different. Elites had skills, like the Fire Demon Leader's summon ability. These were mechanic monsters. Mechanic monsters might not have strong stats, but their skills could easily turn the tide of battle. Now that Siu noticed the difficulty had increased, she was quite worried that this would make the elite monsters even stronger or give them even more troublesome abilities. Judging by their current progress, Siu felt that this wave of dark creatures wasn't actually that difficult. There were a lot of them, but the pressure wasn't particularly high. After all, in practical terms, they didn't even need to open the gates to let Lyle and Lake out to fight. Just a few arrow towers, plus Duoya and Mech, were enough to wipe out this batch of dark creatures. Granted, this was partly because Suyu had prepared thoroughly and, with some luck, managed to recruit Duoya and Mech. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't so simple. A familiar sense of unease crept in. Suyu forced herself to calm down and carefully observe the situation outside. But since the dark creatures almost blended into the night, even with her keen eyesight, it was impossible to pick out those pitch-black shapes in the darkness. And maybe it was just her imagination, but Siu felt like there were even more dark creatures down there than she could see. They'd already killed so many, yet below, the mass of darkness still surged like a black swamp. Staring at it too long even gave her the illusion that she might get sucked in herself. "Lord, there are still a lot of dark creatures down there," Duoya said, frowning as she fired her arrows, voicing her own sense that something was off. She hadn't counted exactly how many she'd killed, but with 2 empty quivers, each holding 50 arrows, and knowing her own damage output, she could estimate she'd taken out at least 20-something dark creatures. Even without counting Mech's kills, Lal and Lake should have managed to kill at least a dozen between them, even if they weren't that strong. Not to mention the other automated intermediate arrow towers. Those towers must have killed at least 10 as well. Altogether, that was close to 50 dark creatures. That number just didn't add up. And after observing for a while, Siu noticed another problem. These dark creatures seemed to be constantly moving toward the territory, but something was affecting them, slowing them down so much that they were killed before they could even get close. At this point, the territory's defensive structures had only lost a bit of durability from the initial attack. Since then, they'd barely taken any damage and were still almost at full strength. "Lyle, Lake, go down and guard the stone gate," she ordered as soon as she realized something was wrong. Even if the durability was dropping slowly, it was still dropping. She couldn't just stand by and watch it get depleted. These dark creatures seemed endless. Since they couldn't kill them all, it was better to stop attacking for now, to avoid triggering some kind of negative chain reaction. As long as the stone gate was held, she'd have time to think. The weirdness outside clearly wasn't caused by ordinary dark creature mobs. If even the small fry were this tough, she might as well give up. The mobs would be unbeatable, and it would be game over. It's the elite monster causing this. If it wasn't the mobs, then it had to be the elite monster's doing. Even though it was dark outside, Mech's fire attacks gave off some light, so Siu could just barely make out what was happening. But after watching carefully for a long time, she still didn't spot the elite monster, just piles of ordinary dark creature remains everywhere. Unless there was no elite monster in this wave, it must be hiding on purpose. Besides, if it were a combat-type elite, it might not charge in first, but it wouldn't be hiding either. Would it really wait until all its minions were dead before taking on everyone by itself? Siu strongly suspected she was dealing with a non-combat elite monster. Non-combat elites had almost no fighting ability, much like Lord players, but they usually had all sorts of strange skills, most of which boosted the dark creature's offensive power. If she was right, this elite's skill was probably something like summoning or resurrection, which would explain why the dark creatures kept coming endlessly. She'd reached a conclusion, but it didn't help much. She still couldn't find it, because it was just too dark outside. Night was like a natural cloak of invisibility for dark creatures. Siu thought for a moment, then turned to Mech for help. Something's wrong, Mech. I need a light spell. There's an elite monster hiding out there. Got it. After hurling another fireball down below, Mech picked up his staff. I can only keep it up for 5 seconds. Illumination magic was the most basic of beginner spells, but because it was so dark outside and the area to be lit was so large, and with his own power suppressed, Mech could only maintain the spell for 5 seconds if he wanted to light up the whole area. Shrink the area a bit, just light up the edges, not the center, Siu said. The center was the most dangerous spot. Even AoE, area of effect, splash damage could hit other monsters, so there was no way the elite would hide somewhere so risky. Besides lacking combat power, elites were also notoriously fragile, easy to kill if you could find them. 10 seconds, Mech replied, raising his staff a little higher. Lyle, Lake, stay alert and defend. Siu shouted as she saw Mech preparing the spell. A few seconds later, the world outside lit up as if someone had switched on a giant bulb, turning night into day all around them. Siu could clearly sense the dark creatures outside freeze for a split second. Then, as if injected with adrenaline, they suddenly charged furiously at the territory's gate and stone walls. With their assault, the gate and walls, which had only lost a few dozen points of durability before, now began to lose durability rapidly, faster and faster. Fortunately, Siu had reinforced the stone walls and gate. The gate's durability had doubled from 1,000 to 2,000, and the walls had gone from 800 to 1,500. Lyle and Lake, who had already come down from the arrow towers, stood tensely at the gate, fists clenched, watching as the stone gate shook under the relentless assault, still sturdy, but clearly under strain. They showed no fear in the face of powerful enemies. Instead, their fighting spirit burned fiercely. Whether it was Lyle or Lake, both of their loyalty to the territory had reached the maximum value at this moment. In other words, they were willing to die to defend the territory. Of course, Siu would never let them throw their lives away. Even if they were just ordinary NPCs without any special skills, she wouldn't do that. But right now, Siu didn't have time to worry about the durability of these defensive structures, because she only had 10 seconds to find the hidden dark creature within those 10 seconds. Seeing that the defenses wouldn't be breached in the short term, Siu immediately began searching for the elite monster. Not this one. Can't see it. Not here. Siu frowned, carefully scanning from left to right. Just as Mike was starting to frown as well, about to run out of magic, Siu suddenly told him to stop using his illumination spell. Mike, who could barely hold on for a few more seconds anyway, didn't care whether Siu had found it or not. He immediately lowered his staff. The moment he did, the environment outside, which had been as bright as day, was instantly swallowed by darkness at a rapid pace. The sudden shift from light to dark and back again was enough to make anyone feel uneasy. Siu attached a microbomb to an arrow. Although the extra weight would greatly reduce its range, with the help of the arrow towers and the fact that the target wasn't far away, it would still achieve her goal. Whoosh! Boom! Doya and the others didn't know what Siu had done. All they knew was that after a not-so-loud explosion, soon drowned out by the howling outside, a piercing scream erupted from a certain spot, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. Found it. Siu immediately lit the lamp hanging in that spot, then checked the only dark creature among them that hadn't disguised itself as something else. As she checked its information, she quickly extinguished the lamp again. Elite. Clay Remnant. HP. 100/100. Attack. 0. Defense. 50. Skills. Reshape. Absorbs nearby debris to create new remnants. Conceal hides in the darkness, reducing its presence, invisible unless actively searched for. After seeing its skills, everything became clear. For example, why the dark creatures outside kept coming, and why Siu couldn't find it just now. The former was because it could reassemble the corpses of fallen remnants into new ones, ensuring a constant stream of dark creatures. Siu had already suspected as much. The latter was due to its concealment skill. With concealment active, unless you hit it with an area attack or use detection or reveal-type skills in its direction, you'd never find it as long as it didn't deactivate the skill itself. Outside the stone gate, near the third lamp on the right, there's an unshaped dark creature there. Doya. Once she confirmed the position, Siu immediately called out the location. The moment Doya heard her name, she fired the copper-balanced arrow she'd already nocked, aiming straight for the elite clay remnant, the one that could mold clay figures. "Milord, the main gate can't hold much longer," Lal shouted, desperately bracing the stone gate with Lake as the dark creatures slammed against it. Even though they knew that the two of them alone couldn't possibly hold back dozens of dark creatures, they didn't hesitate for a second. It was bad news, but at the same time, she received some good news. "Doya, milord, that monster's been dealt with. Should I start attacking the other dark creatures now?" NPCs couldn't see this information, so although Doya could guess that Siu had her kill that special dark creature because it was likely the source of the endless dark creatures, she couldn't be sure. She still had to ask Siu before acting. Focus on the ones near the gate first. Siu didn't say yes or no, but directly gave a new target. At the same time, she activated the arrow tower's auto-attack and set all their targets to the area near the main gate. After the first volley, 4 or 5 dark creatures fell instantly, but more quickly surged forward from behind, like moths to a flame. "You two, stop holding the stone gate. Get behind the barricade and prepare for battle." In this data-driven world, everything was determined by numbers. The stone gate wouldn't lose durability any slower just because they were bracing it. On the contrary, when its durability hit 0 and it was smashed open, they might be thrown out or even crushed beneath it. If that happened, they'd really be done for. She wouldn't be able to save them. She knew the gate was doomed to fall tonight, but she wasn't afraid. She'd already set up a dense array of traps and barricades behind it. Although she hadn't expected the dark creature's attack to be this difficult tonight, it didn't affect her preparations. To ensure absolute success, she'd gone above and beyond. A true veteran never lets their experience make them complacent. Instead, they use it to be even more thoroughly prepared for anything. At this point, Lal and Lake had already retreated behind the stone barricade as Siu instructed. Barely 10 seconds after they fell back, there was a loud boom, the main gate collapsed, and the dark creatures outside surged in like a tidal wave. Though she'd expected this, Siu still couldn't help but sigh as she watched her stone gate, destroyed twice in just 10 days, the first time by Mike's explosion, fall again. But as she sighed, the dark creatures, seeing the gate smashed open, immediately entered a strange frenzy. They scrambled madly toward the heart fire at the center of the town, but before they'd taken more than a few steps, the ground beneath their feet gave way. And everyone present witnessed a spectacular dumpling drop show. That's right, Siu had dug a huge pit behind the gate, using the same method as the fire demon chief, to give these dark creatures equal treatment. Don't ask why I used this trick, old or new, it doesn't matter as long as it works. Because of the pit, the dark creatures were caught off guard and fell in one after another, just like dumplings dropping into a pot. Plop, plop, plop. But while this method is effective, it does have its drawbacks. For example, these dark creatures can produce a kind of slime. While it can't be used as material for making clay figurines, it can serve the same purpose as the stones in the story of the crow drinking water. By gradually filling up the bottom of the pit, the slime eventually pushes the dark creatures up and out. Whoosh, an arrow shot straight into one of the dark creatures. Even though they had a way to climb up, the others present weren't about to just stand by and watch them escape. For Doya and the arrow towers, these dark creatures trapped inside the pit were slow-moving, no different from wooden stakes, basically sitting ducks for her to attack at will. Of course, Doya's strength alone was limited, but she wasn't fighting alone. Previously, Lyle and Lake couldn't do much because they weren't allowed outside, unable to show their true strength. But now, with the enemies right in front of them. And since they were just a mass of black goo, more disgusting than scary, the two of them grabbed their weapons and jumped into the fray. They were smart about it, too. Knowing that Doya and the Arrow Towers were attacking, they deliberately chose a corner to fight off the dark creatures trying to climb out, avoiding most of the areas targeted by Doya and the towers. These dark creatures weren't particularly strong to begin with. If it hadn't been for that elite monster earlier, they would have been wiped out long ago. So, the fight was easy. While the creatures were busy trying to climb out, they barely put up any resistance. While the others were clearing out the remaining dark creatures, Mech didn't step in, but there was no need for him to. With just 3 people and a few arrow towers, it took about 10 minutes to finish off all the dark creatures. As the last dark creature let out its dying wail, Lal took out a clean cloth and carefully wiped his dagger. Even though there wasn't a trace of dark creature left on the blade, he still looked dissatisfied. "My lord, if there's nothing else, I'd like to go wash up." It wasn't just his dagger. While he didn't have any major wounds, his body was splattered with black, unidentified slime. The slime was non-toxic, but it was disgusting and uncomfortable. If he could, Lal would have jumped straight into a bath right then. Siyu nodded, then turned to say something to Mech before turning back. "Meet at the tavern later, I'll heal your wounds." Neither of them was badly hurt, but since healing was available, it was better to be safe than sorry and avoid any chance of infection. Understood. Lal nodded to Siyu and left. Lake shook out his numb hands from all the punching. After seeing Lal leave, he said a few words to Siyu and followed after him. As for Doya, "I'm not hurt, so I'll go rest now." Don't be fooled by how she'd been shooting arrows nonstop, sometimes even pulling off double or triple shots. Anyone who knows archery understands that prolonged use not only strains the hands, but also tires the eyes from constantly focusing on targets to improve accuracy. What's more, the battlefield visibility had been terrible. Doya had to put in extra effort to seize every possible shot, making it even more exhausting than usual. In other words, while she looked relaxed and carefree up on the tower, picking off dark creatures from a distance and staying unscathed, she was actually the most exhausted of them all. "All right, go get some rest. I'll have Dolly leave some food for you." NPCs like Dolly Yusin weren't fighters, but their desire to protect the territory was just as strong as anyone else's, especially Dolly. She wished she could pick up a weapon and fight the dark creatures herself, but knowing she wasn't cut out for battle, she stayed out of the way. Instead, she prayed for victory and made sure she'd be well rested to take care of the others come morning. "Could you help clean up in here?" Siyu said to Mech. She wasn't planning to fill in the pit. There'd be more dark creatures tonight, so it could be reused. But before that, the slime and other unknown substances inside needed to be cleared out. Otherwise, it would be both disgusting and smelly. Mech's fire magic was perfect for burning away the slime, so Siyu was making the most of his abilities. "All right, leave it to me." Mech was tired, but he could still cast a few basic fire spells. Besides, Siyu had promised him more kitchen tools and ingredients once the territory opened up, so he resigned himself to the task and pulled out his magic staff. Mech was true to his word. If he said he'd handle it, he would. So Siyu left the cleanup to Mech with peace of mind. She herself took out a stone hammer and demolished the ruined stone gate, then built a brand new, reinforced one in its place. The surrounding stone walls were also damaged, but it was late and there wouldn't be any more monsters tonight, so Siyu decided to repair them tomorrow. After fixing the gate, Siyu went to the tavern and woke up Yu, who had been waiting there for a long time. "Huh?" My lord, Yu, who had dozed off while waiting, looked a little dazed when Siyu woke her. "Someone needs your healing," Siyu said. At those words, Yu perked up instantly, all her sleepiness gone. Just then, Lyle and Lake walked in from outside. Seeing Yu staring at them with eager, excited eyes, the two of them couldn't help but take a half step back. "You, huh? Are you seriously taking a step back?" Yu clearly didn't think there was anything odd about his behavior. In fact, he looked a little confused. "Aren't you here for treatment? And besides, we're all men here. What are you so afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Lyle, Lake, that's exactly why we're afraid, because we're all men. See you. What kind of weird stuff is even in this execution systems database? Seeing the awkward atmosphere and feeling just as tired and sleepy as everyone else, so you couldn't help but interject, let's not waste time. He's a water mage. He can use healing magic. Water mages are one of only 3 classes that can learn healing spells. The other 2 are the healing class and the light class. But since people with healing or light elements are far rarer than those with other elements, almost to the point of being legendary, most of the time, water mages are the ones who take on the role of healer. That's why Siu had said water magic was special, and also why she felt giving the skill book to you wouldn't be a waste. I see. Hearing Siu's explanation, Lyle and Lake finally remembered why they'd come here in the first place, and everything clicked. But still, if it's just treatment, then fine. But why was he looking at them with such a weird expression? Don't they realize how creepy it is to have someone staring at you in the middle of the night, eyes wide and face full of bizarre excitement? But now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, and they knew this guy was a mage, one who could use healing magic at that, their attitudes changed instantly. They weren't about to start sucking up, but they were definitely more polite. Thank you for your trouble, Master Mage, Lake said courteously, sitting down in front of you and extending his hand. There was a scratch on his hand, probably from some dark creature. The wound wasn't large, but it had bled quite a bit. He'd already cleaned off the blood earlier, and after the battle he'd immediately used a basic healing potion, so the bleeding had stopped. You was already nervous. This was his first time using healing magic, after all. And when he heard Lake address him as Master Mage, he got even more flustered. And no, you don't have to call me Master Mage. I only started learning magic a couple of days ago, and this is my first real attempt at using it. Just call me you. That's my name. You did want to be called a mage, but not out of vanity. For someone who'd grown up knowing he might become a mage, only to later learn he probably never would due to lack of talent, that title was a dream, a longing, a kind of recognition. But he knew very well that right now, he wasn't even an apprentice mage. Only those above the beginner level could truly be called mages. Even apprentices didn't count, let alone someone like him. Lake had been a little excited too. It was his first time being treated by a mage, but after hearing this was Yu's first time as well, his expression stiffened. So, are the 2 of us just guinea pigs now? Lake's outstretched hand trembled a bit, but since the Lord had sent them, and seeing how serious and professional, or so he thought, you looked, he figured maybe it wouldn't be as bad as he feared. He was too embarrassed to just leave, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and go through with it. Lyle, on the other hand, felt a bit relieved. At least he wasn't the first guinea pig. He could watch and see how it went. If it worked, great. If not, he could always find an excuse to slip away. Well, good luck, Lake said, bracing himself. He didn't really want to look, but he couldn't help glancing several times at his injured hand. You had no idea about their complicated thoughts. He just assumed they were shy about watching magic being cast, so he smiled at them. You can watch if you want. It won't affect me. Lake, okay. That wasn't what he meant, but the misunderstanding was fine. Lyle, good luck, brother. You didn't notice their reactions. He focused on the wound, recalling what Mike had told him about casting spells, and threw himself completely into the process. A string of unfamiliar but not overly complicated incantations rang out. Lake could clearly feel a cool sensation spreading from his wound. It was like ice, but softer, like gentle ripples of water caressing his skin. It felt incredibly soothing. Yet, in reality, Lake couldn't see anything happening to his wound. But he could clearly watch as the wound slowly knit itself together, visible to the naked eye, until it was completely closed, leaving only a faint scar where the cut had been. Seeing that, while not perfect, it was a definite success, you let out a huge sigh of relief. The tension of casting his first real spell vanished, replaced by a deep, indescribable satisfaction. How do you feel? Any discomfort? You looked at Lake expectantly. Lake snapped out of his daze from witnessing that magical scene. He touched his hand, now fully healed except for a thin scar as proof there'd ever been a wound. "No, I feel great. You're amazing." Lake's praise was sincere, and Yu's face lit up with joy at the genuine compliment. So you watched the successful treatment, showing no emotion on her face, but feeling very satisfied inside. But then she couldn't help but yawn. Seeing the severely fatigued status on her panel, so you knew she needed to rest as well. She closed her panel and said to you, "I'm heading out. Heal them up, and all of this will count toward your contribution points. Don't worry, my lord. I'll make sure they're fully healed." At the mention of contribution points, Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest in assurance. "I'll make sure to heal every single wound they have, not a scratch left." Although he wanted to become a mage through his own efforts, he knew how difficult that would be. So, he pinned his hopes on that magic rune book that could directly turn someone into a mage. But if he wanted to exchange for the magic rune book, he needed contribution points. As soon as you finished speaking, Siu had already disappeared from the tavern. Lyle and Lake didn't know what the contribution points Siu mentioned were. They wanted to ask, but they still had wounds to treat, and Siu was tired and had gone to rest. So, they could only wait until tomorrow to ask. Afterwards, you finished treating their wounds, and the three of them each went home, letting exhaustion wrap around them as they quickly fell into a deep sleep. A restless night passed. Everyone slept soundly, simply because they were truly tired and worn out. But in another sense, they didn't sleep well, since they all remembered there was still a tough battle to fight that night. Siu was, as always, the first to wake up, as if she hadn't stayed up late at all the night before. The first thing she did after getting up was to repair all the stone walls back to full durability. There were many ways to repair stone walls. Siu didn't use the most material-efficient method, but rather the simplest one. She just opened the stone wall's information panel and directly spent the required materials to repair it. Since it was a stone wall, the repair material was naturally stone. After spending some stone to fully restore all the walls, Siu went outside her territory to collect all the loot dropped by the dark creatures from the previous day. Most of the dark creatures had died in the pits inside the territory, so there was quite a bit of loot in those pits as well. Siu collected everything and put it in her backpack. After cleaning up the area, she walked a lap around the edge of her territory. When she reached a certain corner, she saw a section of stone wall with a missing chunk. She patched up the wall as usual, and then, less than 3 meters from the wall, she found a few copper coins, probably dropped by a dark creature. Dark creatures didn't just spawn at the front gate. They could appear from any direction around the territory and launch sneak attacks. However, the number of dark creatures attacking from non-front directions was usually small, rarely more than 2 at the same spot. Siu had long since placed arrow towers all around the territory and had activated their auto-attack mode before the dark creatures attacked. So, these dark creatures naturally became easy targets for the towers. After making a full circuit, Siu had used up a stack and a half of stone from her backpack, but she'd also collected quite a few copper coins and other loot. "Lord!" Yusin came running over, both hands clenched as if holding something, excitement written all over his face. "Look." He didn't keep her in suspense. Once he reached Suyu, he stretched out his hands and opened his palms, revealing a round potato. Seeing the potato, Siu immediately understood why Yusin was so happy. The potatoes in the fields were ready for harvest. As a bit of a foodie, Siyu's mind instantly filled with potato recipes. Potato pancakes, baked potatoes, fried potatoes, mashed potatoes, French fries. There were so many dishes you could make with just potatoes alone. And if you added berries, meat, and the 3 kinds of wild vegetables she'd collected earlier, there would be even more options. Potato stew, stir-fried potatoes with meat, berry potato chips, vegetable potato pancakes. Are the potatoes ready? Siu cleared her mind of recipes and asked again, just to confirm. Ever since Yusin had arrived, Siu hadn't paid much attention to the fields. She only remembered that she'd planted the potatoes around noon on the 7th day, so it had been less than 3 days since then. But the normal growth cycle for potatoes was 5 days. Even with the harmony effect, it only reduced the time by 10 hours. By normal timing, the potatoes shouldn't have been ready today. But Siu had just given Yusin a big batch of growth-accelerating fertilizer. Yes! When it came to his specialty farming, Yusin chattered on excitedly. Siu didn't catch all the details, but she got 2 main points. First, the potatoes were indeed ready, with a yield of about 150. Second, although the fertilizer helped, the potatoes should have needed another 2 hours to mature. Yusin had used his own abilities to make them ripen a few hours early. Great. Plant more potatoes in the freed-up fields. Take the harvested potatoes to the tavern and give them to Mech. He'll pay you. Of course, the money wasn't coming from Mech personally, but from the tavern's funds. The tavern hadn't been open long, but it had only been taking in money, not spending it, so it had accumulated a decent amount. Siu herself also had money, so she didn't plan to touch the tavern's funds for now. They'd be used only for buying ingredients and paying wages. Yes, ma'am. With the main news delivered, Yusin still didn't leave. He pointed toward the creek near the fields, his expression turning a bit odd. Lord, there's something I wanted to mention. It might just be my imagination, but I keep feeling like there's something alive. It can heal itself and boost its stats by eating nearby living dark creatures. Although Siu didn't know the exact numbers, she had no intention of letting it use this skill at all. Since it can only devour living creatures, if they killed all the surrounding dark creatures, it would have nothing left to eat. After hearing Siu's plan, Duoya and Mike immediately switched their focus to the ordinary dark creatures nearby. There seemed to be less than 20 dark creatures in this wave, but their stats were noticeably higher than those from the early morning. As a result, Duoya had to use about half again as many arrows to take down a single dark creature compared to before. This pace was too slow. Watching the elite monster's sluggish movements, Siu turned to the 2 brothers and asked, "Where are the bronze lanterns I gave you?" There weren't many dark creatures outside, and this batch was different from the previous one, so the brothers could actually join the fight outside as long as they brought a light source. Siu wasn't sure what exactly would happen at night, but she'd prepared for the possibility that the 2 of them might need to fight outside. Although the light source would send the dark creatures into a brief frenzy, it also offered some protection, since dark creatures couldn't force their way close to the light. "We've got them. Right here." The 2 of them quickly took out the bronze lanterns Siu had given them that morning and hung them at their waists. The glow from the lanterns lit them up clearly. "Be careful. You don't need to attack. Just drive the other dark creatures away from the elite monster." "Got it." She just checked. All the dark creatures were focused on attacking the territory, so their aggro was firmly locked. Once they stepped outside with the lanterns, as long as they didn't attack and draw aggro, the dark creatures wouldn't abandon their assault on the territory to attack them, at least not right away. "Don't worry, my lord, we know what to do." The 2 brothers already understood from Siu that the big guy could power up by eating other dark creatures, so they knew exactly why she'd arranged things this way. Their job was to drive away all the dark creatures, so the elite monster couldn't use its devour skill. That would give Duoya, Mike, and the arrow towers enough time to clear out the ordinary dark creatures. Once those were gone, they could focus on the elite monster. Time was tight, so they didn't waste words and left the territory immediately. The moment they opened the stone gate, a bunch of dark creatures tried to rush in, taking advantage of the open door. But Suyu and Mike had already planned for this. As soon as the door opened, a wall of fire sprang up between the stone gate and the dark creatures. The dark creatures tried to charge in, but the instant they touched the flames, they were engulfed and burned. Their howls and roars of pain made them instinctively retreat several steps. No matter how dumb their AI was, they weren't going to stand there and get roasted. As soon as the firewall disappeared, the dark creatures surged forward again like a tide, but by then, the stone gate had slammed shut. Unable to get in, the dark creatures went berserk, attacking the stone gate like trapped beasts. They were just waiting for the moment the gate fell, so they could rush in and snuff out the flames. Lyle and Lake had already made it outside safely. Just as Suyu had expected, although the sudden appearance of 2 beacons in the darkness made the dark creatures agitated, not a single one tried to attack them. And since they were the only sources of light in the darkness, there was no way Duoya, so use arrow towers, or Mike could accidentally hit them. They stood out too much. Just like that, the two brothers made it to the elite monster's side without a scratch. Roar. The elite monster was a bit stronger, but it was still a dark creature and shared their traits. It hated the light, so Lyle and Lake could clearly feel it. As they approached, the elite monster first turned and roared at them, then shuffled a step away. Noticing this, the brothers didn't get any closer. They remembered their mission was to drive dark creatures away from the elite monster, not to control the monster's movements itself. All they had to do was act like bodyguards, making sure that aside from the two of them, nothing else got close to the elite monster. If they forced their way closer and provoked it, that would be bad. With no other weirdly skilled elite monsters interfering, this wave of dark creatures was handled smoothly. The remaining dozen or so dark creatures didn't even manage to take down half the stone gate's durability before they were all wiped out, leaving only the elite monster on the field. After the small fry were dealt with, Lyle and Lake didn't return to the territory. Instead, they drew their weapons and joined the fight. During the battle with the elite monster, Duoya got lucky. The fire damage from her flame mage set triggered several times. So you could clearly see the burning effect on the elite monster, and the monster noticed it too, trying to put out the flames. But whether it was using the wrong method or the effect simply couldn't be removed physically, it failed every time. In fact, it wasted several attack opportunities trying. As melee fighters, Lyle and Lake hacked and smashed at the elite monster. They took some hits, but since the monster was slow, they dodged most of its attacks. The few blows that did land didn't do much damage, since both brothers were fully equipped with leather armor, shirts, pants, shoes, and even hats. All this gear had been crafted by Dory, who now had sewing skills, using materials Duoya hunted in the forest or collected from her traps. Even without enhancements, this set provided 18 points of defense. But Dory had managed to put together a fully enhanced set, bringing their defense up to a whopping 30 points. Although the two of them split their enhanced and unenhanced gear between them, resulting in a drop in defense, they still each had over 20 points of defense. With that much defense, even an elite monster's attack would only take off about 20 points of health, maybe even less. Both of them had over 200 HP each, which meant they could each take at least 10 hits. Even if they just stood there and let the elite monsters hit them 10 times each, that would be more than enough time to kill the monsters twice over. Not to mention, they could dodge attacks. In short, compared to the batch of dark creatures from this morning, this group was laughably easy. 140. Critical hit. With a critical hit from Duoya, the elite monster slowly collapsed under her slightly stunned gaze. In the end, just like the other dark creatures, it turned into a disgusting puddle of black, sticky sludge, which was then consumed by flames, leaving nothing behind. System quest, Stop the Darkness completed. You may submit the quest at the bounty board. Congratulations! Player A1-16 has led Sunset Territory to successfully repel an attack by dark creatures without any casualties. The story of Sunset Territory's victory over the darkness will now spread in a small area. Territory Aura acquired, Renowned I. In this dark creature attack event, A1-16's performance has placed them on 4 leaderboards. Dark creature attack event, time ranking, 17. Dark creature attack event, kill ranking, 8. Dark creature attack event, damage taken ranking, 1. Dark creature attack event, overall ranking, 1. Except for the overall ranking, the following rewards apply to the other leaderboards. Top 100, wooden chest. Top 50, bronze chest. Top 30, iron chest. Top 10, silver chest. Top 3, gold chest. First place can claim all chest rewards cumulatively. Your efforts have successfully repelled the darkness. The distant shadows tremble and fear your unity and strength, and will not attack the territory again for a while. But darkness will never disappear. Dark creatures will always exist on the continent. They will not give up, but will bide their time, waiting for another chance to snuff out the flame. Looking at the flood of system messages, Siu felt her head buzzing, as if hundreds of flies were buzzing around her ears. Dolly, Yusin, you two help clean up the battlefield. Put everything into the chests. You, just like this morning, go heal those two. If you're low on mana, just do a basic treatment for now. Everyone else, go get some rest. So you quickly assigned tasks to everyone, then turned to head for her lord's manor. She needed a quiet place to process all this information. But she'd barely taken 2 steps when she felt someone tugging at her clothes. She turned and saw it was Bugua. What was she doing here? Although almost everyone had stayed up tonight, including Wang Yi and Wang Er, who had only temporarily joined the territory to seek shelter and had each volunteered to man an arrow tower, Bugua was not among them. She was just a teenager. Not only Siyu, but everyone else felt she should rest. Defending the territory was a job for adults. More importantly, Bugua didn't have any combat ability. If she did have combat skills, Siyu wouldn't have minded letting her join the fight tonight, as long as she could keep her safe. But clearly, Bugua didn't see it that way. She tugged at Siyu's sleeve and said, "Is there anything I can help with?" "I'm really capable." Siyu was taken aback, then reached out and patted her head. "You go get some rest and recharge. That'll be a huge help to me." She wasn't just brushing Bugua off, there was another reason. But Bugua didn't pick up on it. She just thought Siyu saw her as a child who couldn't do anything, so she wasn't being given any work. "Lord, you shouldn't look down on kids. Kids can do a lot too." Bugua didn't dodge Siyu's hand, but earnestly protested against child discrimination. "What are you talking about? When did I ever look down on kids?" Siyu was both amused and exasperated. If only everyone could see Bugua's stats, her innate skill would make her the target of every major trading house. Her skill level might not be high, but her talent was. And she was still young. Being young meant she was highly adaptable, with lots of room to grow. So being young wasn't a bad thing, on the contrary, with such high talent, it was a huge advantage. What I mean is, get some rest. Starting tomorrow, the territory will be open to outsiders. Lots of people will be coming, including merchants and trade caravans. You get what I'm saying? Even with skills, social abilities depend on how you use them in the moment. If you don't perform well, even a high-level trading skill might lose out to someone with a mid-level one. Rather than having Bugua waste her energy on trivial tasks, it was better for her to rest up and help Siyu make a big profit in a couple of days. Is that so? Bugua wasn't stupid. She just didn't understand why Siyu was arranging things this way, but now that Siyu had explained, she quickly understood and obediently went back to her room to rest. "Lord, make sure you call me when there's a deal to be made. I'll definitely help you fleece those people." Bugua shouted to Siyu before closing her door. "Siyu, kid, you don't have to be quite so blunt about it." Watching Bugua close her door, Siyu rubbed her temples and headed toward the Lord's manor. "I'll hold off on submitting the quest for now." Back in the manor, Siyu sat down and began sorting through all the information. The first message was a prompt that the last system quest on the bounty board had been completed, but Siyu wasn't planning to submit it right away. Otherwise, she would have done it as soon as she got back. Her reason for waiting was the same as before. She didn't want too many quests to refresh at once. Dealing with a monster cage and a forest ruin was already enough for her. There might still be issues at the creek, and with so much piling up, she needed to handle things one at a time. Besides, once the territory opened up and the population started flowing in, she'd only get busier. One thing at a time, Siyu took a sip of water to clear her head, then continued reading. The second message was about the recent dark creature attack. Siyu extracted the key information. Because the attack was repelled without any injuries, a territory aura has been granted. This was actually within her expectations. In the previous game, there was also such an aura, obtained in the same way, by repelling a dark creature attack with 0 casualties. It absolutely had to be flawless. Any casualties at all would disqualify you. Seeing this, Siyu opened the territory information panel to check the effects and duration of this aura. Renowned Eye, while this aura is active, the territory's reputation will steadily increase, attracting many visitors. In addition, all social system success rates are boosted, including but not limited to recruitment, trading, bounty tasks, merchant transactions, territory diplomacy, etc. Duration: 71 hours, 55 minutes, 8 seconds. Simply put, This is a 3-day promotion aura and social aura. The former continuously raises the territory's reputation, letting more people know about Sunset Territory and drawing them here. The latter increases the success rate of various social activities. In short, this is an aura that's extremely helpful for territory development in the early stages. It was precisely because she knew about this aura that Siyu was willing to give up a bow made from the tendons of a black-striped tiger beast, just to have Yunli help promote the territory. Advertising with nothing to promote is indeed useless, but now that the dark creature attack was over, Sunset Territory finally had something worth advertising. And with this aura in effect, Yunli's promotional efforts would be much more effective. After checking out the aura, Siyu also looked over some other territory information. Sunset Territory. Lord Suyu. Territory level. Advanced camp can be upgraded to small village when population reaches 50 and prosperity reaches 500. Territory status. Open territories can attract visitors from everywhere. Territory security. 98. Max 100. The lower the value, the worse the security, and the higher the risk of riots. Stronger combat and defense, and higher resident loyalty increase security. More unfamiliar visitors and lower loyalty decrease it. Territory social, none. Territory happiness, good, from worst to best. Terrible, poor, average, good, satisfied, excellent. Territory prosperity, 91. Territory reputation, 23. Territory population, 11/13. Territory aura, renowned eye. Territory events. They have sensed the strength here. Their fear of power has made them retreat. The battle record of this place will intimidate them, and for a while, they will avoid disturbing this place out of fear. But they will never give up. Next time, they will only come back stronger. 2. The plants are restless, the beasts agitated. The whole forest has fallen into a strange, gloomy mood. Every night, a mysterious energy radiates from a tall tower, and the area shrouded in this energy seems to be affected in some way. It was obvious that 3 new pieces of information had appeared on the panel: territory status, territory security, territory social, and territory happiness. Territory status needs no further explanation. It's just open or closed, as mentioned before. Territory security and territory social only appear when the territory is set to open. As for territory happiness, this is a special value. It's determined by the average happiness index of the residents and has a significant impact on their behavior. When happiness is too low, residents are gloomy every day and the whole territory falls under a cloud. In this state, all productivity, activity, and efficiency are reduced. Conversely, if happiness is high, residents are cheerful and get along harmoniously, creating a warm and pleasant environment, which naturally boosts productivity and efficiency. In a way, this is also to prevent players from recruiting a large number of people at once while ignoring basic development, thinking they can solve everything with sheer numbers. The more people you have, the harder it is to raise happiness. So, for steady development, you have to gradually increase the population, making sure everyone feels happy and has a sense of belonging, rather than recklessly recruiting a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds at a time. Doing so would just cause the territory's happiness to collapse completely, and, well, that would be the end of the territory. There are 6 happiness levels in total. Normally, most territories are at average or good. These 2 levels have neither positive nor negative effects. They're the most balanced state. If happiness drops to terrible or poor, you get the aforementioned drop in efficiency. If it rises to satisfied or excellent, efficiency increases. Since all this information was the same as before, so you accepted it easily, quickly reading through everything before focusing on the last, more important piece of information, the rankings. Before checking the rankings, Siyu stared at the code A1-16 several times. This wasn't the first time she'd seen this code. She could guess it belonged to her. The system assigned a code to every human who entered the digital world. As for what the code was based on, or whether it had any special meaning, that was still unknown. But Siyu believed she'd find out one day. time ranking, kill ranking, loss ranking, comprehensive ranking. So you wanted to open the rankings, but found that she could only see her own ranking and information. All other players were hidden. She could only see their codes, which were very similar to her own A1-16. For example, kill ranking 1. B1-11 2. B2-13 3. D1-12 1 to 16. So you couldn't decipher these codes, but she did notice some patterns. For instance, the first letter was always A, B, C, or D. She never saw any others. Also, the numbers after the dash never repeated. At least, after checking the entire top 100, she didn't see any duplicates. She also noticed that after the dash, there were no single-digit numbers. In other words, there were -11, -12, -13. All the way up to -100, but she never found -10, -9, -8, and so on. She had a feeling this wasn't a coincidence, but intentional. Combining the rankings from these 4 leaderboards and the pattern in the numbering, Siu had a vague guess in her heart. She suspected that the letters at the front represented the identities they had chosen, while the numbers at the end indicated their rankings. For example, A, B, and C actually stood for Lord, Warrior, and Merchant, respectively. These 3 identities were the only ones in the Sunset continent with main storylines. The game's identity introduction interface had described them like this. Builder, Lord specializes in infrastructure, develops territory, builds the royal city. Adventurer, Warrior loves adventure, self-improvement, invincible in the world. Trader, Merchant skilled in trade, develops caravans, richest in the world. The Lord's main questline was to build and develop the city, leveling up the territory until it became the top territory on the continent. The Warrior's main questline was to fight monsters and level up, adventure everywhere, grow stronger, and become the most powerful person in the world. The Merchant's main questline was to establish caravans, trade far and wide, and become the richest person on the continent. As for D, she guessed it might represent other identities, because it had been said from the start that there were many, many identities in this game. Without further numbering, it could only mean they were grouped together. Given that 3 of the top 5 on the kill leaderboard had codes starting with B, so you reasonably suspected that B stood for Warrior. This was easy to deduce, so she didn't dwell on it. Since B was Warrior, and she was A, the Lord, then C must correspond to Merchant. As for the true meaning of the code A1-16, so you boldly interpreted it as ranked first in potential value among human lords and 16th in potential value among all humans. After all, the system itself had said she was the human lord with the highest potential value. The highest is naturally first, A stands for Lord, and the number 1 naturally means first. After thinking so much, Siu felt she had probably guessed correctly, but then she realized that guessing this didn't really matter much. Rather than worrying about this, she might as well calculate how many treasure chests she could get at the mission hall tomorrow. 17th on the first leaderboard, 1 iron chest, 8th on another, a silver chest. 2 first places meant she could get 2 more of every chest. Wait, that's not right. Except for the comprehensive leaderboard, the reward for this chest was for all, but the comprehensive leaderboard, which meant she was missing out on 5 treasure chests. So, what's the point of being first on the comprehensive leaderboard? Siu rolled her eyes speechlessly, then flopped onto her bed, pulled the covers over herself, and went straight to sleep. Day 11 of the digitized world. People from all the territories surrounding Sunset Territory had heard from various sources that a nearby territory had flawlessly repelled an attack by dark creatures without a single injury. Hey, didn't you tell me yesterday that you thought something was off to the south? So, do you know what happened over there? I just found out myself. This morning I heard from some bounty hunters returning from missions that when they passed by yesterday, they saw traces of dark creatures in that area. You mean the dark creatures targeted that place? What else? Must be another unlucky territory. As the 2 were discussing, another person nearby overheard and came over, looking a bit puzzled. If the territory you're talking about is the same one I know, then it's anything but unlucky. It's actually pretty impressive. Although none of them knew each other, gossip is human nature, and no one cared about introductions at a time like this. That wasn't important. Brother, breakfast is on me. Why don't you tell us more? The stranger didn't stand on ceremony, pulled up a chair, and sat at their table. Getting targeted by those things isn't exactly good news, but this territory is no pushover. Not only did they force the dark creatures to retreat again and again, but they didn't suffer a single casualty. You know, those things are tough to deal with, but killing them can drop all sorts of rare materials. In other words, for territories without power, a dark creature attack was a disaster, but for strong territories, these dark creatures were basically delivery boys bringing free loot to their door. The two original discussants were a bit skeptical after hearing this, so one of them asked, "How do you know all this?" "Don't tell me." The stranger saw they didn't quite believe him, so he explained further, "You know the Haitian bounty group? I've got a friend in that group. A few days ago, they took a beast hunting mission and only got back late last night. I ran into him this morning, and he told me they'd noticed traces of darkness there a day earlier. But when they came back last night, all those traces were gone. Not a single mark left." So-called traces of darkness were actually a kind of mark left behind after dark creatures attacked a territory, a means of dark pollution and invasion of the continent. If the attack went well, the traces would be deep, proving the creatures had been there and won. It was also a declaration of war and provocation against humanity. If the attack failed, there were two types: ordinary failure and total defeat. Ordinary failure would still leave traces, marking the spot for future attacks. But if it was a total defeat, not a single trace would be left, because the creatures knew they couldn't win and feared the power there, so they wouldn't dare leave any sign of provocation. In fact, after most territories were attacked by dark creatures, there would always be some traces left in the area. To avoid the trouble of being marked, territory managers would usually pay to hire the church or light element mages, who were naturally opposed to darkness, to help erase the traces. But this took a lot of time and money. In less than a day, there's no way that territory could have hired someone to erase the traces. So the only explanation is that the territory is strong enough to have completely repelled the dark creatures, so thoroughly that those things didn't even dare leave a mark. As he finished speaking, their noodles were served. The stranger looked at the two still deep in thought and smiled. "Since you're treating, I won't be shy. Oh, and I guarantee everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, just go check for traces yourself." After all, traces of darkness were pretty obvious. There was no way to miss them. In places tainted by traces of darkness, not only does the soil turn pitch black as if soaked in ink, but the surrounding plants gradually wither as well. What's more, all living creatures nearby grow increasingly weak. These are just some of the negative effects brought about by the traces of darkness. If these traces aren't dealt with quickly, they will continue to spread outward. The wider the area affected, the greater the impact. Over time, the land will become a dead zone. That's why, even though everyone knows it costs a fortune to hire someone to deal with these traces, nobody is stingy about spending the money. Some expenses simply can't be avoided. That said, this issue affects the entire continent, not just a single territory. Because of this, the church will also take the territory's actual situation into account when setting prices, rather than charging exorbitant fees. After all, it's part of their responsibility. Conversations like this have taken place in nearly every territory nearby. When it comes to spreading news the fastest, though, it's got to be the territory where Yunli lives. At first, she doubted Siu's claim that she could lead her people to repel dark creatures without a single casualty, and wondered if Siu was just using the incident to boost her own reputation. But as soon as she returned to her territory with her caravan, she overheard several people along the way discussing the matter. Yunli, not understanding what had happened, was about to send someone to investigate when she heard yet another piece of news. The territory that repelled the dark creatures without any injuries just posted a regional bounty. Yunli, Lord Siu, you certainly move fast. She'd hurried home as quickly as she could, but before she'd even reached the city gates, the news was already everywhere. With a sigh, and thinking at least of those bows and arrows worth a gold coin each, she said a few words to some members of her caravan. "You guys handle it." The caravan members, though unsure why, had always been obedient to their captain's orders, so they didn't ask any questions. Following Yun Li's instructions, they went to the mission hall and began searching for the regional bounty posted by Sunset Territory. Regional Bounty Board. Mission number: 74,165. Mission issuer: Sunset Territory. Mission description: the new territory is recruiting people from all walks of life to join, with no restrictions except loyalty to the territory. Those with special skills will receive better treatment. Additionally, Sunset Territory welcomes merchants and caravans. Mission item: Map X1, Map of Sunset Territory. Mission reward: none. Bounty duration: 3 days. One of the caravan members immediately spotted the newly posted bounty. He squeezed out of the crowd and quietly shared the details with the others. "Is Lord Sue recruiting?" Member A thought about the situation in Sunset Territory and added, "Actually, their planning over there is pretty good, and the Lord is decent too. If my family weren't here, I'd probably want to settle there myself." Short-sighted people might think a newly established territory has nothing and would just mean a hard life, but anyone with ambition or vision wouldn't mind joining a new territory. After all, new territories need people, and those with ability will be valued more and have greater opportunities to contribute. Once the territory develops, even if someone more capable arrives later, they'll still be newcomers. By then, you'll already have your roots in the territory. Later arrivals may surpass you in ability, but they can't erase your contributions. Of course, this all depends on having a good eye for potential. If the territory has no future, you're just wasting your time. Who doesn't think that way? Member B glanced out of the corner of his eye at a few people who thought they hadn't been noticed as they edged closer. He didn't call them out for eavesdropping. In fact, he even spoke a little louder. Think about it. This territory has only just started developing, but they've already killed a wild boar, then a tiger, no less. A black-striped tiger with impressive combat power. They even managed to recruit a mage. A mage. Member C looked at them blankly, as if he had no idea there was a mage involved. "Didn't you hear that explosion a couple of days ago? That was a mage fighting." Not sure what happened after, but that mage ended up joining the territory. "I told you to get out more." "You've seen that mage plenty of times, haven't you?" "Me? Have I?" Member C looked even more confused, as he had no recollection of any mage. He did remember the explosion, though he'd been so startled by the noise that he'd fallen right off his chair. "It's the tavern owner," Member B said, a bit exasperated. "All you ever think about is eating. Didn't you realize the owner was a mage?" Member C: "Honestly, I didn't." Member A: "Did you know the roast meat you've been eating lately was cooked by that fire mage using fire magic?" "Seriously? Grilled with fire magic? That's way too extravagant." As soon as Member A said this, surprised exclamations erupted all around them, from people they didn't even know. These were folks who'd quietly edged closer to eavesdrop after overhearing their conversation. But what Member A said was so shocking that they forgot they were supposed to be sneaky and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. With their eavesdropping exposed, things got a little awkward for a moment. The eavesdroppers looked embarrassed, but luckily, the caravan members didn't seem to mind. "Sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we were just so curious about that territory that we got caught up listening." The eavesdroppers all apologized, and the caravan members shook their heads, indicating it was fine. They really didn't mind being overheard, in fact. Member A: "It's fine. It's not like it's a secret." Hearing this, the eavesdroppers, who'd been about to leave after apologizing, paused in their tracks. One middle-aged man pulled a handful of copper coins from his pouch. "Take this as my treat for drinks, to make up for eavesdropping." The caravan members exchanged glances, pretended to refuse a bit, then accepted the money. It was clear the others wanted something from them, and it was obviously related to Sunset Territory. If they didn't accept, the others would feel awkward about asking further. "Well, since you're buying us drinks, we won't stand on ceremony. All of us are part of a trade caravan. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find us." A trade caravan? No wonder they knew so much detail. It seemed likely they'd been to this territory before, maybe even dealt with the Lord directly, which would explain why they were so well informed. If that's the case, then what they said is probably true. Well then, the middle-aged man rubbed his hands together a little awkwardly, his eyes flickering with a complicated emotion. I just wanted to ask if you could tell me a bit more about that territory you were discussing earlier? To be honest, I originally wanted to join XX territory, but luck wasn't on my side. They recruited once before, but now they're full. I heard it'll be a long time before they expand again. I have a whole family to look after, and I can't keep dragging them around with me, so I'm hoping to find a good place to settle down. I see. Member A nodded in understanding. No problem. Ask me anything you want to know, I'll tell you everything I can. I've been to quite a few places myself. If you're really looking for somewhere to settle, I can give you some advice too. The two sides fell into a lively Q&A, chatting happily. Since they hadn't moved from their spot in the quest hall, more and more people gathered around them as they talked. The middle-aged man managed to learn a lot about the territory from the caravan members, and seeing the growing crowd, the caravanners realized their mission was pretty much accomplished. Thanks to the caravan's efforts, so you noticed by mid-afternoon that the territory's reputation had shot up significantly. It had been at 23 points, but now it was up to 29. Captain Yoon really is something, so you thought, a little impressed. She didn't know exactly why the reputation had increased, but she could guess it probably had something to do with Yoonli. Of course, it might not be related to Yoonli at all. It could also be from the regional bounty she'd posted. The bounty card was a reward from her first system quest, and she'd been holding onto it because she hadn't found the right time to use it. Now, with the social bonus aura active, Siu decided to post the regional bounty. This way, she could take advantage of the next couple of days to recruit more people and also use the opportunity to trade with merchants and caravans, exchanging her money for much-needed supplies. On the first day the bounty was posted, the 11th day of the datafied world, there were no visitors to the territory. Not only that, but Wang Yi and Wang Er, who had only stayed to save their own skins, also left that day. As for the other traveler, he'd already left with Yoonli and the caravan, so he was long gone. With those two gone, the population of the territory dropped from 11 back down to 9. But as luck would have it, not long after they left, the tavern's recruitment refreshed. Before heading to the tavern to recruit new NPCs, Siu stopped by the quest hall, planning to open up the pile of treasure chests she'd accumulated and see if there was anything good inside. There were 7 chests in total, 1 wooden chest, 1 bronze chest, 2 iron chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 gold chest. None of the chests were very large, but with so many of them, they nearly filled up the cabinets behind the front desk in the quest hall. Let's test my luck first, Siu thought, pulling out the wooden chest at the bottom. The moment she opened it and saw the familiar contents, Siu couldn't help but tug at the corner of her mouth in exasperation. Obtained, Basic Wood Pack X1, Basic Stone Pack X1, Basic Fiber Pack X1, Animal Hide X10, Random Seed Pack X5. The wood, stone, and fiber packs were collectively known as the 3 basic resource packs. The basic wood pack gave 100 wood when used, the basic stone pack gave 100 stone, and since fiber was usually needed in larger quantities, the basic fiber pack gave 1,000 fiber scraps. All in all, this wooden chest just provided basic resources. Not a lot, but better than nothing. Still, the animal hides and random seed packs were decent. Thanks to Dolly, animal hides were always in short supply. Doya was skilled, but hunting depended on luck. If there were no animals around, even the best hunter couldn't do anything. As for the random seed packs, they could help diversify the crops in the territory, assuming she didn't get duplicates. Random seed pack. Category: Special. Quality: None. Description: Used to obtain a random plantable seed. High chance of white quality seeds, small chance of green quality, and a very small chance of blue quality or higher. Looking at the 5 palm-sized cloth pouches, Siu didn't hesitate and untied the strings. Obtained, wheat seed X1. Obtained, corn seed X1. Obtained, cottonseed X1. Obtained, pasture grass seed X1. See you, great. For seed packs, 3 duplicates, and the only new one was pasture grass, which wasn't even useful. Pasture grass, a plant used to feed herbivorous animals. The key point, humans can't eat it, and aside from being made into grass feed, it couldn't be used for anything else. Looking at the last seed pack in her hand, so you didn't hold out much hope. She was already used to bad luck. She wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be a berry seed or something equally useless. So, when she untied the string on the last random seed pack, she received a notification. Obtained, spice seed X1. See you. Well, that's actually pretty good. It really was. She didn't get a duplicate. Although, to be fair, it wasn't especially useful either. Oh well, I'll give it to Mike. He'll probably like it, Siu muttered, tossing the seed into her backpack. Here, spice seed didn't mean perfume or incense, but seasoning. On Sunset Continent, seasonings weren't as varied as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Even the spices she'd bought from the caravan were actually just the fruit of this spice plant, ground into powder. The only real benefit to having the seed was that they'd never have to buy seasoning again. They could produce their own. Forget it, no point in trying to comfort herself. It was basically useless. A few silver coins could buy enough seasoning to last for decades. What big use could it possibly have? After opening the wooden chest, Siu felt she could pretty much guess what would be in the other chests. Inside the copper chests, Siu found some copper ore, marble, cotton, and some copper ore slag. From the 2 iron chests, Siu got some iron ore, glass, clay, wooden planks, stone slabs, fabric, and some iron ore slag. Just as Siu had expected, all the items from these first 3 types of chests were basic materials, nothing worth mentioning. Since there were quite a lot of materials, Siu could only carry these along with the remaining 3 chests to the warehouse. She planned to open the last 2 silver chests and the 1 gold chest inside the warehouse. Silver chests were at least the second best kind, so when Siu opened the first silver chest, she finally saw something that wasn't just a basic material. Intermediate Blacksmith Skill Book. Category: Skill Book. Quality: Blue. Description: After learning, instantly raises blacksmithing skill to intermediate level. Looking at the skill book, Siu nodded in satisfaction. She rummaged through the now-opened silver chest and found that, aside from a pile of miscellaneous basic materials, there was nothing else inside. So what's the point of having so many different chests? Aren't the contents basically the same? Siu is genuinely speechless. She'd thought the silver chest would have something good, but in the end, it was just this one skill book, and only an intermediate one at that. And then, nothing? After confirming there was nothing else in the chest, Siu opened the second silver chest. Her luck was a bit better with the second silver chest. It also contained skill books, but this time there were 2. One was an intermediate farming skill book, which would be perfect for use in. The other was a beginner fishing skill book, not particularly useful, but better than nothing. Besides the 2 skill books, Siu also got a non-duplicate building card, a quarry card. Quarry can be fully dismantled and recovered. Category: Resource Building. Cost: Unknown, unlocks after learning the quarry blueprint. Description: The quarry can automatically link to the territory warehouse. Stone, including regular stone, marble, sandstone, etc., and ore stored in the quarry will be automatically transferred to the territory warehouse. This feature can be toggled on or off. If the warehouse is full, resources will be temporarily stored in the quarry's own storage, which has 100 slots and a stack limit of 100 per slot, and only accepts stone-type resources. Previously, there was a lumber mill, and now there's a quarry. With these 2 buildings, the territory's resource collection speed will only get faster and faster. Siu is even more satisfied with the quarry than she was with the intermediate farming skill book. Compared to the previous chests, Siu would rate this one an 85 out of 100. The last one, the gold chest. Before opening it, Siu hesitated, because this gold chest looked pretty valuable. Here's the thing. Wooden chests are made of pure wood, copper chests are pure copper, so naturally, gold chests are made of pure gold. But once a chest is opened, it disappears instantly, so she wouldn't have a chance to do anything with it. Siyu was now debating whether to melt the gold chest down to make gold coins, or to try her luck opening it. You have to understand, even though the chest isn't that big, gold coins aren't that big either, about the size of an old 1 yuan coin. This one gold chest could be melted down into at least several hundred gold coins. If an NPC with a high blacksmithing skill did the smelting, maybe they could extract even more gold. That's the beauty of a high-freedom game. If you can think of it, you can do it. Of course, the gold chest could also contain something really valuable, maybe even worth more than a few hundred gold coins, but Siyu really didn't trust her luck. Just as Siyu was struggling with her decision, someone appeared at the warehouse door, holding a bundle of things, and knocked. "Is the Lord here? I'd like to show you something." The only one who called Siyu my lord was Dolly. Siyu didn't know what she wanted, but she put the chest aside and went to open the door. The moment she opened the door, Siyu saw Dolly holding a big pile of things that looked like waste pouches. If she guessed right, this must be what Dolly wanted to show her. Before Siyu could get a good look, Dolly started explaining, "This is a pouch that can hold things, but not in the ordinary way. It's more like a wooden cart." A wooden cart? Siyu immediately understood what she meant and picked up one of the pouches to check its information. Level 1 space pouch can be upgraded with materials. Category: Item. Quality: Green. Description: a backpack made from space stones, usable by anyone. Has 3 slots. Except for tools and special items, all items have a stack limit of 10. Note: no carrying limit, but only 1 space pouch per person can benefit from the weightless effect. Items in extra pouches will still add significant weight, and the weight increase is not 1:1. Use with caution. Usable by anyone. Doesn't that mean even NPCs can use it? 3 slots might be a bit small, but that doesn't diminish how powerful this space pouch is, especially since it can be upgraded. The only drawback is that basically everyone can only carry one. Carrying more makes them too heavy to lift. Extra pouches can still store items, but the weight remains, and it's not a simple 1:1 increase, meaning you might put in a single stone, but when you pick it up, it feels as heavy as a mountain. This is probably to prevent people from exploiting loopholes, and Siyu could understand the reasoning. Still, what she cared about most was where this space pouch came from. "Did you make this?" Siyu couldn't think of any other explanation. But she'd never heard of a space pouch before, so it was probably a newly added item. Hearing Siyu's question, Dolly nodded. "Yes, here's what happened. You asked me to help organize the chests, and yesterday, while I was sorting, I found a few recipes pressed under some stones in the corner. And one of those recipes was for this space pouch. Recipes for special items like this are usually extremely rare, but somehow this precious thing had been left forgotten in a corner. If Dolly hadn't been so careful, it probably would have been thrown out as trash. Do you know who put it there?" Siyu frowned. She genuinely had no idea why a recipe had suddenly appeared in the corner. Could someone have placed it there? But there weren't many people with access to that room, not even Lyle and the others. And if it was someone from their group, why go through all this trouble? Wouldn't it be easier to just hand the recipe to Siyu directly? It wasn't just Siyu who was confused. Dolly shook her head as well. "I don't know either, but it probably wasn't anyone else. I asked them about it yesterday." Since no one knew who put it there, Siyu decided not to dwell on it. After all, there were no surveillance cameras, and someone was just leaving something behind, not stealing anything. There was no need to overthink it. "So, that stone, is it a spatial stone?" Siyu was referring to the stone that had been weighing down the recipe. If it was just the recipe, there's no way Dolly could have made the bag. But since she managed to make it, that meant whoever left the recipe also left the stone. Talk about going the extra mile. "You mean the stone that was holding down the recipe?" "No, that's just an ordinary rock," Dolly replied. "Siyu, the spatial stone was found inside the box. It must have already been there." "Siyu, huh? How come she didn't know there was a spatial stone in her box?" Dolly had originally planned to apologize to Siyu for using materials from her box without permission, but when she saw Suyu's confused expression, she couldn't bring herself to say it. "You didn't know about this?" Dolly was, of course, referring to the spatial stone. She never expected Siu to be unaware that there was such a stone in her box. Tell me in detail, which box did you take it from? What did the stone look like? Maybe because she'd been so busy these past couple of days, Siu had left the sorting of the boxes to Dolly and had forgotten exactly what was in them. At best, she could only remember the general contents of each box. As for specifics, what items, how many, she really couldn't recall. I think it was the box in the farthest corner. The stone was gray-brown, oval-shaped, and pretty smooth. Dolly remembered it quite clearly. After all, she hadn't expected to find a spatial stone in the box either. At first, she'd planned to hand the recipe straight to Suyu, but while organizing the boxes, she happened to spot a stone that looked almost exactly like the one described in the recipe. I remember you said the things in that box weren't useful and I could take whatever I wanted, so I just took it out. As for why she hadn't mentioned it to Suyu, partly it was because Suyu had been so busy dealing with the dark creature's attack, and Dolly didn't want to bother her with something so trivial. Partly, she wanted to give Suyu a surprise. And it really was a surprise, a pure, genuine surprise. In fact, this surprise was even better than the thrill Suyu had felt when opening treasure chests. After all, she never got anything as good as a spatial bag from those. But, based on Dolly's description, Siu vaguely remembered something. When she killed the fire demon leader, hadn't she received an unknown stone? Could it be that? If that was the case, did it mean that killing boss-level monsters could drop spatial stones in the future? With a spatial stone, you could make a spatial bag. If one day, every resident in the territory could have their own spatial bag, their ability to explore, gather, and fight would all improve dramatically. Of course, these spatial bags couldn't just be handed out to anyone. They'd have to go to NPCs with very high loyalty and favorability. Both stats needed to be above 90. Otherwise, if someone ran off with a spatial bag or used it for something bad, that was the last thing Siu wanted to see. Milady? Dolly had no idea Siu was already thinking so far ahead. She stood there awkwardly, arms aching from holding all the bags, not sure where to put them. Sorry, I spaced out. Siu smiled at her, then started putting all the spatial bags into storage while asking Dolly more about them. Dolly shook out her hands and answered earnestly. The spatial stone is all used up. That one stone made 8 level 1 spatial bags, and they're all here. To upgrade them? I think you need another spatial stone, plus some other materials, like malachite and golden thread. But even with the materials, I'm not skilled enough yet. I can't upgrade them for now. I haven't actually learned the recipe for the spatial bag. I just followed the steps written on it. Siu was surprised to hear the recipe was still intact. You didn't use the recipe? A recipe's function is to directly unlock the item, allowing you to craft it with almost no chance of failure, unless you mess up on purpose. But the downside is that a recipe can only be used once, like a skill book. Once it's used, it's gone. Dolly, however, hadn't used the recipe. She just treated it like an instruction manual and learned from it. The benefit is that the recipe is preserved. The downside is obvious. If the learner isn't talented or perceptive, they might fail many times, and with high-level recipes, they might never succeed. But Dolly had clearly succeeded, so there was no problem. Here's the recipe. Dolly pulled a few sheets of paper from her pocket. Siu glanced at them. Sure enough, it was the spatial bag recipe. The recipe listed materials for level 1 through level 5 spatial bags, but only provided crafting instructions for levels 1 through 3. For levels 4 and 5, there were no instructions. You'd have to figure those out yourself. After thinking for a moment, Siu took the recipes for levels 1, 4, and 5 and handed the level 2 and level 3 recipes back to Dolly. You keep these too. Once your sewing skill is high enough, just learn them. Level 2 and Level 3 spatial bags require intermediate sewing, but Dolly only had basic sewing. It would take her a long time to reach intermediate, but that was fine. Level 1 was enough for now. Of course, she could recruit an NPC with intermediate sewing and give them the recipes, but recipes were clearly more valuable than the bags themselves. So you would never give them to anyone she didn't trust. By the time their loyalty and favor had been raised, Doris had already leveled up. As for the other 3 recipes, Doris had already learned the level 1 recipe, so she didn't need it. so you could keep it for other uses. The level 4 and level 5 recipes didn't have crafting processes yet, and those were things for far in the future anyway, so Siu kept those for herself as well. Siu also took note of the materials needed for the level 2 and level 3 recipes. Other than the spatial stone, she recognized all the other ingredients and knew where to find them, so gathering them wouldn't be difficult. For now, focus on making leather equipment. You can make some other things too, just follow your usual habits. There's a good chance we'll have visitors to the territory tomorrow. Doris, understood. After chatting with Doris about the tailoring shop, Siu suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned around and took out a gleaming golden chest. Doris stared at the solid gold chest, her mouth slightly open in shock. It was her first time seeing a chest made of pure gold. This thing had to be worth at least several hundred gold coins, right? Some people never earn that much in their entire lives. Indeed, some people never see that much gold in a lifetime, but Siu wasn't supporting just one person, she had a whole city to take care of. If her luck hadn't been so bad, she would never have considered the bizarre idea of melting down the chest to make coins. After all, things like building cards, recruitment cards, bounty cards, and other rare materials or recipes were almost impossible to buy. The only way to get them was from opening chests. Her luck was bad? Fine. She'd stop opening chests herself and find someone else to do it. Doris, come help me open this chest. Experience had shown that Doris's luck was always pretty good. At least better than Siu's. If Doris opened the chest and got something good, that would be ideal. If not, at least Siu could blame it on the chest. Oh, open the chest? Doris was a little nervous, her hands trembling as she looked at the dazzling golden box. After all, to her, this wasn't just a prop chest, it was a mountain of gold. Don't worry, just open it however you like. No pressure. Siu placed the chest directly into Doris's hands. Since Siu said so, Doris stared at the chest for a while, then took a deep breath. She held the chest with one hand and slowly unlocked the golden clasp with the other. As soon as the lid cracked open, Siu caught a faint glimmer of gold from inside. Just as she was wondering if this was some kind of golden legend, the glow faded and Doris opened the chest fully, revealing everything inside. Beginner Sewing Skill Book X1. Magic Pattern Book X1. Spatial Stone X1. Phoenix Wood X1. Statue Remnant Soul X1. There were only 5 items, but each one was more valuable than the last. Doris didn't know how valuable these things were. All she saw was that after opening the chest, the box worth hundreds of gold coins was gone, and in its place were 2 books, a stone identical to the spatial stone she'd used before, a cloudy light blue gem, and a piece of deep red wood that didn't look special except for its color. No matter how she looked at it, these things didn't seem worth hundreds of gold coins. Doris grew anxious, worried she'd ruin the chest, and looked up at Siu, a little lost. Miss Lord. Before she could say anything, Siu, who knew the true value of these items, hugged her tightly. I knew letting you open the chest was the right call. The first 3 items didn't even need mentioning. The skill book was useless to her and could be sold. The magic pattern book could be kept or sold. The spatial stone could be used to upgrade her spatial bag or make more of them. Phoenix wood, a symbol of good fortune, was said in legends to be where phoenixes perched. Even if it was just a legend, in the game it naturally had special significance. While not as rare as dragon bone, it was still a relatively rare material. Most importantly, phoenix wood was a lightweight wood perfect for making light bows. I'll have Doya thank you properly later. After explaining the use of the phoenix wood to Doris, Siu finally relaxed. At least the wood wasn't as worthless as she'd feared. That was a relief. What about this? Doris pointed at the blue gem. It was called a gem, but unlike most gems, it was cloudy and ugly, full of impurities. That's a statue remnant soul. A statue remnant soul was one of the materials needed to build a statue, the same kind of statue card you could choose when first establishing your territory. As Siu explained its use, she took the pale blue gem to see which god the remnant soul belonged to. Statue remnant soul, Doris. Type, special. Quality, red. Description: this stone contains a fragment of the soul of Doris, goddess of life. Once a statue is built, place this inside and the statue will bestow Doris's blessings upon those who worship her. The goddess of life, Doris. Siyu had never worshipped her before, but she'd heard her blessings were quite good. Each statue's blessing corresponded to its deity's title, so the goddess of life naturally gave life-related blessings. Doris could grant health and vitality to her followers, strengthening their bodies and increasing their stamina and endurance. In game terms, reduced chance of disease, faster HP recovery, increased max HP/defense, faster stamina recovery, and so on. All in all, a pretty decent remnant soul. The materials needed to build the statue were stone x 1000, marble x 500, statue remnant soul x1. She had enough stone, and now the remnant soul, so all she was missing was some marble. Statues were the kind of thing where the sooner you built them, the sooner you benefited, so Siyu decided to make it a priority. Conveniently, when she went to mine marble later, she could also check out the area near the monster cage and set things up for tomorrow. With the chest opened, Siyu sorted through everything and took out 2 spatial bags. Keep one for yourself and give the other to Doya. Make sure to teach her how to use it. Doris's loyalty and favor had long since maxed out, so giving her a spatial bag was only natural, especially since she'd made them herself. As for Doya, while not maxed out, her loyalty was at 90 and favor at 89, which was good enough. With a spatial bag, hunting trips would be much more convenient. All right. Anything else, Miss Lord? Doris had no objections to Suyu's arrangements. Go ahead and take care of your own things. And remember to rest. After Dolly left, Siyu headed to the tavern, planning to recruit some NPCs first. Since it wasn't mealtime, the tavern was empty. There wasn't even any sign of Mech. Who knows where he'd gone or what he was up to. Siyu skillfully opened the recruitment panel. She barely glanced at it for a few seconds before directly selecting an NPC to recruit. Vivian. Gender, female. Age, young. Loyalty, 65. Affection, 25. Talents, medicine, 85. Magic, 70. Skills, novice physician, novice healing magic. Traits, drug sensitivity, increased success rate for medicine-related checks, malicious personality, takes pleasure in provoking strong emotions in others. Profile, Vivian's father comes from a long line of doctors, while her mother is the daughter of a famous performing troupe leader, including but not limited to magic, acrobatics, theater, etc. Under her father's influence, Vivian displayed an exceptional talent for medicine and studied the craft under him from a young age. But this was just due to her natural talent. It didn't really suit her personality. Vivian was born with a mischievous, almost devilish temperament. Rather than quietly healing the sick, she much preferred playing pranks, not for the process, but for the outcome. She also loved standing on stage, putting on jaw-dropping performances, and relished seeing all sorts of intense emotions on the faces of her audience, whether it was shock, tension, fear, or panic. During one acrobatic performance, Vivian sneaked onto the stage and got injured, but was unexpectedly discovered by a magician in the audience, who noticed her magical talent. With the promise that she could perform on stage if she studied magic well, Vivian joined the Mages Guild. Unfortunately, after Vivian graduated from the Mages Guild, her mother's performing troupe disbanded for various reasons, and her dream of performing on stage was shattered. Even without considering Vivian's personality, her 2 skill talents alone were enough for Siyu to make a quick decision. Although you could barely fill the role of a healer with her water magic, water mages have the weakest healing abilities. In terms of healing power, it goes healing mage, light mage, water mage. Use healing magic could only close wounds, not restore health, so its effect was quite limited. What's more, Vivian also had physician skills. This made Siyu, who had been debating whether to build a clinic in the territory due to the lack of a doctor, decide immediately. And to be honest, Vivian's negative trait wasn't even that bad. She just enjoyed seeing people scared, right? Siyu not only had ways to satisfy this little quirk of hers, but could even use it as a reason for Vivian to stay. After recruiting her, so you left the tavern and gathered materials to build a clinic at the edge of the residential area. The materials for the clinic were the usual trio: composite wood planks, composite stone slabs, and marble bricks. Although Siyu needed marble for the statue and probably shouldn't be using it up, the amount on hand wasn't enough for the statue anyway, and now there was a quarry, so it didn't matter. Consume composite wood plank x5, composite stone slab x5, marble brick x5 to build a clinic? Construction in progress. Clinic. Estimated time: 300 minutes. Besides the clinic, Siyu also used some wood planks to repair a few houses, bringing the total number of residences up to 10. That way, there would be enough space for new recruits tomorrow. Once the buildings were set up, Siyu took the quarry construction card, 2 level 1 storage pouches, and some materials and tools, and headed straight for the mines. Lake stared in surprise at the quarry building that had suddenly appeared before him, but didn't seem to think a structure springing up out of nowhere was all that strange, just a bit surprising. After Siyu explained the quarry's function, Lake immediately realized it was similar to the lumber mill. This is for you. Take good care of it. It works like a wooden cart, but can only store 3 types of items. Siyu handed him a storage pouch, then looked around as if searching for something. I'll take good care of it, Lake replied, understanding its use and nodding earnestly. He didn't ask where the pouch came from, simply slinging it over his shoulder. Where's Lyle? Logically, Lyle should be around here, but Siyu didn't see him anywhere. Are you looking for Lyle, my lord? He's over by the stone gate ruins you sealed earlier. Said he wanted to keep an eye on the place in case something happened. Although Lake thought this was unnecessary and rather dangerous, he couldn't talk Lyle out of it, so he just let him be. Anyway, since he was nearby, if anything happened over there, he'd hear it. Got it. With that, Siyu headed toward the monster spawn cage, reminding Lake before leaving to start mining marble. The warehouse still needed about 120 more pieces of marble to build the statue. With Lake's speed and the new quarry, Siyu figured they'd gather enough marble soon. Lake, understood. I'll get right on it. Just as Lake said, Siyu found Lyle by the monster spawn cage. He was chopping wood while keeping a close eye on the cage, his expression complicated, as if lost in thought. When he saw Siyu approach, he stopped what he was doing. This is for you. Siyu handed him a storage pouch and repeated the explanation she'd given Lake, mentioning that Lake had one too. Lyle was clearly much sharper than Lake. He immediately grasped the value of this seemingly ordinary pouch and understood the trust Siyu was placing in them. This is really valuable. As a player, Siyu was used to having inventory space, 20 slots, no less, so she couldn't fully appreciate how precious this pouch was to them. For Lyle, this was an item on par with the spatial magic that only high-level mages in Legends could use. It is, but you both deserve it. Although the brothers' loyalty and affection hadn't maxed out at 100, the lowest was already 97. With numbers that high, it was only a matter of time before they reached full value, and it wouldn't take long. Besides, Siyu wasn't blind, she could see how much the brothers had contributed to the territory. If it weren't for them, Siyu would have been exhausted just gathering materials on her own. Hearing Siyu's words, Lal was deeply moved. Moved as he was, he didn't bother with any overly polite words of thanks. After spending this time together, Lal knew that compared to easy words of gratitude, Siyu much preferred seeing their real efforts and hard work. I noticed you kept looking at that door just now. Is there something wrong with it? With their relationship this close, Siyu didn't bother with beating around the bush anymore. If she had a question or needed something, she just said it directly. They basically answered whatever she asked and did whatever she needed. Lal composed himself before replying, "There's not really a problem, but I just have this feeling that it's dangerous." He knew it sounded like pointless nonsense, but that was honestly how he felt. He'd been chopping trees here a few days ago and hadn't sensed any danger, but today, this pile of ruins gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if hundreds of eyes were watching him at every moment. But every time he looked over, there was nothing there, almost as if it was all in his imagination. Actually, it wasn't almost as if it really was just his imagination, because there really was nothing there. That's about it. Ever since I got here, I keep feeling like something is watching me. Even though Lyle tried to reassure himself that nothing was there, that inexplicable feeling still sent chills down his spine. I think I know what's going on. After hearing Lyle's words, Siu had a pretty good guess. Remember when I sealed up that monster spawner? Tomorrow morning, the seal will be lifted. She figured the spawner was about to be unsealed, and the monsters inside could sense the weakening seal, so they were gathering at the exit, waiting for the seal to disappear so they could burst out all at once. Is that it? With a reasonable explanation, Lyle felt relieved. But the thought of the spawner being unsealed tomorrow still gave him a headache. I'm here to set things up so we'll be ready for those monsters tomorrow. As she spoke, Siu pulled out a pile of materials. You go ahead with your work, don't mind me. With that, she picked up a shovel and started digging a pit with practiced ease. Lyle had no idea what she was up to, but since Siu didn't ask for help, he didn't bother her. After watching for a bit, he picked up his axe and went back to chopping trees. Time ticked by. When Lyle finally got tired and decided to take a break, he turned around and was startled by what he saw. A massive pit had appeared right next to him. That's right, another one of those familiar pits. Siu had lost count of how many pits she'd dug in the past 10 days. If digging pits had a skill level, she figured she'd at least have intermediate pit digging by now. This pit was centered on the monster spawner, and it was even deeper than the previous ones, at least 5 or 6 meters down. The bottom was filled with dense, sharp spike traps, and the pit was surrounded by a solid stone wall. Pit? Check. Traps? Check. Defensive structures? Check. Siu climbed out using a ladder she'd built inside, then took the ladder away and started building towers and arrow turrets behind the wall. Lyle, so what was he even worried about just now? Looking at the setup, Lyle didn't know whether he should be worried about how long the skeletons would survive, or about how they were supposed to earn any contribution points, since neither of them would be able to get close enough to fight the monsters in melee. The day before the dark creature's attack, Siu had opened up the territory contribution system. For now, there was only one way to earn contribution: participate in team activities and get points based on your actual performance. For example, during the 2 previous dark creature attacks, killing monsters earned contribution, and dealing damage also counted for NPCs with area attacks who couldn't last hit. So you could see all the data, which made calculating contribution much easier. Besides the dark creature attacks, this monster spawner raid would almost certainly grant contribution as well. So you hadn't said what contribution could be used for yet, but Lyle knew that as the territory developed, contribution would only become more and more important. If he didn't rack up some points now, he'd be left with nothing when he needed them later. That's about it. But tomorrow, there'll probably be at least 90 ghostly skeletons, and this pit isn't big enough. It can only hold 60 or 70 at most. Space was limited, so the pit could only be so big. The extra skeletons would spawn outside the traps. So you looked at Lyle, and he immediately understood. Got it. Any skeletons that spawn outside the traps are up to me and Lake. There were only 2 of them, but they'd fought a dozen ghostly skeletons at once before. Besides, unlike Siu, they could level up, had combat skills, and could equip gear. With all the training lately and the experience from yesterday's battle, they felt much stronger than before. Safety first, though. Remember to get a full set of reinforced beast hide armor from Dolly before tomorrow. Doya had good luck yesterday and caught quite a few small animals. There wasn't much meat, but plenty of hides. Plus, Siu had opened a bunch of chests and gotten a ton more, so Dolly was now busier than ever. She had to hurry and turn all those hides into equipment, some for the territory's own use, and the rest for sale. Besides the beast hide armor, you would also be coming tomorrow. On one hand, it meant someone could help with healing in case anything happened. On the other, it was a chance for him to gain some real combat experience with his water magic. Mech had said that while you didn't have much talent, he worked hard, so even if he couldn't make up for his lack of talent, his progress wasn't any slower than an average apprentice mage. At the very least, casting a few water bolts shouldn't be a problem. Of course, there was another, less obvious reason, to give him a chance to earn some contribution points. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take him to save up enough to exchange for a magic runebook? After that, Siu took a pickaxe and went with Lake to the chain of mines to dig up marble. Once she'd gathered enough to build the statue, she returned to the territory. Consume 1,000 stone, 500 marble, and 1 statue remnant soul, Doris, to construct the statue of Doris, goddess of life. The statue was placed by Suyu behind the city Heartfire, close to the center of the territory. Although it was still under construction, Suyu had already planned out how to arrange the area around it. First, she would build a ring-shaped pond around the statue. Later, she could buy some ornamental aquatic creatures, like koi, to keep in it, and then plant a circle of beautiful flowers and plants around the pond. Of course, not every statue needed to be decorated this way. She was doing it simply because this was the goddess of life. When it came to worshipping a statue, what mattered most was consistent sincerity and matching attributes. The former meant coming to the statue every day to pray and receive a blessing aura. The longer one persisted in worship, the stronger the aura would become. The latter, matching attributes, meant that the goddess of life valued life itself, so the surrounding decorations should naturally be related to life. Raising other animals would be inappropriate and troublesome, but keeping a few small fish and planting some flowers was simple enough. This arrangement was not only simple and attractive, but also matched the attributes of the goddess of life, which could enhance the effects of worship. With the appearance of the statue, all the basic buildings in the territory were now complete. There were places to eat, sleep, and live, a clinic, a quest hall, the statue, a well, a training ground. Siu looked at the territory sketch she had drawn, marking all the buildings that had already been constructed, and began planning the layout of other buildings and areas in the remaining space. She had only posted the regional bounty today, so the earliest anyone would arrive was tomorrow. That meant she still had time today to arrange and improve the territory's construction progress. As the territory sketch gradually took shape, a nearly perfect territory layout was born under her pen. Siu put away her quill and walked to a spot she had deliberately left open at the back left of the territory. On her map, she had designated this area as the trading district. Anyone, whether a resident or outsider, could set up a stall in the trading district, though a certain booth fee would be charged. The trading district was the best way to stimulate the territory's economic cycle early on, especially when there were still few shops and goods. At this stage, the territory didn't have much to offer, but by allowing outsiders to set up stalls, as long as there were visitors with needs, there would be transactions. Whether or not the territory itself had goods didn't matter. What mattered was that trade was happening. Siu also planned to set up a stall tomorrow, but not personally. Buying and selling was naturally something she'd leave to Bugua. She had already decided what to sell. Besides some common trinkets, the more valuable items included enhanced beast hide equipment, a green-quality beast core dropped by the long-tailed crocodile she'd killed earlier, a beginner's sewing skill book found in a chest, a magic pattern book, a level 1 spatial pouch, and the recipe for making a level 1 spatial pouch. There weren't many items, and aside from the spatial pouch and its recipe, nothing particularly rare or precious. But it was enough to showcase the territory's strength. The territory's publicity was still very limited, so anyone who came probably wouldn't be anyone important. Even if Siu put out good items, they wouldn't be able to afford them. Besides, for a small territory, displaying rare treasures without enough strength to back them up wasn't necessarily a good thing. Siu searched through the building list and found an icon labeled Trading District. Would you like to designate the location of the trading district? Note, at the current territory level, only one trading district is allowed. Its size is unlimited, but it cannot be cancelled at will. Please choose carefully. Siu selected yes, and a marker tool appeared in her hand, similar to a piece of chalk. Using the marker, she roughly outlined the area for the trading district, then opened the building list again. Confirm this area as the trading district. With this prompt, a flag appeared in Suyu's hand. The flag was dark blue, with no pattern, just the simple words Trading District written on it. As long as the flag was placed near the designated area, the trading district would be officially established. I'll put it here. Siyu looked around, found a spot suitable as an entrance, and placed the flag representing the trading district at the entrance. Trading district established. This area cannot be built upon, destroyed, or relocated. When anyone in the territory has trading needs, they will automatically come here to trade. The trading district wasn't a building, just an area, so Siyu didn't need to use any materials to construct it. Aside from the flag, the designated area was empty, looking just like any other open space. Siyu planned to make some tables for displaying goods and benches for stall owners to rest. For the early stage, these two things would be enough. After a trip to the workshop, Siyu set up some rectangular tables and brought out a pile of benches. Just then, Bugua happened to pass by. "I'll help you. Where should I put this?" Bugua hesitated for a moment, then trotted over to Siyu and picked up a bench. Because of malnutrition, Bugua looked small and thin. The long bench was almost half her size. Siyu felt a bit helpless. She wanted to refuse, but seeing how determined Bugua was, she didn't insist on taking the bench back. Instead, she pointed to a spot. "Just put it over there." As soon as she finished speaking, Bugua ran over with the bench. Watching Bugua's small figure, Siyu felt a pang of guilt, as if she were exploiting child labor. All right, that's enough. By the way, this place is the trading district. Tomorrow, I'll need your help to run a stall here." To keep Bugua from helping further, Siyu quickly changed the subject. Once Bugua was distracted by this, Siyu continued, "I'll give you the goods tonight, along with their prices. Same as last time, you can set the prices as you see fit, and you'll get a share of any extra profit." "Okay." Bugua nodded without hesitation. Though she only said one word, she was actually looking forward to it. She hoped tomorrow would come quickly. After being used to a rough, wandering life, suddenly living in comfort, eating and dressing well every day felt strange to Bugua. Her eagerness to help was, in a way, a sign of insecurity. She was afraid that if she was useless, she would be abandoned. So you could see this as well. So after assigning Bugua her tasks for the next day, she had her help watch over the workbenches synthesizing materials. Whenever a workbench stopped running, Bugua would add more materials. It was an extremely boring and time-consuming job, but it suited Bugua perfectly, and she didn't mind it at all. "Can I use all the materials in those boxes?" "Yes, you can use them all. If you run out of wood, add more wood." Same with stone and fiber. With Bugua successfully sent off, Siyu arranged the remaining stools one by one. The trading area was now set up. After that, Siyu first checked her backpack, then went to the warehouse and took out beast tendons, string, refined magic ore, and all the wood she'd previously chopped for making bows and arrows. Besides those, she also had the wutong wood in her backpack. Carrying all these materials, Siyu headed straight for the workshop. What she was about to do was obvious. She was going to use the wutong wood and black-striped tiger tendons to make a bow. The wutong wood was too high grade for the workbench to process, so she'd have to wait for an NPC with intermediate or advanced carpentry skills to give the wood to, or make it herself. Clearly, she chose the latter. In fact, her previous gaming experience gave her a huge cheat in this data-driven world. She knew all the recipes and crafting methods for every item in the game Sunset Continent. Unlike the recipe manuals Duoli had discovered, Siyu didn't just know the crafting steps, she could actually make these things herself, with both theoretical knowledge and hands-on experience. After all, her old account had 5 maxed-out life skills. She'd crafted more items than she could count. Back then, not to mention making a bow with wutong wood and black-striped tiger tendon, even using dragon bone and dragon tendon was no problem. But things were different now. She had no skill levels at all, her account was a blank slate. Without any system assistance, she could only rely on her memory to slowly regain the feel for crafting. That's why she brought so many materials she needed to practice. First, Siyu used string and ordinary wood to make a bunch of bows and arrows. Once she felt she'd gotten her touch back, she switched to the special bow wood and string, then swapped the string for beast tendon. She didn't have much beast tendon left. After giving one bow to Yunli and another to Duoya, she only had 8 tendons left from the original 10. With each attempt, the number dwindled from 8 to 7, then 6. Who knows how much time passed before Siyu finally managed to handcraft a perfect black-striped tiger tendon bow. But that wasn't enough. She needed to get even more skilled. After all, she only had one piece of wudong wood and only one shot at this. She still had 5 beast tendons left, so she could practice 4 more times. She needed to save one for the wudong wood bow. After 2 more practice runs, it was nearly dusk. Siyu's stamina was running low and her character was now moderately fatigued. She didn't keep practicing. After all, fatigue from overwork would affect the crafting process and results. It was already dusk. She stepped outside for some fresh air. Watching the busy figures in the fields, she remembered the skill book in her backpack. She walked over and saw crops everywhere. Yusin greeted her. "My lord, are you here to check on the crops?" He then shared some good news. Corn, wheat, and rice had all ripened. To be precise, the corn had actually ripened last night, but it was too late then, and there were other things going on, so Yusin hadn't had a chance to mention it. The crops had matured so quickly thanks to the growth fertilizer. The basic fertilizer reduced growth time by 10% per use, up to 5 times, a full 50% reduction. But while the fertilizer was effective, it was used up quickly. And with this good news came a reminder that they were almost out. Each field had 4 plots, each needing 5 packs of fertilizer, 20 packs per field. The 90 packs Siyu had made earlier weren't nearly enough. So Yusin had to prioritize crops with longer growth cycles to maximize returns. "You've done a great job." Sure enough, having a professional made all the difference. He managed 10 fields all by himself, not only without help, but keeping them all in perfect order. The harvest was a huge help. While having enough food was good, tomorrow was a special day. There was a good chance many people would visit the territory. It wouldn't do to serve only meat and berries, so the wheat and rice harvests would greatly enrich the menu, letting Mike put his skills to use. As for the fertilizer shortage, don't worry about that. We'll have plenty by tomorrow, Siyu said confidently. After all, tomorrow the monster cage would be unlocked. With 90 ghostly skeletons, there'd be no shortage of bones for making fertilizer. "Oh, here, take this and learn it." Siyu took out the intermediate planting skill book and handed it to Yusin, whose eyes filled with surprise and delight. "My lord, is it really okay to just give this to me?" Yusin knew you, since after joining the territory, you had moved into House 5 to live with him. So he was aware of how hard you had worked to earn contribution points for the magic inscription book. But he himself hadn't made any contributions, yet was being given an intermediate planting skill book for free. Was that really okay? Of course, Yusin definitely wanted the skill book. Who wouldn't want to improve themselves, especially so easily? I know what you're thinking, but this isn't a free gift. From today on, I need you to start researching improved seeds. Once you succeed, the contribution you earn will pay for the skill book. You becoming a mage actually didn't benefit the territory much. His talent was too low, and he was just an ordinary NPC with no special traits. But Yusin was different. He had great potential and was well worth investing in. Improving his skills would quickly yield tangible benefits. Breeding improved seeds wasn't an easy task. Basic skill levels were far from enough. The reason Yusin had succeeded before was partly due to his high talent and helpful traits, and partly just pure luck. To help him develop better seeds faster, it was necessary to loan him resources and train him in advance. Improving seeds? That's my specialty. In fact, it was more than just a specialty. As soon as Siyu mentioned she needed improved seeds, Yusin dashed back to his room and returned with a large pile of seeds. Siyu listened as he enthusiastically introduced each seed as if they were treasures. She hadn't expected anything special, but to her surprise, she did find a few valuable improved seeds. One was an improved windgrass seed. Yusin had reduced its requirements for growing conditions. In other words, this seed could now be planted in basic farmland without needing to upgrade to intermediate fields. Another was an improved red grass seed, which now yielded slightly more than before. There were also some seeds you hadn't collected yet, like tomatoes, watermelons, and chili peppers. For these 3, the improvement was a shorter growing period. I'm willing to contribute all these seeds to the territory. In fact, Yusin had been hesitating about whether to hand them over, but Siyu gifting him a skill book gave him the perfect opportunity to do so. Siyu didn't stand on ceremony. She immediately had Yusin plant the improved windgrass seeds in the newly cleared fields. 3.5 plots had been freed up, one for windgrass, one for wheat, one for rice, and the remaining half for something with a similar maturation time to the potatoes already planted. That way, they could be harvested together, and she could eventually unify that plot with a single crop to trigger the harmony eye effect. All right, once you're done planting, go study the skill book. Although these seeds were pretty good, they still fell short of Siyu's standards for improved crops. This wasn't the kind of improved crop she was aiming for. Yusin understood that his so-called improved seeds were just minor tweaks, so after accepting the skill book, he promised Siyu that he would work hard to level up and cultivate even better crops. What about these crops? Yusin pointed at the piles of wheat, rice, and corn on the ground, asking if he should deliver them to Mike as before. You're busy, I'll take them to Mike. She could also tally up the harvest at the same time. From 2 wheat fields, she'd harvested nearly 500 stalks of wheat, which would become 500 portions of flour once sent to the mill. There was only 1 plot of rice, so she got just over 200 stalks, which would yield over 200 portions of rice after milling. Corn had been planted alongside potatoes, so the yield was low, just over 80 ears. Except for wheat and rice, which could be stacked up to 100 per slot, most other crops had a stacking limit of 50. Fruits had even lower limits, 20 or 30, with only a few reaching 50. This batch of crops took up half her backpack space due to the large quantity. As Siyu walked toward the tavern, she considered whether to upgrade it. Not only would the upgraded tavern have more space, but more importantly, it would come with its own internal storage. This storage would be the same size and stacking limit as a level 1 warehouse and could hold any kind of item. If food with an expiration date was stored inside, its shelf life would be extended, better than a regular warehouse. By the time she reached the tavern, Siyu had made up her mind. She didn't take anything out of her backpack right away, but instead opened the tavern's info panel and checked the upgrade materials. Tavern upgrade available. Required: composite plank X10, composite stone slab X10, glass X20. Upgrade time: 60 minutes. Perfect, she had all the materials. Not only did she have them, but they were conveniently all in her backpack. So Siyu decisively chose to upgrade. Seeing she still had materials left, she went to Post Station 1 and upgraded that as well. During upgrades, some buildings would be closed and inaccessible. If anyone was inside, the system would automatically eject them. For example, Mike was kicked out. Seeing him suddenly appear outside the tavern, Siyu cleared her throat, wanting to pretend she hadn't seen anything, but... Did you do something? Why was I kicked out? Mike seemed a bit annoyed, but that was already pretty mild. He'd only been resting. If he'd been cooking and got kicked out, he might have gone ballistic. It's nothing, just upgrading the tavern, Siyu replied matter-of-factly. Before Mike could ask, why upgrade now of all times? Siyu quickly added, it's for you, so you'll have another storage for ingredients. This one even extends food shelf life. Mike glanced at her but said nothing, and his expression softened. I've got a fresh batch of ingredients for you to handle. I've got recipes. As she spoke, Siyu produced a stalk of wheat, a stalk of rice, and an ear of corn. Mike's mood instantly brightened. Mike, where are the recipes? Recipes. She hadn't written them yet. Siyu handed him a pen and paper. You write them down yourself. Her hands were still sore from making bows and arrows, and if she tried to write now, it would just be a mess of scribbles. When it came to recording recipes, Mike was quite patient. Siyu dictated while he wrote, and soon the pages were filled with incomprehensible symbols. Looking at the worm-like writing, Siyu was silent for a moment before asking, "Can you read that?" Mike confidently replied, "Why wouldn't I be able to?" "Oh, as long as you can read it." After all, the recipes weren't for her so long as he could use them. That was fine. Since the tavern was still upgrading and Mike had nowhere to go, he started roasting corn with his fire magic to pass the time. So you didn't want to watch him roast corn, so she went to the workshop to check on the cloth fruit, then gathered another batch of materials to build another well and warehouse, and made some more octagonal lanterns, stone lamps, benches, and other decorations. Well 3 was built behind the blacksmith shop, while Warehouse 3 was constructed behind Residential House 2. As for the other items, the octagonal lantern was hung on the new building, the bench was placed at the entrance of the trading area, and the stone lantern was set inside the trading area, illuminating places that would otherwise be completely dark. As soon as she received the news, Siu immediately went over and dumped half a backpack's worth of ingredients into the tavern storage. Before she arrived, Mike, who had been guarding the tavern entrance, had already come in once. He had stuffed all the previous ingredients and finished products into the storage, then used some stone to build 2 grinders near the storage. It was mealtime, and the tavern's fire was lit, sending delicious aromas wafting everywhere. While everyone was having dinner, Siu told them about the monster spawner unsealing tomorrow morning. In fact, everyone already knew about this. This was just to coordinate tomorrow's departure time and make arrangements for the territory. Aside from Dory, Yusin, and Bugua, who had no combat ability, everyone else would be heading out in the morning. While I'm gone, if any travelers or wanderers visit, you can let them look around the territory. Since there would be no combatants left behind, Siu also gave Dory the authority to use the arrow towers and traps in the territory, so they'd have some means of self-defense. Previously, to defend against the dark creatures, the arrow towers had been set up very densely. Almost everywhere you went, you'd see one. If any ordinary person tried to cause trouble in the territory, they'd only be asking for trouble themselves. Still, to avoid any accidents, Siu planned for everyone to leave early and return early. Since there would be fighting tomorrow, everyone went to bed early that night. The next morning, Siu led Duoya and the others out. They had just arrived near the monster spawner when they saw the ruined stone gate suddenly light up. Then, they witnessed a repeat of the dumpling drop scene, version 2.0. The difference was, last time the dark creatures had fallen into the pit because they weren't on guard. It was partly their own carelessness, so they couldn't really blame anyone else. But this time, the ghostly skeletons had it worse. They were teleported directly above the pit and dropped in one by one, with no chance to react or escape. And as if falling in wasn't bad enough, there were traps inside the pit, and soon the wails and howls of the ghostly skeletons echoed through the air. The skeletons in the pit were dealt with by Duoya and the arrow towers. The ones that spawned outside were lured by Siu using mini-bombs to a certain spot, where Mike used up most of his mana to cast a spell called Flame Cage, trapping all the skeletons inside. Inside the flame cage, the skeletons were constantly burned. Their health didn't drop quickly, but it was steadily decreasing. As long as the cage held, it was only a matter of time before they died. As for the ones left outside, not caught in the cage, Lal and Lake quickly finished them off. Once the stragglers were dealt with, they turned their attention to the monsters inside the cage. Yu, who'd been brought along to farm contribution, did his best to attack, but his water bullets were too weak. By the time all the skeletons were dead, he hadn't managed to kill many. With the last skeleton's death, this monster spawner raid came to an end. Dealing with these 90 ghostly skeletons turned out to be easier than expected. In less than an hour, they were all reduced to piles of loot on the ground. You, heal those too, Siu instructed, having you tend to Lyle and Lake's more serious wounds, while she and Duoya began gathering up the loot. As for Mike, after casting Flame Cage, he'd left. Siu had asked him to return and hold down the fort. Once you had patched up Lyle and Lake's worst injuries, they helped pick up the loot as well. But there were only a few skeletons outside the trap. Most had died at the bottom of the pit. Standing above and looking down, they could see the ground below was densely covered with drops. Siu set up a ladder, and everyone went down together to collect everything. Once they'd finished, they all headed back to the territory. As they neared the territory, Siu saw quite a few people scattered around. Some had already entered, while others lingered outside, as if waiting for something. But since they'd come all this way, they must have wanted to check out the territory, otherwise, there'd be no reason to make the trip. So after some hesitation, many of them gradually entered. Suyu's group was also returning from outside, so the travelers and wanderers naturally assumed they were also here to visit Sunset Territory. A few people even came over, seemingly wanting to ask if they'd also heard the rumors about this territory and come to check it out. But when they found out that Lyle and the others were actually residents, everyone's expressions changed, though all of them showed a strong curiosity and desire to ask questions. I saw on the bounty board that your territory is recruiting. Is that true? What are the requirements? Do you have to pay? I heard there's a mage in your territory. Is that real? Before they could get surrounded, Suyu and Duoya quickly distanced themselves from Lyle and the others, pretending not to know them, and hurried back into the territory. There were a lot of people outside, and quite a few inside as well. Suyu saw at least a dozen people on the main street. Since most of the shops were closed, after wandering around, many of the visitors looked a bit disappointed. As expected of a newly established territory, not many people, not much to see. But I have to say, the basic infrastructure is pretty complete. There just aren't many open shops. That's to be expected. I thought there'd be nothing here at all. Being short on people isn't a big deal. There are plenty of wanderers in this world. What matters most is the Lord's management skills. You're right. I don't know how long this territory has been developing, but if it really is new, this is pretty good progress. Still, it's a bit disappointing. After all, Maybe sensing Suyu's gaze, the person who was about to speak suddenly fell silent and turned to look. Suyu nodded to them without saying much, then headed straight for the tavern. That person, she seems pretty familiar with this place, doesn't she? Maybe she's a local? Should we go ask her about this territory? Forget it. This is such a tiny territory. No matter how well it's planned, it can't compare to the others. Are you really thinking of settling down here? Weren't you saying you wanted to join XX territory? Suyu, already walking away, didn't hear the three of them chatting, nor did she care what they were saying. Right now, what she was most concerned about was where that guy Mike had run off to. When she entered the tavern and saw the lively scene inside, and the person showing off in the very center, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, the one showing off was Mike, and what he was showing off was using magic to cook food. But honestly, it only looked like Mike was showing off to outsiders. Everyone in the territory knew that Mike wasn't deliberately flaunting his magic, nor did he care much about being a mage. He just did it because he enjoyed it. In fact, in Mike's eyes, cooking was far more important than magic, so using magic to cook was perfectly normal for him. There were only about a dozen people out on the street before, but inside the tavern there were 20 or 30 people. All of them had been drawn in by Mike, mainly because the mage's robe he wore when returning to the territory was just too eye-catching. So when Mike entered the tavern, these people naturally followed, which explained the crowd. I can't believe the rumors were true. There really is a mage in this territory who cooks with magic. I wonder how food cooked with magic tastes compared to regular food. I have to buy some and try it. Me too. As a large piece of roast meat finished cooking, Mike skillfully took out a knife and sliced it up for plating. Since the meat had just come off the fire, it was still sizzling with fat, and the aroma of the meat filled the small space, tempting everyone's taste buds. Berry roast, today's special, 1 silver coin per serving. He called it a special, but both Mike and Suyu knew that this price was much higher than what they'd charged the merchant caravan before. But that didn't matter. Whether the price was high or not wasn't up to them. It depended on whether anyone would buy it. As long as someone bought it, even selling it for a gold coin wouldn't be too expensive. There were over 20 people in the tavern, and they'd already been dazzled by Mike's flashy cooking. At this point, who cared if the dish in front of them was just an ordinary berry roast? In their eyes, this was food cooked with magic. Is 1 silver coin expensive? Not at all. An adult could earn a silver coin in just 2 or 3 days of hard work. Spending 2 or 3 days' wages on a serving of magical roast meat and having a story to brag about later was totally worth it. That's what most people thought, so the 3 servings Mike prepared were quickly snatched up by the 3 quickest people at the front. Those who missed out were a bit disappointed, but when they saw flames appear in Mike's hands again, the tavern erupted in cheers. After confirming that everything in the tavern was running smoothly and completely under Mike's control, C left. Next, she planned to check on Dory at the tailor shop. She hadn't even reached the shop when she saw 5 or 6 people gathered outside. After all, aside from the tavern and the inn, this was the only shop open, so it wasn't surprising to see a crowd. "Boss, isn't this beast hide gear a bit expensive?" "Yeah, who sells a single piece of clothing for 10 silver coins? I've seen them go for 5 at most elsewhere. The other beast hide gear is pricey too, twice the market rate." Previously, Sue had bought beast hides from the merchant caravan for 50 copper coins each. A beast hide coat used 5 hides and some thread, so selling it for 5 silver coins was already double the cost. But Dory wasn't selling ordinary beast hide coats. These were enhanced versions, which used about twice the materials of a regular one. So selling them for 10 silver coins wasn't expensive at all. In fact, it was cheap, considering the difficulty of making them. But maybe these people didn't know that, so they kept arguing about the price. C saw Dory begin to explain. "Ordinary beast hide coats do cost 5 silver coins outside, but mine are made with a special technique and use twice the materials, so the price is doubled," Dory said, standing up from her chair and explaining patiently. To convince them, she grabbed a half-finished, unenhanced set of beast hide gear from the side and compared it with her finished product. Anyone with eyes could see the difference between the two. The unfinished gear wasn't as sturdy or thick, the details were lacking, and some areas weren't fully protected. None of these flaws were present in the enhanced product, which was, after all, an improved version of the unfinished one, hence the higher price. Dory thought she'd explained it clearly, and she could see curiosity in the eyes of the onlookers. But the 2 burly men who'd been complaining about the price still wouldn't let it go. "You say it's a special technique, but how can you prove it?" "Yeah. Why should we pay double just because you say so? Are you trying to scam us? Don't think you can fool us with a few fancy words. The 2 sets look pretty much the same to me." If their attitude before was understandable, now they were clearly just looking for trouble. They obviously saw that the beast hide gear was special, or they wouldn't waste time arguing here. The reason they dared to cause trouble was simple. They saw that Dory was just a young woman with no strength to fight back, and this was a newly established territory with lax management, so they thought they could take advantage. Dory frowned, clearly recognizing their bad intentions, but she didn't panic or look worried. Instead, she calmly said, "If you really think the 2 sets are the same, then I'll sell you this one." The set of equipment Dolly mentioned obviously wasn't the upgraded beast hide gear, but the earlier semi-finished version. Anyway, that's what those 2 said themselves. If they claim the 2 sets are about the same, then what difference does it make which one they buy? Selling the upgraded beast hide gear for 10 silver coins was just to build a reputation. After today, Dolly planned to raise the price. If they were willing to pay 5 silver coins for the regular beast hide gear, that was fine too. The cost-effectiveness of the materials was about the same. But since these 2 had come to stir up trouble, there was no way they'd settle for semi-finished gear. After all, what they really wanted was the finished beast hide equipment Dolly was selling. So, when they heard Dolly's words, they started making a fuss again. "What's with this shop? The prices are too high, and when we point it out, the owner gets upset. Now they want customers to buy unfinished products. And you have the nerve to sell this junk? We're already doing you a favor by buying it, and you still want to charge so much? Are you trying to scam us?" "This place is probably just a scam to lure people in." As one of them was ranting, he suddenly felt something sharp pressing against the back of his head. The intense sense of danger made him instantly clam up, unable to say another word. "What did you say about scamming people?" Hearing the cold voice behind him, the first thug couldn't help but shiver. He tried to turn his head, trembling, but the sharp object pressed even harder against the back of his skull. He wasn't hurt, there was no blood, and it didn't even hurt that much, but the fear of the unknown made every nerve in his body scream in terror. Everyone present was stunned by the scene, so much so that no one moved to stop Doya. That's right, the one who'd spoken was Doya, and the thing pressed against the man's head was one of the arrows she always carried. The arrowhead was razor-sharp, able to pierce through things like tiger hide, so going through a human skull would be no problem at all. The other thug was startled at first, but when he turned and saw that the person confronting them was just a young woman about the same age as the seamstress shop owner, his fear turned to contempt. "Who are you?" "We're teaching this greedy merchant a lesson, what's it to you?" he said, reaching out to grab the arrow from Doya's hand. But he was no match for Doya's agility, especially since she'd been watching them closely the whole time. The moment he moved to attack, Doya dodged back a few steps and, with practiced ease, drew her bow and aimed. Now that the sharp object was gone, the first thug spun around, only to see Doya aiming her bow straight at him. For a moment, the relief he'd felt when the danger passed vanished, and his limbs went weak again at the sight of the arrowhead. Both men swallowed nervously. It was clear that this short-haired woman was not someone to mess with. Her stance was professional, she wasn't bluffing. Very few people could hold a drawn bow for so long without their hands shaking, but she did it effortlessly. That could only mean she was a highly experienced archer. "What do you want?" Realizing they couldn't win by force, the two tried to talk their way out. But before they could say anything, Doya released her grip, sending an arrow flying straight to the ground at one man's feet, where it lodged itself in the crack between two stone tiles. That was enough to make both men's legs tremble. The one who'd nearly been hit almost collapsed in fright. No one thought Doya had missed on purpose, they could all tell she'd meant to do it. She didn't want to actually hurt them. If she did, the bystanders who didn't know the truth might side with the two men, and things could spiral out of control. But a little intimidation was necessary. Because of the commotion, more and more people gathered around. But since they didn't know what was going on and didn't want to get involved, they just stood around gossiping, not taking any action. The few who did know the truth blended into the crowd, not wanting to get into trouble. Sunset Territory doesn't welcome troublemakers. "Are you going to leave on your own, or should I help you out?" Doya kept her bow at the ready, her other hand hovering near her quiver, ready to draw another arrow at any moment. Because of her words, the onlookers started to piece together what was happening. This woman must be a resident of the territory, and these two men were here to cause trouble, so she was teaching them a lesson. Seeing it that way, it was a matter between the territory and the two men, nothing to do with them. So the crowd just watched, gossiping, but no one tried to intervene. It was just like when the two thugs had been pestering Dolly earlier. There had been others at the shop entrance, but no one wanted to get involved. Even though they knew Dolly was probably right, and that the two men were clearly causing trouble, they didn't speak up for her. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm, that's human nature. They thought the matter would end there, but the two men, still stung by Doya's earlier intimidation, grew indignant. Figuring Doya wouldn't dare do anything in front of so many people, they grew bolder and started shouting again. "What kind of lousy Sunset Territory is this? You don't welcome us? We don't even want to be here. Everyone, come see for yourselves. This shop is charging double the market price for their gear. We said it was too expensive and the owner tried to trick us. It's a crooked shop in a crooked territory. They won't let us speak out, try to say something and they get violent. Real tough, huh? Fine, we'll leave. But the rest of you better watch out, or don't blame us if you get forced to buy something." The two of them kept up their act, talking fast and loud. But Doya had no patience for this. She drew two more arrows from her quiver and aimed them at the pair. "You two had better shut up." Even though they didn't believe Doya would really shoot, the moment those sharp arrowheads were aimed at their heads, they fell silent. Then Doya looked past them. "You explain," she said to Dolly, who was now anxiously waiting inside the shop. Dolly was momentarily stunned, then immediately repeated the explanation she had just given to the two troublemakers. The onlookers weren't fools. They didn't know this territory, nor did they know the two people causing a scene, so they had no reason to be biased. With Dolly's calm and reasonable explanation compared to the two who could only shout without any evidence and whose words were full of holes, the crowd was naturally more inclined to believe Dolly. "Well, what's going on here?" Lyle's voice came from outside the crowd. Hearing his voice, Doya put down her bow and arrow. Lyle, Lake, and you, who had also been surrounded earlier, squeezed in from outside. "These two are causing trouble," Doya said simply. The two brothers immediately rolled up their sleeves and strode toward the troublemakers. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but they were well aware of Doya's character. She wasn't someone who joked around. If she said these two were troublemakers, then that's what they were. Dealing with troublemakers, they couldn't just beat them up in front of so many people, especially since today was a special day. But they weren't about to swallow their anger either. Politely inviting these two out of the territory was already being very generous. What? You think you can bully us just because our territory is small and we don't have many people? Lal said with a smile, but anyone who saw that smile couldn't help but feel a chill. Today is the first open day for our territory. We'd rather not use force, but if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for what happens next. As he spoke, Lake was already putting on his knuckle dusters. These two were the classic bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. They had hoped to rile up the crowd and stir up public anger, but whether they overestimated their own charisma or underestimated everyone else's intelligence, they failed spectacularly. Doya was angry, but she kept her cool. She forced herself to swallow her anger, told the two troublemakers to shut up, and then had Dolly explain the situation again, exposing their hypocrisy in front of everyone. This might not have been the best way to handle things, but it was certainly the most appropriate at the moment. In the end, under the watchful eyes of Lyle and Lake, the two troublemakers slunk out of the territory, tails between their legs. Just before they left, you couldn't resist the itch in his hands. Muttering something under his breath, a huge ball of water appeared above the two troublemakers' heads. As he withdrew his magic, the water ball burst, drenching the two of them like drowned rats. Although there weren't many people nearby when you acted, a few still noticed his strange movements. When they saw the two troublemakers, now soaking wet and too angry to protest, it wasn't hard to guess who was responsible. After all, only a mage could pull off something like that. People were surprised that this unremarkable young man was actually a mage. They were even more shocked and confused. Wasn't there supposed to be only one mage in this territory, the fire mage who cooked with magic? Now there was a water mage too? Just how many mages did this little territory have? Why would two mages choose to stay in such a seemingly ordinary, unremarkable place? After the commotion died down, Dolly finally breathed a sigh of relief. She unclenched her fists and wanted to check if Doya had been hurt during the incident. But before she could step out of the shop, a few more people crowded around her. "Boss, I want a beast hide jacket." Before he finished speaking, 10 silver coins were slapped down on the counter. Dolly was taken aback, but then Doya's voice sounded in her ear. "Go ahead and take care of business. I'll keep watch here." True to her word, Doya pulled up a stool and sat nearby, taking a cloth from her pocket to start cleaning her bow. With Doya there, Dolly felt much more confident. These new customers were different from the troublemakers. They weren't here to cause trouble. Seeing Doya sitting nearby, they only glanced at her before focusing on the merchandise. They crowded around the equipment rack, carefully examining the gear. At first, they'd thought the boss was just exaggerating, that maybe the equipment was a bit different from the usual, but nothing too special. But after a closer look, they realized the craftsmanship really was unique. None of them had ever seen anything like it before. "Hey, boss, your technique is pretty special. I thought you were just boasting, but I guess I was the one who was ignorant. I've lived a long time and never seen this kind of craftsmanship before." Actually, it was normal that they hadn't seen it before. Dolly's technique combined her skills as a repairer. A repairer could not only fix broken items, but also improve and perfect intact ones, pursuing excellence. It was a process that required personal skill and exploration. Not exactly difficult, but definitely not simple. Very few people possessed both tailoring skills and the talent of a repairer, and even fewer could perfectly combine the two. Even if someone did, they might not think to merge the two abilities. So when Dolly said her craftsmanship was special, she wasn't exaggerating. "I'll take a set too, a full set." "Boss, how much?" Seeing there were other pieces besides the jacket, and not lacking money, one customer decided to buy a whole set. A full set included 4 pieces: hat, jacket, pants, and shoes, totaling 25 silver coins. The jacket used the most material, so it was the most expensive, almost half the total price. With someone taking the lead, Others who had been tempted also came forward. In no time, the tailor shop was packed. Suyu, who had watched the whole scene, glanced thoughtfully at Doya. When the trouble started, Suyu had considered stepping in herself, but once Doya appeared, she decided to see how Doya would handle it. The result was clear. Doya handled it very well, even better than Suyu had expected. She thought Doya might just use force, given her personality. Having someone who not only possesses combat ability but also doesn't just rely on brute force to handle emergencies made Suyu feel truly fortunate. "Lord, what are you doing here?" After sending away the two troublemakers, Lyle and the others returned. Now that the situation had been resolved, the crowd dispersed, and they immediately spotted Suyu, who had previously been obscured by the crowd. To avoid exposing Suyu's identity, Lal managed to stop himself from blurting out "Lord." "I was just taking a look," Suyu replied honestly. She really was just observing. "Bugua should be setting up her stall now. You two go over and keep an eye on things." Since someone had already caused trouble at Dolly's place and Bugua was just a child, plus the goods she was selling were even more valuable than those at the tailor shop, Suyu was worried. If anyone tried to cause trouble, Bugua wouldn't be able to handle it, so Suyu sent Lyle and Lake to help her out. "All right, we'll head over now." With Doya helping out at Dolly's, and after what had just happened, it was unlikely anyone would stir up trouble again, so there was no need for them to stay. As for you, Suyu didn't let him idle either. With so many newcomers to the territory, they were short-handed, so she assigned you to the inn to handle registrations and collect payments. Suyu herself didn't get to rest either. She took a piece of paper and wrote something on it, then casually stuck it onto the notice board. Next, she set up a table and chair beside the board. Anyone passing by could immediately see the words at the top of the notice board, "Sunset Territory Recruiting." Under those 5 words, Suyu had drawn an arrow pointing directly to where she was sitting. Suyu sat there for the entire morning. During that time, 9 people came to inquire about joining Sunset Territory. Of those 9, 7 were similar to you, ordinary NPCs, or perhaps even less so, since they had no special traits or talents at all. You, at least, had a low talent. While these NPCs didn't have much room for growth, the territory's development still depended on the addition of ordinary people. They might not have any special abilities, but they were still a valuable labor force, so Suyu welcomed anyone who wanted to join. As long as someone expressed a desire to join and their initial loyalty wasn't too low, Suyu would accept them. In the end, 4 of the 7 chose to join, and Suyu approved them all. Suyu said, "While joining the territory is free, you'll need to pay for your own housing." She had already explained this when they first inquired. Anyone could join the territory for free, as long as they passed her screening, but only those with a skill would be assigned housing. Ordinary NPCs without skills would have to buy their own homes. Here, housing referred to residential dwellings. Buying the right to live in a house cost 50 silver coins. If someone wanted to have a house all to themselves, it would cost a gold coin. If they couldn't afford a house at first, they could stay at the inn. Of course, the inn also charged a fee. For territory members, the inn's price was slightly discounted, 10 copper coins per day, or 250 copper coins for a month. If they paid for 11 months up front, they'd get an extra month free. No one objected to these rules. If they did, they wouldn't have chosen to join. The 3 who didn't join were precisely those who disagreed. Resident A, "So who do we talk to about housing?" Suyu pointed toward the inn. "There's someone named you inside. Just tell him you've joined the territory and ask him to arrange your housing. You'll also pay him." Before sending you to the inn, Suyu had already explained the arrangements for new residents, so she wasn't worried he'd be confused. If you're short on money, you can check the bounty board for tasks to earn some. After settling these newcomers and explaining how they could earn money, Suyu turned her attention to the other 2, who were a bit less ordinary. They weren't quite as special as Doya or Mike, who had been recruited from the tavern. Otherwise, the tavern wouldn't be necessary. The first was a young man with only a mediocre trait, just like you. However, he had a basic fishing skill, and his talent was also fishing, though it was only 75 points, not high, but not low either. While fishing wasn't particularly useful early on, at higher levels, there was a chance to catch rare fish, which, when cooked, could grant special attributes or auras. Once the skill reached master level, fishing wasn't just about fish anymore. He could also reel in rare materials. The odds were low, but it was one of the easiest ways to obtain rare materials. It might not make much sense, but that didn't matter. This world wasn't exactly normal to begin with. So you actually hoped this person would join, since at least he had a skill. However, he seemed to have high standards. After learning about Sunset Territory, his expression changed. He tried to hide it, but Suyu could tell he was feeling a bit disdainful. Suyu didn't take offense. She knew the territory wasn't in great shape compared to others, so it was normal for some people to look down on it. But since he didn't think much of her territory, there was no need to accept him. People like this would never be truly loyal. Ability was important, but loyalty was even more so. You said earlier that skilled people get free housing, right? The young man with the fishing skill raised his chin, his tone tinged with arrogance. Suyu nodded calmly, ignoring his rudeness. All right, I'll join your territory, he said, glancing critically at the residential area. After sizing it up, he continued, his tone a bit reluctant. Although the environment is a bit rough, it's not unlivable. Anyway, I want to pick my own room, and I want a place to myself. I'm not used to living with others. The young man spoke with a hint of disdain still in his eyes. He probably realized that bad-mouthing someone else's territory in front of them wasn't exactly appropriate, so he deliberately lowered his voice when he said the first part. But even so, Suyu still caught a few of his words. Combined with his attitude, she could pretty much guess what he was saying. The young man was wary of Suyu, but not of the other person standing nearby. So while Suyu didn't catch everything, the other person heard his words loud and clear. That person seemed like she wanted to say something, but when she saw Suyu's indifferent expression, the words died on her lips. A few seconds later, the young man, who had been talking to himself the whole time, suddenly realized that Suyu hadn't responded to him at all since he started speaking. He immediately turned his head to glare at her. Did you hear what I just said? Don't just stand there in silence. Suyu lifted her eyelids and, as he wished, finally spoke. Are you finished? The young man nodded, then said self-righteously, my demands are already pretty low. After all, you know the situation in your territory better than anyone. Being able to attract someone with real skills is already quite an achievement. You're right, Suyu nodded in agreement. But just as the young man was feeling smug, she said something that left him stunned. So you can leave now. You don't meet the requirements for joining our territory. Before the young man could say anything, Suyu turned to the woman who had been waiting patiently. Tell me about yourself. The woman was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting things to turn out this way. But she quickly composed herself and poured out everything she'd been rehearsing in her mind. My name is Tseng. I studied blacksmithing for a while with the village smith. As Tseng introduced herself, the amount of information Suyu could access gradually increased. Ever since her territory had been upgraded to an advanced camp, Suyu no longer had to wait for unfamiliar NPCs to formally apply before she could check their information. As long as she could get the other person to willingly share enough about themselves, once the information reached a certain threshold, their info panel would unlock automatically. Just like now, she could already see Tseng Lan's full profile. As she'd said, Tseng Lan had studied blacksmithing and had already reached the beginner level. That didn't quite match her claim of just knowing a little, but Suyu could tell she was just being modest, not deliberately hiding anything. Tseng Lan's blacksmithing talent wasn't particularly high. Like the young man, she only had 75 points. But she did have a rare trait that matched her skill: great strength. Lake had this trait too. Its effect was possesses strength beyond the average person. Maybe that's why she'd chosen to learn blacksmithing. After all, forging required a lot of muscle to swing the hammer and pound the metal. Where there's a positive trait, there's usually a negative one too. Tseng Lan's negative trait was low self-esteem, which meant the owner has a chance to fall into a state of self-doubt. When in that state, all actions become less efficient and less likely to succeed. Because Zhang had only shared the basics and not her past experiences, so you didn't know the root cause of her self-esteem issues. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. You remember the rules I mentioned earlier, right? Any objections? Siyu was referring to the housing and other territory regulations. Zhang nodded. No objections. I'm willing to accept the territory's arrangements. As soon as she finished speaking, Siyu received a notification that Zhang had applied to join the territory. After approving her application, Siyu stood up. Come on, I'll show you your new home. In fact, Siyu had already explained the rules earlier. While those with a skill could get free housing, the housing was assigned by the territory, not chosen by the individual. And there was no way anyone would get a whole house to themselves for free. If they wanted to live alone, they'd have to pay for it. Since they already had the right to have a house for free, they'd only need to pay 50 silver coins to have a whole house to themselves. Siyu had made this very clear, and Zhang remembered it all and had no objections. But the young man, who still hadn't left, probably hadn't been paying attention when Siyu explained the rules, or maybe he heard them, but just didn't care. He seemed to think that just because he had a skill, he could do whatever he wanted. That's why he'd made such a ridiculous demand to pick his own room and live alone. Being completely ignored by Siyu and Zhang, the young man's pride wouldn't let him just walk away. Siyu didn't know what he had to be so proud of. There were plenty of people in her territory who were more skilled than him, and none of them acted like this. She could only conclude that this data-driven world was just too realistic, successfully simulating the diversity of personalities and giving her an incredibly immersive gaming experience. Dissatisfied, the young man shouted at them as Siyu prepared to take Zhang to her new home. What's your problem? Who do you think you are? Are you even in charge here? Get your lord over here. I want to show your lord how you're running things. His voice grew louder and louder, to the point where even the people nearby frowned in annoyance at the noise. First of all, I've made myself very clear. You don't meet our territory's requirements, so I'm rejecting your application to join. Second, it doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I'm the one in charge. You're welcome to keep touring the territory, but if you're harboring any bad intentions, I suggest you drop them now. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences. With that, Siyu led Zhang away. The young man wanted to say more, but as they walked off into the distance, no one was left to listen. At this moment, quite a few people were casting strange looks in this direction because of what had just happened. He felt like a clown under a spotlight. The young man had always had a short temper, so when he noticed the odd looks from those around him, he was instantly furious. Who'd want to join this lousy territory anyway? He spat angrily, venting his frustration before storming off. On the other side, Siyu led Kanglin to the door of one of the residential houses and pointed at the door of Residence 7. Although this place can house 2 people, there's no one else living here at the moment, so for now, you'll have the place to yourself. Kanglin nodded and thanked Siyu, but a worried look appeared on her face. Even though that guy just now was, well, but won't what you did cause you trouble? To be honest, Kanglin disliked that person too, but she had to admit he'd made a fair point. In a territory, only the Lord has the final say. No matter how much power anyone else has, they're not the Lord. Yet Siyu had flatly rejected the man's request to join the territory and hadn't exactly been polite about it either. Of course, Kanglin didn't think someone like that deserved politeness. If it had been her, she might not have held back from punching him. Still, she was worried that Suyu's actions might anger the territory's lord. Although she'd only just met Siyu, Kanglin felt an inexplicable fondness for her. She didn't want Siyu to be punished by the lord over someone like that. Siyu hadn't expected Kanglin to worry about this. She smiled and pointed in the direction of the lord's manor. Did you know I'm the one who lives there? For a moment, Kanglin didn't understand what Siyu meant, but when she followed Siyu's finger and saw the building. You mean, you're the... Siyu made a shushing gesture and Kanglin immediately fell silent. As long as you know. For today, just rest here. If you're hungry, you can buy food at the tavern. Starting tomorrow, you'll be in charge of running the blacksmith shop. Assigning Kanglin to the blacksmith shop was a decision Siyu had made after careful consideration. Just as those people had said earlier, Sunset Territory was short on people. Even though the buildings were all there, they couldn't actually function without staff. A building that can't operate is no different from one that hasn't been built at all. Kanglin's arrival was perfect timing. She happened to have basic blacksmithing skills. While she couldn't handle anything too advanced, forging basic tools and weapons to keep the shop running wouldn't be a problem. Siu had also recently gotten a lot of ore from treasure chests and had been worrying about not having a skilled NPC to use up those materials. Then, as luck would have it, Kanglin showed up. "I'll be running the blacksmith shop by myself?" Kanglin looked a little hesitant. It wasn't that she was unwilling. On the contrary, unless someone was completely unambitious, anyone would want a chance to prove and improve themselves. But like Dolly at the start, she didn't believe she could do a good job. "Yes, you'll be running it alone. I'll give you a beginner's recipe book for forging basic items." Calling it a book was a bit much. It was really just a collection of recipes Siu remembered, written out by hand. Seeing how much Siu trusted her, Kanglin felt embarrassed to refuse. "All right, you can count on me. I'll do my best." Siu nodded, thinking about the intermediate blacksmith skill book she'd gotten from a chest. In the end, she decided not to take it out just yet. Although Kanglin seemed pretty decent so far, she'd tried to speak up for Siu earlier, and was now worrying on her behalf. It was still her first day here. Giving her an intermediate skill book right away was risky. Better safe than sorry. If Kanglin turned out to have bad intentions, it would be a huge loss. Siu decided to wait and see. She'd let Kanglin run the blacksmith shop for a while, and if everything went well, she could find an opportunity to sell her the skill book later. Speaking of selling, Siu began discussing wages with Kanglin. Generally, for someone in Kanglin's situation, there were two ways to pay wages. One was a fixed daily wage, provided she completed the tasks Siu assigned. The other was piecework pay plus a commission on sales. Since Siu was providing the raw materials and Kanglin's skill level wasn't high, Kanglin would earn a set amount for each item she forged. The amount wasn't much, usually 15 to 20% of the net profit after deducting material costs. But since Kanglin would also be running the shop, she'd get a commission on each sale as well, about 10%. Together, that added up to nearly 30% of the profits, essentially a 30/70th split between Kanglin and the territory. Kanglin got 30%, the territory 70%. Some might think it's pointless to pay NPCs to make things. You could just use the workbench to craft gear and sell it in the shop, with only the cost of materials and the time spent. That's not wrong, but it's also completely mistaken. Items made at the workbench are all the same, like products from an assembly line, no variation, no soul. But items made by NPCs can vary in quality, attributes, and effects, depending on the maker's skill. For example, a high-level blacksmith could forge a bronze sword with stats equal to, or even better than, a silver sword made at the workbench. No need to answer right away. Think it over. If you have any questions, you can ask the people living in the row ahead, though they're probably all busy today. Siu then gave Kanglin a detailed introduction to Dolly. Since the blacksmith shop was right next to the tailor shop, they'd be neighbors, and Dolly could help her out. "All right, I understand." With that, Siu had said and done everything she needed to. She didn't want to get in Kanglin's way as she settled in, so she headed off to check on Bu Gua in the trading area. On the way, Siu took out some bread that Mike had baked the day before from her inventory. This bread was made by Mek last night, after the tavern's upgrade, using freshly milled flour. The bread looked incredibly soft and fluffy, about the size of an adult's fist, basically a delicious little snack that could be finished in 2 or 3 bites. But Siu regretted it after just 1 bite. Because she realized she'd made a serious mistake, she'd forgotten just how detailed the skill system was on the Sunset Continent. Mek did have a high-level cooking skill, but bread making wasn't covered by cooking. It fell under the baking skill. So his advanced cooking skill was useless when it came to this bread. That said, in most cases, cooking and baking are both food-making skills, so if you're highly skilled in one, you can usually muddle through the other, even if you have no formal training. In other words, someone with a high-level cooking skill, even if they don't have baking on their info panel, should at least be able to make bread at a beginner baker's level. But Mech wasn't a normal person. He was a man with a dark cuisine trait. The advanced cooking skill book could only save his cooking when it came to prepared dishes. It couldn't fundamentally change the fact that he was hopeless at anything food-related. After all that explanation, Suyu's point was simple. This bread was awful. And not just your average awful, it was explosively bad. It was a shame, really, because it looked so soft and cute on the outside. But one bite. Suyu never wanted to experience that taste again. The only silver lining was that, maybe thanks to the advanced cooking skill, no matter how bad this bread tasted, it was still just an ordinary bread. It didn't inflict any negative status effects or attributes, and it even restored fullness. That's why Suyu was fooled, because the bread's appearance and info were exactly the same as normal bread. You'd never know the difference unless you actually tasted it. And she believed it, so tragedy struck. In the end, faced with the choice between not wasting food and protecting her taste buds, Suyu chose the latter. Please don't blame her unless you've personally tasted one of Mech's dark little breads. You can't possibly understand. Worried that Mech might keep ruining the rest of the flour, Suyu grabbed a random new resident who'd just applied to join the territory and asked him to pass a message to Mech. Please, spare the flour. The random resident didn't understand why, but as a typical NPC, his AI didn't allow for too much independent thought. Plus, Suyu was the Lord even if he didn't know her exact identity. There was something intangible that made him obey her orders. Watching the resident walk away, Suyu gave up on the bread and lost her appetite altogether. So, Suyu headed to the trading area, only to find a scene quite different from what she'd expected. First, there were a lot of people in the trading area, which was no surprise. The territory wasn't big, there weren't many open buildings, and the only places to visit or interact with were the tavern, the tailor shop, the trading area, the bulletin board, and the bounty board. But she'd assumed the crowd was there because they were drawn to the goods at Bugua's stall, and that they'd be bidding against each other for her wares. But what did she see? She saw the ground in the trading area covered with all sorts of items, weapons and equipment, special tools, various materials, food, books, you name it, it was there. Curious about what was going on, Suyu pretended to be interested and casually asked someone nearby. Oh, these people? They all want to buy something but don't have enough money, so they're setting up stalls to trade on the spot and save up for what they want. The girl Suyu approached smiled and explained gently. Suyu, so what are they all saving up to buy? Is it that expensive? Based on what the girl said, Suyu could already guess what everyone was trying to buy, but she kept up the act and asked anyway. The girl was patient, Suyu asked. She answered, never showing the slightest annoyance. See over there? That stall in the back, where the little girl is sitting. The girl pointed to Bugua's stall, her tone tinged with a hard-to-describe emotion. She doesn't have a lot of stuff, but every item is top-notch, like a long-tail croc beast core skill books. I even heard she has a magical backpack. When it came to the magical backpack, the girl got excited all on her own, without Suyu even needing to ask. According to everyone, that backpack supposedly contains a high-level mage's spatial magic. It's amazing! You can fit so much stuff in it. Suyu, what on earth had Bugua been saying to people? Having seen Bugua haggle before, Suyu could pretty much guess how she'd been marketing the spatial bag. The so-called contains a high-level mage's spatial magic was probably just a sales pitch to make the bag sound more impressive and fetch a better price. As for whether anyone would see through it, spatial bags were so rare, they might even be unique in this world. Rather than worry about being exposed, it was better to focus on choosing your words carefully so no one could pick up on any inconsistencies. And smooth talker was exactly what Bugua excelled at, which was why Suyu had her handling this job. 37 gold coins. A man, having just sold the last valuable item at his stall, didn't even bother to pack up the rest of his goods before rushing over to Bugua, clutching a fistful of coins. Bugua glanced at the gold in his hand and shook her head slightly. Sorry, someone already offered 40 gold coins. In other words, he was too late. Damn it. Whether it was because someone beat him to it or because the other offer was out of his reach, the man's expression turned agitated. Lyle and Lake, standing on either side like guardian statues, stepped forward slightly, like two knights protecting their princess, dutifully performing their roles. The angry man didn't notice at first, but when he did, he quickly apologized and backed away, afraid they'd throw him out like they did with those two burly men before. He'd actually witnessed the commotion in front of the tailor shop, so he recognized Lyle and Lake. To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly took 2 steps back, signaling his apology and goodwill. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to. Little miss, I hope I didn't scare you just now. As the saying goes, business may fail, but friendship remains." The man had only been upset because he couldn't buy what he wanted. He hadn't intended to do anything bad. Besides, even if he did want to try something, it wouldn't be possible in such a public place. After all, aside from Lyle and Lake, the dozen or so people nearby all wanted to buy the spatial pouch. There was no way they'd let him get away with anything. That said, Lyle and Lake showed no intention of stepping back. The man sighed and left the stall. But before he'd gone more than a couple of steps, another person arrived, carrying a handful of gold coins, and approached Bourgeois. 41 gold coins. The newcomer was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. He took out 41 gold coins and placed them boldly in front of the stall. Everyone around started speculating about his identity. While 41 gold coins might not be much to some wealthy folks, it was clear to everyone that this wasn't the extent of the man's wealth. He still held a heavy-looking coin pouch, and the 41 coins had just come from there. 42 gold coins. This time, it was the person who'd previously bid 37 coins, only to be outbid. Seeing the middle-aged man's move, he simply took out 42 gold coins and placed them on the stall as well. After doing this, he looked up at the middle-aged man, his gaze carrying a hint of provocation. Bourgeois was a smooth talker, but after years of wandering, she'd also become quite skilled at reading people. At the very least, she could tell these two seemed to know each other. Not just acquaintances, most likely, they had a grudge. Otherwise, even if two strangers were competing for something, it wouldn't get this personal. 43 gold coins. 44. 45. Just as Bourgeois suspected, these two really did seem to know each other, and had a score to settle. They were locked in a bidding war, each raising the price by 1 coin at a time, refusing to back down. Their aggressive bidding quickly pushed the price past 60 gold coins, startling the other would-be bidders. Some people started to back off, they simply couldn't afford that much. Bourgeois frowned, sensing that something was off. While spatial pouches were indeed valuable, selling for hundreds or even thousands of gold coins wouldn't be outrageous. The problem was that none of these people could actually afford that much. That's why Sue had set the starting price at 30 gold coins. It wasn't that she didn't want to sell for more, but rather that these people just didn't have that kind of money. But now, with someone suddenly able to put up so much, Bourgeois felt uneasy, though she couldn't quite say why. "Is something wrong?" Lake noticed Bourgeois' expression and quietly asked her. Bourgeois started to reply, but got stuck. Because she didn't know what was wrong either. In other words, she wasn't sure if there was even a problem. Just then, someone suddenly appeared behind the stall. "Lyle, check the gold coins." Almost as soon as the voice spoke, Lyle moved to carry out the order. Lake and Bourgeois were puzzled, but didn't object. They all recognized the voice, it was their lord. "Excuse me." Lyle walked up to the two men whose bidding had grown so heated. Once he had their attention, he smiled and said, "May I check your gold coins, please?" Before Lyle could finish, the middle-aged man glared at him angrily. What's that supposed to mean? Not only was the middle-aged man furious, the young man bidding against him also looked quite upset. "You think we're cheating?" If Lyle had only suspected before, now he was almost certain the coins were fake. People under stress often reveal things unconsciously. For example, the young man had said, "You think we're cheating?" instead of "You think I'm cheating?" The difference is, by saying he'd tacitly admitted the two of them were in it together. They might know each other, but it was clear they weren't close. In such a situation, the young man would never include the other in "we" unless their rivalry was just an act. The bidding war was all for show. "It's not that I suspect you, but as people of this territory, it's our duty to serve our lord and do our jobs properly," Lal said politely, even as he reached for the gold coins on the stall. The owners' faces changed. One of them immediately reached out to snatch the coins back, trying to act calm while shouting, "Are you trying to steal our money?" "I think I've made myself clear. I just want to check your coins." Rather than accusing me of stealing, I'm more curious why you're so afraid to let me check them. Unless, with all eyes on Lyle, no one noticed Lake. While Lyle was stalling the two men, Lake casually picked up one of the gold coins from the ground and scraped it with the fong dagger Lyle had given him. As the golden surface was scraped away, a black core was revealed. It was a fake gold coin. Realizing this, Lake immediately held up the coin for everyone to see, making it clear that their suspicions weren't baseless. The two men were con artists. They were using fake coins to pretend to bid. Exposed, the middle-aged man and the young man exchanged glances, then bolted. But they hadn't gone more than a couple of steps before they ran straight into a young lady dressed in elaborate, ornate clothing. "Oh my, you two got my dress dirty," the girl pouted, her expression both petulant and adorable. Lyle and Lake, who had been chasing after from behind, hadn't even figured out what was happening when they saw the two people who'd been fleeing in panic suddenly fall flat on their faces. Not only were the two of them stunned, but everyone else present was also left dumbfounded. "You dirted my skirt and want to just run away without even apologizing?" As soon as these words were spoken, it became clear why the two were now sprawled on the ground. Could it be that this girl did something to them? Before anyone could think further, the girl did something no one could tell exactly what. And the two people on the ground suddenly began howling in pain, rolling around as if in agony. Strangely, though, no one could see anything wrong with them. There were no marks, no wounds, nothing unusual at all. If it weren't for their genuine cries and writhing, everyone would have suspected they were just putting on an act. Heh. But that wasn't the scariest part. The truly terrifying thing was that, while normal people would at least feel a bit of sympathy or be frightened by such a scene, this girl was different. While everyone else was scared, she was smiling with genuine delight. This sent chills down the spines of those who had just been worried she might have been hurt by those two. This girl was like a devil incarnate. She didn't need anyone's concern. In fact, people started to worry whether they themselves might become her next target, just for being there. A few seconds later, the two people rolling on the ground suddenly convulsed and then went completely still. Now everyone took 3 big steps back. Were they dead? How boring. The girl gave them a little kick, sighed in disappointment, then glanced at the others who had backed away. There was no sign of displeasure on her face. Instead, she looked thoughtful. "Excuse me, are they?" Lal hesitated, but finally stepped forward to ask about the two on the ground. Even though what happened to these two had nothing to do with him or the territory, it had happened on their land, so Lyle was genuinely concerned about whether their deaths might cause trouble for the territory. Luckily, they're not dead, just passed out, I guess. The girl's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Even though no one knew the two on the ground, and their fate had nothing to do with the others, there's a big difference between someone dying in front of you and someone just fainting. Do you still need to teach them a lesson? Lake was tempted to just throw the two out. After all, they were blocking the entrance to the trading area. Do as you like. I'm done playing. The girl waved her hand dismissively, her relaxed, casual tone making everyone's skin crawl. What did she mean, she was done playing? So she thought what she just did was just a game? Lyle was left speechless, and even the usually talkative Lake was at a loss for words. I'll take care of these two. You stay here. With that, Lyle hoisted the two men, one on each shoulder. Thanks to his natural strength, he made carrying 2 grown men look effortless. Impressive, the girl said with a bright smile. If it had been anyone else, or if Lake hadn't just witnessed the girl's strange behavior, he might have felt a little proud at the compliment. But now, knowing what she was capable of, he just found her voice terrifying. So Lake hurried his steps, eager to get away, afraid he might become her next plaything. Once Lake left and the show was over, Bugua finished gathering up the fake gold coins from the ground and piled them in a corner. The previous 2 bids are invalid, Bugua announced, turning to the man who had just offered 37 gold coins. Sir, Do you still stand by your offer of 37 gold coins? The man snapped out of his daze and nodded quickly. 37 gold coins, I'll take it. Even though there had just been a commotion, it didn't affect the price of the spatial pouch itself. The man placed 37 gold coins on the stall and turned to Lyle. Would you like to check them? Given what had just happened, no one would blame Lyle for wanting to inspect the coins. After all, the last person who tried to cheat with fake gold was now unconscious and being carried out. Thank you for your cooperation. Lyle smiled and used the dagger Lake had returned to him to check each of the 37 coins one by one. Lyle, the offer is valid. As soon as he said this, someone in the crowd gritted his teeth, took out his purse, and dumped out all his coins. 40 gold coins. Judging by his expression, these 40 coins were probably all he had. His purse was now completely empty. 40 gold coins valid. Lyle checked them one by one and nodded, then looked at the others. For a moment, the scene was at a stalemate. Although the price of the item hadn't changed because of the earlier incident, the commotion had clearly affected everyone's mood. Even though several people had wanted to buy the spatial pouch before, now only 2 had actually made offers. Bugua was a bit upset. This could be considered her Waterloo. Although Suyu's reserve price was 30 gold coins, Bugua had been so confident after learning about the pouch's function that she'd sworn to Suyu she could sell it for at least 50. And the result? She was 10 gold coins short. Thinking of this, Bugua instinctively turned to look for the Lord, who hadn't made a sound since asking Lyle to check the coins. Huh? Where was the Lord? When did she leave? Bugua was stunned. She wanted to look for Suyu, but knew she was now the center of attention, so she suppressed the urge to stand up and focused on figuring out how to drive the price of the spatial pouch even higher. But just at that moment, as Bugua was deep in thought, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the trading area. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see a horse-drawn carriage gradually coming to a stop. In front of the carriage were dozens of pack horses loaded with goods, a caravan. And it was definitely a large caravan. If it were just a small caravan, they probably couldn't even afford a few good horses, let alone a carriage. Bugua's eyes lit up when she saw the caravan, because it reminded her of the last time, the very first time she helped Suyu with a trade. That time, the trading partner had also been a caravan. Compared to ordinary people, caravans definitely have more funds. After all, due to the nature of their work, they can make much better use of spatial pouches. For example, they can use them to store money or to keep extremely valuable goods. This way, even if they run into trouble while traveling, as long as they survive and the spatial pouch is preserved, their losses can be kept to a minimum. Of course, for Bugua, the most important thing was that caravans have money. Caravans have a lot of money. If she could sell a spatial pouch to a caravan, and this was a large one, then forget 50 gold coins. Bugua thought even 100 gold coins wasn't out of the question. But what puzzled Bugua and the others was that, although the caravan's carriage and horses had stopped at the entrance to the trading area, no one came inside. It was as if they didn't even know this place existed. After a while, the carriage left, along with all the pack horses carrying goods. Bugua. The caravan outside is being entertained by the Lord. They won't be coming in. At some point, Lake had quietly appeared in the trading area and came over to Bugua and Lyle, quietly explaining the situation outside. In short, a large caravan had arrived, passing through and wanting to rest and resupply here. At that moment, Suyu was outside entertaining the caravan, and after throwing out the 2 troublemakers, had sent Lake back in to fetch something from Bugua. The Lord asked me to come get the recipe. Here, recipe referred, of course, to the formula for the Tier 1 spatial pouch. The value of this recipe was far greater than that of a spatial pouch itself, and it was likely that even if everyone present pooled all their money, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. The main reason Suyu wanted Bugua to bring out the recipe wasn't to sell it, but to let everyone know that Sunset Territory had something like this. Once these people left, they would naturally spread the word, and then Suyu could just sit back and wait for people to come knocking, eager to buy. But as luck would have it, a caravan had shown up at just this moment. In the end, It didn't matter who she sold it to. If the caravan could offer a good price, Siyu would certainly prefer to sell it early, get a large sum of money, and maybe even buy up some goods from the caravan. Oh, here's the recipe, Bugua replied, a little glumly, as she handed the recipe to Lake. Lake said, "The Lord also said you should wrap things up here quickly, and then come help negotiate with the caravan." Bugua. Okay, I'll be right there. Bugua, who had been feeling a bit down, immediately brightened up at Lake's words, her gloomy expression replaced by a smile. So this is the spatial pouch Lord Siyu mentioned? The speaker was Tang Lu, the deputy leader of the large caravan that had just made a splash in the trading area. As for the leader, he wasn't with this particular team. Large caravans usually travel in more than one group. There's only one leader, but there can be many deputy leaders, each leading their own team. At that moment, Tang Lu was holding a pouch about the size of 2 palms, which looked like it was made of soft cloth or perhaps leather. This was the spatial pouch. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you, Captain Tang? Siyu asked, observing Tang Lu's expression. Tang Lu had examined the pouch for a while but couldn't see anything special about it. To her, it looked just like any ordinary pouch, except she couldn't quite identify the material. It didn't seem nearly as magical as Siyu claimed. Even though she couldn't see anything unusual, she couldn't figure out why Siyu would tell such an easily exposed lie. After thinking for a moment, Tang Lu said, "1 moment." Then she turned to the people behind her. "Go settle everyone in." Yes. After a brief exchange, the person she spoke to led everyone else out of the room. A minute later, only Tang Lu and Siyu remained. Siyu took back the spatial pouch and, right in front of Tang Lu, began putting things from the room into it and taking them out again, like a magic trick. She showed Tang Lu from every angle, and after a few rounds, Tang Lu was completely convinced of the pouch's capabilities. 300 gold coins. Once she was sure the item was genuine, Tang Lu immediately named a price. Siyu shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. Tang Lu knew her offer was a bit low, but that's how negotiations work. You can't start with your highest price, or there's no room to bargain. Please wait a moment, Captain Tang. Is Lord Siyu waiting for someone? Tang Lu had actually been wondering from the start, if this was such an important transaction, why wasn't there a negotiator with Siyu? At first, she thought Siyu was like her, a negotiator herself, but it turned out the real negotiator hadn't arrived yet. Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. I'll make sure to send you a small gift later to make up for it. Tang Lu waved it off. No problem. I don't have anything else to do anyway. I can wait. In the end, the wait wasn't long. Just 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Bugua, Lord, it's Bugua. Come in. Hearing the slightly childish voice, Tang Lu's curiosity was piqued. She hadn't expected the person outside to actually be a child who looked only about 10 years old. She'd thought it was just someone with a naturally youthful voice, but when she saw Bugua, Tang Lu's expression froze. And this is? Tang Lu stared at the little girl who was barely taller than the table, completely bewildered. She never could have imagined that the owner of the voice she'd just heard, the one that sounded like a child, was actually just a child. This is Bugua, Captain Tang. She's the one I've been waiting for. With these words, Siyu directly confirmed the suspicion Tang Lu had been unable to settle in her heart. Bugua smiled politely at Tang Lu and greeted her. Hello, Captain Tang. I'm Bugua. Hello, Bugua. Tang Lu opened her mouth, and after a moment of difficulty, finally managed to squeeze out these few words. But after all, Tang Lu was the vice captain of a major trade caravan, someone who had seen her share of storms. So even though she was shocked, she quickly composed herself, not letting her emotions affect the negotiations to come. Well, I'll leave you two to talk. Although Siyu could have stayed, she was the Lord, after all, and Bugua was just a child. She still had other matters to attend to. After leaving the inn, Siyu immediately spotted a girl in a dress sitting on a bench by the roadside. Hey, you're so slow. I've been waiting forever. Seeing Siyu come out of the inn, the girl blinked, then stood up and walked over to her. To anyone who didn't know her, This scene would look like nothing more than a spoiled little sister pouting and complaining to someone she knew. Sorry to keep you waiting. Looking at the lively, charming girl before her, Siu smiled and led her into the clinic. The girl, or rather, Vivian, didn't show it on her face, but once inside, she carefully observed the clinic's layout. So this is the clinic you mentioned? Looks pretty basic. Maybe it was her appearance, or maybe it was the tone she used, but even though Vivian's words were almost identical to those of the young man with the fishing skill earlier, when he said it, it sounded annoying. But when Vivian said it, she was simply stating a fact. There was no mockery or disdain in her voice. So even though her words weren't exactly pleasant, they didn't come off as offensive. Yep, this is the clinic. Soon, this place will be all yours. Come here. So you led Vivian to a side room next to the clinic. You can decorate this however you like. Really? However I want. Vivian's eyes widened slightly, her pale green eyes making her look almost like an elf, if only she weren't such a mischievous dark elf at heart. Vivian's idea of decorating was, of course, related to her love of pranks. She wanted to turn this side room into a haunted house so that whenever she was in a bad mood, she could close the main entrance and force people to come in through the side, giving them a good scare. Of course, Vivian knew her limits. Most of the time, she'd keep the main entrance open otherwise, so you would never allow her to mess around. Of course, decorate it however you like. And if you decide to stay, I'll even build a special amusement park here in the territory. In just a few words, Siu vividly described a haunted house and a theater, Vivian's favorite things. It was as if these weren't just future plans, but already existed, a haunted house that could terrify visitors, and a theater that could bring out all sorts of expressions on people's faces. Vivian hesitated. Siu had really hit her weak spot. Whether it was the theater, an unfulfilled dream of hers, or the haunted house, which she'd never heard of before but sounded like something she'd love, Siu's descriptions were irresistible. Just imagining herself scaring people in the haunted house, dressed up as all kinds of creatures and making them scream, made Vivian feel delighted. Seeing her hesitate, Siu added a few more words and Vivian finally seemed to make up her mind. She flashed a perfect smile. All right, since you put it that way, Lord Siu, I'd be happy to join the territory and help everyone build it up, make it bigger and stronger. Siu immediately approved Vivian's application. Under her expectant gaze, Siu took a small booklet out of her bag. Careful, don't scare yourself. Siu had noticed from Vivian's profile that she enjoyed thrills and provoking emotional reactions in others. But enjoying thrills didn't have to be just for others, she could enjoy them herself too. So Siu had stayed up late compiling a collection of ghost stories. She wasn't sure if Vivian would like it, but it couldn't hurt to be prepared. And it turned out she guessed Vivian's tastes perfectly. After reading just 1 or 2 stories, Vivian became deeply interested in ghost stories. Vivian immediately sat down in the clinic and began reading the collection. At this point, Siu had no idea what kind of impact this ghost story collection would have on Vivian. It gave the already mischievous Vivian a new way to prank people, and she became especially fond of using it on patients who came for treatment. Of course, that's a story for another time. Even if Siu found out, as long as Vivian didn't actually harm anyone, all she could do was quietly light a candle for the poor victims. Sunset Territory. Lord Siu. Territory level, Advanced Camp, can be upgraded to Small Village when population reaches 50 and prosperity reaches 500. Territory status, Open. Open territories attract all kinds of visitors. Public security, 80. Social connections, none. Happiness, average, from worst to best. Terrible? Poor? Average? Good? Satisfied? Excellent. Prosperity, 124. Reputation, 30. Population, 15/21. Territory aura, renowned eye. Territory events. They have sensed the strength here. Fear of power has made them retreat. The victories of this place will intimidate them for now, and they will not disturb you again for a while. But they will never give up. Next time, they will return even stronger. After leaving the clinic, Siu glanced at her territory's information panel. Because so many people had arrived, The territory's public order had plummeted from 98 straight down to 80, and this was only the first day, not even a full day at that. At this rate, it was hard to imagine what a mess the territory would become once the renowned Iora wore off. Siu had to do her best to strengthen the territory or improve public order by constructing certain buildings and assigning specific personnel. On the bright side, both the territory's prosperity and reputation had clearly increased, which was a good thing. As for population, there had originally been 11 people, but after Wang Yi and Wang Er left, it dropped back to 9. Today, with the addition of Tseng-Lan, Vivian, and 4 other unknown ordinary NPCs, the population had risen to 15. But that was still far from enough. After all, upgrading required 50 people, and Siu also needed more labor to help gather resources. Besides that, she still hadn't dealt with the monster spawn cage. This morning, she had only led people over to clear out all the monsters that had accumulated over the past few days. The spawn cage itself was still untouched. But that was intentional for safety's sake. Originally, she had planned to take everyone straight into the spawn cage dungeon after dealing with the ghost skeletons that had spawned, but that would have been too rushed. They had just finished clearing 90 monsters, and to immediately jump into another tough battle without any recovery was hardly ideal. More importantly, time was tight today. So Siu decided against it, letting everyone return to rest for a day and to wait for the newly recruited healer Vivian. With 2 healers, and if you counted UAI, 2.5 mages, plus Duoya and Layer Lake, as long as the dungeon's difficulty was normal, like the spawn cage dungeons from the first 10 days, there was no way they couldn't clear it. Siu read through the territory information from top to bottom, and finally her gaze landed on the 3rd territory event. What was this? She didn't recall ever seeing such a bizarre territory event before. Could it be a locked event that hasn't been triggered? There were many types of territory events, and some required the player to trigger them. These were called locked events. Although they needed to be triggered, the fact that it had already appeared in the event list meant that the world had already generated the event. After reading the event description several times, Siu wasn't sure what to make of it, so she simply closed the panel. She took a few steps, then remembered Bugua, so she turned and walked into the nearby inn. The caravan led by Tang Lu was staying in Inn 1, which was also the inn Siu had upgraded when she upgraded the tavern. After the upgrade, the inn was much larger, with a kitchen, a dedicated hot water room, and even an extra floor. What had been a 3-story inn was now 4 stories tall. The first floor was still the dining area, but since there was no cook in the small kitchen, everyone had to buy food from the tavern for now. The second floor was still double rooms, but the number had increased from 8 to 10, enough for 20 people. The third floor had originally been all single rooms, but after the upgrade, 6 of the original 10 single rooms were converted into doubles, so now it could house 16 people. The fourth floor, perhaps to make up for the reduction in single rooms on the third floor, was now all single rooms, 12 in total. But unlike the old third floor, the fourth floor's single rooms were divided into 3 grades, basically, the classic room number 1 and so on. Here, though, the inn simply divided the rooms into upper, middle, and lower classes. Upper-class rooms were large, well-furnished, and comfortable, 4 in total. Mid-class rooms were average in size, with all the necessary amenities, 8 in total. As for the so-called lower class, these were actually the 4 rooms squeezed onto the third floor. Because they were crammed in with the double rooms, they were small and noisy. All told, the level 2 inn could now accommodate 48 people, double the capacity of a level 1 inn. It sounded like a lot, but with the arrival of the large caravan, it still wasn't enough. Tang Lu's caravan had 45 people, which nearly filled the entire inn, so just like Yunli before, she booked the whole place. Fortunately, Siu had upgraded the inn when she upgraded the tavern. Otherwise, the caravan wouldn't have fit in a single inn, and some people would have had to stay elsewhere, which would have been inconvenient. Plus, other travelers or wanderers would have had nowhere to stay. Siu entered the inn and went up to the 4th floor. She was about to knock when, just as she reached the last step, the door to the room where Tang Lu and Bu Guo were staying opened. Lord Su. Lord Su. The two, one tall, one small, greeted Suyu as she appeared. Buguo ran straight over, tugging on her sleeve and whispering a stream of chatter. Tanglu didn't mind, idly fiddling with the spatial pouch she'd just bought, her thoughts already far away. With this, their caravan could finally take on that mission. Captain Tang, Suyu gently called her back to the present. I wonder if Captain Tang is interested in the spatial pouch itself? Tanglu froze for a moment, and when she understood what Suyu meant, she gripped the pouch tighter. Lord Su, do you mean the recipe? Tanglu could hardly believe Suyu would be willing to sell something like that. After all, having the recipe meant unlimited spatial pouches. It was no exaggeration to say that with the value of these pouches, Sunset Territory could soon become the richest territory in the world. But once the recipe was sold, it was like giving away the goose that laid the golden eggs. Even if Suyu could breed more of these geese, as their numbers increased, sooner or later, both the eggs and the geese would become worthless. That's right, it's a recipe and one you can learn directly. In the NPC's understanding, there are different kinds of recipes. Some are handwritten, and those are just ordinary recipes, no different from instruction manuals or cookbooks from the past. These kinds of recipes aren't particularly valuable. They only list the materials, and the better ones might include the production process, but you still have to figure things out yourself, which wastes a lot of time. But the recipe Suyu was talking about was different. It could be learned directly. Once you learned it, it was as if you instantly mastered the skill, like the method was directly uploaded into your brain. As long as you had the materials, you could make the item right away, with almost no chance of failure. Shall we go inside and talk? Since she had the chance to buy such a recipe, Tanglu naturally wasn't going to let the opportunity slip by. As the vice captain of a large merchant caravan, Tanglu was well aware of the value of a spatial pouch. After all, even high-level mages couldn't easily make such things. Spatial magic was an extremely mana-intensive skill, and few high-level mages could use it without restraint, let alone apply it to an object, giving that object the effects of spatial magic. Although there had been rumors in the distant past of people making items similar to spatial pouches, items that could ignore volume and store things, most of those were just rumors. Until now, no one knew if spatial pouches truly existed. Alright. Once inside the room, Suyu took out the recipe directly. Tanglu suppressed her curiosity about the recipe and asked Suyu why she was selling it. Normally, in a transaction, you just pay and get the goods. People don't usually ask too many questions, since it's the seller's private business. But this recipe was special. If she really wanted to buy it, she'd have to pay a hefty price, so Tanglu had to be cautious. To be honest, Captain Tang, the materials needed to make a spatial pouch aren't many, fewer than 5, actually, but one of them is extremely hard to obtain. So you didn't specify what the material was, but she wasn't lying. She simply gave a straightforward explanation of the situation regarding spatial pouches. If the materials are hard to get, then naturally there won't be many finished products. As the lord of a small territory, rather than sitting on a treasure I can't unlock, I'd rather trade it for something with real, practical value. Don't you agree, Captain Tang? While Suyu was speaking, Tanglu carefully observed her expression, but didn't notice anything suspicious. And what Suyu said made sense. She didn't seem to be lying. Does Lord Su have 2 copies of the recipe? Tanglu asked because Suyu had already produced a finished spatial pouch. If there was a finished product, that meant someone had already made one, so Tanglu wondered if Suyu had kept one recipe for her own people and was selling the other. If others also had the recipe for making spatial pouches, then the value of this recipe wouldn't be as high as if it were truly unique. No, there's only this one recipe for a level 1 spatial pouch, Suyu replied honestly. There really was only this one recipe for a level 1 spatial pouch. She did have other recipes, but those were for higher level spatial pouches. So she wasn't exactly lying, just playing with words a bit. Tanglu frowned and took out the spatial pouch she had. So, where did the spatial pouch you're selling come from, Lord Su? Faced with Tanglu's suspicion, Suyu calmly replied, it was stored together with the recipe. I saw it and brought it back as well. Lying wasn't ideal, but sometimes it was necessary. So you didn't want to reveal that someone in her territory could make spatial pouches, as that would be unsafe for Dory and would also lower the value of the recipe itself. Whether Tang Lu believed her or not was her own business. Name your price, Lord Su. Tang Lu couldn't be sure whether Su was lying, but she felt that some of what Su said was probably true. For example, the fact that this was a recipe you could learn directly, meaning they could have a trusted person learn it, or even learn it themselves. That alone made the recipe extremely valuable. Secondly, Su said the materials were hard to find, which was probably true as well. If the materials weren't rare, Su would have kept the recipe for herself. Even if someone in her territory could already make the item, she'd want to keep the recipe unique to avoid competition. The spatial pouch just sold for 370 gold coins, so I'll set the price for the recipe at 10 times that. Of course, I know that's a lot of money to come up with all at once, so Captain Tang, you can reserve it first if you like. 10 times 370 was 3,700 gold coins, a huge sum. Most small families didn't even have 3,000 gold coins in total liquid assets. Even as the vice captain of a large merchant caravan, Tang Lu definitely didn't have the authority to take out that much money at once. And she didn't have that much on her either. Before buying the spatial pouch, the caravan's current liquid funds were just over 1,000 gold coins. After buying the pouch, that dropped by a third, leaving only a little over 600. Tang Lu did the math, then said, 3,700 won't work, it's too expensive. My maximum authority in the caravan is 2,500 gold coins. This authority meant the amount Tang Lu could withdraw from the caravan's account after returning to headquarters, without needing approval from other vice captains or the captain. Different people had different limits. Because of her abilities, Tang Lu's was the highest besides the captain himself, but even so, it was still only about half of Suyu's asking price. No rush, Suyu said. Captain Tang, you can discuss it with others if you like. She really wasn't in a hurry. She'd just received 370 gold coins, plus a few dozen more from Bugua's sales in the trading area, plus stall fees and today's territory income. Suyu now had nearly 500 gold coins on hand. That was already enough to buy a lot of things from the caravan. If the deal goes well, I can also tell you how to obtain the rarest material needed for the recipe. The rarest material, of course, is spatial stone. Obtaining spatial stone requires killing boss-level creatures. For ordinary people, this is an extremely difficult and dangerous task. But for a large merchant caravan like Tang Lu's, which can easily and unconditionally produce 2,500 gold coins at a moment's notice, it's really nothing special. A merchant caravan doesn't just have money and merchants, they have their own fighting force as well. Is that really true? Tang Lu's expression shifted slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Suyu. It's absolutely true, Suyu nodded with certainty. Tang Lu actually knew that even at 10 times the price, it wasn't unreasonable. Her real hesitation was the worry of buying a useless recipe. A so-called useless recipe is one that can't be made, for example, because the materials are unavailable. But if what Suyu said was true, and she could provide a way to obtain the materials listed in the recipe, then the price was still negotiable. Lord Su, please give me some time, I need to go back and discuss this with my captain. Based on her understanding of the captain, Tang Lu knew that if she explained it this way, the captain would probably just hand her the money and let her handle it as she saw fit, because she trusted Tang Lu. But Tang Lu couldn't betray that trust. In a big merchant caravan like theirs, there was no shortage of intrigue. There were plenty of people who disliked her, or who were just waiting for her to make a mistake so they could use it as an excuse to pull the captain from her position. 3,000 gold coins wasn't an impossible sum for their caravan, and even if they lost it, it wouldn't be a fatal blow. But if they paid out and got nothing in return, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. So she still had to go back and discuss it with everyone. That way, at least, it would be a collective decision and the responsibility would be shared. Of course! Captain Tang, how many days do you need? Suyu also understood that the other party couldn't just produce that much money on the spot, so she simply asked how long Tang Lu needed to discuss it. After all, now that the territory was open, theirs wasn't the only merchant caravan coming and going. Suyu couldn't hold the recipe for her forever. 7 days at most. I'll bring you an answer by then, Lord Su. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to travel from Sunset Territory to the caravan's headquarters, so a round trip would be 6 days, with 1 day for discussion. 7 days, that was already the absolute minimum Tang Lu could manage. 7 days, then. So you put away the recipe. Will you be leaving today, Captain Tang? I'll take a few people and head back. The rest of the caravan will stay here and rest for a few days. If the whole caravan moved with all their goods, even 7 days might not be enough for a round trip. So Tang Lu decided to travel light with just a few people, while the caravan stayed here to rest. Tang Lu was extremely efficient. After finishing her conversation with Su Yu, she immediately left with 3 or 4 people on horseback. The rest of the caravan, as she said, remained in Sunset Territory to rest. This worked out well, so you could take this opportunity to bring some money and go shopping at the caravan. Bu Guo went with her, and their shopping spree lasted from noon until evening. So you bought up nearly all the basic materials: clay, sand, animal hides, cloth, cotton, and so on, buying thousands or even tens of thousands of each. Despite the large quantities, since they were all basic materials, the total price didn't even reach 10 gold coins. Then there were ores. So you bought out the entire stock of copper, or 1,000 pieces at 50 copper coins each. There was less iron ore, only 600 or 700 pieces, but she bought all of that too. After buying all this, both Su Yu's backpack and her warehouse were packed to the brim. Because of this, Su had to step away for a bit, using the newly bought materials to upgrade all her warehouses to level 2, and even built 2 more warehouses elsewhere. A level 1 warehouse had 50 slots, level 2 had 100, with the stacking limit unchanged at 100 per slot. Upgrading warehouses took some time, so after buying all the basic materials, Su paused her shopping, planning to wait until the upgrades were done before continuing. This also gave her time to organize the materials. All the cotton, cloth, and animal hides were sent to the tailor shop, and Su also crafted a loom there. The loom was a workbench. It could operate automatically, producing sewing-related items faster than a standard workbench, or it could be used as a tool by someone with sewing skills. The ores, naturally, were sent to the blacksmith shop. When Su arrived with the materials, she happened to catch Zhang Lan, who hadn't chosen to rest, but was instead forging a longsword. "My lord," Zhang Lan was startled when she saw Su, nearly dropping her forging hammer. "I'm just here to deliver materials. Focus on your work, don't mind me." With that, Su set down several boxes in the blacksmith shop and dumped all the copper and iron ore inside. By the time she finished, Zhang Lan had already finished forging the bronze sword. After asking Zhang Lan, Su picked up the sword to inspect it. High-quality bronze longsword. Category: Equipment. Quality: Green. Durability: 150/150. Attributes: Attack, 20+2, Armor Penetration, 2%, Critical Hit, 1.5%. Description: A finely crafted bronze longsword with moderate attack power and speed, and a certain amount of armor penetration and critical hit chance. A bronze longsword with 22 attack power was a pretty good weapon. After all, Lyle's Fong dagger only had 30 attack power. It seemed Song Lan's blacksmithing talent was truly impressive. "This longsword is excellent, you're very skilled," Su praised Zhang Lan, then asked about the decision she hadn't answered that morning. "So, have you made up your mind?" Zhang Lan was still basking in Su's praise, and it took her a moment to realize what Su was referring to. "Yes, I've decided. I want to earn money based on my actual abilities." In other words, she wanted to be paid by commission. Su nodded, then set Zhang Lan as an employee of the blacksmith shop and configured her pay. "As a junior blacksmith, you'll earn 10% of the net market profit for each item you forge, and an additional 10% for each item successfully sold." "Thank you, my lord." Zhang Lan's eyes lit up, and her gratitude was genuine, without any flattery or pretense. As mentioned before, the profit share for finished forged goods is usually between 10% and 15%. The 10% that Su offered is just the minimum, and only shops with relatively fair treatment would set it up this way. No matter what world you're in, there are always some unspoken rules that can't be openly discussed. For example, here there's also a probation period or internship, though it's called something else, apprenticeship. Unless you're truly skilled, if you only have basic abilities, you'll have to work as an apprentice for at least a few months before you can become a full-fledged blacksmith. And an apprentice's pay is only half that of an official blacksmith. So, in this light, Suyu's arrangement is already quite generous. Zhang knew her own situation well. No matter where she went, if she chose to earn money based on her actual skills, getting even a 15% profit share would already be pretty good. Getting a full 20% was extremely rare. Maybe 1 in 10 people could manage that. There's no need to thank me. After all, you're choosing to earn money with your own abilities. So you had previously read the background and historical stories about Sunset Continent released by the game company, covering everything from ancient historical events to folk tales and trivial matters. So, while she wasn't deeply familiar with these unspoken rules, she had at least heard of them. She understood these kinds of rules because they exist everywhere, no matter where you go. Even if she didn't understand, it wouldn't matter. But even though she understood, she wouldn't set things up that way herself. It wasn't out of kindness. To put it bluntly, it was to build goodwill and loyalty. Rather than nitpicking over that extra 5% or 10% profit, so you felt it was far more important to quickly build up a group of absolutely loyal residents. If you really want to thank me, then do a good job. I need at least 2 sets of copper armor. Can you manage that? Maybe because Suyu's actions just now had indeed earned her some goodwill, Songlan replied almost without hesitation, "I can, my lord." "When do you need them?" Zhang had practiced at the village smithy before, so she wasn't just someone with theoretical knowledge, she had plenty of hands-on experience too. Although she hadn't forged armor before, most of her previous work was on weapons, tools, and other small or medium items. Zhang was confident she could handle making armor. By tomorrow, these copper armors were being prepared for Lyle and the others. The reason for preparing a full set of equipment was mainly to completely resolve the monster cage situation. Tomorrow was the last day of the aura. So you didn't want to waste it, so she planned to stay in the territory to handle recruitment and construction. That meant the monster cage would have to wait until the 14th day. Zhang said, "All right, my lord. I'll have the 2 sets of copper armor ready by tomorrow." "Good, I'll be waiting for your good news." Seeing that Zhang didn't seem ready to leave, Xi reminded her it's already late. "Get some rest." Zhang smiled at Suyu's concern. "It's fine. I just want to sketch out some blueprints. It'll make the forging easier tomorrow. Arrange your time as you see fit, but remember to rest and pace yourself." After leaving the smithy, Suyu's attention shifted to the statue, which was only a few minutes away from completion. Watching the countdown tick down, she found a place to sit and wait. Doris, Statue of Life, construction complete. As these words appeared, the statue, previously shrouded in mist, gradually became clear. Gentle, kind, dignified, solemn, commanding respect without anger. Many words, even contradictory ones, couldn't fully capture the feeling the statue gave. So you didn't stare at the statue. For ordinary people, that would be rude, let alone for a statue of a god. So she just glanced at it briefly, then walked straight up to the statue. Sunset Territory requests the blessing of the goddess of life. She placed her left hand on her right shoulder, her right hand at her lower back, closed her eyes, and bowed slightly. A few seconds later, Siu suddenly felt a lightness come over her. "Congratulations! Sunset Territory has received the blessing of the Goddess of Life. Blessing of Life I. Blessing of Life I. All territory residents gain enhanced constitution, max HP plus 20, improved physical fitness, slightly reduced chance of illness, slightly faster stamina recovery, and the Goddess of Life watches over you. Duration, permanent." Siu straightened up and placed the bouquet of flowers she'd prepared earlier at the foot of the statue. After arranging the flowers, she stepped back to her original spot. "Thank you, Goddess of Life." She repeated the earlier gesture, but this time only bowed briefly. Siu then stepped out of the statue's area and opened the territory information panel. There are two types of statue blessings. One is a territory blessing, aura, which requires the Lord to personally request it and usually only needs to be requested once. Territory blessings have no time limit and cover all residents. As long as the statue stands, the blessing is permanent. The second type is a regular blessing, which each resident can receive daily. At first, these last only an hour or two, but as the number of offerings increases, the effect and duration also increase. Even though it was almost time to rest, and the blessing wouldn't be much use, Siu still made an offering, so she received the blessing as well. Blessing of the Statue of Life. Your recovery ability is slightly improved. Duration: 59 minutes 59 seconds. Although it didn't specify exactly how much recovery was improved, early blessings are always weak, so it didn't matter much, better than nothing. After confirming she'd received the blessing, Siu breathed a sigh of relief, yawned, and slowly made her way back to her manor. On the 13th day of the digitized world, thanks to the aura, the territory was still bustling. The tavern was packed at all hours, not because people wanted food, but because they were there for the mage, Mech. There was also a crowd in front of the tailor shop. Thanks to word of mouth, news of Dory's unique skills had spread. Whether or not people bought anything, curiosity always brought them to take a look. After all, looking was free. Patrol squad and gate guards. Then there was the blacksmith shop. No one knew how late Kanglin worked last night, but in any case, the blacksmith shop officially opened for business today. Although there weren't many items in stock, there was indeed merchandise on the shelves for people to choose from. Even if it was just ordinary copper equipment, as long as there were enough people, there would always be someone who needed it. The clinic also opened today, but since clinics are a bit special, people without illness or pain don't go compared to the bustling crowds at the other shops. It seemed rather deserted. If you had to name the most frequently visited buildings each day, it would definitely be the bulletin board and the bounty board. The former posted recruitment information for the territory, attracting countless onlookers. The latter provided a way to earn money, with a wide variety and large number of tasks. So anyone short on cash, as long as they weren't lazy, would pick up a few tasks. Because of this, Siu specifically made a large batch of tools and put them in the warehouse linked to the bounty board, just in case someone accepted a task but couldn't complete it for lack of tools. After all, NPCs aren't players. They don't have backpacks, and it's rare for anyone to carry axes or pickaxes around with them. Quite a few people, perhaps drawn by the low prices in the small territory, even rented a long-term room at the inn, planning to make a living in Sunset Territory by doing bounty tasks. For a while, the quantities of the materials and items listed on the bounty board skyrocketed. Fortunately, the new warehouse had already been built, and the old one had been upgraded, greatly increasing the territory's storage capacity, so there was no worry about having nowhere to put all these materials. Siu sat on a small bench next to the bulletin board, recruiting people while also sorting materials and upgrading the territory's buildings. The first thing she did was increase the number of residential houses, but only up to 15. Once she reached 15, she stopped building more. Although upgrading the territory required 50 people, which would mean 25 houses, 15 houses could only accommodate 30 people, clearly not enough. But in reality, there wasn't enough space to build that many houses right now, so Siu upgraded all the existing ones. Upgrading a house to level 2 required composite plank X5, composite stone slab X5, glass X10. The upgraded level 2 houses had 2 floors and could accommodate 4 people, with each floor even having its own small balcony. While the environment improved, the most important thing was that the increased interior space made much better use of the territory's limited area. Once all 15 houses were upgraded to level 2, the territory's population cap would reach 60. Thanks to her earlier bulk purchases and the influx of materials from people completing bounty tasks these past 2 days, Siu had enough resources to upgrade all the houses. The territory's population went from 1521 to 2351 in less than a morning. Every building had to be constructed before it could be upgraded, so at the moment, there were 10 level 2 houses and 5 level 1 houses. Once the 5 level 1 houses were finished, Siu upgraded them all to level 2 as well. Besides houses, Siu also added more wells. Now, basically, there was one well in the middle of every row of houses. Wells didn't take up much space or require many materials to build, but they increased the territory's backup water supply and made life more convenient for residents. As one of the most basic daily-use buildings, it was definitely worth building more of them. With plenty of materials on hand, Siu also added other amenities, like bathhouses, public toilets, and trash bins. Although these buildings didn't generate income, and even required Siu to spend money to post extra tasks for people to clean them regularly, they did increase the residents' happiness. The boost in happiness from these buildings was especially noticeable in the early stages. The happiness level, which had dropped to average due to the recent influx of new residents, rose to good after these facilities were built. With happiness sorted out, Siu turned to public security. Security could be improved by constructing buildings like arrow towers, walls, and other defensive or offensive structures. However, the effectiveness of these buildings diminished with each additional one built. The more you had, the less impact each new one made, though the effect would never go negative. To fundamentally improve security, one approach was to quickly raise residents' loyalty. As their loyalty increased, the likelihood of trouble decreased, and security naturally improved. In addition, Siu could establish a patrol squad and gate guards to further boost security. The patrol squad functioned much like the police in her previous world. Whether it was the 2 burly men causing trouble outside the tailor shop, or the man using fake gold coins to scam people in the market, if there were a patrol squad, Siu wouldn't have to personally decide how to deal with them. They would be punished according to the territory's regulations she had set. Gate guards, on the other hand, would perform simple checks on people entering and leaving the territory. This could greatly reduce the chances of troublemakers getting in and also allow Siu to learn some basic information about newcomers in advance. The problem was, while gate guards were feasible, since they didn't require particularly high abilities, she couldn't set up a patrol squad just yet. There simply weren't enough people in the territory, and even fewer who were qualified to serve as patrol members. Looking over the resident list, aside from Lyle and Lake, only 3 others met the requirements for the patrol squad. But just meeting the ability requirements wasn't enough. The patrol squad also needed high loyalty to the territory. And these people had only just joined within the last 2 days. How much loyalty could Siu really expect from them? After thinking it over, Siu decided to add more defensive structures and focus on selecting suitable candidates for gate guards. Excuse me. Is this the place for recruit? A very soft voice sounded. Because the voice was so quiet and the street was noisy and crowded, Siu only heard someone speaking, but couldn't make out what was being said. Still immersed in the building menu, Siu paused, closed the interface, and looked up. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? As she spoke, Siu took the opportunity to size up the person in front of her. Standing before her was a woman with a very distinctive style. Her clothes were covered in animal patterns, and the materials all seemed to be animal-related, like the necklace of animal teeth around her neck, the beaded bracelet on her wrist, and the hairpin made from the bones and teeth of some unknown creature. Her appearance was so unique that people tended to overlook her actual looks at first glance. But in reality, this woman, despite her wild attire, looked quite delicate and frail, like a gentle breeze could knock her over. The impression she gave was completely at odds with her clothes. The embarrassed and shy expression on her face also suggested she was the introverted, timid type. This stark contrast made people all the more curious about what her true personality was really like. Of course, that was assuming she wasn't just putting on an act. Sorry, what I meant to ask was, is this the recruitment point for the territory? The woman's voice was a little louder than before, but still softer than most people's, making it a bit hard to hear. Whether she was acting or not, Siu had no intention of making things difficult for her. After understanding her question, she repeated the same explanation she'd given to everyone else. Yes, this is the recruitment point. If you want to join the territory, you'll need to pass an assessment first. If you have any special skills, you can be assigned a specialized residence. Siyu had said these words so many times that she was now extremely fluent, finishing the whole explanation in just a few minutes. Although the woman seemed very shy and timid at first, she listened intently as Siyu spoke. When Siyu finished, the woman opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but just then, Siyu noticed that something seemed to be tugging at the woman's pants. "Sorry, please wait a moment." The woman apologized to Siyu, then suddenly crouched down. "Shall we be good, okay? I have something to do right now. I'll play with you later, all right?" Siyu paused and turned her head to look. That's when she noticed, because it was too short to be seen above the table, a little gray dog. Watching the little gray dog rolling around and acting spoiled at the woman's feet, and considering her outfit, Siyu felt she could guess this woman's identity, or at least her profession. On the Sunset Continent, there was a certain profession. Its members might not be strong fighters themselves, but they could command beasts to do their bidding. Beast tamer. Siyu suspected the woman was a beast tamer. "Sorry to take up your time." After calming the little gray dog, the woman stood up and slowly gave her information. As she spoke, Siyu gradually pieced together her details. Lilith. Gender, female. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 70. Favorability, 25. Talent, beast tamer, 90. Skill, junior beast tamer, bottleneck. Traits, affinity. Special affinity has unique effects on small animals and plants. Timid. May become unable to act when facing fierce enemies. Introverted. Will not initiate social contact unless necessary. Her initial loyalty was very high, her talent was exceptional, and her skill had reached a bottleneck. Although she only had one positive trait and two negative ones, the negatives weren't particularly bad, so this Lilith was still an outstanding beast tamer. Siyu would keep even NPCs with no skills or talents, let alone someone like Lilith. "Alright, I've basically got all your information. You've passed the assessment. Miss Lilith, would you like to join Sunset Territory?" Siyu could clearly see that as she spoke, Lilith's face first lit up with joy, then turned nervous and uneasy, with a hint of embarrassment. "Of course I want to join. But, I wanted to ask if I want to buy a whole house, but I don't have enough money." Lilith's voice grew quieter and her face redder as she spoke. Seeing how nervous she was, Siyu found herself feeling a bit anxious as well. Siyu asked, "Can you tell me why you need a whole house to yourself?" Lilith looked a little troubled, her gaze dropping to the little gray dog on the ground. Seeing this, Siyu thought, just as I suspected. Lilith really did want to live alone because of this little gray dog. Lilith said, "Xiaohui doesn't really like strangers and has a bit of a bad temper. If I lived with others, I'd worry about him hurting someone." It was a reasonable explanation, but this little puppy was barely bigger than a newborn baby. What harm could it possibly do? Siyu found it a bit odd, but since she and Lilith had just met and weren't familiar, and Lilith hadn't officially joined the territory yet, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask more. That might affect her favorability. There are plenty of empty rooms in the territory right now. I can arrange for you to stay somewhere without any other residents, but you'll need to save up to buy your own place soon. Rules couldn't be broken, but as long as there was a reasonable explanation, there was room for negotiation. After all, they'd just upgraded a bunch of residential houses, so there were plenty of empty rooms. Giving out one more wouldn't hurt. Of course, getting it for free was out of the question. Rules were rules. Really? Lilith's eyes lit up, her mood suddenly elated. The little gray dog, sensing its owner's happiness, barked excitedly as well, even if it didn't know why. "Yes, but you need to save up as soon as possible." Room for negotiation didn't mean making exceptions. Without rules, things would fall into chaos. "No problem. I'll save up as quickly as I can. I can pay half the deposit now." As she spoke, Lilith took out 25 silver coins from her pocket. At the same time, Siyu received Lilith's application to join the territory. Wanderer Lilith requests to join Sunset Territory. Accept? Siyu accepted Lilith's money and led her to the most secluded residence, House 15. It had just been built, so there was no one else living nearby, making it very quiet and isolated. Ordinary people would never choose to live in a place like this. It was simply too desolate, and most humans are, after all, social creatures. But Lilith was perfectly suited to this place, and she liked it here very much. These 2 rooms are both unoccupied. You can have the whole set to yourself. Once you've saved up enough money, this place will be entirely yours, both of yours. As she spoke, Siu glanced at little Ash, who, from beginning to end, had eyes only for Lilith. Siu asked, "Lilith, what kind of creature is your companion? It doesn't quite look like an ordinary dog to me." At Siu's question, a beautiful smile suddenly appeared on Lilith's face. If Siu could have seen Lilith's info panel at that moment, she would have noticed a significant jump in Lilith's favorability rating. Lilith replied, "No, you're wrong. Little Ash isn't a dog, he's a wolf." Although Siu had already suspected as much from Little Ash's howl, she still put on a look of sudden realization. "I see. Sorry about that," Siu said, a little embarrassed, as if she genuinely minded having mistaken a wolf pup for a dog. Lilith shook her head, and her attitude towards Siu subtly shifted. "It's fine. Little Ash really doesn't look much like a wolf. Lots of people get it wrong." Lilith didn't mind, nor did she find Siu's mistake strange. In fact, out of the dozen or so people who had seen Little Ash, not a single one had recognized him as a wolf cub. "Settle in for now. If you need anything, you can find someone up ahead named Doya. She's a hunter and often brings back fresh meat. Most people who keep wild beasts as pets will try to tame their ferocity, feeding them cooked meat to prevent them from ever turning on their owners. But beast tamers are different. They have their own unique methods, and wild beasts are their most loyal partners. What's more, beast tamers usually raise animals for combat, so they need to preserve the beast's wild nature. That's why they feed them raw meat, and sometimes even provide live prey to simulate hunting. Pets are one thing, partners are another. The way beasts are treated makes all the difference in the outcome." This was also why Lilith's favorability towards Siu had risen. No beast tamer likes to hear their partner referred to as just a pet. Lilith said, "Thank you." After Lilith thanked her, Siu took her leave. Later, Siu returned to the recruitment point to continue enlisting people. After recruiting 2 more, she saw Lilith leading her wolf cub out of the residential area. Lilith headed to the bounty board, apparently took on a task, and then left the territory. Siu didn't bother to check what mission Lilith had accepted, and simply continued her recruitment work. The aura's effect was quite good, but after all, it was only a level 1 aura, so by afternoon its power had noticeably waned. In the morning, 3 out of every 5 people who came would choose to stay. But by afternoon, even though 12 people inquired, only 3 ended up joining the territory, and all 3 were ordinary NPCs. As dusk fell, Siu packed up the recruitment sign. After 2 days of recruiting, the population of Suyu's territory had reached 27. Of these, 10 had skills: Dory, Doya, Bugwa, Vivian, Kanglin, Lilith, Lyre, Lake, Mike, and Yusin. Although Yui could use water magic, her abilities and talent were limited, so she was still only an apprentice mage, not a true mage, and not qualified for the novice mage skill. With so many people now, the territory's development would only get faster and smoother. Tonight would be the last for the renowned Eye Aura. Not wanting to waste its final moments, Siu took some money and Bugwa to visit the merchant caravan again. This time, besides the basic materials, Siu bought a lot of things that, while not exactly rare, weren't cheap either. For example, herbs. Now that there was a clinic, there had to be medicinal herbs for treating the sick, otherwise, even the best healer can't work without ingredients. Vivian's healing magic could only treat wounds and restore health. For headaches and fevers, you still had to rely on science. Wugwa, Sanwa grass, pupaleaf orchid, cold wind grass, calming bamboo, 4-leaf flower, sparrowfruit. As Si rattled off a long list of herbs, Bai Chiu, the one Tang Lu had appointed as acting captain and put in charge of the caravan, looked at her in shock. Halfway through her list, Siu noticed his stare and met his gaze directly. "Is there a problem, Captain Bai? Are you out of any of these herbs?" Bai Chiu shook his head repeatedly, simply surprised that Siu knew so much about herbs. "My apologies, I was just surprised at how knowledgeable you are, Lord Su." He had seen a lot in his time, and to avoid being swindled during trade, he'd made it a point to learn the names, uses, origins, and values of every product. Yet, even so, there were a few herbs you mentioned that he'd never heard of. All the herbs you mentioned are in stock, except for cold wind grass, calming bamboo, and Baichio repeated 6 or 7 names from Suyu's list, looking troubled. Forgive my ignorance, but our caravan doesn't have these, and we don't even recognize them. Suyu glanced at the list of missing herbs and suddenly remembered something. Captain Bai, have you ever heard of Cold Wind Valley? She'd just realized that all the herbs Baichio didn't have came from Cold Wind Valley. Cold Wind Valley was famous for its herbs. Due to its unique terrain, and because the locals were bound by a rule to guard Cold Wind Valley for life, they relied entirely on what they could produce and sell themselves. But there were always things they couldn't make on their own, so whenever a caravan passed through, they would trade large quantities of herbs, valuable to outsiders, but not rare to them, for goods they desperately needed. These herbs might not be rare, but they were highly effective and had a wide range of uses. Because it is only produced in Cold Wind Valley, it is extremely rare on the market and is worth significantly more than ordinary herbs. Logically speaking, since Tang Lu's caravan has such a large stockpile of herbs, they must be in the herbal trade and shouldn't have missed out on such a lucrative opportunity. Unless they don't even know that a place like Cold Wind Valley exists. But Cold Wind Valley isn't exactly a secret location, and this is a major caravan. Siyu was quite puzzled, but what Baichio said next confirmed her suspicions. Baichio said, I'm not familiar with this Cold Wind Valley. I've truly never heard of it. If Lord Su doesn't mind, could you explain it to me? Baichio was a sharp one, otherwise, Tang Lu wouldn't have appointed him as acting leader. Their previous conversation had clearly been about herbs he didn't recognize, but after Suyu realized he didn't know them, she suddenly brought up Cold Wind Valley. It wasn't hard to guess that these herbs must be closely connected to that place. It wasn't arrogance on Baichio's part. He simply had a clear understanding of his caravan's capabilities. In his view, if even their caravan didn't know about something, then chances were, hardly anyone else in the world did either. The thought that he might have stumbled upon a source of herbs unknown to almost everyone else made Baichio extremely excited. After all, if they learned about this place, they could monopolize the trade. He wasn't worried that these herbs would be useless. If they were, Siyu wouldn't have gone out of her way to buy them. However, even though Siyu couldn't understand why they didn't know about this place, that didn't mean she was going to just hand over such a valuable secret. Baichio could also tell that Siyu wasn't planning to reveal anything about Cold Wind Valley directly, so the two of them began negotiating on this point. During this time, Bugua took Siyu's list of herbs and a pile of gold coins and went off with another member of the caravan to discuss prices. Siyu said, in that case, let's do this. I'll pay the caravan to run an errand for me. The items I need are all listed here. After some back-and-forth negotiation, both sides compromised. Instead of selling information about Cold Wind Valley, Siyu agreed to have them help her procure herbs. Baichio was unwilling to pay too high a price for information about the place. He was a cautious man, even though Suyu's demeanor didn't seem fake and the chance she was lying was slim, he couldn't take that risk. He wasn't the official leader like Tang Lu, just the acting leader. His authority was limited, and he didn't know about the spatial pouch or the formulas, nor did he realize there were even bigger interests at play between Siyu and the caravan. So it was only natural for him to be suspicious. Siyu knew he doubted her, but she had neither the need nor the means to convince him that Cold Wind Valley really existed, so she simply changed the terms of the deal. She'd have them buy herbs from Cold Wind Valley at market price for her, in other words, run errands in exchange for money and information. Seeing that Siyu had already compromised this much, Baichio naturally relented as well. Running errands wasn't something the caravan had never done before. The only difference was that they usually got paid for it. This time, however, their payment was information about a location, which, in effect, meant they were running errands for free. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Su. May I ask how much in herbs you need? Do you have any requirements for timing or frequency? Baichio knew that getting such potentially monopolizable information in exchange for just running errands was a huge bargain, so he was willing to make further concessions in the negotiations. Siyu replied, "I'll need 200 gold coins worth of herbs this time, as listed here. If there's any money left over, just use it to buy more herbs. Any type or quantity is fine." She currently had 500 gold coins on her, so spending 200 wasn't a big deal. If she didn't have so many other things to buy from the caravan, and if the increased population in her territory hadn't caused such a drain on her bounty board funds, she would have spent another 100 gold on herbs. As soon as Siyu finished speaking, Baichio agreed without hesitation. After all, this was a major caravan with a cash flow in the thousands and goods worth tens of thousands. Adding Suyu's 200 gold coins to their purchases was nothing. 200 or even double or triple that wouldn't have mattered. Baichio said, "No problem, Lord Su. I can agree to your request. As long as Coldwind Valley really exists and these herbs are real, our Tianhong caravan will definitely fulfill your commission." Tianhong caravan was the name of Tang Lu and Baichio's caravan. Generally, only medium or large caravans bothered to name themselves. Small caravans like Yun Li's group from before weren't even considered caravans by people like Baichio. In their eyes, there was no such thing as a small caravan. Those people were just wandering merchants at best. The caravan business is all about money, and one careless mistake can ruin you. If you can't reach the scale of a medium caravan, you're always on the brink of collapse, so naming your group is pointless. Back to the matter at hand, although Siyu was only giving up a location, the value that information could bring was enormous, so there was no way just one errand worth 200 gold coins would be enough to make up for it. Neither Baichio nor Siyu herself would believe that. "Don't agree so quickly, Captain Bai," Siyu said. "I'm not just talking about a one-time commission. I want to set up at least a year-long transportation assistance contract. During that year, the Tianhong caravan must deliver whatever the Sunset Territory needs every half-month." Although Siyu was just an ordinary person in the real world, at most, a skilled gamer, she didn't have any special negotiation skills or business sense. What she relied on was her deep understanding of this world. A truly thorough understanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought to ask the caravan for ongoing transportation assistance. Most people wouldn't have come up with such an alternative deal on the spot. She was deeply grateful that, back when she was trying to clear the game, she had practically gone without sleep or food, poring over guides, memorizing data, and reading every bit of official lore. She hadn't even studied that hard for her most important exams. Thinking about this, I can't help but sigh with relief. Thank goodness this game didn't come out in the same year as those exams. Otherwise, I'm getting off track. When Siyu mentioned her need for a long-term purchasing arrangement, Baichio frowned slightly. But he also knew that Suyu's request was reasonable, so he didn't refuse. He just made some adjustments to the details. For example, the delivery schedule was changed from every 15 days to every 20 days, since their caravan operated on a 10-day cycle. If they did it every 15 days, they'd have to alter their route midway, and changing the route with that much cargo was a huge hassle. After thinking it over, Siyu agreed to this, but she wasn't willing to compromise on the shipping value. The shipping value referred to the total value of goods to be purchased and delivered each time. For example, this time the shipping value was 200 gold coins. There had to be a cap on this value. Otherwise, if Siyu later asked them to transport thousands or even tens of thousands worth of goods in one go, would they really have to agree? Even though Siyu was paying for the goods and they were just running errands, the more they transported for her, the less space they had for their own merchandise. Less cargo meant less profit. And since they were doing this delivery for Siyu for free, it was basically like they were losing money just to run errands for her. If everything Siyu said was true, then losing a bit of money was fine. They could just consider it the price they paid for her information earlier. But they couldn't afford to lose too much, or they might as well just pay for the information outright. So, when it came to the shipping value, the two of them negotiated back and forth for quite a while before finally reaching an agreement. "All right, here's the deal. This time doesn't count. Starting from our next cycle, we'll make a delivery for Lord Su every 20 days. The first delivery will have a value cap of 500 gold coins, and for each subsequent delivery, the cap can increase by 100. There will be a total of 20 deliveries. For the last two, we'll make an exception and allow the caps to be 3,000 and 5,000 gold coins respectively. So you listened carefully and agreed happily. While it was supposed to be a year, 20 deliveries actually covered more than a year. So even though the amount was a bit less than she'd hoped, it was still acceptable. Besides, Baiqiu had specifically added that the last two deliveries would have much higher caps, 3,000 and 5,000 gold coins each. Averaged out, it was about what she wanted. Alright, let's sign the contract. The contract here was basically a binding agreement. With this contract, neither side could back out. Especially for the Tianhong caravan, their reputation was their lifeblood. If they ruined it, the whole caravan would be finished. So there was no way they'd go back on their word. Once the contract was signed, Siu took out paper and pen and drew a rough map. Things change over time, so the surroundings might be different. This map may not be completely accurate. To find Coldwind Valley, you'll need to remember the following points. Siu explained verbally while writing it down, then handed the paper, along with the herb list and 200 gold coins, to Baiqiu. After reading it over, Baiqiu carefully asked a few more questions and noted down Siu's answers before putting everything away securely. If there's nothing else, I'll go take a look at what else the caravan has to offer. After exchanging a piece of location information for the services of a reputable caravan to run errands for her territory 20 times, Siu was in a great mood. She took her remaining 200 or so gold coins and browsed through the caravan's goods again. After all, this was a big caravan, with a huge variety and quantity of goods. There were all sorts of rare and unusual items. If she weren't so short on money, she would have loved to buy that whole crate of books she'd seen. At this point, her territory wasn't lacking in basic supplies. The basic buildings were all in place, and food, clothing, and shelter weren't a problem. If she wanted to upgrade her territory now, it would be a matter of upgrading each building and adding more advanced ones. Like a library, a skill hall, a job change hall, and stables. The library increased happiness, and when residents read books, they could also gain basic stat boosts depending on the type of book. So you actually had the materials to build a library, but the most important part of a library wasn't the building itself, it was the books inside. As long as you had books, anywhere could become a library. Unfortunately, Siu didn't have enough books yet, so she wasn't planning to build one for now. However, she could go ahead and build the skill hall and job change hall. The skill hall allowed her to copy skill books for residents to learn, so she wouldn't have to worry about running out of skill books. The job change hall let residents with skills change jobs, and with the right items, even those without talent could switch to a corresponding profession. For example, the magic rune book that let NPCs become mages was used in this building. Yu was about to save up enough contribution points to exchange for a magic rune book, so Siu started buying materials to build the skill hall and job change hall. The materials for these two buildings were basically the same, so Siu bought double the amount. Skill hall, composite wood plank x20, composite stone slab x20, marble slab x10, brick x100, green roof tile x500, stained glass x100, purple sandalwood x50. Job change hall, composite wood plank x20, composite stone slab x20, marble slab x10, brick x100, red roof tile x500, stained glass x100, red sandalwood x50. So you already had most of the materials. The only things she needed to buy were the two types of roof tiles, green and red, two types of wood, purple sandalwood and red sandalwood, and stained glass. Technically, Siu could make roof tiles and glass herself, but for these special types like green roof tiles or stained glass, she needed NPCs with the crafting skill to make them. A regular workbench just couldn't produce these items. That's why, in the early stages, you could only buy them, which made them pretty expensive. Roof tiles came in sets of 10, with each set costing 1 silver coin. 500 tiles meant 50 sets, or 50 silver coins. For 1,000 tiles, that was a whole gold coin gone. Stained glass was even pricier, sold individually at 50 copper coins per piece, the same price as copper ore. 200 pieces meant another gold coin spent. It didn't seem like much, but when upgrading buildings later, you could easily go through hundreds or thousands of these tiles and glass pieces, plus other materials. Each upgrade could cost 10 or even dozens of gold coins. That's why building up a territory was such a money sink. Those 200 gold coins seemed like a lot, but after just a short while, Siyu was down to her last 60 or so. Siyu returned fully loaded, handed Bugua 10 gold coins, and before he could react, she took the pile of materials and headed straight into the warehouse. Because her backpack couldn't hold everything, Siyu casually grabbed 2 residents, gave each of them 10 copper coins, and had them use wooden carts to help transport the materials to the warehouse. Don't be fooled by the fact that she'd just spent hundreds of gold coins shopping. As soon as it came to copper coins, 10 suddenly seemed like a small amount. But if you think about it, 10 copper coins is enough for an ordinary person to eat 2 meals if they're frugal. Still, earning 10 copper coins for just 10 minutes of hauling materials was basically like getting money for nothing for these folks. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a bit regretful that they hadn't been the ones standing next to Siyu just now. If they had, they'd be the ones getting paid for this easy work. Siyu, thanks for your help. After sending off the 2 residents, Siyu began gathering the materials needed to construct the skill hall and the job change hall from the warehouse. Consume composite planks 20, composite stone slabs 20, marble slabs 10, bricks 100, green tiles 500, stained glass 100, rosewood 50 to build the skill hall. Construction in progress. Skill hall. Estimated time, 24 hours. Consume composite planks 20, composite stone slabs 20, marble slabs 10, bricks 100, red tiles 500, stained glass 100, red sandalwood 50 to build the job change hall. Construction in progress. Job change hall. Estimated time, 24 hours. So you place the skill hall and job change hall next to post station 2, right in front of the quest hall, with the 2 buildings side by side. Although the library wouldn't be built for now, so you still reserved a spot for it right next to the job change hall on the left. With 2 more buildings checked off her blueprint, so you marked them as completed, then took her herbs to the clinic. When she arrived, the entrance looked deserted, so she assumed it was empty inside as well. But to her surprise, there were 4 people inside. However, none of the 4 seemed to have any visible injuries. She couldn't tell if their wounds were hidden under their clothes, or if they were just suffering from ordinary illnesses rather than trauma. Vivian, who had looked troubled just moments before, brightened up a bit when she saw Siyu. "What brings you here?" Vivian asked, lifting her skirt slightly as she walked over to Siyu. The other people's gazes followed her, all landing on Siyu. "Delivering herbs," Siyu said, showing Vivian the contents of the wooden cart. Vivian glanced at the cart, and whatever she saw made her eyes light up with excitement. She reached in, grabbed a few herbs, returned to the counter, wrapped them in a piece of paper, and casually tossed the bundle to one of the people. "Here's the pain relief medicine you wanted. Take it home and boil it with a pot of water each time. This pack is good for 3 doses. "Don't waste the herbs," Vivian said, while expertly moving the beads on her abacus to tally up the bill. 3 huagua, 12 copper, 1 inch of baichi, Vivian announced. She might have a sharp tongue, but when it came to her profession, she was always serious. She enjoyed teasing people, sure, but she also knew where to draw the line. She would never mess around when it came to treating patients. Siyu was familiar with the game's recipes, not just the ones for making pills, but also the everyday remedies for common ailments, so she knew that the herbs and quantities Vivian listed were all appropriate. This really was a legitimate pain relief formula. But perhaps because Vivian's manner was so casual and because of her age. Well, maybe it's unfair to judge by appearances, but the saying "the older, the wiser," or "the balder, the stronger" from the modern world seemed to apply here too. In any case, the 4 people didn't seem to trust Vivian's medical skills and soon started voicing their doubts. "What kind of pain relief formula is this? I've never heard of it. Are you really the doctor here? This is a matter of life and death. You can't just joke around." Vivian wasn't exactly known for her patience, and after everything that had happened earlier, she didn't even bother to get angry. Instead, she smiled as she took back the bundle of herbs she'd just given them. She was smiling, but you could tell that Vivian was actually furious. Vivian, are you the doctor, or am I? Isn't it normal that I know formulas you don't? If you already knew everything, why come to the clinic at all? Vivian, earlier I asked if the patient was male or female, old or young, you didn't say. I asked about the situation, you didn't say. I asked where the injury was, still nothing. I said I needed to see the patient in person, you refused. This won't do, that won't do. You keep saying it's a matter of life and death, but honestly, it doesn't seem like you care much whether that person lives or dies. Since that's the case, I won't worry about it either. Off you go, don't get in my way. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. So you could tell the atmosphere was tense, but at first she didn't think there was any real problem. After Vivian took the herbs, Sue started sorting the rest into the medicine cabinets at the back of the clinic for easy access later. But halfway through, she overheard the exchange. There are always patients in the real world who refuse to cooperate with doctors, so Sue wasn't surprised to encounter it here. Still, it was rare for people to be this uncooperative, not saying anything about the situation, not even revealing the patient's gender or age, and refusing to let the doctor see them. The clinic is a place for treating people, not for playing guessing games. No matter how skilled a doctor is, they're still just a doctor, not a deity or a fortune teller. They can't magically divine what illness someone has. What kind of illness are you so afraid of others discovering anyway? Could it be? So you glanced at the group, noticing their shifty eyes, and grew a bit suspicious. I told you before, there's only a young girl in this clinic. She doesn't look like she knows what she's doing, but you insisted on coming. Enough, shut up. A man who seemed to have some authority barked, then turned to Vivian with an apologetic look. Miss. Doctor, please don't take offense at what just happened. There was an accident at home, and the patient doesn't want to see outsiders. But the pain has become unbearable, so we came to get some pain medicine. After the first person finished speaking, another chimed in to add, it's not that we don't trust the doctor. It's just that our family members usually take other medicines as well, so we're worried about possible interactions. We just asked a few more questions to make sure nothing would go wrong. We'll buy that packet of medicine. Pay up. The man called immediately counted out 28 copper coins from his purse. Vivian let out a soft snort. Though she was still annoyed, since the other party had explained themselves and for the sake of the innocent patient, she tossed the medicine packet over. Hurry up and leave. Don't let me see you again. Before she'd even finished speaking, the group had already hurried out. As soon as they stepped out of the clinic, Vivian walked to the door and shut it behind them. When she turned to look at Suyu, she could clearly see that the usually smiling face was now clouded with gloom. Vivian said, there's something off about those people. They smell of black crow. Black crow, a mysterious herb known to cause unconsciousness, with effects similar to the knockout drugs often mentioned in stories. Suyu, being extremely knowledgeable about the game, practically a walking encyclopedia, naturally recognized what black crow was, though she wasn't skilled enough to identify it just by scent. Were you deliberately stalling them? Since Vivian had already detected the scent of black crow, her earlier behavior, which was somewhat out of character, now made sense. If she hadn't noticed something suspicious about those two, their fate would likely have been the same as those who had accidentally bumped into her in the trading district. But this time, Vivian hadn't made a move. Vivian sat down in a chair, lazily propping her elbow on the table. Didn't you say you'd be bringing some herbs by this afternoon? So I waited a little longer. From the start, Vivian had known these people. Their story was that someone in their group was injured, and though they'd already applied medicine, the pain was so severe that they had no choice but to come to the clinic to ask if there was anything for pain relief. But since Siu hadn't arrived yet, even with all her skill, Vivian couldn't conjure up herbs out of thin air to treat people. Plus, she'd smelled black crow and realized things might not be so simple, so she stalled for time. Lilith said, "My lord, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold them off much longer if we'd missed something important. That would have been a shame." Vivian not only enjoyed teasing people, she also liked to watch the drama unfold. But this situation was clearly not simple. She couldn't handle it herself, nor could she just keep quiet, so she left it for Suyu, who was best suited to deal with it. That way, she could still watch the excitement later. Even though she knew Vivian was just in it for the entertainment, Suyu still expressed her thanks. After all, Vivian's actions had helped uncover a potential threat to the territory. The strong scent of black crow on them was hard not to associate with certain unsavory possibilities. They'll probably make a move by tomorrow at the latest. After all, she'd just made it pretty obvious that she was suspicious of them. She'd done that on purpose, deliberately letting them know she was onto them, so they'd be forced to act. Otherwise, with such a hidden danger lurking in the territory, so you couldn't rest easy. I'm off. You be careful too. If those people really weren't up to any good, in their eyes, Vivian was just a defenseless doctor. If they really needed a doctor, they might target Vivian. However, up to now, Vivian had never used magic to heal anyone, so apart from Suyu and Mike, no one else knew she was a mage. Mages might not always be offensive powerhouses, but they certainly had plenty of ways to protect themselves, especially this mage, Vivian. Even though Suyu knew Vivian probably wouldn't get into trouble, she still offered a word of concern. My lord, you're probably worried about the wrong person. I'd be thrilled if they came looking for me, Vivian said, winking playfully. If it weren't for her cheeky words, just looking at her, she'd seem like a sweet, well-behaved girl next door. But in reality, she was a little devil in angel's clothing. So you didn't doubt what Vivian said. Teasing ordinary people might not be right, but if the target was a bad guy, as long as you didn't go overboard, there was no reason to feel guilty. Vivian said, but thank you for your concern, my lord. Just as Suyu reached the door, she heard this and couldn't help but smile. Knowing there was something wrong with those people, Suyu immediately went to find Yue. If they were still in the territory this late, it meant they were probably staying overnight, and Yue was the one in charge of registering overnight guests at the inn these days. 4 of them had come to buy medicine, which meant there were at least 6 or 7 in total. Even though the territory had been bustling lately, a group of 6 or 7 still stood out, so after a brief description, Yue quickly found the record. My lord, I think these are the people you're talking about. Whether it was because the group wasn't very professional or because Yue was just that sharp, she'd already noticed something off about them. They booked 4 rooms in total, all doubles. When they checked in, they split into 2 groups. They acted like they didn't know each other, but I noticed them interacting privately. They clearly knew each other, yet still checked in separately. Maybe they had their reasons, perhaps they'd arrived at different times and split into 2 groups. But to pretend not to know each other and deliberately avoid contact, that was a big red flag. Yue said, actually, I'd planned to report this to you, my lord, but with so many people registering and you being busy this afternoon, to put it nicely, Suyu had things to do. In truth, Yue just couldn't find her. I was going to go to the Lord's Manor later, but I guess that's not necessary now. With so many people coming and going these past couple of days, Yue couldn't leave the inn, and Suyu had spent the afternoon at another in negotiating with a merchant caravan, so it was normal that Yue hadn't been able to find her. They're not even staying together? Not only that, but one group was in the far left room on the 1st floor, and the other in the far right room on the 2nd floor, the 2 most distant rooms in the entire inn. If they really knew each other, even if they wanted to avoid suspicion, there was no need to stay so far apart. At the inn, guests can usually pick their rooms, but that's only when there aren't many people. When it gets crowded, for the sake of better management, guests aren't allowed to choose, unless they're booking a single room. At the time, you deliberately gave them the farthest room. When they asked why there were still vacant rooms on the 2nd floor, you simply used the excuse that those rooms were already reserved. It wasn't an excuse that could be easily seen through. After all, there had been a lot of people in the territory lately, and you was the one in charge of room assignments. If he wanted to fill up the 2nd floor, it would be easy. He'd just keep assigning people there. Besides, it's not like these people could go door to door to check if the rooms were really reserved. So, while they looked a bit dissatisfied, they couldn't really vent their frustration at you, and didn't seem especially suspicious. You did very well. Siyu was genuinely surprised. What amazed her was that you actually possessed such a high level of AI. Such keen observation and problem-solving skills. If he were a real person, Siyu wouldn't find it strange, no matter what kind of person he was. After all, human thinking is entirely self-directed. But this was just a string of AI-controlled data. It wasn't that Siyu was prejudiced against NPCs, she usually treated them as if they were real people. But perhaps because of her past gaming experiences, where she'd been tormented by those dull-witted, barely functional low-level NPCs, she developed a stereotype. So now, discovering that even an ordinary NPC could have thought processes almost indistinguishable from, or even equal to, a real person's, she found it a bit hard to adjust. Still, she quickly adapted, and since there were more pressing matters at hand, she didn't dwell on it. Keep an eye on them. I'm going to find the others. According to you, there were at least 7 of them. Siyu herself had no combat ability, so she couldn't handle them alone. She needed to find Lyle and the others. Although it was already night, it wasn't too late yet. The sunset flowers had only just closed their petals. Lyle and the others were home, but hadn't gone to bed. Siyu found them and explained the situation. After hearing everything, Lyle and his group immediately became highly alert. Lyle, does my lord know how strong these 7 are? Lyle and the others were confident in their own abilities, but they weren't arrogant. The other side had more people. Unless they were all just for show, if any of them had real skills, it could be troublesome to deal with. I don't know their strength, but you two won't be acting alone, you will be with you. You was only a half-trained mage, but a mage was still a mage. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if he wasn't a mage and knew no magic at all, he'd once been a farmer, and years of hard labor had given him a sturdy physique. So he could still be considered a fighting force. But 3 people still wasn't quite enough. Fortunately, Siyu had her eye on 2 other residents whose stats were better than most. She wanted them to serve as gate guards. If they were willing, this would be a good chance to test their abilities. With them, they'd have 5 people. 5 against 7, still outnumbered, but as long as the opponents weren't especially formidable, Lyle and Lake could each handle 2 at once without much trouble. Lyle, they probably aren't that strong. If they were, they wouldn't need to sneak around like this. Splitting into 2 groups and pretending not to know each other, besides showing caution, it also suggested their abilities were limited and they weren't fully confident in what they were doing. Siyu nodded in agreement. You're right, but you still need to be careful, especially since they have Black Crow on them. Black Crow was a powerful sedative. If they could get their hands on that, who knows what other tricks they might have. If they couldn't win openly, they might resort to underhanded means, which could be a big problem. Don't worry, my lord. We'll be careful. Not only would they be cautious, but to avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't plan to act immediately. The other side hadn't made any moves yet. If they struck first, it could backfire, making it look like Sunset Territory was trying to rob or kill them. Lyle and Lake went to the inn as if nothing was amiss, while Siyu, after checking the territory map, found the 2 residents she'd mentioned as potential gate guards. Whether or not these 2 were willing to join, as soon as they learned Siyu's identity, they became extremely nervous and respectful. Even though it was a small territory, Siyu was still the lord, and they were, after all, living under someone else's roof, so they naturally felt a sense of respect and deference toward her. Siyu chose them partly because their strength stats were higher than average. They weren't as strong as Lake or Erasure, who were born with the mighty trait, but they were still stronger than most adult men. Secondly, both had high loyalty scores. They'd only joined the territory yesterday, and their loyalty was just over 60 at the time, but now one was at 75 and the other at 78, an increase of more than 10 points in a single day. Loyalty scores of 70, 80, and 90 mark 3 different thresholds. Once someone reaches 70, there's basically no chance of betrayal, and they'll even be willing to serve the territory as long as it doesn't harm their own interests. These 2 were right at that stage, so when Siyu told them, someone is threatening the territory, and I need your help. Once this is over, I'll arrange a good job for you, they agreed immediately. Now, the team was assembled, and you, Lyle, and the others were keeping a close watch on the suspicious group, just waiting to see if they made a move tonight. Late at night, faint movements could be heard from several rooms on the second and third floors of the inn, at opposite ends of the building. But the commotion quickly died down, so fast it was as if everything had just been an illusion. After a while, the doors to all 4 rooms opened almost simultaneously, and a number of people crept out, moving stealthily and quietly. 2 of them seemed to be carrying huge burlap sacks on their backs. Since the sacks were opaque, no one could tell what was inside, but anyone who saw them would feel that something was off. It was nighttime, and the corridor of the inn wasn't lit, so everything was shrouded in darkness. Normally, this would make any action difficult, but perhaps because it was so late, there was no one else around to witness their movements, making it the perfect opportunity for them to act. "Go," someone whispered, and the corridor was filled with the barely audible sound of footsteps. Although they tried their best to keep quiet, perhaps because of the floorboards, their footsteps were still a bit too loud. They would take a step, then stop for a while, wasting time and tiring themselves out. "Take off your shoes, quick." Suddenly, someone whispered this suggestion. After a few seconds of silence, the sound of shoes being removed could be heard in the corridor. Sure enough, after taking off their shoes, their footsteps became much quieter. Not only could others not hear them, even they themselves couldn't hear their own steps. Just like that, they made their way from the second or third floor down to the main hall on the first floor of the inn. Since no one was staying on the first floor, they grew bolder. At that moment, someone quietly asked, "Hey, who was the clever one who suggested taking off our shoes?" "That was a great idea. It really did make us silent. What a brilliant trick." As soon as he finished, everyone waited for the person who came up with the idea to speak up, but after several seconds, there was only silence. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew open the windows of the inn and swept over the group, making everyone's hair stand on end. "Why, you guys, don't go all quiet on me." The person who spoke earlier now sounded shaky, and with that gust of wind, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. They were already up to no good, sneaking around in the dead of night, worried about being discovered. Now, with this strange situation, even if they didn't want to, their minds couldn't help but wander to ghosts and spirits. "All right, if you don't want to talk, then shut up and move. Hurry before we get caught." The speaker was clearly the leader, and after his words, the group steadied themselves. But just then, the first floor of the inn was suddenly flooded with light. The sudden brightness made them instinctively shut their eyes. It only lasted a few seconds, but in that moment, several figures rushed out from the shadows and tackled the group to the ground. Some of them, slower to react and not very strong, were quickly knocked down, making a loud noise. 3 of them managed to react in time, but one was carrying a sack, so even though he realized what was happening, he couldn't respond quickly enough. The other 2 were clearly more skilled than the rest. They dodged the ambush and started fighting with Lyle and Lake. With all the shouting and scuffling, the noise was impossible to ignore, and many of the guests upstairs were woken from their sleep. Realizing the commotion was coming from downstairs, those who weren't too timid or heavy sleepers, and who were at least a little curious, peeked over the upstairs railing to watch. Some even came downstairs, but were quickly stopped at the staircase. "What's going on? Why are they fighting in the middle of the night? How's anyone supposed to get any sleep? TSK, this is obviously something serious. You still want to sleep? Aren't you afraid you'll die in your bed?" "Hey, young man, what's happening with those people? Isn't that the innkeeper? Why are you here? Tell us what's going on." Someone recognized Yue and, seeing him helping to block the stairs, naturally guessed that some of the people fighting downstairs must be from the territory. Otherwise, why would he be so calm, just standing there watching? Even if he was worried about getting hurt and didn't dare break up the fight, he should at least be trying to resolve the situation. Otherwise, with all this noise in the middle of the night, no one would be able to rest. Yue didn't join the fight because, in the eyes of all the outsiders, he was just the innkeeper. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to get involved. It would only make the guests suspicious. What he needed to do now was explain and reassure the guests. Yue said, "Please don't worry, everyone. These are just a few petty thieves. I noticed something suspicious, so I arranged for people to wait here in advance, just waiting for them to slip up. To avoid alarming anyone or tipping them off, I didn't say anything to the guests. To back up his words, Yue pointed at the sacks on the ground. These should be the stolen goods. If they weren't, why would they try to sneak out of the territory with them in the middle of the night? To make up for the disturbance tonight, yesterday's room charges are all waived. Everyone can bring your room cards to the front desk on the first floor in the morning and get your refund from me. Yue's explanation was logical, and with the promise of a free night, the guests naturally sided with him. Besides, the group's behavior was suspicious enough as it was dressed all in black and, strangest of all, barefoot. Not to mention carrying several large sacks. No normal person would act like that. Traveler A, thieves? I need to go check if any of my things are missing. Once someone said this, everyone who had left their luggage in the inn that day panicked and hurried back to their rooms. I'd better go check too. Those bastards, of all the things to do, why'd they have to go and steal? With that, most of the onlookers quickly dispersed, leaving only a handful behind. Once they were gone, the fight downstairs was all but over. It was hard to say whether it was because Lyle was more skilled, or simply because the two opponents weren't wearing shoes, but after a period of struggle, both of them were ultimately defeated by Lyle. Once they were subdued, the two ordinary townsfolk who'd been called over to help immediately stepped forward with ropes and tied up the two most troublesome captives, tightly and securely. Their hands were tied, their bodies were tied, their feet were tied, and at one point, the group even tied them to each other. By the end, they'd used at least 6 or 7 ropes. There was no way these two were getting away. With the situation resolved and the onlookers having dispersed, the rest of the crowd left as well. As for what happened to those people, no one cared. They were all strangers to each other. The bystanders had enjoyed the spectacle, gotten a free night's stay, and hadn't lost any belongings. Why should they care about anything else? After everyone else left, the group quickly cleaned up the scene. First, they tidied up all the furniture that had been knocked over or broken. Then, they took the captives away and locked them up in an empty house nearby. As for those burlap sacks, at first, they'd wanted to check what was inside, to see if there was anything special. After all, whatever was in those sacks must be important if these people had gone to such lengths. Since they were so nervous about it, the contents had to be unusual. But when they finally opened the sacks and saw what was inside, they realized just how unusual it really was. The moment the sack was untied, they saw a head. The one opening the sack, Lake, was so startled that his hand jerked and, acting on instinct, he quickly pulled the sack back up, stuffing the head back inside. Suyu. Lyle, what the hell are you doing? Fortunately, there were only 3 people present. You had to stay at the inn to handle any follow-up issues, and the 2 ordinary townsfolk had been assigned to help him for the time being. If Lyle and Lake had been the only ones to see this, it wouldn't have mattered. They were former adventurers, after all, and had seen all kinds of things. But the townsfolk were just regular people. If they'd seen a human head sticking out of a sack, they might have been scared to death. Even so, seeing something like this in the middle of the night was enough to give the 2 of them quite a fright. Lord, this. Lake turned around, utterly confused, and looked at Suyu. But before Suyu could say anything, Lyle smacked Lake on the back of the head. Lyle, what are you thinking? Let them out. Why'd you shove them back in? Lake looked a little aggrieved, but he knew he'd just done something stupid. Ignoring the pain in his head, he hurried to untie the sacks and let the people out. There were 2 sacks in total, and both contained people, 2 young, beautiful women. At first glance, they seemed normal, but on closer inspection, there was something strange about them. It was hard to put a finger on it, but the feeling was definitely there, especially with the one dressed more ornately. The sense of otherness, compared to humans, was very strong. But no one was in the mood to care whether they were pretty or not, because both women were badly injured. The wounds looked like they'd been caused by sharp weapons, and one of them was clearly an arrow wound. Thanks to Duoya, both Suyu and the others were very familiar with arrow wounds, so they recognized it immediately. These bastards. Kidnapping was bad enough, but to see them so badly hurt, it wasn't hard to guess these injuries had happened during the capture. No wonder the kidnappers had needed painkillers. No wonder they hadn't dared take the women to a healer. Fortunately, apart from the physical injuries, it seemed the women hadn't suffered any further harm. "Go get Vivian," Sue said. As soon as the words left her mouth, the door swung open and a girl in a dress walked in, light on her feet. Vivian beamed and said, "Who's looking for me?" She'd arrived at just the right moment. The sacks had just been removed, so she immediately saw the two women lying on the bed, along with their wounds. Her smile froze, and for once, she didn't keep up her usual cheerful expression. Instead, she looked distinctly displeased. "Out, out, both of you, out." Vivian strode over, her tone sharp as she shooed Lyle and Lake from the room. The brothers knew saving lives was the priority and that they weren't needed here, so they didn't mind Vivian's attitude and quickly left. "Go keep an eye on those people and have you check their room," Sue instructed them before they left. Then she turned to watch Vivian treat the two women, feeding them healing potions as well. About a minute later, a flash of white light appeared. As the healing magic's incantation ended, both Suyu and Vivian could clearly see that the women's wounds hadn't changed at all. Impossible. Vivian was stunned. She'd never imagined her magic would fail. Suyu was surprised too. She carefully examined the two women, and after a moment, perhaps noticing something, she quietly stood up and slipped out of the room, careful not to disturb Vivian. Vivian, frustrated by her failed magic, was still trying to heal the women and didn't notice Suyu leave. After the second attempt, the wounds seemed to heal a little, but only just. A casual glance wouldn't notice any difference at all. Vivian bit her lip in frustration, then pulled out her wand. Normally, every mage had their own wand, but most of the time they didn't use it, since a wand's main purpose was to amplify magic. Usually, there was no need to use it, as it would just waste mana. But this situation was clearly different, so Vivian took out her wand. Healing mages were rare, and so were their wands, expensive and hard to come by. But the quality was excellent, and the amplification effect was remarkable. After all, even if you made a pile of junk out of good materials, it was still extraordinary junk. Vivian muttered under her breath, raising her wand as she began to chant. Visible to the naked eye, a swirl of white light laced with golden radiance enveloped the wounds of the two women. If someone knowledgeable in magic were present, they would immediately notice that what Vivian was casting was not an ordinary healing spell, but a magic known as the all-healing spell. Although this spell was classified as intermediate magic, in reality, most intermediate mages were incapable of casting it. Only a handful of mages who had reached the bottleneck of the intermediate level could manage to do so. In other words, this was an intermediate spell that was almost on par with advanced magic. Yet Vivian was able to use it, though it was obvious that doing so came at a steep cost. Her usual cheerful smile had completely vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Her face was pale, and her hand gripping the magic staff trembled slightly, as if she were enduring something painful. As a burst of golden light exploded like fireworks, Vivian slumped into a chair, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with both joy and exhaustion. "You used a spell above your level?" It was around this time that C walked in, carrying 2 bowls filled with some unknown liquid. She saw Vivian's disheveled state, as well as the 2 people whose wounds had nearly healed completely. "These were meant for them, but you should drink one now," Sue said, placing the bowls on the table nearby. Vivian was utterly spent. The feeling of having her magic completely drained was far from pleasant. The once lively healing mage now sat in the chair like half a cripple. Still, despite her exhaustion, perhaps because she had successfully cast the all-healing spell, Vivian was in rather good spirits. While casting spells above one's level could be harmful to the body, that was only if the spell failed. Clearly, she had succeeded. On the flip side, every successful attempt at casting a higher-level spell would strengthen a mage's abilities. The more talented a mage, the more likely they were to succeed in casting spells above their level. This was a key reason why some people's power advanced faster than others with similar talent. "What is this stuff?" Vivian eyed the dark brown liquid on the table with suspicion, clearly reluctant to drink it. It looked rather odd, after all. Siu was busy checking the patient's conditions and hadn't noticed Vivian's expression. She replied offhandedly, "Deer antler soup." Deer antler soup? That's good stuff. Vivian hadn't expected there to be deer antler in the territory, let alone that Siu would be willing to use it on strangers. But now that the two patients had mostly recovered thanks to the all-healing spell, it was Vivian herself who was in worse shape. If an outsider walked in, they might wonder who the real patient was. If you know it's good for you, drink up. It'll lose its effect if it gets cold. Siu is just making things up. There were no such strict rules in this data-driven world. As long as it wasn't expired, it would still be effective. Vivian grinned. "Then thank you for the reward, my lord." Whether she believed Siu or not, Vivian joked as she waited for her strength to return. Then, without further ceremony, she picked up a bowl and gulped it down. Deer antler soup was an excellent remedy for serious injuries, but it also had another use, restoring magical energy. Just like in the games she used to play, when you're out of HP, you drink a healing potion. When you're out of MP, you drink a mana potion. A mage's magical energy was essentially their mana, and Vivian had run dry. Deer antler soup was the perfect mana potion. Of course, using such a valuable life-saving remedy as a mana potion was a bit of a waste. But since the patients were already healed and the soup had already been made, not drinking it would be wasteful. Besides, Siu figured that if she hadn't misidentified the ingredient, using the deer antler this way wasn't a loss. Vivian said, "Although their wounds have mostly healed, it'll still be a while before they wake up." While healing them, Vivian had also checked their physical condition with her magic. For some reason, she felt that the two were extremely weak, not outwardly, but as if some internal energy had been depleted. With her magic mostly restored, Vivian picked up the other bowl of deer antler soup. "Now that we have this, they should wake up sooner. Since I had a bowl, the rest can be split between them." So she fed half a bowl each to the two lying in bed. They were badly injured, but not on the verge of death. With both the all-healing spell and deer antler soup, it would be hard for them not to recover. After all this, Vivian was thoroughly exhausted. Even though her magic was mostly restored, the fatigue in her body and mind couldn't be replenished by magic alone. She yawned, waved to Siu, and left the room. Morning. In a house somewhere in Sunset Territory, one of the two women sleeping in bed stirred slightly. No one knew how much time had passed before a pair of light green eyes opened. Upon waking, she immediately checked her own condition and her surroundings. When she saw the other person lying on a bed just a few meters away, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she realized the other was still unconscious, her heart tightened again. "Your Highness. Your Highness." The woman got out of bed and went to the other side, calling softly. About 10 minutes passed, but the person on the bed showed no sign of waking. The woman was worried, but since Her Highness was breathing steadily and her wounds had completely healed, just sleeping, it seemed, she didn't insist on waking her. Rather than waking Her Highness, the most important thing now was to figure out where they were, what had happened, and what their current situation was. If she remembered correctly, she and Her Highness had been attacked by humans. She had been badly injured protecting Her Highness, and though Her Highness was shielded, she too was wounded by the attackers. When they could no longer hold out, the enemy captured them. To prevent their escape, the captors had no intention of healing them. They merely treated their wounds enough to keep them alive. Ever since then, it was as if they had been fed something special. Every day they felt groggy and muddle-headed, which meant the two of them were now completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. But now she was wide awake, her wounds had completely healed, and she wasn't restrained in any way. Could it be that their people had come to rescue them? No, that couldn't be right. This place didn't feel like home, it was more like a human dwelling. They were probably still on human territory. If their people really had come, then they should be. Knock, knock. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door startled her, making her tense nerves jump. She hesitated, unsure whether to open the door or get back in bed and pretend to be unconscious, when suddenly, the door opened. "Are the people inside still out cold?" "Just go in. There's no need to knock," a woman's voice came from outside as the knocking stopped. The door swung open, and before she could decide what to do, the woman sitting by the bed found herself face to face with the two people at the door. For a moment, all 6 eyes met in silence. "Dolly." "Bugwa." "The woman. Weren't they supposed to be unconscious?" Bugwa said nothing and then followed Dolly into the room. "Well, it's good you're awake. I'm here on the Lord's orders to check on you and bring you some food," Dolly said, placing the items on the table. Although the woman didn't know exactly what had happened, when she heard the words "on the Lord's orders" and thought back to her earlier suspicion that she and Her Highness had been rescued, it wasn't hard to guess that the person who saved them must be the lord of this territory. A territory's lord, so long as they weren't in league with the people who had kidnapped them, should be trustworthy, at least for now. "Thank you," the woman said, standing up to express her gratitude, careful not to reveal any of her complicated thoughts. Dolly could see her wariness, so before the woman could ask anything, she took the initiative to explain everything that had happened yesterday. Dolly said, "I'm not telling you this to make you feel grateful. I just want you to know that you're safe now." The woman looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to say such a thing. But she had to admit, Dolly's openness did put her more at ease. If Her Highness weren't still unconscious, she wouldn't have needed to be so cautious. "Thank you, miss. Once my lady wakes up, I'll bring her to thank your lord in person." Dolly nodded, then exchanged names and some information with her. The woman's name was Anning, and the one still lying in bed was Ruia. The two were mistress and servant. A few days ago, they had gone out for a trip, but ran into some criminals. Unable to resist, they were captured. As for why those people had kidnapped them, Anning said it was for ransom. After all, her lady came from a wealthy merchant family. Dolly expressed her understanding, though she knew Anning's words were probably only half true. She might be hiding something or making things up, but one thing was certain: the two of them were victims. After chatting a bit longer, Dolly said she had to leave. "Sorry, I have some things to take care of and can't stay with you," Dolly said with an apologetic smile, then brought Bugwa over to Anning. "This is Bugwa. She'll keep you company. If you need anything or have any questions, just ask her. If you want to go out for a walk, she can show you around." There were quite a few people in the territory whom you could trust, but most of them were busy. Take Dolly, for example. She could only stay for a short while before she had to get back to the sewing shop. The others were much the same. The only one who was relatively free, who didn't have a fixed job and didn't have to worry about food or shelter, was Bugwa. And since Bugwa was just a child, people tended to be less guarded around her than they would be with an adult. After Dolly left, Bugwa sat in the room and chatted with Anning. "We were both injured, but when I woke up this morning, I found my wounds had disappeared." "Bugwa, do you know who healed us?" "I'd like to thank her." Partly, she wanted to express her gratitude, but Anning also knew that, given their special identities, ordinary means couldn't have healed them. That was why she'd been so surprised to find her wounds gone. Bugwa hadn't thought much about it. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, then pointed in a direction. "It was probably Sister Vivian who healed you. She's amazing, a healing mage." Although both Vivian and Bugwa were considered youths, that term covered a range of ages. 12 was a youth, but so was 18, and Vivian was clearly the latter, much older than Bugwa. In other words, Bugwa was the youngest in the territory, so she called everyone Big Brother or Big Sister except for Mike, who was old enough that Bugwa had to call him Uncle. Although Bugwa's past made her naturally wary of strangers, it didn't stop her from admiring mages, so she called Vivian Sister quite naturally. "I see," Anning said, a look of understanding in her eyes. "No wonder, so it was a mage. Anning, would you like to meet Sister Vivian? I can take you to her. She should be at the clinic right now." Since Anning wanted to thank her, Bugwa told her where Vivian was and offered to show her the way. But Anning wasn't planning to go out just yet. After all, Ruia was still unconscious, and she wanted to stay by her side. Just as she was about to shake her head and decline, a familiar voice sounded from behind her. "Then I'll trouble the young lady to lead the way." After all, she saved us. We ought to thank her. My lord, these are all the things we found on them. Besides that, they must have left in a hurry, because they left quite a few belongings behind in the room. I've sorted them all and put them here, you reported as she laid out the most suspicious items separately. So you glanced over and saw a pair of golden bells, each about the size of a ping-pong ball. Of course, if you had singled them out and handed them to her, they couldn't possibly be ordinary bells. But no matter how Siu examined them, she couldn't see anything unusual. Even after using her identification skill multiple times, she couldn't figure out what was special about the bells. There were only two possible reasons why she couldn't see the information about the item. One was that it had already recognized an owner, so she couldn't inspect someone else's belongings. The other was that the bell's quality was extremely high, so high, in fact, that her current abilities weren't sufficient to appraise it. Although the Lord herself couldn't level up, the territory she was bound to could. In essence, the territory's level was the same as the Lord's level, and as the territory leveled up, her own attributes would also change. For example, while her HP wouldn't increase, her base defense, when unequipped, would. Her stamina cap wouldn't rise, but the stamina cost for each action would decrease, and her stamina recovery rate would improve. She'd also be able to see more detailed information about items, and inspect higher-level items as well. Let's talk about the other stuff first, Siu said, testing whether she could store the bell in her inventory. When she found that she could, she already had her answer. Items that have recognized an owner can't be put into a player's inventory. Otherwise, it would be too unfair if someone's precious item had already bonded to them, but a player could just take it away because they had an inventory. It would seriously disrupt game balance. But since she could store it, it meant it was simply a high-quality item, nothing more. You said, there's not much else. Most of what we found on them was money and proof of identity. They didn't leave much at the inn. If there's anything odd, it's that they had women's clothing with them. You had been watching over the inn at night and hadn't gone to the residents' houses, so he didn't know there were actually two people in the sacks, let alone that they were both women. So it was natural for him to find it strange that this group of burly men had women's clothes. But so you didn't intend to explain this to him. She just nodded and checked the clothing you mentioned. Just as I thought, as she looked through the clothes, so you found something that basically confirmed her suspicions about the two women's identities. As she had guessed, they weren't human. In fact, last night, when she rescued them, Siu had already tried using her information checking skill on them, but got nothing.